In the unplanned anarchy zone, 300 kilometers to the left of Zone 9, on an unnamed street, a 23-year-old young man, with his collar pulled up, walks quickly, with his head down. The street is dilapidated and ugly. The underground sewage system has been completely paralyzed for many years. Makeshift outdoor toilets emit a foul smell, connected to rows of storefronts. The entire area is rarely lit, and occasionally one can see a group of people standing by the roadside, mostly women, with fewer men. Walking briskly and keeping his gaze straight, the young man named Chinyu, who is 1.82 meters tall and sturdy, lost his job today and is preparing to buy a formal resident identity. For Zone 9, completing the first step of his plan. Chinyu originally had a handsome appearance, but now his attire is somewhat shabby. He hasn't shaved, his slightly long hair is matted together, and his clothes are stained with oil and dirt, making him quite inconspicuous in the crowd. As he walks quickly, Chinyu glances up at the intersection, preparing to return home from the left side. "Hey, young man, hey." A crisp voice calls out. A woman in a slightly faded dress, wearing a coat, lightly tugs at Chinyu by the roadside. Chinyu is startled for a moment, turns back, and asks, "What is it?" $30. The woman holds up 3 slender fingers, glancing back at the dilapidated store. Fronts and whispers, "Let's go there." Can't afford it." Chinyu laughs and continues walking. "Wait." The woman reaches out and tugs at Chinyu again. 25. How about 25? Chinyu assesses the woman and pauses for a moment before shaking his head again. "I don't have money." "Don't fancy me?" "There are others inside." "Really have no money." Chinyu shakes off her hand. "Let go of me. I'm in a hurry to get home." The woman bites her red lip, tightly gripping Chinyu's arm, and after a long silence, she softly adds, 2 bowls of rice will do, but it has to be measured with my bowl." Chinyu furrows his brow. "I told you I don't have any. Just get lost." The woman still doesn't let go, looking back longingly at a group of 7 or 80-year-old children beside the storefront, and says, "I have 3 kids if I don't make any money. Tonight, I can't feed them, young man. Please help me this once. Even a bowl of rice will do. I'll kneel for you." Chinyu looks at the woman and coldly replies, "How many years has the world been like this? In such an environment, if you can't support them, why bring them into the world?" The woman is stunned. Chinyu forcefully shakes off her arm and continues walking ahead. After standing still for a while, the woman quickly runs back to the storefront, panting, and says, "That guy has money. He has it. I saw what he had in his pocket when I tugged at him." About half an hour later, Chinyu returns to a dilapidated 6-story building, climbing the old, dusty stairs to his home on the 5th floor. This building only houses Chinyu and his friend Xiao Zhuang. Many walls have collapsed, and in the past, it would have been considered an imminent demolition site. But in this era, the meaning of home is limited to where you are, regardless of where you live. Chinyu chose this place because it has no electricity or water supply, so he doesn't have to bear any expensive living costs. The room is very simple, with a bed, 2 broken cabinets, and no entertainment facilities except for a tattered military magazine dated 2019. After entering the room, Chinyu takes off his dirty coat and pulls out a shiny canvas bag from his pocket. He carefully approaches the bed, picks up a broken bowl, and starts scooping out enticing white rice, shouting, "Xiao Zhuang, is the food ready?" "Not yet, I just got back." A voice responds from inside, and a young man of similar age to Chinyu walks out, with dark skin and a resolute face. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Chinyu is about to talk to Xiao Zhuang, a deafening sound of footsteps suddenly comes from downstairs. He is taken aback, quickly hiding the bag and bowl in the cabinet, and steps to the entrance, which is only a broken wooden door that, in less than 10 seconds, 7 or 8 children under 10 lead several dozen men and women into the stairwell. The stairs are outdoors, cracked, and with aging iron railings. With so many people rushing up together, the dilapidated building seems to shake violently. Chinyu immediately extends his hand and shouts, Don't rush up like that. Damn it, the stairs are going to collapse. Uncle, I'm hungry. Uncle, I want to eat." The children each hold a small bowl, standing on the stairs, looking dirty at Chinyu. Uncle is also hungry. "Did you have dinner at home? If not, let's eat together." Chinyu replies with a cheeky smile. The children have innocent eyes and simple thoughts, but the adults behind them tear away the most basic facade of humanity. A burly man with a shaved head shouts, "First, get the food, or you won't get down." "I have no food." Chinyu waves his hand back. "Really don't. We're all starving ghosts in this unplanned zone. It's not easy for anyone. If I really had it, I wouldn't just guarantee you guys, at least I would give." "Stop talking nonsense. I saw you hiding food." The burly man continues to shout. "Hurry up, just take half and we'll leave." "There's none." Chinyu shakes his head. "Go into his room." The burly man shouts with a deep voice. "Uncle, I want food. Give me food." The crowd surges forward, and the stairs hanging outside the building shake again, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. Chinyu looks at the crowd and suddenly becomes furious. He raises his right leg, pulls out a knife from his dirty pants, and points it at the crowd, shouting, "Damn it. Are you bullying me because I'm a lone wolf? Who here is not afraid of death? I have food. Break my knife, and I'll give it to you." The crowd is momentarily stunned, and the burly man coldly shouts, "The kids are in front. You might as well stab them all first." "I damn." Chinyu is momentarily speechless. "Go in, get the food." The burly man waves his hand and shouts again as soon as he finishes speaking. The people on the stairs rush forward, and the children immediately swarm around Chinyu, tugging at him, shouting, "Uncle, give me food. Uncle, I haven't eaten for several days. Get lost." Chinyu, holding the knife, helplessly shouts at the children, "Otherwise, it'll really stab you, it'll stab you." Inside, Xiao Zhuang sees the conflict at the door and immediately steps forward to block Chinyu, shouting to the crowd, "Everyone, don't act impulsively, let's talk calmly." The children are starving and fear nothing, just clinging to Chinyu, while the adults at the back have squeezed up through the gaps. Chinyu, being strong, steps in front of the door, glaring and shouting, "I only live for myself. Don't push me." The crowd surged wildly towards the door, ignoring Chinyu's words. Chinyu was being pulled by the short children towards the side of the door, but he couldn't really push through, so he could only struggle, preparing to face the incoming adults. "Uncle, just give me a bowl of rice." Get lost. When a child around 10 years old pulled on Chinyu with all his might, Chinyu suddenly shook his arm to break free, but unexpectedly, the child crashed headfirst into the rushing crowd and lost his balance, falling through the gap in the iron railing. A terrified scream from the child echoed for a long time. Bang! Then came the sound of the body hitting the ground below. Chinyu and Xiao Zhuang were stunned, gasping as they looked at the iron railing, momentarily at a loss. The crowd went quiet, the stairs returning to stability. That child fell down," Xiao Zhuang shouted urgently. Dozens of people turned their heads to glance down below, their expressions blank, and after less than 2 seconds of silence, they collectively turned their heads back. The child's mother, after a moment of daze, allowed a cry and rushed down. Chinyu was dumbfounded. Food. If the child fell, they definitely won't let him go without food. They robbed him. The shouting was deafening, the momentum imposing, and not a single person among the rest turned to look at the child who fell downstairs instead. They continued to crowd together and push inward. Xiao Zhuang stood at the door, glaring at the crowd pressing forward, fully aware that if he didn't shed some blood today, he would have to fight for his life. So he licked his lips and shouted, "All right, you guys are tough. I admit defeat. They'll get it for you." Hearing this, Chinyu immediately grabbed Xiao Zhuang's arm and ordered in a low voice, "Don't give them anything, not a bit." Xiao Zhuang looked at the crowded mass outside and replied with wide eyes, "The food has already leaked out. If we don't give them a little sweetness, they definitely won't leave. Giving them sweetness will only make things worse." Chinyu responded seriously, "Better to fight to the death than to relent." "Bullshit." Xiao Zhuang disagreed with Chinyu's stance, insisting, "You're the only one with a gun, but there are so many people outside. Can you really control them? If you can't, we're definitely going to be robbed. Can't you see they're already rabid? Just listen to me. They'll go get the gun." "Xiao, can't you see?" The child fell, and they didn't leave. "These people have lost their reason." Xiao Zhuang pulled away from Chinyu's grasp and quietly replied, "We've already had enough to eat, and we've traded everything that needed to be traded. Giving them a bowl of rice isn't a big loss for us, so I don't want to gamble with our lives. The food is mine. I have the right to decide how to use it." Chinyu was speechless upon hearing this. Xiao Zhuang straightened his position and shouted at the leading strong man, "The planning area has its own way of survival. Take the rice and don't cause any more trouble. Just get lost. If we're not starving, we'll definitely leave right away." The leading strong man nodded. After hearing this, Xiao Zhuang retreated, stepping back into the room to grab a large bowl of rice, slamming it down on the ground. "Get lost." Dozens of people looked at the rice on the ground, all with greedy expressions, but none dared to step forward to take it. The leading strong man fell silent for a few seconds, reached for the cloth bag tied at his waist, and poured the rice into it in one go. "Get lost." Xiao Zhuang urged impatiently. The crowd stood at the door without moving, the leading strong man sizing up the two, sweat beading on his forehead as he tied the rice bag around his waist, not leaving. "Immediately. Didn't I tell you to leave? Can't you understand?" Xiao Zhuang frowned and tried to drive them away again. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn it, if he can give us a bowl of rice, there's at least a big bag of rice. Give us more. There are too many people. This isn't enough to fill us. Give us rice. Otherwise, we'll just rush in and take it. What's there to talk about?" The shouts and curses echoed through the 6-story building, and this time, some people in the crowd secretly pulled out knives and weapons, looking at Xiao Zhuang with dark. "Otherwise, you take out the rice bag, and we'll take half. You bastards." Xiao Zhuang got anxious and pulled out a knife from his pocket. "What are you doing? Want to fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you? We're already starving to death. What's there to fear about using knives and guns?" The crowd was not afraid of Xiao Zhuang at all and moved in behind the strong man, rushing into the room. Xiao Zhuang was stunned, standing there at a loss. He wanted to take action, but felt uncertain about handling the crazed crowd, trying to rob food, yet not taking action clearly meant he wouldn't be able to protect his things. Crunch, crunch. At that moment, Chinyu pulled out a 20-centimeter long, 3-cylinder revolver from the cabinet and immediately spun the chamber, loading a bullet. Upon seeing the gun, the crowd instinctively stopped in their tracks. Chinyu expressionlessly pulled out a large bag of food from the cabinet, casually tossed it on the floor, and shouted, "The food is all right here. Those who want to eat can come. And take it." The crowd fell silent. "Who are you trying to scare?" The leading strong man shouted with bloodshot eyes. "If we don't have food, We're dead. Why would we fear a broken gun? Chinyu tilted his head to look at him, pointing with his left hand at the bag of rice and shouting, "The food is right here. Just reach out and take it. Come on up." The leading strong man hesitated for half a second before turning around and shouting, "We're so many people, and he has just one gun. I don't believe he can kill us all." After saying that, the leading strong man took a step forward and reached for the bag of rice. Bang! The gun fired, the gears turning. The leading strong man flew back half a meter, blood splattering on the floor, a large hole blown in his chest. Chinyu held the gun in his right hand, his expression unfazed as he shouted, "Without food, you might starve to death in a few days. But now, whoever reaches out first, they'll shoot him dead." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in silence, not saying a word. "I still have 2 bullets left. Are you going to take it or not?" Chinyu suddenly bellowed. The crowd took 2 steps back upon hearing this. Chinyu stepped forward, bent down, and untied the bag of food from the strong man's waist, calling out softly, "Xiao Zhuang, grab the stuff, we're leaving." Xiao Zhuang immediately returned to the room. Chinyu, holding the gun, shouted, "Form 2 lines, clear the way for me." The crowd didn't move. Chinyu raised his hand and pointed the gun at the nearest person, shouting, "Will you let me through?" That person hesitated for half a second before immediately stepping aside, and soon the others followed suit, clearing a path down the stairs. 5 minutes later, Chinyu reached the bottom of the stairs and saw the mother holding her injured child, crying loudly. Chinyu remained silent for a few seconds, reached out, and threw the rice bag he had given to the strong man over, saying, "They'll be down soon, you should hide the food." The mother was stunned for a moment, but quickly accepted the rice bag, saying, thank you. They'll bow to you with food. We won't have to die." Chinyu led Xiao Zhuang and quickly disappeared into the night. Around 3 in the morning, in the vast Gobi Desert, Chinyu sorted the food and threw some to Xiao Zhuang, saying, "I've taken your stuff, let's part ways." Xiao Zhuang was confused and asked, "Is it really necessary? Wasn't it just a disagreement between us earlier?" "I feel like I didn't." Chinyu interrupted, waving his hand, "Xiao Zhuang, if people aren't on the same path, it's better not to stick together. It can harm you and me. I'm heading to Zone 9. Take care of yourself." After saying this, Chinyu turned and left without any hesitation, heading towards his first stop in his new life, the 9th Special Zone. In the military camp on the left side of the planning area, a black man flashed a big white smile and asked in fluent Chinese, "Did they fire guns inside just now? Want to go check out?" "What a check. There are daily food robberies and deaths here. They even dare to ambush the military's vehicles. Who do we think we are?" An old man smoking low-quality dry tobacco responded lazily while lying on a worn-out wooden bed. Chapter 1. New Arrival. In the northern part of Asia, the 9th Special Zone, Songjiang City, Chinyu stood in the office building of the Municipal Police Department, specifically the police office of the Blackstreet District, smiling as he asked a middle-aged man, "Is it ready?" "Yes, come in." The middle-aged man waved his hand and turned to walk into the office on the left. Hearing this, Chinyu adjusted his clothing and stepped in after him. The office wasn't small, about 60 square meters, but there was only one person sitting behind the desk. He looked to be around 40, sporting a handlebar mustache with noticeable fat on his face, giving him a fierce appearance. The middle-aged man walked to the desk and placed 2 piles of documents in front of the mustache man, saying softly, "Director, this is the last one." "Medical examination?" the mustache man asked as he picked up the documents. "Yes." "Okay, you can go." "Sure." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man left, while Chinyu took a couple of steps forward and stood silently at the desk, watching the mustached man review his documents. Inside the desk, the mustached man frowned as he stared at the documents, softly reading aloud. Chinyu, 22 years old, 75 kilograms, 1.82 meters, born before the era, originally from J City, H Province. Haha, that's not far from present-day Songjiang. Before joining, live in the waiting planning area, parents missing, presumed dead, no relatives. HM, why is your resume blank? I just don't have a resume, Chinyu replied with a smile. Living in the waiting planning area was tough. I just did whatever I could to get food. Who has a resume? Huh. The mustache man chuckled. You could have at least written something before you came here. A blank resume doesn't look good in the system. All right, I'll fill in some later. Chinyu readily agreed without arguing. The mustached man examined the documents again and asked, "No resume means you haven't served. Do you have any experience using firearms?" Chinyu shook his head without hesitation. "No." "Any criminal record?" "No." The mustached man pondered for a moment, slowly setting the documents down, and looked at Chinyu with a smile, saying, "In that lawless, unrestrained place of the waiting planning area, you managed to scrape together enough money to buy a work and residence permit for the 9th Special Zone that you're quite the character." "Not really." Chinyu grinned. "I just had some good luck and met some benefactors." The mustache man picked up a cup of water and looked at Chinyu, nodding slightly. "You seem quite spirited." Chinyu smiled and didn't respond. The mustache man set down the teacup, crossed his hands, and simply reminded him, the situation in the 9th Special Zone is quite unique. Although it belongs to the administrative structure of the United Government, it has a high degree of autonomous rights, which is fundamentally different from the 8 major districts. This area is ethnically diverse. Besides us East Asians, there are also many black and white people. The social environment is very complex, and there are indeed chaotic phenomena in some areas that we want to change but can't for now. As a police officer, you need to adapt to the environment in all aspects. Understood. Cheney nodded seriously. Also, I don't care what experiences you have, but when you're with me, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you need to behave accordingly. Cause trouble, and I will deal with you immediately, the mustached man reminded flatly. Director Lee, I'm here to help you reduce trouble. Cheney chuckled. Ha! The mustached man laughed and tapped a few times on the touchscreen phone on the desk, lowering his mouth to the microphone. A few seconds later, a male voice came through. Hello? Director, this is the first criminal investigation team. Where's Yuan Ko? Director Lee asked. Team leader Yuan is not here, he just went out. I'm sending you a new guy, hurry up, and come pick him up. Okay, that's it. Director Lee patted his mustache, reached out, and pressed the hang-up button. Wait by the door, someone will come to pick you up shortly. You'll learn the specific rules at the team. All right, Director Lee. Cheney nodded and stepped forward, taking out a small black bag from his pocket and placing it on the desk. Xiao Qi specifically reminded me that the police system in the special district is currently the hardest job to get into. Without your help, I don't even know how long I'd have to wait for a position. So please don't forget the courtesy. Director Lee casually opened the bag and, upon seeing a diamond roughly the size of a soybean inside, was slightly taken aback. You guys in the waiting planning area have some talented people, you can get this. Wow, I haven't seen one of these in years. Cheney smiled but didn't say anything. Director Lee tossed the small bag into a drawer and locked it, looking at Cheney and saying, you're not that old, but you really do have some substance. This is all I've got. Cheney pretended to scratch his head innocently. Seeing that Director Lee wasn't leaving for lunch immediately, he chatted with him a bit more. A few minutes later, a somewhat chubby young man, about the same age as Cheney, walked into the room, standing straight and saluting. Report to Director Lee, Level 3 Officer Qilin, is here to take the new colleague back to the team. Director Lee patted Cheney's arm, saying, work hard, I hope to see you recognized by the end of the year. Okay, Cheney nodded. All right, head to the team. Director Lee pointed at Qilin and said, make sure Yuan Ko takes care of this young man. With just one diamond, Cheney managed to chat with Director Lee for less than 10 minutes and got a simple promise of care, but it seemed that was all there was to it. In the corridor, the chubby Qilin walked alongside Cheney on his left, chatting enthusiastically. Where are you from, brother? The waiting planning area. You came from that hellhole? Qilin was taken aback. That's quite something. Just a bit of luck, Cheney smiled. Qilin nodded and didn't press further. In these times, with food and drink scarce and life tough, everyone likely has some secrets. As they walked quickly, Qilin introduced the basic situation of the police office. This functional department primarily handles criminal work in a region, including public security and case investigations, but does not include household registration, issuance of residence permits, or handling immigration procedures. In other words, it's somewhat like the district bureau from before the era, only without a complete division of functions. For instance, the department Cheney was in not only had to deal with major criminal cases, but also manage basic public security. It took just over an hour for Qilin to lead Cheney through the 5th floor of the police department, introducing him to the armory, interrogation rooms, public case handling areas, training rooms, and the cafeteria, among other functional places. During their interactions, Cheney found Qilin to be a very smooth-talking person who could chat with anyone he encountered. Moreover, he had great patience whenever Cheney asked about something. He always provided detailed answers. At least on the surface, he seemed to be warm-hearted. Around 2 in the afternoon, Qilin took Cheney to the communications department to buy an internal purchase mobile phone. However, Cheney glanced at the counter and found that there was only one model available, which looked outdated and was priced quite unfavorably. What brand is this? I've never heard of it, Cheney said, looking at the phone, then turned to Qilin and said, forget it, it'll wait until I settle down and go buy one outside, it's too expensive here. Upon hearing this, Qilin smiled, glanced at the young man sitting behind the counter, and then whispered in Cheney's ear, you might as well buy it here. Why? Cheney asked, confused. Well, it's not for any particular reason. The communications department belongs to the police chief, but the phone counter is privately contracted. The owner is a friend of Captain Yuan, so all the new recruits buy their phones here, Qilin said, blinking his eyes. Since you're new here, it's best not to stand out. Although this phone isn't very durable, you won't need to connect with the communications department system anymore. Once your information is entered into the main system, you can just input your name and badge number to use it. Having lived in the ungoverned planned area for several years, Cheney was not oblivious to the most basic social etiquette. Thus, when Qilin pointed this out, he stopped insisting and reluctantly said to the clerk, then please get me one. Thank you. Why the reluctance? Because Cheney was an extremely money-minded and stingy person who would want a warning manual even for a pair of socks. It was precisely because of his character that he could manage to save money during crucial times and come to the 9th Special Zone to secure a job. After getting the phone, Qilin took him out of the police department and headed to a daily necessity store across the street. It was early August, and although the sky was clear, it was still as cold as winter, with a few scattered patches of white snow visible on the street. Does it snow here all the time? Cheney asked. It has been snowing for 3 years, Qilin replied. Damn, it's unbearable. Cheney shook his head and sighed. As the two chatted, they stepped into a large daily necessities store. Once inside, Chinyu glanced around and brushed off the small mud spots that had splashed onto his legs, laughing as he said, "This store is pretty big, but there aren't many people. Here, feel free to look around, buy whatever you need," Chi Lin said, taking a puff from his e-cigarette. Chinyu wandered around the shelves, but the more he looked, the more furrowed his brow became. After meandering for over 10 minutes, he hadn't picked up a single item. "Why aren't you buying anything?" Chi Lin asked as he walked over from the counter. Chinyu frowned at Chi Lin and asked, "Dude, are you a shill?" "What do you mean?" "The prices in here are at least 30% higher than outside, and a lot of the stuff is fake that I squeeze the comforter, and it feels like there's a steel wool ball inside. It hurts my hands, man. The goods aren't great, but all the new recruits buy from here." "Why?" Chinyu asked, puzzled. "Because this store is run by Captain Yuan's cousin," Chi Lin said in a low voice. "It's essentially the designated procurement unit for the police department." Upon hearing this, Chinyu's expression crumbled, and after holding back for a moment, he replied, "Then I'd like to ask, does Director Lee shop here too?" "Now you're being argumentative. Even if Director Lee dared to buy, Captain Yuan wouldn't dare to sell it to him." Chi Lin rolled his eyes and explained, "Those who come to buy are all newcomers. Once you've been here for 2 months, you won't need to buy supplies here anymore. That I won't buy anything for even a day. Isn't this treating people like fools?" Chinyu said decisively, "Let's go. Take me to another store." Chi Lin was taken aback. "You've already spent so much money. Does it really matter at this point? Trust me. Everyone buys here. Don't stand out. That I bought a phone that's enough to give Captain Yuan face," Chinyu said, striding toward the exit. "Hey, Xiaoyu, just listen to me. Are you getting commission or something? Trust me, it's the right choice. You should buy a little." "Buy what?" "The toilet paper feels like razor blades. If I wipe once, they'll need a band-aid." Chinyu didn't even consider discussing it further and walked straight out. At 4:30 in the afternoon, in the dormitory building of the police department, outside the second dormitory of the first criminal investigation team, Chi Lin smiled and called out to a few people inside. "Third brother, I brought the newcomer back." Inside, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards. The leader glanced up at Chinyu upon hearing Chi Lin's voice. "Come in." The two entered the room, and Chinyu surveyed the environment. There were fewer than 30 square meters in total, but it contained 6 bunk beds, 12 beds in total, 2 shared metal lockers, and many personal items. Overall, it looked very cramped, but at least it was relatively tidy and didn't have any particularly bad smells. "Chinyu, let me introduce you. This is third brother, our action team leader," Chi Lin said politely, indicating the person's identity. "Third brother has been with us for 3 years. His professional skills are outstanding, and he's Captain Yuan's right-hand man." "Third brother, this is Chinyu, our new brother." "Hello, third brother." Chinyu smiled and extended his hand. Third brother, sporting a buzz cut, turned his head to glance at Chinyu, gave a symbolic nod while holding his cards, and asked, "Where are you from?" "From the planned area," Chinyu replied honestly. Third brother was taken aback. "From the planned area? What were you doing there?" "Delivering goods for the boss, mainly daily necessities." "Running deliveries? That's not too complicated." "And oh no, I was just driving a driver." Third brother's surprised expression vanished, and in a lazy tone he asked, "What connections did you use to get into the police department?" "A friend made a call. I paid my own way into the police department." "Hee, you paid for it?" Third brother was now only focused on the cards in his hand as he said, "All right, wait for Captain Yuan to come back to arrange things." "Chi Lin, let him stay in the bed by the window." "Okay." Chi Lin turned to Chinyu and said, "You can take the bed inside." "All right." Chinyu picked up the luggage he had stored at the guard's office, along with the daily necessities he just bought, and stepped inside. "Wait a minute." Third brother turned his head when he saw what Chinyu was carrying and suddenly called out, "What's wrong, third brother?" Chinyu turned back. Third brother glanced at the convenience bag in Chinyu's hand. "Where did you buy the daily necessities?" "I can't remember the name. Just a store next to the unit," Chinyu casually replied. Third brother, still playing cards, expressionless, turned his back to Chi Lin and asked, "Chi Lin, didn't you tell the newcomer where to buy things?" Upon hearing this, Chi Lin felt a bit awkward. He didn't want to say in front of Chinyu that this guy didn't listen to advice, as it would make him seem a bit disloyal. But if he didn't say anything, he would inexplicably take the blame. After a brief 2-second silence, Chinyu quickly interjected, "Chi Lin told me to buy daily necessities across the street. But the prices there are a bit high, and I don't have much money left, so I went to buy next door 2 pairs." After playing card for a while, Lao San finally replied to Chinyu, "Ah, it's nothing. You can tidy up your bed." "Okay." Chinyu nodded and walked inside, bending down to open his package and start making the bed. Chi Lin stood beside him, diligently helping to organize while quietly advising, "Newcomers usually sleep in the upper bunk by the window because it's drafty over here, and it's pretty cold at night. Later, you can cover your coat with a blanket for a while, and it'll be fine once more newcomers come in. What's the big deal? I've lived outside for several months." Chinyu didn't think much of it, lowering his head to open his luggage and discreetly pulling out 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes to stuff into Chi Lin's hands. "What's this?" Chi Lin was stunned when he received the cigarettes. "I saw you smoking an e-cigarette earlier." Chinyu replied with a smile, "I don't have much else on me, so I'm giving you 2 boxes as a thank you for helping me out today." In this era where even meals are a problem, traditional cigarettes are a very luxurious item. Moreover, these were an old brand from before the epoch, and most smokers not only don't get to smoke them, but haven't even seen them before. Holding the 2 boxes of cigarettes, Chi Lin said, astonished, "You can get this stuff in the planning area?" "Zhonghua, I haven't seen this in years. There are benefits to living in a poor place too." Qin Yu grinned. "They'll handle my own stuff. You go ahead and get busy. They'll treat you to something later." "Thanks, brother." Chi Lin didn't stand on ceremony and immediately stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket. Just then, Lao San suddenly turned around, tilting his head to look at Qin Yu, and said with a smile, "Oh, you've got some good stuff?" Qin Yu didn't expect this guy had been observing him all along, so he was momentarily taken aback and replied, "A friend gave it to me." "Good stuff? We haven't seen this in a while," Lao San said with a cold smile. Qi Lin, momentarily stunned, immediately took out 2 boxes of Zhonghua, bent down, and said, "We're all brothers, let's share. Come on, everyone take one." Qin Yu gave the cigarettes to Qi Lin because the latter had accompanied him throughout the day, and he felt a bit embarrassed, so he used the 2 boxes to express his gratitude. However, he didn't feel indebted to anyone in this room. But now that Lao San had seen it and made it clear, he considered that he still had to live in this room in the future, so it wouldn't be good to make things too awkward. He thought for a moment and then took out another box of Zhonghua from his B8G.8T, the card table. Lao San pushed Qi Lin's arm away, saying, "This cigarette is too good. I've never smoked it before. I can't handle it." Qi Lin stood there, stunned by the comment. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a bit prickly and frowned, stuffing the cigarettes back into his bag, continuing to tidy up his things. Lao San tossed down his cards, a smile on his face, and turned to Qin Yu, saying, "We have a rule here. When a newcomer arrives, they have to work 3 consecutive shifts. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, you'll be on duty on the road. No problem, right?" Qin Yu looked up at Qi Lin upon hearing this, and the latter's eyes seemed to flicker. He immediately understood something. "Sange, how do the 3 shifts work?" "It's continuous. You'll be with the team during the day and on the streets at night." Lao San took a sip from his water cup. "Is there overtime pay?" "Haha," Qin Yu asked again. "That's just the team's rule. There's no overtime pay," Lao San replied without even looking up. "Shall you just do the 3 shifts? They'll find someone to cover for you for 2 days." Qi Lin hesitated for a long time, glanced at the Zhonghua cigarette in his hand, and finally mustered the courage to say something. "You're quite righteous, Xiao Qi." A young man sitting to Lao San's left teased with a smile. "We're all brothers, right? Helping each other out." Qi Lin smiled back. Lao San put down his water cup and pointed at Qi Lin, saying, "After he gets his uniform, you tell him how the shifts work." "Okay." Qi Lin nodded. "Sange, I can't do this shift," Qin Yu suddenly said. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Lao San licked his lips, tilting his head to look at Qin Yu, and asked, "Newcomers can do it, why can't you?" "I have a heart condition. I can't handle staying up late." "It's fine. They'll prepare some quick-acting heart pills for you. You're doing the 3 shifts." "I said I can't do it," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "What the hell?" Lao San's expression darkened immediately after being confronted twice by the newcomer. "Who do you think you are? Everyone can do it. Why can't you?" Sange, we're all brothers. What are you doing? Let's talk this over." "Ha!" Qi Lin stepped forward to mediate. Bang! Lao San punched Qi Lin on the shoulder. "You're such an idiot. Do you have any say in this? Who here is your brother?" Qi Lin, clutching the cigarette in his hand, lowered his head and stood there, unable to decide whether to continue talking or to turn and leave. Lao San led 4 people forward, tilting his head to look at Qin Yu, and asked, "Next week, the whole week is your shift. Whenever you have a heart attack, that's when it ends." "Got it?" Chapter 2. Just arrived and already turning things upside down. Inside the dormitory, Qin Yu squinted at Lao San and the others in front of him, replying succinctly, "I understand what you said, but it's not my job. I can't do it." "What's wrong? Do you have relatives in high positions?" Lao San grinned, grabbing Qin Yu by the collar. "Just came here and you want to act tough. Can you handle it?" "Don't touch me." "Haha, are you a cactus?" "I'm touching you. What are you going to do about it?" Lao San, who was also quite robust, raised his right arm and threw a punch towards the side of Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu sidestepped, pulling back as he locked Lao San's wrist with both hands and quickly swept his right leg sideways. Bang! Crash! A loud noise erupted as Lao San was thrown onto the bed, his head hitting the iron railing hard. "Beat him!" Lao San yelled, holding his head. Qin Yu bent down, leaning into the lower bunk, grabbed Lao San by the collar with his left hand, and instantly lifted his right leg, kneeing directly towards Lao San's temple. Bang! Lao San's head snapped back from the impact, hitting the wall with a thud. "Beat him to death if something happens. He'll take the blame." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward. Qin Yu, however, nimbly slipped out from the bed, retreating 2 steps, bracing himself against the corner between the windowsill and the bed, his body slightly hunched. Lao San got up, casually pulling a retractable batten off the wall, walking towards Qin Yu while cursing under his breath. "You little brat, think you could just come in and turn things upside down to tea that moment." The slightly ajar door was pushed open, and a woman in light green police uniform shouted loudly, "What's going on?" Everyone turned to look. Lao San was taken aback, wiped the blood from his forehead, and immediately smiled, saying, "Sister Wen, I could hear the commotion in the corridor. What are you doing?" Trying to kill someone. The woman, just over 30, was slightly shorter but quite attractive, with an oval face and big eyes that looked very lively. It's nothing, we just have a new little friend. And we were chatting for a bit. Lao San grinned back. The woman glanced around the room, her expression slightly annoyed as she scolded Lao San. Why are you so domineering? Did he offend you just because he's new? No, I asked him to take a shift, but he refused and even cursed at me. Lao San explained, casually putting the baton down. How many times have I caught you playing cards while on duty? Sister Wen shot a glance at Lao San and reminded him impatiently. If you cause any more noise, don't say I didn't write it down. I got it, Sister Wen. Lao San nodded repeatedly. Sister Wen didn't bother to enter the dormitory. She stood at the door and called out to Chinyu. You're new here, right? Yeah. Chinyu nodded. Why haven't you gone to get your clothes? I just went, but there was no one there. Chinyu replied foolishly. Sister Wen glared at him. Bullshit. I've been in the office the whole time. Chinyu was taken aback. Oh, I just couldn't find it. Come with me to get your clothes, Sister Wen tossed out and turned to leave. Okay. Chinyu immediately nodded, bent down to pick up his luggage, and walked out while calling to Qi Lin. Come with me. Qi Lin, unsure how to face Lao San, immediately followed him out upon hearing this. Inside the dormitory, Lao San sat up, rubbed the big bump on the back of his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the floor. This bastard can really hit hard. Are you okay, Singa? Lao San didn't respond, took out his phone, and dialed the number. Hey, are you in the office? It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if that Chin who joined our team today has any connections up there. None? Are you sure? Okay, I got it. In the corridor, Sister Wen asked Chinyu with her hands behind her back. Do you have someone backing you? Chinyu was taken aback. No, if you don't, then be honest, the environment here is very complex, Sister Wen reminded him, her face cold but her heart warm. Try not to clash with them too much, just work hard. It won't kill you. Thank you, Sister Wen. Chinyu nodded. Sister Wen stopped talking and took Chinyu to the first floor storage room, where she picked out a set of police uniforms, a set of training clothes, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton before floating away. In the first floor lobby, Qi Lin glanced at his watch and said, I have to deliver some materials soon, so I won't be accompanying you. Just go back and say a few nice words, don't stir up trouble with them. Lao San has Captain Yuan backing him if you offend him. You won't have a good time later. All right, I understand, Chinyu said with a smile. If you're free tonight, let's have dinner together. Okay, he'll come find you if I'm free, Qi Lin readily agreed. After a brief exchange, Chinyu took his things and returned to the dormitory. But by then, Lao San and the others had already left, and only 2 people remained inside. They shot a cold glance at Chinyu before continuing to chat on their beds. Chinyu glanced at the 2, boldly returned to his bed, and quickly started unpacking his belongings, completely ignoring the 2 of them. Time passed, and it was around 7 in the evening. After packing up, Chinyu noticed that Qi Lin hadn't come to find him yet, so he decided to go out for a walk to familiarize himself with the surroundings and grab some dinner. Chinyu climbed out of bed, pulled a waist bag from under his pillow, strapped it on, and stepped outside. Oops, sorry about that. As soon as Chinyu stepped out, he ran into a hurried Qi Lin. The 2 looked at each other in surprise, and Qi Lin immediately explained, I had an impromptu meeting and came late. What are you up to? I thought you weren't coming. I was just about to go out for a stroll and grab something to eat. Chinyu greeted with a smile. Let's go eat together. I have a friend who needs to discuss something with me today. Is it convenient for you to join us? Qi Lin asked. Sure, Chinyu replied after a moment of hesitation. It doesn't matter, let's go together. Great. After exchanging a few words, the 2 headed downstairs together and met another young man at the entrance of the dormitory. Qi Lin's friend was named Li Fugue, nicknamed Lao Mao. According to the older veterans in the police department, he had some connections with Officer Li, but the 2 rarely interacted, so their exact relationship was unclear to outsiders. Moreover, this guy was quite unconventional. The most outrageous thing he had done was to get drunk and publicly solicit while on duty, insisting on a talent show, which led to him being caught by the inspection team. But in the end, he only received a reprimand and was administratively suspended for half a month, while 2 colleagues who usually didn't get along with him ended up in trouble and were forced to resign. Despite his somewhat unrefined name, Lao Mao was actually quite handsome. If Chinyu had a resolute look with a spirited demeanor, Lao Mao had a more roguish charm, reminiscent of the popular Zhang Yishan. When the 3 met, Qi Lin briefly introduced them. This is Lao Mao, a friend who usually looks out for me. This is Chinyu, our new intern officer. I heard you stirred things up with Lao San as soon as he got here. Lao Mao asked with a smirk, hands in his pockets. Got a bit of a temper, huh? Not really, just had a bit of a quarrel, Chinyu replied vaguely, sensing that Lao Mao had a rather blunt personality. I'm tired of them, just do your job, Lao Mao scoffed. The whole first team is a bunch of losers, always doing pointless things. Chinyu found this a bit absurd and turned to look at Qi Lin, who scratched his head and explained, Lao Mao is just like that, he says whatever's on his mind. Where are we eating? Lao Mao asked. I just arrived and don't know where's good, Chinyu replied softly. You guys pick a place. Who's treating? Lao Mao asked, raising an eyebrow. He'll treat, haha, Chinyu laughed. Ah, you're treating. Lao Mao waved his hand grandly. Let's go to Urji's place. Don't go there, it's pretty expensive, Qi Lin advised. Is it your money? Lao Mao shot back. It's fine, I still have some change in my pocket, so I can cover dinner. Chinyu thought a bit begrudgingly. In this day and age, resources were very scarce, especially vegetables and grains that required a lot of land to grow, which were luxuries that in the unregulated areas, people had to work hard just to get enough food. So going out to eat was something most poor people might do only once a year. However, Chinyu knew that he needed to make friends since he was new, and unavoidable expenses for socializing were part of the deal, especially since he now had a stable job. After deciding where to go, the three walked down the road for about 2 kilometers and found a restaurant called the Little Tavern. Standing by the roadside, Chinyu glanced at the restaurant's facade and unconsciously touched his waist bag, feeling a pang of regret. "Let's go," Lao Mao called out and stepped up the stairs. Boom! Just then, a deafening roar of an engine sounded from the roadside, followed by an old-looking SUV that stopped at the entrance. The three turned around at the sound, and Lao Mao, with a shocked expression, commented, "What kind of family drives a gasoline car?" In this era, gasoline cars had become extremely rare because most land had turned into no man's lands, either cold or dangerously radioactive. Oil was no longer extractable, making it a scarce resource, which is why Lao Mao was so surprised. After the SUV parked by the roadside, four men and a girl got out and walked towards the restaurant that let's go in. Chinyu had seen some sights in the waiting area. He only glanced at the gasoline vehicle twice before turning and heading straight for the restaurant's main entrance. But Old Cat stood still, staring intently at the girl among the four men, grinning as he said, "Pretty, good-looking, beautiful." Chinyu heard this and turned back, giving Old Cat a speechless glance at his lewd expression, and said, "Come on." She came with the guys in the middle of the four men. The girl blinked her beautiful big eyes, glanced around, and then lowered her head to say, "I need to go to the bathroom." "Don't cause trouble. Hurry up," said a short, middle-aged man, scolding her with a thick accent that had a hint of Japanese. Buzz. At the same time, Chilin's phone rang twice in his pocket. He took out his phone, glanced at the message, and immediately looked at Chinyu, his expression complex. Chapter 3. Unreliable Li Fugue. Inside the restaurant. After the three of them sat down, Old Cat ordered 3 plates of Chinese dishes to meat and 1 vegetarian and a half-kilogram bottle of the cheapest white liquor. "Don't save money for me. Order a couple more dishes," Chinyu said hypocritically. "Forget it, you just got here and don't have a salary, just this will do," Old Cat replied, though he spoke a bit clumsily. It was clear he had a good heart. He rubbed his somewhat dry and cold palms and looked up at Chinyu, asking, "I heard you came from the waiting area?" "Yeah," Chinyu nodded. "Is it tough over there?" "Not really. People just fear getting used to things." Chinyu smiled. "Once you adapt, it's the same anywhere." "That's true." The three of them were young, so there was no generational gap in their conversation. Moreover, both Old Cat and Chinyu were cheerful and loved to joke, so they quickly became familiar while chatting. During the conversation, Chinyu noticed another detail. Lin, whether in body language or tone of voice, seemed to be trying to please Old Cat. In short, he was very subservient. When the food and drinks arrived, Chinyu raised his glass and said, "Now that we're sitting down, we are friends. I'm new here. Let's look out for each other in the future. There's nothing to look out for. In this day and age, if you have the ability, you can eat meat anywhere. If you don't, it won't help whoever looks after you." Old Cat replied honestly, then raised his glass and added with a grin, "But we should hang out more. Just because you dare to challenge Lao San, we can be friends." "Hee hee," Chinyu chuckled. "Cheers." 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 The three raised their glasses and downed their drinks in one go. "Come on, refill a bit." Lin wiped his mouth and picked up the bottle to pour more liquor for Old Cat. "Bro, about that thing I mentioned last time, can be done?" Old Cat rolled his eyes and teased while picking up a small piece of beef with his chopsticks. "You're too cunning. Xiaoyu is treating, and you're asking him to help you. How come all your cleverness went to your head?" Lin didn't feel embarrassed and just scratched his head, replying, "I'm not. Money's tight, you know." "Damn, when hasn't it been tight for you?" Old Cat said while eating, frowning as he continued, "Sigh, I asked about your matter, but there are no vacancies in the civil service right now. If you want to get in, you'll have to pray and burn incense. But you don't have the money for that, so just wait." Chinyu was surprised and asked curiously, "Why do you have to go for a civil service job?" "He's just timid," Old Cat replied with a disdainful look. "Last year, when the police chief reported, we lost 35 people in 6 months. The situation is too chaotic now. He feels insecure in Team 1 and wants a lighter job." "Oh, I see." Chinyu showed no surprise on his face because the security situation here was much more relaxed compared to the waiting area. Old Cat turned to Lin and scolded him with a hint of contempt. "Lin, you need to understand something. The environment has changed. If you don't fight and don't put in the effort, when will you turn things around? I could have helped you get into the civil service, but if you have no connections above you, you'll just be pushed out after a while. There's a saying, times create heroes. Let's not talk about distant examples. Just look at Yuan's brother. Before the 9th Special Zone was established, what was he? But when the world became chaotic, he rose to prominence. Now, in this area, no one dares to mess with him. He married 6 wives. Who did he rely on? No one, right? I can't compare to him." Lin grinned. "I just want to get by without any trouble and support my mom and sister." "That's all you aspire to?" Old Cat replied, somewhat frustrated. "I thought getting you into Team 1 would give you some opportunities to make it on your own. But who would have thought you're just washing socks and serving tea every day? With your attitude, it's no wonder people take a few punches at you when they have nothing better to do." If you don't even have equal status, how can you network? Is that how you make friends? Chi Lin lowered his head and remained silent. Sigh, with such a cowardly personality, your dad named you Chi Lin that I'm so outstanding. Yet my mom calls me Li Fuguwei. Where can I argue about that? Old Cat shook his head and sighed. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's chat about something else. Qin Yu interjected. At this point, Chi Lin didn't bring up the job transfer matter again, and the three of them chatted casually over drinks, time passing quickly. As it approached 9 in the evening, Chi Lin looked down at the new message on his phone again and said, I have something at home. I have to leave first. See you tomorrow. Not going to drink a bit more? Qin Yu asked. I can't. I need to go back. Then let me walk you out. No need. I can go by myself. Take it slow. It's fine. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chi Lin hurriedly left with his phone, while Qin Yu stayed with Old Cat, who didn't plan to leave, and continued drinking. Old Cat, since we can sit here and drink, that makes us friends, Qin Yu said, slightly flushed, so in the future, give Chi Lin some face. Am I scolding him? I'm trying to motivate him. Old Cat said excitedly, tapping the table. You see, if a person keeps kneeling, they'll never stand up. Do you understand? Qin Yu pondered thoughtfully, unconsciously nodding. I only have him as a friend in the police force, and I see him struggling, Old Cat said, shaking his head. Forget it, let's not talk about him. I need to take care of some business. What business? Qin Yu asked, surprised that I observed that girl from earlier. She probably doesn't have any romantic relationship with those 4 men, Old Cat said, blinking and speaking quietly. I think I can make a move. Qin Yu was a bit confused. Which girl? Damn, how can you be so clueless? The one who got out of the car at the entrance just now, Old Cat grinned. She looks so stunning, hey. Doesn't she resemble that star, Jun Ji-hyun? Tall and long-legged. Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat. Dude, take it easy. It's not like before, it's pretty chaotic now. It's fine, it's fine. Oh, give it a try. Old Cat rubbed his hands together, mischievously stood up, and walked toward the table near the window. Outside, Chi Lin stood by the roadside, took 2 hard puffs of an e-cigarette, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally took out his phone to call Qin Yu. But as his thumb pressed on the screen, he remembered that Qin Yu's new phone had not yet been connected to the communication system, so he could only pull up the Old Cat's number. Inside the restaurant, Old Cat tidied his short hair and walked over to the table by the window, smiling as he asked the girl, Hey, hello, beautiful. Are you eating out with your family? The girl had been looking out the window and turned back with a puzzled expression when she heard Old Cat calling her. Do you need something? It's like this, hee. I'm the director of the Star Anchor program at the TV station. We are holding auditions. Are you interested in knowing more? Old Cat asked with a mouthful of nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, a short middle-aged man sitting across from him asked his companion in Japanese with an eerie look, Nafing, is it for delivery? His companion glanced at Old Cat, frowning slightly. Dude, he's not speaking in code. While the two were talking, the girl had already come back to her senses and responded enthusiastically to Old Cat. Is it really from the TV station? That's so coincidental. I'm actually studying hosting. Old Cat didn't expect the girl to be so responsive, and his eyes lit up as he said, That's great. Do you have a contact number? Leave one for me, and we can discuss it privately later. As he spoke, Old Cat had already taken out the phone he had prepared earlier and handed it to the girl. However, this phone was for personal use, not the one forcibly purchased by the police department. The girl took the phone and was about to input her number. Smack! The short middle-aged man stood up and grabbed the girl's arm, his brow slightly furrowed. Give him back the phone. It's time to eat. Uncle, I'm quite interested, the girl replied with a smile. I told you to give the phone back, the short middle-aged man repeated. Old Cat tilted his head to glance at the man and smiled brightly. I'm really from the TV station. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. The girl hesitated for a moment, then immediately handed the phone back to Old Cat, smiling as she said, Then forget it. Sorry about that. Old Cat was initially delighted that the girl was so receptive, but the arrival of the unappreciative goblin disrupted the situation, making him feel quite angry, and he opened his mouth to argue again. Forget it. Thank you, the girl insisted. Old Cat was taken aback, stared at the girl for 2 seconds, then grinned and replied, If that's the case, then forget it. Sorry to bother you. 1 minute later, Old Cat bent down and sat across from Qin Yu, his expression strange. Did someone chase you away? Hee. Qin Yu asked while picking at his food. Old Cat blinked and kicked Qin Yu under the table. Look down. Qin Yu was taken aback and looked down under the table, while Old Cat held his phone in his right hand and said in a very low voice, Look at the screen. Qin Yu looked over and saw the dial page on the screen with 959,595 being entered. What does that mean? Qin Yu was a bit confused. Old Cat rubbed his face with his left hand and lowered his head. Damn it. We stumbled onto something. What do you mean? The 4 men and the girl are definitely not together. She just kicked me under the table. Old Cat put away his phone and took a sip of wine. But I can't figure out what they're up to. It's definitely not right that girl wants us to save her. I could see the table by the window. The short man looked down at his watch and whispered to his companion with a stern face. Was that person who just came by a coincidence or a test? Hard to say. The companion shook his head. Looks a bit dazed. The short man cast a somewhat uneasy glance at Old Cat. Time's up. We're leaving. All right. The companion nodded and coldly said to the girl, Don't cause trouble. Come with us. The girl, with fine beads of sweat on her white forehead, stole a glance at Old Cat before nodding in response. not far away. Old Cat was rubbing his cheeks in frustration.
Chapter
and
4.
quietly
The
asked
reluctant
Chinyu
move of the
what to
third
do.
one.
Should we
Chinyu
get involved
initially had
or
no
not?
interest in the
Creak.
4 men
At the same
and
time,
1 woman.
an
But when
all-electric
Old Cat
car
mentioned them,
stopped at the
he
entrance
glanced
of the
towards the
restaurant.
window. The 4 men were dressed in suede jackets, work pants, and worn-out leather boots. Their sharp gazes and slightly reddened skin suggesting they were not from the special zone. They don't look like they're from the district, Chinyu remarked, looking down. How can you tell? Old Cat asked, a bit curious. They're dressed too thickly and have frostbite, Chinyu replied succinctly. They seem like those from the planned area. What do you mean by those? People who make a living on the edge? Chinyu scratched his nose. Old Cat felt a bit uneasy hearing this. Are we just going to be foolishly brave? Can we really handle them? Did you bring a sidearm? Chinyu asked. Of course not. I came here to eat. Old Cat shook his head. Then I suggest we don't act just yet. Chinyu frowned in thought. Let us call the team. While the two exchanged their quick thoughts, the 4 men had already stood up with the girl and began to settle their bill. Preparing to leave. Damn it, they're leaving, Old Cat said, nervously shaking as he lifted his glass, speaking in a somewhat incoherent manner. Should we follow? What are you, Neza? You think you can run after them? Chinyu replied, speechless. They drove here. You think you can keep up on foot? Are you joking? I forgot. Chinyu said, stealing a glance at the 4 men, his brows slightly furrowed. If those 4 really have something going on, they're definitely armed. Even if we jump out, we won't be able to stop them. Old Cat felt anxious, as even though he was part of the frontline investigation team, these people were on a different level. Dangerous work was not something he was accustomed to, and he hadn't participated in any large-scale arrests. Despite this, he still said to Chinyu, if we were just ordinary people, it would be one thing, but wearing this uniform, we can't just ignore it. You need to think of something quickly. We're unarmed, outnumbered, and it's too late to notify the team now. What do you want me to do? Chinyu said, sweating profusely, unless a miracle happens, otherwise. Just then, the restaurant door opened, and 6 burly young men walked in. After scanning the surroundings, the lead man, the third one, shouted, Chinyu. As soon as he spoke, Chinyu and Old Cat turned around in shock, their eyes wide as they looked at the group of the third one, almost simultaneously murmuring, holy crap, a miracle has happened. The third one was wearing a light green police uniform, leading 5 of his brothers over, tilting his neck and holding an e-cigarette as he looked at Chinyu and scolded, you just got here and you're already eating out? Looks like you have some cash on you. Come on, step out, I want to talk to you. Third one, are you here to investigate? Before Chinyu could speak, Old Cat stepped forward and grabbed the other's arm to ask. The third one looked confused. What investigation? Didn't you follow us here? Old Cat asked, puzzled. Yeah, I heard he was here, the third one replied. Then how many people did you bring? Are there still brothers outside? The more they talked, the more confused the third one became. What are you talking about? Are you stupid? I just ran into you. Why are you hiding it from me? Old Cat slapped him on the arm, urgently asking, are we going to catch them here or outside? No, it seems we're not discussing the same thing. The third one pointed at Chinyu and said, I'm here to find him. Old Cat was taken aback, subtly indicating the 4 men at the bar. Aren't we here to catch those guys? Catch them? What's wrong with them? The third one was even more confused. Perfect timing, Old Cat said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he whispered, those 4 have taken a girl hostage, and we just ran into them. I was just discussing how to deal with it with Chinyu when you showed up. No need to say anything. Let us pin them down here. We have enough people. The third one looked bewildered. After a long pause, he said, damn it, I'm here to find Chinyu. ISNT, the second sister restaurant in your team's jurisdiction? Why are you still talking about looking for Chinyu at this time? Old Cat whispered. You see how to catch them? I have to see. I'm not prepared. The third one felt hopeless. Looking up again at the 4 men, I don't even know what they're doing. As soon as the third one and his team entered the room, the 4 men had already noticed them. Seeing the police uniforms and recognizing Old Cat and Chinyu, they felt a bit uneasy. The 4 exchanged glances, immediately sandwiching the girl in the middle and lowering their heads to head outside. Stop dawdling. Figure out how to catch them. Give a plan. Old Cat's heart raced as he urged the third one and his team. The third one, feeling disheartened, stepped back. You two ran into this. How can I come up with a plan? You're the main force. We're unarmed, Old Cat said. The main force. The third one was sweating heavily, turning to the brothers he brought and saying, we can't ignore this. Old Cat is a fool. If we leave, he might report us. What should we do? Xiaohu, notify the team. The others spread out a bit. The third one instructed, lowering his head. Guo'er, go up and do a spot check. Ask them for their residence permits. If they don't have them, they need special zone entry permits. If they show any intention of resisting, shoot. I'm the one doing the spot check. Guo'er, the young man, nearly cried. Let Old Cat go. They are not in uniform. You go? The third one said. Damn, this is really bad. Guo'er cursed, steeling himself and stepping sideways to block the path of the 4 men. Blackstreet police officer. Show me your residence permit. The 4 stopped in their tracks, expressionless, looking at the third one and his team. The girl stood among them, sweat flowing from her temples. Her fists tightly clenched. I'm talking to you. Show me your residence permit. Guo'er repeated. We're here from the planned area to make a purchase. The short middle-aged man said quietly, we don't have a long-term residence permit. Show me your entry permit. Guo'er extended his hand. Okay. The short man lowered his head and reached into his pants pocket. The third one, an experienced veteran, noticed the men's clothing and instinctively took a step back, pretending to put his right hand behind him, but intending to reach for his gun. As the short man's hand slipped into his pocket, the girl suddenly screamed, "Help me, they're kidnapping me. Don't move." Just as the words fell, the companion next to the short man swung his sleeve, gripping a military-grade .34 pistol in his right hand, shouting, "Pull the pin. If you move, you all die?" In an instant, chaos erupted in the restaurant, with diners ducking and scattering in all directions. The short man yanked the girl back, his expression calm as he said, "Cover me. I'll go out the back door." The third one was sweating profusely, his right hand on his holster, pointing at the man with the grenade and shouting, "Don't get agitated, brother. If that thing doesn't go off, it's one thing. If it does, that's a whole different story." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Old Cat suddenly sprang up, grabbing a bottle from the table and smashing it down on the opponent's wrist with a crash. Whoosh! The middle-aged man stepped back, his expression extremely fierce, without a hint of hesitation as he threw the grenade into the crowd. Chinyu suddenly leapt up, grabbing Old Cat by the collar and pulling him back several steps. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, a crater forming instantly, countless bricks and debris flying into the air. 2 tables shattered, and 3 police officers were injured and fell to the ground from shrapnel and debris. The third one lay on the ground, shouting loudly, "Take cover. Shoot that guy with the grenade." Bang bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and just as the third brother was about to get up, a burst of blood mist erupted from his backside, and he collapsed back down with a thud. Damn it, damn it! The third brother frantically felt his rear end, and seeing the blood flowing, he widened his eyes and cursed, "I'll fuck your mother, Lao Mao. Did you really lose your mom?" Chapter 5. 3 Ditches. The king of hell jumps after the explosion. Chinyu fell to the ground and shook his head, the smell of alcohol on his breath as he asked Lao Mao, "Are you okay?" Thank goodness the third brother and the others came. Otherwise, we would have been done for. You can't say they're not iron-blooded warriors. Lao Mao, still shaken, wiped the sweat off his forehead. Seeing that this guy was mostly fine, Chinyu immediately pushed him aside and turned to scan the surroundings. Then quietly shouted to a colleague not far away, "Give me the gun." The other party, hiding behind a wooden table, glanced at Chinyu with a terrified expression, clearly a bit dazed. "Give me the gun," Chinyu shouted again. The other person snapped back to reality and, without thinking, tossed the gun across the floor, then resumed hiding under the table. The gun was a model 2911, but it was based on the 1911 design, modified with an increased magazine capacity of 9 rounds. A weapon used by frontline police teams. Chinyu had never handled such a gun before, only seen it in magazines. However, the mechanics and feel of firearms are similar, and he quickly checked the magazine and racked the slide in one smooth motion. With the gun in hand, Chinyu crouched and stood up, taking 2 steps to adjust his angle, resting his left arm on the gun as he firmly gripped it and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the middle-aged man who had just thrown the grenade fell with a blast to the back of his head. Yes, Chinyu chose to kill rather than wound, since the other party was armed and vicious. Leaving room meant risking more casualties. After firing 3 shots, Chinyu didn't look elsewhere, but bent down. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, a barrage of bullets flew in, and debris from the wall scattered. Chinyu listened for the source of the sound, leaning forward with his body. And in a flash, he fired 2 shots outside, but the bullets missed. Moreover, the 2 grenade throwers reacted quickly and were quite capable. One provided cover while the other kicked open a window and jumped out. They didn't use the door because they were unsure if police were outside, and escaping through the window had a certain element of surprise. Seeing the 2 escape, Chinyu didn't pursue further and instead ran up the stairs towards the 2nd floor. In the hall, the third brother sat on the ground, holding his backside with his left hand, staring in shock at Chinyu, who had chosen to kill without blinking, looking a bit dazed. "Damn, Xiaoqin is so fierce." Lao Mao exclaimed as he got up and shouted to the third brother and others, "Chase after him, help Xiaoqin. He is on his own." The third brother glanced at him, nearly exploding with anger. He felt that his bad luck was directly linked to this Li Fuguwei. Trouble was guaranteed whenever they crossed paths. On the 2nd floor, Chinyu ran towards the back door, bent down to look under the window and through the glass. He saw the short middle-aged man pulling the girl across the road and disappearing into an old building complex on the opposite side. After careful consideration, Chinyu gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, no support? Just 1 person left. It's worth a shot." Clang. Chinyu opened the window, and with the cold wind rushing in, he jumped down. Upon landing, he unleashed the speed his body was capable of, crossing the road in under 3 seconds. Positioning himself at the entrance of the alley, raising the gun and pulling the trigger. Bang bang. 2 shots rang out. Not far away, the short middle-aged man heard the gunfire and immediately pulled the girl to hide against the alley wall, standing in the shadows, his brow furrowed. "Brothers from the planning area?" Chinyu shouted. The short middle-aged man looked down to check his firearm and responded in awkward Chinese, "Yeah. The roads outside are starving people to death. We came into the city to make a living. Where did you spot us?" "Didn't spot. We ran into trouble," Chinyu replied honestly. "Can you raise your hands? I have cash in my bag. Say a word, and you can take it." The short middle-aged man licked his lips. Chinyu blinked. "It's cold on the streets. I understand. But I'm in this outfit. and trouble has come my way. I can't just ignore it. I don't want the cash. Keep the people. The short, middle-aged man hesitated. I still have a gold fish in my pocket. I'll take the person and leave the cash in it with you. Can't do that. Chin Yu decisively refused. All right, I'll leave the person. The short, middle-aged man hesitated, then pushed the girl forward. You go ahead slowly. Then hurry up in 3 seconds. If you don't listen, I'll shoot you dead. Chin Yu licked his lips and peeked into the alley. Come over. After a moment of hesitation, the girl immediately stepped forward, and the sounds of footsteps in the alley became chaotic. 3 seconds later, the girl quickened her pace. Chin Yu hesitated briefly, stepped into the alley, and waved, shouting, Hurry over. The girl looked up at Chin Yu, her eyes anxious as she shouted, He hasn't left. As soon as she finished speaking, the short middle-aged man stepped out from the shadows, raising his hand to aim at the alley entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire erupted in the night, causing the girl to cover her head with her hands and scream as she crouched down. A second later, a dull thud echoed in the alley, and the short middle-aged man fell to the ground. Chin Yu stood in front of the girl, cautiously not walking inside, but raised his arm and without hesitation fired 2 more shots into the bandit's head. The girl was still shouting, covering her ears. Chin Yu ignored her, walked up to the short middle-aged man, kicked his head, then turned to look at the graze on his shoulder from a stray bullet, sighed in relief, and cursed. Damn it, that was close. Damn, did I kill him? At the mouth of the alley, a familiar voice sounded. Chin Yu turned back and saw the third brother, holding his backside, standing under the dim light. Where are Lao, Mao, and the others? They're chasing over there. The gunfire got chaotic, they went left. The third brother panted as he turned back. Did the bandit get killed? Chin Yu blinked, stepped forward to the third brother, glanced around, and suddenly reached out with his left hand, pulling him into the alley. What the hell are you doing? The third brother was a bit confused. Are you going to fight me? Chin Yu suddenly asked with a poker face. The third brother was stunned, remembering that he had come to the restaurant to deal with Chin Yu. You wanted to talk to me just now. What were you going to talk about? Say it here. Chin Yu narrowed his eyes and asked again. What do you mean? Chin Yu raised his gun and pressed it against the third brother's head. Have you been to the planning area? When the Army-esque grain truck passes through the 3 ditches, the king of hell jumps. Everyone has to get out and pay respects. I single-handedly came out from there. And now you think you can teach me the rules? The third brother was stunned. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and he was terrified. Seconds later, the third brother gasped as he fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. Chin Yu tossed the gun onto the third brother. From now on, we have to do dangerous jobs together. Don't mess with me. Otherwise, next time, when I get scared, I want to know where the gun will be aimed. After saying that, Chin Yu walked over to the girl and asked softly, What kind of trouble did you get into, sister? An hour and a half later, at the police hospital, the third brother lay on the operating table, answering the phone. Team Yuan. Where are you? Yuan Ku's voice was cold. I'm at the hospital. Did you encounter a case at the restaurant just now? Yuan Ku asked again. Yeah. Lausen immediately started bragging. Spitting everywhere. We were on a regular patrol and ran into a few desperados from outside the district at Second Sister's restaurant. I could tell something was off at a glance, so I went forward to conduct a check. Who knew they pulled out guns? I realized this was a big case, so I brought my team to confront them. Hee. The main culprit and an accomplice were shot dead on the spot, but 2 managed to escape. No worries. The district has already ordered their capture. Team Yuan, I just heard from the office that the main culprit seems to be someone named Matsushita, a notorious criminal who has been on the system's radar for 4 years, with multiple murder cases under his belt. Don't you think our brothers are pretty impressive? Not only did we run into him, but we also took him down, solving a backlog of cases in one go. Team Yuan, you must help me speak a good word to the director. A criminal like this, who has no fixed abode, how could an ordinary person catch him? I've been a second-level police officer for 2 years. It's time for a promotion. Plus, this case was handled by our team, so it reflects well on the entire police department. Reflect well on your mother. Yuan Ku retorted. Why are you cursing? Did I curse? Did your mother die? I really want to shoot you. Lao-san was stunned. Matsushita was brought in by my brother, just as the job was about to be done. You made a scene. Yuan Ku ground his teeth and cursed. You are truly useless. No, Team Yuan, let me explain. Lao-san, dazed for a moment, began to explain with spittle flying. I was just bragging. Let me tell you the real situation. I was going to beat up Chin Yu, but unexpectedly ran into that idiot Lao Mao, who said there was a case. Doo-doo. Yuan Ku had already hung up the phone. Chapter 6. Climbing up by stepping on third brother in the police office building, in the first team's inquiry room. Chin Yu twirled a pen in his right hand and quietly asked the girl in front of him, Are you feeling better? The girl brushed her hair and hesitated for a long time before nodding, her eyes looking a bit dazed and her face still showing signs of shock. Chin Yu glanced at her state, got up, and walked to the water dispenser to pour her a cup of hot water, placing it on the table. Drink some water. If you feel unwell, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. Thank you, but I don't need to go to the hospital. I don't have any external injuries. The girl picked up the cup of water, politely thanked him, and took a deep breath. You can ask your questions. Okay, then I'll ask. Chin Yu sat down again, took out the inquiry notebook, and started recording. Name? Lin Yinlei. Age? 20 years. Gender? Lin Yinlei looked a bit confused. Can't you tell? It's being recorded by the body camera. I have to ask, Chin Yu explained with a smile. Female. Residence. When Lin Yinlei heard this, she hesitated a bit. Fongbei City. You're from the Special Zone capital? Yes. Why are you here? For work or for a residence transfer? Although Qin Yu had never worked in inquiries, the notebook had simple and understandable forms, which he quickly grasped. He was also worried about making mistakes on his first inquiry, so he asked very detailed questions. For work. After verifying the basic information, Qin Yu began to prepare questions about the case. You were kidnapped. Where did it happen? Do you know who the perpetrators were? I'm not sure. I just came from. Just as Lin Yinlei was about to answer questions about the case, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Director Li entered with Lao Mao and others. Qin Yu turned around and immediately stood up to greet him. Director Li. How's the inquiry going? Director Li asked with his hands behind his back. I'm verifying the basic situation. Hello, Miss Lin. After nodding at Qin Yu, Director Li extended his hand politely to Lin Yinlei. I'm the police chief. Li. Hello. Lin Yinlei nodded and shook hands with him. Someone from the online broadcast is here to pick you up. You can go now. After considering for a moment, Director Li said with a smile, we'll handle the case. The remaining 2 suspects won't escape. Qin Yu felt a bit curious upon hearing this because Director Li had not been in the room earlier. Yet he knew the girl's name and seemed to plan to release her without further questioning. For this reason, Qin Yu took a few more glances at the girl. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure. Although her face was a bit dirty and her hair was messy, it couldn't hide her delicate features. Lao Mao mentioned that Lin Yinlei resembled the previously popular Jun Jihyun, but Qin Yu thought she was even more attractive. Her eyes were larger and more expressive, and her figure was proportionate. Most importantly, the girl had very fair skin, clear and translucent, like a porcelain doll. In this era, how could someone's child be maintained like this? Clearly, Director Li's sudden visit, without even conducting a basic inquiry before preparing to release her, had its reasons. After a brief exchange between Lin Yinlei and Director Li, everyone went downstairs together. 5 minutes later, downstairs, a few middle-aged men got out of a pure electric car, chatted cheerfully with Director Li, and hurriedly took Lin Yinlei away. Qin Yu glanced at the pass on the windshield and saw it was a vehicle from the publicity department of Songjiang City. After watching Lin Yinlei leave, Director Li went aside to make a few phone calls and then turned back to shout, "Come to my office." What is going on? Qin Yu turned to ask Lao Mao. Lao Mao scratched his nose and replied in a low voice, "You really stepped in it. You just arrived and already caught the attention of the higher-ups." Well, it's normal. Capable people want to go wrong wherever they are. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt reassured. A few minutes later, in the office, Director Li patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and sighed. "I said you have some qualities, but I didn't expect you to shine so quickly. It was a coincidence." Qin Yu grinned. Long face, really long face. Director Li couldn't hide his joy and turned around in the room, jokingly scolding. This Matsushita has a lot of serious cases against him. He has someone the headquarters wants to catch, but he had been hiding in the planning area for the past 2 years, and the higher-ups didn't have the means to catch him. Yet he just returned and got taken down by you. I can boast at the bureau meeting tomorrow. You've given me a boost right after joining. It's commendable. Qin Yu listened quietly, not responding. Sigh. Director Li bent down to sit in his chair, lit a cigarette that Qin Yu gave him, and continued with a somewhat regretful expression. If this were someone else, they could jump from a 3rd-level officer straight to 1st level. And being a group leader would be a piece of cake. But it's a bit difficult for you. You just arrived. And your data has only been in the system for less than 24 hours. If I push you up, there might be some gossip. Upon hearing this, Lao Mao immediately defended Qin Yu. Merit isn't something you can impose. It's earned through hard work. Who tracked down Matsushita? Who killed him? Who saved the hostage? These are all clear facts. What is there to worry about? If you listen to others, you wouldn't even be able to take a dump. How could you be a chief? Watch your mouth when you talk to me. The usually calm Director Li shot an awkward glance at Qin Yu and immediately scolded Lao Mao. Lao Mao blinked and fell silent. Xiao Qin, the credit is yours. No one can take it away. But the situation in the department is a bit complicated. You just arrived, and if I push you up, it would indeed have a negative impact, Director Li said expressionlessly to Qin Yu. But there's still plenty of time. We can take it slow. Director, you've helped me a lot. I'm satisfied. Qin Yu smiled. It's no big deal. Within a month, I'll upgrade you from intern to 3rd level. Tomorrow, I will have someone write the case report and send it to the police department. I estimate that getting a 3rd-class merit award for an individual shouldn't be a problem. Once the certificate arrives, your promotion to 2nd-level officer at the end of the year will be a natural progression. Director Li pondered for a moment and continued. Right now, I can't make you the team leader because you've been here too short a time, and there are no familiar faces in the team. Suddenly becoming the team leader, no one would respect you. How about this? I will talk to Yuan Ku and have you become the deputy team leader. This appointment is decided within the department, not part of the system, and has no official title, but once you get familiar with things, I will find a vacancy and officially promote you. Additionally, this case will grant you a bonus of 3,000, and at the end of the month, you'll also receive an advanced individual award. Thank you, Director. Qin Yu was actually quite pleased with this outcome and immediately saluted in gratitude. All right, let's leave it at that. Director Li waved his hand and said, "You two can go now. Please rest early. Off you go." As he finished speaking, Qin Yu and Old Cat left together. After taking a sip of water, Director Lee was just about to get up and head home when the phone rang. Hello? Director Lee. I wanted to ask about the case report. How should we write about the situation on Old Sand's side? Should we consider Team Leader Yuan's perspective? Director Lee pondered for a moment. I have heard some things about him. That kid didn't go to the restaurant to catch people. How about this? You should emphasize that point. The next day at noon, in the hospital. What did they say? Old Sand asked a colleague lying in bed. The medical expenses for the injured will be fully covered by the department, and they will apply to the police department for a collective third-class merit award for our team. As for economic rewards, apart from Chinyu, each of the seriously injured participants will receive 5,000, and those not injured will get 3,000. The colleague replied with a downcast look. Old San was stunned for a long time upon hearing this. What about Chinyu and Old Cat? I don't know about Old Cat. The colleague shook his head and replied, but I heard that Director Lee has already promised Chinyu that he will definitely promote him to a second-level officer by the end of the year and will also apply for a personal third-class merit award for him. Haha, and the office has already informed the team that he will be made the deputy team leader. Old San's head buzzed as he asked, is there still any justice? Is there still fairness? Is Chinyu that bastard's illegitimate son? I contributed the most, got hit the hardest. And when I thought my buddy and I would have to meet at the martyrs' cemetery, the one who benefits in the end is a rookie who just arrived. Why? Why does the department apply for a personal third-class merit for him, but only a collective one for me? Look at this bullet wound on my butt. If I hadn't dodged quickly, the bullet would have gone straight into my rectum. And the department only gives me a bonus of 5,000. What does that mean? I just want to ask you, what does that mean? What use is it to ask me? The colleague rolled his eyes. Someone in the team spoke up for you. But Director Lee shot it down with one sentence. The death toll is a hard indicator. Whoever causes it gets the credit. Moreover, Chinyu didn't kill on the spot. He chased him down and shot him. And we all know why we went to the restaurant. Don't say any more. Old San was too tired to listen and lay back on the bed, muttering, my mom always said I had bad luck. Old San was very indignant. He felt that Chinyu had snatched the credit that rightfully belonged to him. But in fact, Chinyu felt a bit wronged because the biggest beneficiary of this incident wasn't him, but Old Cat, who Director Lee hadn't even mentioned before. A first-level officer directly became a third-level team leader. At the same time, an internal position adjustment quietly made Old Cat the deputy team leader of the third team. And the application for a personal third-class merit award was approved within a day. Not many people in the department knew about this. But those who did were privately speculating about Old Cat's relationship with Director Lee, as well as with Chinyu. They also lamented that hard work couldn't compete with good luck, and good luck couldn't match controlling one's destiny. The day after the little storm settled, Old San's supporter, Yuan Ku, boarded the train returning to Songjiang City. Chapter 7. Meeting team leader Yuan. Although Chinyu had tasted some sweet rewards from the Songxia case and received praise from Director Lee, his status in the team did not improve. In fact, among the 45 members of the first team, most colleagues treated him like air. Except for Chi Lin, Old Cat, and a few marginalized colleagues who were somewhat close to him, the core members of the first team basically faced him with cold expressions. If only outsiders treated Chinyu this way, he could still tolerate it. But even his roommates, with whom he needed to coexist daily, were playing cold violence against him. These people didn't trouble him, but they also wouldn't talk to him. As soon as Chinyu entered the room, everyone would either fall silent or leave together. And once he was gone, they would return, playing cards or chatting. Everyone treated Chinyu this way mainly because he had offended Old San and was seen as a thorn in the side. And having snatched the credit right after arriving inevitably caused jealousy among some. If it were someone else, they might regret offending Old San. But Chinyu felt none of that because he was inherently a bit cold. Not everyone could enter his heart. Plus, he didn't believe that ingratiating himself with others and bowing and scraping would help him integrate into any circle. He felt that living in such an environment, if one were overly weak, it would foster an insatiable mentality in others. If Old Sin could suppress him once, he could suppress him 100 times. If today he silently worked an extra 3 shifts, Old Sin might just make him work for next time. If it continued, he might end up washing others' clothes and cleaning the dormitory, which was absolutely unacceptable for Chinyu. Although Chinyu felt indifferent towards his colleagues' cold violence, staying in the dormitory was indeed somewhat awkward. After all, living under the same roof, if everyone looked down on each other and wore cold faces every day, it would definitely affect one's mood. The Songxia case had brought Chinyu a bonus of 3,000, which he hadn't budgeted for before, so once the money arrived, he decided to rent a place to live alone. Since they couldn't get along, it was better to not see each other and not get upset. However, Chinyu was unfamiliar with the local situation and could only ask Old Cat to help him find a place. The conditions were that it shouldn't be too expensive, must have electricity, and be livable. Old Cat thought Chinyu was tough and straightforward, and he could get along well with him, so he readily agreed. The next day, as Chinyu entered the office to prepare for his handover and officially start work, someone suddenly called out from outside. Chinyu, team leader Yuan is calling you to the cafeteria. Hearing this, Chinyu turned around, just as he was about to ask the person who called him, but found that the person had already left and clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation. Chinyu smiled, grabbed his coat, and walked out of the office. In the cafeteria of the department, after inquiring with the staff, Chinyu looked up and saw team leader Yuan sitting by the window. Yuan Ku was about 178 or 179 centimeters tall, slim, with fair skin and handsome features. Plus, he had a pair of peach blossom eyes, with the inner corners slightly downward and the outer corners slightly upward, giving people the impression that his eyes seemed to smile, making a good first impression. Hello. You must be team leader Yuan. I am Qin Yu. Hee hello. Yuan Ku smiled, stood up, and shook hands with Qin Yu. Originally, I was supposed to come to pick you up the day before yesterday when you just arrived at the team, but unfortunately, I wasn't in Songjiang a few days ago and just got back today. I heard about it and know you went to Fongbei for a meeting. Are you all settled in? Yuan Ku gestured for Qin Yu to sit down. Yes, all the necessary procedures have been completed. Qin Yu sat across from Yuan Ku. That's good. Yuan Ku personally poured a glass of water for Qin Yu, smiling as he said, I heard about the kidnapping case. You gave the team leader some face. It was just a coincidence, with a bit of luck involved. Qin Yu smiled broadly. When I came over this morning, I had a chat with Director Li, and he mentioned your situation to me. Yuan Ku, with his hands in his pockets, naturally shifted to the main topic. Originally, if someone like Matsushita could be caught, the main investigators would definitely be recognized, and everyone below the rank of chief would at least get a promotion. So, Li's intention is to let you be the team leader directly and promote you to a level 2 officer. But since you've just arrived, and this incident happened so quickly, it seems a bit coincidental. If we push for it, it might raise some eyebrows. So, Li and I thought about it and decided to let you wait a bit longer. There's no rush. We have plenty of time ahead. Yes. Director Li told me about this situation. Haha, I'm not in a hurry either. Qin Yu responded in agreement, saying, I just got here. I still need to adapt to the environment. No worries. What is meant to be yours, I will definitely fight for you. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the restaurant staff brought out 2 plates of hot dishes and 2 plates of cold dishes, not only beef, but also some expensive vegetables. This made Qin Yu feel that Yuan Ku was quite generous in his dealings. At least he appeared to be an open-minded person. During work hours, we can't drink. Let us just have a simple meal. Yuan Ku refilled Qin Yu's water. This is good enough. Don't just look at it. Eat while it's hot. All right. As they spoke, the two began to use their chopsticks, while Yuan Ku also observed Qin Yu out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that this young man from the planning area was not intimidated. While he wasn't wolfing down his food, he also didn't appear overly reserved. Xiaoqin, you go to Team 3, Yuan Ku said after a moment of silence. Suddenly, he added, the current team leader of this group was internally dealt with for dereliction of duty and embezzlement, and there's no one managing it now. So it's just right for you to act as the temporary team leader. Qin Yu was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? Director Li said I was supposed to be the deputy team leader. The temporary team leader is actually at the deputy team leader level, and Li's original intention was to promote you to a level 2 officer. Once your title comes through, we'll remove the temporary label. Yuan Ku replied with a smile. Matters within our team are easy to handle. Then thank you, team leader Yuan, for your support. Xiaoqin, this police station isn't run by me, but this team leader is built by everyone's effort. Without the 40 or 50 brothers in the first team working hard on cases, how could I, Yuan Ku, have the conversation with Director Li? Yuan Ku spoke succinctly, full of generosity and righteousness. Since you are here, you are one of my people. You support me, I'll take care of you. That is how it should be. We don't need to be polite. If you have any issues, just bring them to me. What is meant to be yours, I will do my best to fight for. We eat from the same pot. Our roles are different, but essentially the same, which is to live a bit better in this chaotic environment. Qin Yu initially thought he had offended Lao San, believing he was seen as a troublemaker. Even if they wouldn't openly deal with him, they would still throw him a pair of small shoes to wear, to assert some dominance. But unexpectedly, what Yuan Ku said today was very sincere, with no pretentiousness or indirectness, which warmed Qin Yu's heart. Team leader Yuan, since you've said that, I'll raise my glass with water instead of wine, to toast you. Qin Yu wasn't someone who didn't know how to be grateful. He raised his glass and said earnestly, in the first team from now on, I will do my utmost to handle things well. As his words fell, the two downed their drinks in one go. After putting down the glass, Yuan Ku wiped his mouth, looked up at Qin Yu, and said, all right. We've finished talking about friendship. Let us discuss work matters. Okay, go ahead. This morning, the police station sent out a wanted notice. Some big criminals from the planning area might show up on the Black Street. This job has been assigned to the first team, and I came back to organize manpower to prepare to control them. Yuan Ku frowned and said to Qin Yu, but I still have an important case that needs manpower to handle. Since you just arrived and don't have experience dealing with big criminals, I want you to lead the people from Team 3 to handle this case first. What kind of case is it? Qin Yu asked. It's a drug trafficking case. Yuan Ku took a sip of water and explained, recently, we've seen a large batch of smuggled drugs appearing on the Black Street. Some are fake, and some come from irregular channels. No one has been managing this matter because wherever there's demand, there's a market. Right now, we can't even handle the big cases. So who has the manpower to control this? But 2 major pharmaceutical companies from the provincial capital have jointly pressured the government, saying this issue affects their market. You know, the more chaotic the world is, the more voice the rescue industry has. The upper echelons had no choice but to apply pressure downwards, causing our Songjiang pharmaceutical department leaders to call the police station every day. The police station is pressingly, because the main area where private drugs are rampant is on the Black Street. So Lee is almost driven mad, announcing during meetings that we must clear out all drug dealers on the Black Street within 3 months. Are we really going to clear them out? Or is it just talk during meetings? Qin Yu asked, blinking subtly. Yuan Ku was momentarily taken aback, his expression slightly surprised as he replied, it's for real. It's not just talk. We have to clear them out. Is Team 3 sufficient in manpower? You all start working, and once you get to the main clues, we will concentrate our firepower to take them down. Yuan Ku replied softly, but before we have the main clues, we still have to catch those big criminals. All right, I understand. Qin Yu was very clear in his mind that once he put on this uniform, he had to obey the orders here. That was an ironclad rule. And he currently had no choice in the matter. You also know that the current joint government crackdown on counterfeit drugs is unprecedented, which is also to protect the interests of pharmaceutical companies still engaged in research and the interests of many patients. Therefore, selling smuggled drugs, regardless of authenticity, as long as it exceeds 5 kilograms, is a death sentence. Yuan Ku reminded with a frown. So you must be careful in your work. The case must be solved. But the safety of team members and yourself must also be ensured. I understand. The information will be sent to Team 3 in the afternoon. You should familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible and get to know the team members as well. If necessary, you can treat everyone to a meal to build rapport. Haha, they are all young people. They are easy to approach. Yuan Ku stood up and was about to go settle the bill when he suddenly turned back to Qin Yu and said, oh, I forgot to mention. Lao San has that temperament. Sometimes he speaks and acts without thinking. Don't be like him. I'll find both of you to sit down together later. Let us turn the page on the past. Qin Yu was taken aback. That would be troublesome. Haha, I'll go settle the bill. It's almost time for work. Yuan Ku smiled at Qin Yu and walked towards the cash register. Qin Yu watched Yuan Ku's back and softly murmured, haha, quite magnanimous. In the afternoon, just as Qin Yu was about to return to Team 3, Lao Mao notified him to quickly go to No. 88, Tongbai Road in the Black Street area because a new house had been found. Qin Yu checked his phone and felt that there was still some time before work. So he immediately left. After walking for about 15 minutes, Qin Yu hurriedly arrived at the entrance of number 88 Tongbai Road, not seeing Lao Mao. But he heard someone shout from behind. Is it you? Qin Yu turned around at the sound and saw Lin Yinlei standing at the bottom of the steps in a fitted wool coat, smiling brightly. Her face devoid of the previous day's panic. She was turned away from the dazzling sun, looking like a woman who had walked out of a painting. Chapter 8, Team 3, Entrance of number 88. Qin Yu smiled and asked, Lin Yinlei, what are you doing here? I came here to look at the house. Lin Yinlei replied, brushing her hair, and casually asked, what about you? How coincidental. Qin Yu was taken aback. I'm also here to look at the house. Lin Yinlei blinked her sparkling eyes. Don't you have dormitories in the police station? Haha, there are too many people in the dormitory. I'm not used to it. So I wanted to rent a place outside. Oh, Lin Yinlei playfully nodded and gracefully extended her hand, saying, since it's such a coincidence, let's get to know each other. I still don't know your name. My name is Qin Yu. Thank you, brother Qin Yu. The reason Lin Yinlei took the initiative to talk to him was actually to say this. Qin Yu knew that Lin Yinlei was thanking him for saving her life in the alley, so he pretended to respond modestly, saying, it's my duty. No need to be polite. Lin Yinlei, hearing this, respectfully said, salute to you. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Yu didn't have much resistance to pretty girls, but due to previous circumstances, he couldn't flirt. Now that he felt somewhat settled, he was a bit eager to at least chat more with beautiful girls. I've already seen it and booked it. My colleague went shopping. And we'll leave once she gets back. Lin Yinlei responded enthusiastically. If you're renting here, we might run into each other again. When I get my salary, I'll treat you to a meal. Haha, then I need to see if the house is suitable first. I work at the network station, so I will definitely be in contact with the police station in the future. See you. All right. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu stepped into courtyard 88. Before he had a chance to ask Lin Yinlei for her contact information, she left with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, Old Cat was sitting on a stone stool and waved, calling out, Qin Yu, over here. Coming. Qin Yu hurried over upon hearing his voice. I heard you talking at the door just now. Who were you with? Old Cat casually asked. Did Qi Lin come too? No. I just ran into that girl who was kidnapped the other day and chatted for a bit. What? You ran into that girl? Where is she? Old Cat was stunned for a moment. Can you not act like you're going to eat someone? She already left. What was she doing here? Who was she with? What did she say? Old Cat asked with great interest. She works at the network station, not far from our police station. So she came to look at the house and happened to run into me. Qin Yu replied impatiently. Why are you asking so many details? Did she rent a place in this courtyard? It seems she did. Old Cat frowned in thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Qin Yu and asked, Hey, do you need a roommate or anything? I can cook. You really are something. Qin Yu replied, speechless. She really attracted me. Brother, Old Cat said, chattering on. Why don't we share the rent? We can live together, I'm telling you. Let's talk about it later. We need to look at the house first. Qin Yu waved his hand, urging, hurry up, I still need to go back to the team later. All right, let's look. With that, the two stepped into the main hall of the house. The house Old Cat showed Qin Yu was about 30 square meters, with some simple furniture and freshly painted walls. The overall environment looked clean, but the price was a bit high. The female landlord was asking for $300 a month, and payment was required every 6 months. This price was indeed not low, but it was reasonable. Because Courtyard 88 is located in the area where the municipal government institutions of Songjiang City are concentrated. Close to the television station, network broadcast station, police station, transportation department, etc. This is also why Qin Yu and Lin Yinlei were able to run into each other. Their workplaces were originally not far apart, and even if they didn't meet here, there would be future opportunities to see each other. The common currency in the 9th Special Zone is the newly issued yuan, while the world common currency is the alliance currency issued by the unified government's subsidiary institutions. Of course, the EU region also has its own currency, the euro, but that is not the focus for now. The exchange rate is approximately 1 alliance currency to 6 yuan. Since a yuan has just been issued, its purchasing power is quite high, roughly calculated. It might be about 10 times the previous purchasing power of the RMB. So, 300 yuan is equivalent to about 3,000 yuan before. Currently, Qin Yu's salary is only 500 a month, and if he rents this house, after deducting food and drink, he would basically have no money left each month. This also reflects the living conditions of the lower-class people in the 9th Special Zone, where the cost of living is rising day by day due to dwindling resources. And with relatively many people in few positions, income is very low. This is why Qi Lin is racking his brain to become a second-level police officer. It's because a higher title means a higher salary. Seeing that Qin Yu was interested in this house, but was a bit reluctant about the 300 yuan rent, Old Cat said softly, in the police station, aside from timid guys like Qi Lin, who are solely focused on being sycophants, most people don't really rely on their salaries to live. I can see you're not exactly innocent either. You'll definitely need to get some gray income. Do you have gray income? Qin Yu asked sideways. Of course, how could I not? What gray income do you have? I specialize in bullying those who are on probation. If they don't pay their share, I take care of them, Old Cat shamelessly replied. Qin Yu was speechless. Stop thinking about it, just rent it. I can come over to stay sometimes too, Old Cat persuaded again. After contemplating for a while, Qin Yu thought that he might not find a better or cheaper place for the time being. And since this courtyard was indeed very close to the police station, he hesitated and finally said, all right, I'll rent it. Let us start with half a year. After work in the afternoon, in a less than 50 square meter office area, 9 young people in uniforms stood at attention. Yuanka looked at everyone with a smile and said, let us keep it brief. Although Qin Yu had just arrived, he had successfully shot down the notorious criminal Matsushita and solved the kidnapping case. Therefore, the office and team decided to temporarily appoint Qin Yu as the team leader of Group 3. The crowd looked at each other for a long time before breaking into warm applause. Qin Yu's personal third-class merit had already been reported to the office, and his rank would be promoted in due course, so don't harbor any other thoughts. I've said before, as long as you can do it, you'll be in Group 1, and I will definitely promote you. This applies to everyone. After Yuan Ku finished speaking, he reached out and pulled Qin Yu, saying, let us introduce you to everyone. Hearing this, Qin Yu stepped forward, wearing a neatly pressed light green police uniform, with 2 crutches resting on his shoulder. He saluted and said, my name is Qin Yu, and I hope to get along well with everyone in the future. Among the crowd, Qi Lin stared blankly at Qin Yu, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Just a few dozen hours ago, he had personally brought this newcomer into the team. But in less than 2 days, the person had become his superior. This feeling was indeed a bit uncomfortable. I'll say it again. Everyone who wears this uniform must obey the rules here. Although Qin Yu was new, he warned, if anyone bullies the newcomers, messes around, or affects work, don't say I want to recognize you. Yuan Ku smiled and reminded everyone before turning back to Qin Yu and saying, all right, you can chat. All right, Qin Yu nodded. Thank you, Captain Yuan. No need to be polite, Yuan Ku said as he floated away. In the office area, Qin Yu looked at everyone and casually took out a box of cigarettes he usually hesitated to smoke, smilingly saying, I happened to run into some good luck and mistakenly became the team leader, but my personal experience is definitely less than yours. So in the future, I will still need everyone's help with case matters. Come on, relax, have a smoke. Qin Yu's words were purely a polite opening, meant to draw closer to everyone. But unexpectedly, a relatively older youth on the far left of the crowd casually took the cigarette from Qin Yu's hand, skillfully tore open the packaging, and said, brother, you've got good stuff, you can even get hold of roasted tobacco? Qin Yu was taken aback and replied with a smile, a good friend gave it to me. The person who spoke to Qin Yu was named Zhu Wei, an old hand in Group 3, who had been working for 4 to 5 years. Due to his blunt personal style, he has never been able to rise up. However, if Qin Yu had not come, the internal selection might have nominated him as the group leader, as his qualifications were solid, and he usually got along well with Yuan Ku. Zhu Wei took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then passed the cigarette pack to others. Sit down, everyone, Qin Yu called out. Just then, Zhu Wei suddenly reached out and slapped Qin Yu's arm, laughing as he said, this stuff is still enjoyable, it feels good to smoke. Brother, you handle things openly. No hiding, haha. There was nothing wrong with what he said, but the slap landed right on the bruise on Qin Yu's arm. He had been grazed by a stray bullet while confronting Matsushita that day, and it hadn't fully healed yet. Ouch! Qin Yu winced in pain. Furrowing his brows and stepping back, turning to look at Zhu Wei. Wei Gu, the group leader, has an injury. At this point, Qi Lin had already changed how he addressed Qin Yu, unconsciously calling him the group leader. What happened? Zhu Wei asked casually, looking at Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei and replied with a smile. I got grazed by a bullet while dealing with Matsushita. Just a graze? That is nothing. Just go to the hospital for some medicine later. Zhu Wei grinned. Don't bother with the shot, it won't kill you. And you'll lose half a month's salary for just one injection. Hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei and said nothing more. Just motioned for the others to take their seats. Once all 10 members of the third group were seated, they began to talk quietly among themselves. During their initial conversations, Qin Yu learned about the situation in the third group. This group consisted of 10 people, including 3 Thais, 1 foreigner, and 6 locals. However, since the 9th special zone is located in the northeastern part of the country, Mandarin is the official language, and they had been living here for a considerable time. So their Mandarin was quite fluent, albeit with a bit of a northeastern accent. After some simple communication, everyone began to focus on studying the drug trafficking gang's information. As evening fell, after checking 2 old police cars assigned to the third group downstairs, Qin Yu turned back to the office, only to find it empty, with only Qi Lin and the foreigner, Lao He, fiddling with the clue book. Where's everyone? Qin Yu asked. Brother Zhu took them out for something, Qi Lin replied. Qin Yu frowned. I said to study the case, and we still have a meeting tonight. Why did he suddenly take people out? Is there a case? No. It seems he took them for some personal matter. It's not even off duty yet, and he just takes people without even a word? Qin Yu muttered with an expressionless face. Qi Lin remained silent for a moment, and didn't he respond? Qin Yu furrowed his brows, sat in his chair, and looked down at the landline phone, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. What does Zhu Wei mean? Is he trying to play his own game? On the first official day leading the third group, Qin Yu's test had already begun. Chapter 9. Wind rising at Dirt Street at 5:30 in the evening. Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and the foreigner Lao He had just finished eating in the cafeteria when Zhu Wei returned with the others. Haha went out? Qin Yu asked while sitting in his chair. Zhu Wei gulped down water and casually replied, some kid was causing trouble for my family, so I took my brothers to check it out. It's all sorted now. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Okay, then let us talk about the case. Are we all working overtime tonight? Zhu Wei put down his water cup and casually walked over to Qin Yu, asking, got any cigarettes? Give me one. None left, just that one pack, all smoked up. Damn, you smoke pretty fast. You guys should save some of this good stuff. Zhu Wei opened his drawer, took out an electronic cigarette, took a puff, and asked, are we working overtime tonight? Yeah, Captain Yuan instructed that we need to investigate this case quickly. Qin Yu nodded and replied, tonight we'll work hard. First get a feel for the situation and understand how the drug dealers operate. Upon hearing this, everyone remained quiet. But Zhu Wei plopped down on the desk and said again, we don't even need to probe. The drug dealers are all working on Dirt Street. We can catch them easily if we go over. Qin Yu was taken aback. We can find them just by going there? Come on. If it wasn't he for the higher-ups giving us a heads up, who would care about these drug dealers? Zhu Wei said, counting on his fingers. They're openly selling drugs on Dirt Street. I've run into them many times. Captain Yuan told me that the drug control here in the special zone is very strict. Do they dare to sell like this? Our 9th special zone is different from other areas, Qi Lin explained, because it was built later and is the only special zone composed of so many ethnic groups. So the situation is more complicated. Last year, during the chief executive election, there were military conflicts in Songjiang and Fongbei. It was quite chaotic. Oh, Qin Yu nodded and asked, so can we sweep the streets directly? Is that feasible? Just as Qi Lin was about to reply, Zhu Wei interrupted. What is the problem? Right now, while the crackdown on drug dealers is still in effect, let us grab a few clues, and the case will be easier to solve. Qin Yu felt that Zhu Wei was a bit unreliable. This guy was quite blunt, so he turned to Qi Lin and asked, do you think it's appropriate to investigate directly? I'm not familiar with the situation over there. Qi Lin scratched his head. Zhu Wei laughed, sneering. Qi Lin is good at avoiding work. Whenever there is something to do, he hides, and when it's dangerous, he doesn't go. So how would he know about the situation over there? The remark was a bit harsh, but Qi Lin just smiled and remained silent. Xiaoqin, you just got here. Listening to me will definitely be fine. Let us head out tonight and sweep the area, grab a few clues, and it'll be easier later. Zhu Wei shouted without any awareness of his position. Brothers, let us move around. I'll go sign out some guns from the armory. Everyone was already used to following Zhu Wei's orders, so they all stood up. Qin Yu remained seated, staring at Zhu Wei, and didn't he stop him, only softly said, all right, let us go check the situation. Zhu Wei jumped off the desk, slapped Qin Yu's arm cheerfully. Brother, with you in the third group, you've hit the jackpot. Our brothers aren't the kind to just deal with formalities. You handle things openly, and Brother Zhu will definitely support you. After being slapped, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and glanced at his arm. Damn, I forgot. You have an injury, Zhu Wei realized, quickly stepping forward and asking, are you okay? Qin Yu looked up at him. I'm fine. You go get your gun first. Okay, I'll go first. Zhu Wei turned and left. Qin Yu glanced at Zhu Wei's back, his brows slightly furrowed, deep in thought. Group leader, Zhu Wei is different from Lao San. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Just a bit careless, loves to joke around, and doesn't consider others' feelings. Qi Lin walked over and said softly, Don't take it to heart. You may have encountered people like Zhu Wei in your life. They often make inappropriate jokes regardless of your personality, always acting casual and never treating themselves as outsiders. They completely disregard others' feelings when dealing with matters. And when you want to get angry with them, they just grin and say, "We're just joking around. Why are you so petty?" And continue behaving the same way, absolutely unchanging. If you meet such people in ordinary circles, you might choose to distance yourself and ignore them in the future, but Qin Yu couldn't he do that. Because Zhu Wei was his colleague, and they had to work together every day, he couldn't he avoid him. But with Zhu Wei's reckless behavior, often giving orders without distinction, and stealing the spotlight from the group leader in front of regular officers, how would Qin Yu work in the future? The most difficult part is that all three groups are friends of Zhu Wei. If you take action against him as soon as you arrive, it could easily create internal conflicts. What should we do? While Qin Yu was weighing this in his mind, Qi Lin was observing coldly. He also wanted to see when this newcomer would turn against Zhu Wei. After the fallout, would he still be able to remain as the leader of Group 3? At 8:30 p.m., two police cars stopped at the entrance of Tuza Street. Qin Yu and the others got out of the car in plain clothes and strolled into the street. Tuza Street is the most chaotic area in the entire black market district, home to tens of thousands of people who have residency rights but lack stable jobs. On both sides of the road, in front of every shop with pink lights, there were at least 7 or 8 women standing, posing and waving to attract customers. In the dark alleys, you could often see drug addicts, their noses running, staring blankly at the street. These people are homeless. One day they might steal. The next they might rob, just to get something to eat or buy some drugs. Just when they feel a little happiness. A heavy snowfall could bury them in these cold alleys. Qin Yu had seen too many people like this in the planned area, and he was numb to the environment, just keeping his head down and walking forward. After walking nearly a kilometer, they finally stopped in front of a shop without a sign. Zhu Wei scratched his nose and whispered, "This one sells drugs. Looks like not many people are around." Qin Yu turned his head to scan the surroundings and quietly said, "I'm not very familiar with the situation here. If we just arrest them, can we take them away?" Qi Lin thought for a moment and replied, "We'll catch them in the act. Wait for customers to come in before we go in." Qin Yu stood by the roadside, frowning and thinking for a long time. Finally voicing his concerns, "They dare to do business openly here, so they must have some precautions, right? I'm afraid we won't be able to catch them and instead create a stir." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei's expression turned impatient as he said, "I already told you. No one has dealt with this before. If you want to clean it up, you need to act suddenly. By the time you investigate secretly, they will definitely catch wind of it, and it will be much harder to solve the case then." Qin Yu indeed lacked experience living in the 9th Special District, and wasn't he an expert in case solving. So after pondering for a while, he turned to ask Lao He, "Zabi, do you think we can catch them? This kind of thing really hasn't been managed before." Lao He replied foolishly, "But if we keep probing for a long time, the news will definitely leak. There are no secrets in the office." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu immediately ordered, "The police cars are too conspicuous. We can't drive in. Lao He, Xiaolu, you two take the cars to the back street. Once we finish the arrest, we'll get in the car and leave." "Understood." The others dispersed to check their firearms and bulletproof vests. Qin Yu instructed again, "As soon as someone enters the shop across the street, we charge in." "Hee, you even came in a bulletproof vest? You really are cautious." Zhu Wei teased with a smirk, "These drug dealers don't have much of a reputation. A few years ago when I was on patrol, I used to beat them up. They're scared of trouble." Qin Yu shot Zhu Wei a glance and still cautiously instructed, "Let us get to work." Half an hour later, two young men led an old man into the shop with swagger. Qin Yu hid in the alley and asked through the walkie-talkie, "Observe through the glass and see if they're getting drugs." After a short wait, Qi Lin replied, "Yes. Move in." Qin Yu shouted immediately, "They've gone inside." As soon as he finished speaking, 8 people charged from 3 directions to the entrance of the shop, pulling open the wooden door and rushing inside. In the dark hall, the 2 young men and the old man were standing by the counter, packing drugs, while a burly young man inside, holding an e-cigarette, looked shocked at the door. Zhu Wei stepped forward, gun in hand, and pointed at the burly young man, shouting, "Police! Hands on your head and stand to the side." The young man snapped back to reality, hurriedly stepped back, inadvertently revealing a gun at his waist and not immediately complying. In such a chaotic environment, criminals might act aggressively when facing officers, so when Zhu Wei saw he had a gun, he yanked the young man's collar and, not holding back, swung the butt of his gun at the young man's head. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Wei struck the young man 6 or 7 times, but he was still struggling. In a panic, he grabbed the young man by the hair and slammed his head against the corner of the counter. Blood flowed from the young man's head as he rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, there was a rush of footsteps from upstairs. A bald man in a military coat rushed down, his eyes wide with shock as he scanned the situation in the room, grabbing a walkie-talkie and shouting, "Damn it! The second shop has been raided. Everyone come out." Silence. A brief silence followed. Suddenly, deafening footsteps echoed on the street, and dozens of people poured out from the nearby houses and buildings, holding knives, steel pipes, chains, and guns, blocking the entrance of the shop like a tide. Qin Yu watched the crowd outside, his scalp tingling as he recalled the scene of raiding grain in the planned area. And he couldn't help but disengage the safety on his gun. "Zhu Wei, seeing the scene outside through the glass, began to sweat and swallowed hard. When did the group grow to this scale? This is a bit too much. Chapter 10. Tuza Street. I rule the world with one hand inside the shop. The bald man draped in a military coat stood on the wooden stairs, his gaze cold as he scanned the burly young man knocked down by Zhu Wei. Asking in a low voice, "Whose dog is loose, daring to cause trouble in my shop?" Qin Yu felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He turned to look at the shop entrance and saw over 20 people had pulled the door open and blocked the exit. "We are the police." Zhu Wei snapped back to reality, reaching into his pocket with his left hand to take out his work ID, holding it to his chest. "Anyone unrelated, don't move. We're here to investigate a drug case." "He." The bald man sneered. "Who is selling fake drugs here?" Zhu Wei, holding his gun, shouted at the counter. "We saw these people trading with our own eyes when we arrived." "You saw? You represent the law, huh?" The bald man stood firmly on the stairs, pointing at the people at the door, shouting, "Ask them, who saw these people selling drugs?" As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 20 people at the door fell silent, only stepping forward with their weapons, surrounding the members of Group 3 in the living room. Zhu Wei felt extremely awkward standing there, unsure of what to say, and he began to feel intimidated because none of the people who rushed and looked friendly. Qin Yu hesitated briefly, then stepped forward to speak. "Fuck." Just then, the burly young man who had been knocked down by Zhu Wei suddenly sat up, clutching his bleeding head, and cursed, "You son of a bitch, daring to hit me here? Don't move," shouted the young man beside Qi Lin, pointing at him. "Don't move? Screw you." The burly young man sprang up from the ground without saying a word, swinging his fist and smashing it into Zhu Wei's head with a thud. "With a piece of junk gun? Are you trying to scare your dad?" Zhu Wei staggered back 3 or 4 steps. "Don't hit. Don't move. You're attacking law enforcement." The members of Group 3 were somewhat in sync. Seeing Zhu Wei being hit, they immediately charged forward to surround the burly young man. "I just attacked you. What is it to you?" The strong young man almost got crushed by Zhu Wei just now, and at this moment, anger surged inside him. He turned around, grabbed a knife used for cutting box tape from the counter, and rushed forward, shouting, "Damn it, it's not just you few. Even if Li Fatty sends 500 more people, if I'm not happy, you won't get out of here." With a furious roar, the strong young man lunged at the crowd with the knife. Qi Lin had been hiding, but he didn't expect the young man to stab towards his direction first, as Zhu Wei quickly stepped aside to avoid the incoming knife. "Damn," Qi Lin cursed, realizing he couldn't dodge in time and could only stick his butt back to protect his vital parts. Just as the knife was about to stab into Qi Lin's body, Qin Yu squeezed through the crowd and grabbed the strong young man's knife with one hand. His palm gripped the blade, and blood instantly gushed out, streaming down to the floor. Qi Lin, still in shock, took 2 steps back and looked at Qin Yu in astonishment. After a brief silence, the strong young man glared at Qin Yu and yelled, "You can grip a knife with your hand. Does that make you invulnerable?" After saying this, the strong young man tried to stab again. Qin Yu swiftly seized the young man's wrist with his left hand and called out to the middle-aged man on the stairs. "Big brother, we're not here to cause trouble. The department has received reports about fake medicine being sold here. We had no choice but to come and take a look, but as soon as we entered, your brother wanted to pull a gun. My colleague had no choice but to defend himself to control the situation." The bald man, wearing a military coat, bent down and sat on the stairs, pulling out an e-cigarette without responding. Qin Yu still held onto the strong young man's wrist, smiling as he continued. "I just arrived in Songjiang and don't know how deep the waters are here on Tuza Street. Since it's a misunderstanding and there are no medicines being sold here, we'll just leave. How about that, big brother?" The bald man inhaled from his e-cigarette, a smile on his face, and asked, "If there are no medicines being sold here, why are you hitting people?" Qin Yu paused for a few seconds before replying, "Big brother, it's precisely because of people like you that we have food to eat. We all rely on each other to survive. It's not easy for anyone. So it's best if no one makes things difficult for anyone else, right? What can you do if I make things difficult for you?" The strong young man asked fiercely. The bald man exhaled a puff of yellow phlegm and still didn't speak. Qin Yu paused briefly, still smiling, and turned to the bald man. "Big brother, we might not be able to solve cases on Tuza Street, but once we're out of Tuza Street, don't you still have to do business?" Hearing this, the bald man's arm paused slightly before he spoke. "Let them go. Just let them go? Then I got hit for nothing?" The strong young man retorted. He turned to Qin Yu and shouted, "If you want to get out, fine. Strip off your shirts and frog jump out of Tuza Street. Don't go too far." Guan Qi, who had always been introverted in Team 3, shouted while gripping his gun. Smack! Qin Yu turned around and grabbed Guan Qi's arm, his expression serious as he said, "Jump if you have to. What's the big deal?" Guan Qi responded, feeling very aggrieved. "Team leader Qin, if we don't go out, will they have it easy? Damn it, there are so many of them. I'll make you listen to me." Qin Yu shouted with wide eyes. Guan Qi gritted his teeth and fell silent. "Strip off your clothes and frog jump out." Qin Yu called out to his team. On the stairs, the bald man suddenly asked quietly, "Why is it that so many people do this kind of work? But why are we the only ones being investigated on Tuza Street?" Qin Yu was taken aback and replied, "We received some reports, and the higher-ups asked us to come check it out. I'm not sure what is going on." The bald man slowly got up, walked upstairs, and said over his shoulder, "Tuza Street is a bit chaotic and bullies the weak. In the future, don't come here for no reason. With so many people outside, if everyone stabs once, where will you find the killers? After finishing his words, the bald man disappeared up the stairs. 5 minutes later, the 8 police officers, including Chinyu, were shirtless, squatting in a row, frog jumping towards the outskirts of Tuza Street. Dozens of young men with weapons looked on coldly, silent. Almost every window on both sides of the street was open, with some people smoking and others with their arms crossed, indifferent as they watched Chinyu and the others jump towards the outskirts. It was unclear how long it had been quiet when suddenly someone shouted from the right side of the building, "Come again, and I'll kill you." The roar echoed through the night for a long time. Immediately after, a large number of glass bottles, medicine jars, and waste items came crashing down from above. "Run!" Chinyu was the first to shout, and the group hastily disappeared into the night. Inside the second floor of the storefront, the bald man sat on a broken wooden chair, frowning as he asked the strong young man who was wrapping a bandage around his head, "Did the brothers scatter?" "Yeah. They all left." The strong young man nodded. "Call a few brothers over to move the goods." The bald man instructed quietly, "Don't put out any goods for now. Let things settle down a bit." The strong young man was taken aback. "Are you scared, third uncle?" "No. Those few just now were clearly inexperienced little cops." "Do we still need to guard against them? The price of medicine outside has skyrocketed, and how many poor patients on Tuza Street are counting on us to survive? If I shout, a few thousand people can rush out to help us. Do we still need to look at their faces? Do what you're told. Don't make things difficult for me." The bald man crossed his arms, speaking succinctly. "Hurry up and call a couple of brothers." I really am getting more timid as I go," Malatra muttered in dissatisfaction, ultimately unable to defy his third uncle, and went out to call his brothers to move the goods. On the outskirts of Tuza Street, Chinyu first put on his clothes, then pulled a medical kit from the car and hastily wrapped his injured hand with gauze. By the vehicle, Guanxi stared with wide eyes and cursed, "Damn it. The law enforcement can't beat the thieves, and in the end, we got stripped of our clothes and had a frog jump out. This is too embarrassing. If this gets back to the team, they'll laugh at us to death. We shouldn't have backed down. We shouldn't have stripped. What could they have done to us?" At this moment, Zhu Wei, in high spirits, complained to Chinyu, "You're just too timid. I'm telling you, it's not done like this in Songjiang. You're the team leader, and at critical moments, you need to step up." Chinyu bit down on the gauze, looked up at everyone, and said, "Everyone gather around. I have something to say." "What is it?" Guanxi asked. "Come here." Chinyu frowned and yelled. The group exchanged glances, all feeling low and even a bit impatient as they moved closer to Chinyu. They checked their ammunition, and those not wearing bulletproof vests took them from the car, while Lao He and Xiao Lu continued to handle the vehicle. Chinyu expressionlessly instructed everyone. They listened to Chinyu's words, looking confused. A few minutes later, inside the storefront, Malar was directing 3 brothers of the same age at the back door. "The car will take a while to arrive. After you finish loading this room's goods, go check the third shop. There are still some there." "Where are we moving the goods?" someone asked. "First, back to the warehouse." Malar complained nonchalantly. "Third uncle is just timid, making a fuss. If it were up to me, I'd just leave the goods here and sell them." Just as he finished speaking, footsteps suddenly appeared on the left side of the back door. Malar turned around with a cigarette in hand, and Chinyu, dressed in a light green bulletproof vest and wielding a half-meter-long anti-explosion shotgun, suddenly charged in. "Damn!" Bang! Chinyu's gaze was cold and stern as he raised his right leg and kicked Ma Lao Air in the chest. Whoosh! Thud! Ma Lao Air flew half a meter away, his back crashing into 3 boxes of goods, leaving him feeling a bit dazed. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Guanxi pointed his gun at Ma Lao Air's head. Bam! Without a moment's hesitation, Chinyu yanked the door and rushed into the storefront, heading straight for the second floor. Inside the room on the second floor, the intercom crackled with static, and a drug dealer running downstairs shouted loudly, "Third uncle, those guys are back." After a brief moment of surprise, third uncle stood up and reached for his gun. Bam! Chinyu racked the gun and called out to third uncle with a tilted neck. "The terrain in Tuja Street is too complicated. We've jumped around for ages and still can't get out. Big brother, you need to come with us and show us the way." Third uncle looked at Chinyu in shock, a backshot. Chapter 11. Just when you intend to cover the sky, your hand gets broken. Inside the second floor room, Chinyu didn't have time to waste with third uncle. He fired 2 shots, knocking the other party out, and Zhu Wei promptly cuffed him. "Let's go, hurry up." Chinyu pulled third uncle along, urging him as they rushed downstairs, shouting, "No need to chase the small fry. Take whoever you catch immediately, don't waste time." While shouting, Chinyu and Zhu Wei had already dragged third uncle out of the storefront. Outside, Ma Lao Air, being held down, bit Chi Lin's hand like a wild animal and shouted madly, "Damn it, grab your weapons, those cops are back." A commotion erupted on the street, and the surrounding drug dealers immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out. But Chinyu had made arrangements before coming. Seeing Ma Lao Air shouting, he swung the gun but smashed it against Ma Lao Air's mouth with a bang. Ouch! Ma Lao Air rolled on the ground in pain, turning his head to spit out 2 front teeth, his lips also cut open with a bloody hole. Sideways, Chinyu stepped across the road behind the storefront, waving his hand, urging, "Stop dawdling. Just grab 5 kilograms of dirty goods, and that'll be enough to convict them. What are you carrying boxes for? Are you stupid?" The silly old black finally threw down the box and grabbed 2 bags of antiviral medicine, quickly running into the alley across the road. On the street, a crowd surged forward, dozens of people rushing over. Bang, bang, bang. Chinyu fired 3 shots into the crowd, but they still didn't disperse, charging forward like madmen. And even returned fire. Damn it, these drug dealers are reckless. Chinyu found himself cornered at the alley entrance, realizing that firing his gun couldn't control the situation. So he turned and ran. Moments later, just as they had passed through the narrow alley, they heard the screeching sound of tires. Get in the car. Old Black and Xiao Lu shouted as they opened the doors of 2 vehicles. Chinyu and the others didn't dare to linger, shoving Ma Lao Er, third uncle, and 2 accomplices into the police vehicle, then jumping into the back of the truck. There were 2 types of police vehicles in the Black District. One was a 7-seat SUV, and the other was a 5-seat pickup with a truck bed. Pure sedan-style police cars were only for high-ranking officials like Director Lee, and were rarely seen on patrol. Because during this time, everyone valued practicality, and there weren't many resources to show off. Fortunately, police vehicles were constructed for practicality, at least with a truck bed for seating. Otherwise, everyone would have had trouble squeezing into the car. Virum. After everyone got in, Old Black slammed the gas pedal to the floor, speeding towards the outskirts of Tuja Street. During the rapid drive, gunfire rang out almost continuously. The car was riddled with bullets. The 2 Thai brothers sitting on the outside were basically all injured to varying degrees. Damn it, don't hold back, whoever's in front. Just hit them with the car. Chinyu shouted from the truck bed. Old Black didn't dare to look up normally, keeping his head low below the steering wheel. After continuously adjusting the car to knock over several people, the crowd rushing toward them finally began to disperse. After driving full speed through the Tuja Street area for about a minute, they finally broke free. Chinyu glanced back at the crowd of over 100 still chasing them, wiped the sweat off his face, and sighed. If this place isn't managed well, who knows what will happen in Songjiang? Smack. Just as he finished speaking, Chinyu heard a crisp sound above his head, followed by a sharp pain. Damn, brother. Zhu Wei slapped Chinyu on the back and exclaimed, "You've got guts." That backshot was beautifully done. Chinyu frowned and glanced at him without saying a word. At around 10 o'clock that night, inside the police office building, Chinyu finished stitching up his injured hand in the infirmary and stepped into the interrogation room. Ma Lao Er was slumped on the ground, looking at Chinyu with a sideways glance. "You're in trouble. It won't take 3 hours." Bang. Chinyu raised his foot and brutally kicked Ma Lao Er in the head. Damn. Ma Lao Er's head hit the wall, and stars appeared in his eyes. 500 people aren't effective, huh? Bang. Tuja Street, you're the toughest, huh? Bang. Damn, you think you're the boss? Bang, bang, bang. While cursing, Chinyu kicked Ma Lao Er's head 7 or 8 times until he collapsed on the ground, unconscious, blood gushing from his nostrils, his whole body twitching. "Come on, get some cold water, quick, pour it on our brother Ma to cool down this boiling hot blood." Chinyu shouted back at Old Black. Old Black didn't hold back either. He went to the bathroom and brought back a bucket of dirty water filled with ice shards, pouring it over Ma Lao Er's head with a whoosh. After less than half a minute, Ma Lao Er finally regained some consciousness. Chinyu stepped on Ma Lao Er's calf, bent down, and shouted at him, "You want to see frog jumps, huh?" Ma Lao Er looked at Chinyu with a somewhat frightened expression, no longer daring to talk tough. "Kneel," Chinyu suddenly shouted. Ma Lao Er jumped in fright and instinctively stepped back. "I said kneel." Chinyu pointed to the ground, glaring at him. Ma Lao Er was stunned and stuttered. "Don't make it too ugly, okay?" Upon hearing this, Chinyu immediately raised his right leg. Thud. Before his foot could kick Ma Lao Er's head, he quickly got up and knelt on the floor. "Kneel and frog jump. If I'm not satisfied, you can't stop. If you stop, I'll kick you." Chinyu grabbed Ma Lao Er's hair and spoke slowly. "Did you understand?" 2 minutes later, Ma Lao Er gritted his teeth and began to frog jump across the room in a kneeling position. A good man doesn't eat the immediate loss. Damn it. I admit it. Outside the door, working overtime for the interrogation tonight, Chi Lin asked. "No need. It's time to sleep." Chinyu shook his head and replied, "Let us leave it for one night. Tomorrow morning we'll interrogate those 2 kids for evidence. Otherwise, Ma Lao Er and that third uncle won't spill anything. These 2 obviously have been in this line of work for a long time." "Got it." Chi Lin nodded and asked, "Are you going back to your newly rented place? Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No need. I'll stay here tonight." Chinyu shook his head, just making do for one night. "I'll work tomorrow morning." "Okay." After exchanging a few words, Chinyu turned and went to the washroom, inside a certain entertainment venue in the Black District. Yuan Ku answered the phone, looking somewhat astonished as he asked, "Is this true?" Chinyu led a team to Tuja Street to arrest people, and he succeeded? Haha, this kid really surprised me. Chapter 12. The heart of a fierce tiger views the world. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, Yuan Ku sat in his independent office, smiling as he said to Chinyu, "Let's skip the pretense. Everyone who participated in the case last night will receive a subsidy of 300 yuan each, funded from the team budget." Chinyu was taken aback for a moment, but immediately gave a thumbs up. "That's great. Let's get on with the interrogation. I'm waiting for the results." "All right." Chinyu nodded. "Then I have nothing else. I'll head out." "Hey, wait a moment." Yuan Ko opened his small cabinet and took out a new pair of leather boots, asking, "What shoe size do you wear?" 43. Qin Yu replied. Perfect, we have the same size. Yuan Ku placed the shoebox on the table. A friend gave them to me. I haven't worn them. You take them. But these are quite expensive. What's a pair of shoes? Just take them. Yuan Ku waved his hand. Qin Yu glanced at the shoebox and suddenly realized that Yuan Ku was genuinely generous. Not just talking the talk. Because as long as you delivered, he would fight for the benefits that he could secure for you. Thank you, team leader Yuan. Don't mention it. Go on, Yuan Ku chuckled. Hey, Qin Yu took the shoebox and left. In the following 2 days, the brothers of Team 3 basically devoted all their energy to the interrogation work. However, what surprised Qin Yu was that both San Shu and Ma Lao Air were tougher than expected. Although the 2 lackeys had already spilled their guts, these 2 were either playing dumb or refusing to say a word. Interrogation wasn't Qin Yu's strength because this wasn't the planned area, and many of his experiences and methods were useless here. Moreover, in terms of pure interrogation experience with criminals, the other members of Team 3 were clearly more seasoned. So he decided to let Lao He, Guan Shi, and others handle it, while he just waited for leads and results. On Thursday afternoon, around 3 o'clock, while Qin Yu was chatting with Qi Lin, Lao He, Xiao Lu, and others in the office, Zhu Wei, having had a few drinks, swaggered back in from outside. Damn, no interrogation? Everyone's just resting? Zhu Wei asked, yawning. Yeah, just took a short break. Qin Yu nodded. Slap. Zhu Wei habitually patted Qin Yu's head. Go sit over there. Qin Yu laughed as he shifted in his chair. Stop messing with me. Why do you always pat my head? What is wrong with patting your head? You're about to get promoted, acting all high and mighty? Zhu Wei teased. Why did you go out for drinks during work hours? Qin Yu casually asked. Not that your body can handle it, but can your wallet? Drinks are expensive, right? I have a lot of friends and socializing. No choice, Zhu Wei answered, crossing his legs. My family is pushing me to get married. They introduced me to a Japanese girl, so I went to meet her and had a drink. Qin Yu nodded, deliberately pulling out a Chinese cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a lighter. What the hell? Zhu Wei was taken aback, immediately stretching his neck to curse. You bastard said you had no cigarettes. Why are you hiding them from your brother? This is the only one I have left. Qin Yu replied after taking a puff. Come on, stop bullying the team leader. This cigarette is expensive. Why do you keep mooching off me? Guan Shi jokingly chimed in, then laughed and extended his hand. But I'm different from him. I had a breakthrough today, so technically, you should give me one as a reward. If no one was willing to joke around or mess about, probably no one in the team would have dared to mess with Qin Yu. But with Zhu Wei being the usual joker, everyone felt a bit more relaxed, no matter the occasion or what they were doing. I really have no more. Qin Yu pushed Zhu Wei away. Damn, you're so stingy. Hurry up and give me one. Zhu Wei grabbed Qin Yu's wrist. Team leader, don't be stingy, share it. Half a stick for everyone is fine. Lao He joined in. I really don't have any left, Qin Yu said, leaning back in his chair. Grab him. Zhu Wei, reeking of alcohol, pressed down on Qin Yu's arm and shouted. Come on, hold him down. Let's check his pockets for cigarettes, and split them all. Damn it. This kid doesn't know the rules, being so stingy right after joining. Old Zhu, stop messing around. I really don't have any. Qin Yu laughed, emphasizing. Hurry up. Hold him down. Xiao Lu, hold his legs. Zhu Wei continued to rally. The atmosphere escalated. And apart from Qi Lin and the 2 injured Tai brothers who weren't present, all members of Team 3 rushed to the chairs, reaching out to pin Qin Yu down to grab his cigarettes. Damn, stop it. I really have none left. Qin Yu laughed as he playfully pushed against everyone, while the strong young guys joined Zhu Wei, creating a ruckus. What are we going to do today? It's like no one has ever smoked before. Qi Lin chuckled as he stood up to get some water. Damn it. I can't let you off this easy. Hurry up and take it out. Zhu Wei pressed down on Qin Yu's arm, reaching into his pants pocket. At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly grabbed the police dagger from the desk, pinching the blade with his thumb and index finger, and suddenly thrust it down. Puff. With one stab, Zhu Wei froze in place. Don't mess with me, or I'll stab you again. Qin Yu laughed and shouted, gripping the tip of the knife and aiming for Zhu Wei's thigh again. Puff. The second stab landed on Zhu Wei's leg, causing him to step back 2 paces. The other team members were frozen in shock at the sight of blood, while Qi Lin stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. Oh my god, what happened? Did you really stab him? I was just demonstrating. Qin Yu pretended to be surprised, quickly getting up and looking down at the wound on Zhu Wei's leg, asking, Are you alright? Zhu Wei was in pain and instantly became a bit frantic, pushing Qin Yu away. What the hell are you doing, playing with a knife? Qin Yu looked up at this moment, still smiling, and said, I told you not to mess with me. I can be heavy-handed. You kept joking around, and look what happened. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room fell silent, their expressions having lost the playful demeanor from before as they glanced at Qin Yu. Don't mess with me in the future, got it? Hee hee. Qin Yu smiled and put down the knife, reaching out to help Zhu Wei up. Come on, let's hurry to the medical room. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, looking at Qin Yu who was no longer angry, and simply followed him to the medical room. After this small incident, no one in Team 3 dared to make excessive jokes with Qin Yu anymore, including the usually reckless Zhu Wei. From Qi Lin's perspective as an observer, he clearly saw how Qin Yu dealt with Zhu Wei, and suddenly felt that while Qin Yu appeared to be chatting cheerfully with you, he might not be thinking about the current situation at all. You might think you were close and friends, but he could tell you when you had crossed the line in a way no one expected, while still saving face for you. At the same time, Qi Lin recalled that the usually domineering Lao Sin hadn't dared to provoke Qin Yu again since the kidnapping case, which indicated that Qin Yu had privately resolved that issue as well. From this moment on, Qi Lin realized that perhaps only someone like Qin Yu could navigate such a complex environment successfully. Bold, meticulous, understanding of human feelings, and knowledgeable about the world. After being tempered in the planned area for over a decade, perhaps he was just waiting for the opportunity to soar here. After parting ways with Zhu Wei in the medical room, Qin Yu remembered he had rented a place, but had been too busy to visit. So he called Lao Mao and headed to number 88 Courtyard. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Tuza Street, an old man around 60, leaning on a cane, said, "Qin Yu, I've never heard of him before. I had someone check, and he's new. He just arrived and caught Xiao Air and Demin. He must have someone backing him, right?" The old man pondered for a moment, then turned and instructed, "You take some people to look for this Qin Yu." Chapter 13. A friendship that can be openly discussed. In courtyard number 88, Old Cat was lying by the window of the house on the left, staring with wide eyes at Lin Yinlei's room. Why hasn't she come back so late? In the house on the right, Qin Yu shouted, "Can you come over and lend a hand? Did I invite you here just for the view? Don't shout, don't shout. I'm coming," Old Cat replied disinterestedly, turning to cross the courtyard and entering Qin Yu's room. "It's just a rented place. You usually just come back to sleep. And you still plan to turn it into a palace? You should tidy it up a bit. Living alone, shouldn't you keep it cleaner?" Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Help me sweep the floor. It's all dusty." "What? You want a vice captain like me to sweep the floor?" "Brother, you're getting a bit too arrogant," Old Cat retorted. "I'll treat you to dinner later." "That's more like it." Old Cat was a lazy person at heart. Usually, he just hung out in the dorm. So helping Qin Yu with chores today was quite a rare occurrence. The two worked together seamlessly, with Old Cat mainly directing and Qin Yu doing the labor. They kept busy until around 8 or 9 o'clock, but still hadn't seen Lin Yinlei return. "Where is she? Why hasn't she come back yet?" Old Cat actually came over today, mainly to see Lin Yinlei. "Stop looking. She's not your type." Qin Yu rolled his eyes. "Let's eat. Then let's go to Sister Air's place." "Forget Sister Air's place. I'll go out and buy some late-night snacks to make do." "What late-night snacks?" "Instant noodles, of course. It's convenient." "Damn, I help you move, and you feed me this?" "Instant noodles are cheap. Are you eating or not? If not, you can go home. We've worked all night and are pretty tired." Qin Yu replied with a sideways glance. "Damn it, you're really something. Okay, I'll add some sausages for you. It's settled." Qin Yu laughed as he tossed that remark and stepped out of the residence. There were a total of 5 households in the small courtyard. The landlady lived inside the iron gate in the inner courtyard and rarely came out. The remaining 4 households, Lin Yinlei and Qin Yu, lived on either side of the front entrance, while the last 2 families lived in the side rooms next to the inner courtyard, which had no water or electricity supply, and usually no one was seen. After Qin Yu returned with food, he boiled some hot water, had a simple dinner with Old Cat, and prepared to sleep early to continue interrogating Mahler and Demin the next day. "All right, we've finished eating. You can go back," Qin Yu said as he took off his coat. Old Cat burped. "Forget it. I'm not going back. I'm staying here tonight." "Brother, there's only a 1.5-meter bed. How are we going to sleep?" "I'll just hold you." Old Cat was too lazy to even clean up the leftover trash. He flopped down on the bed and kicked off his 2 smelly shoes. "Are you sick? Are you here for Lin Yinlei or for me?" Qin Yu asked, feeling a bit awkward. "Hey, have you ever played with a guy?" Old Cat asked curiously while lying on the bed. Qin Yu was taken aback, momentarily speechless. "I'm asking you a question. Have you ever?" "Have you?" Qin Yu countered. "I've seen others do it. I've heard it can stimulate the prostate." Old Cat started to ramble on about a story. "Shut up." Qin Yu felt a bit nauseous. "Are you going back or not?" "Not going back. It's too late. I'm staying here." Old Cat yawned and carelessly took off his clothes. Qin Yu had no choice but to wash up quickly and then got into bed too. However, there was only one blanket in the room, so after lying down, Qin Yu felt a bit awkward, especially since Old Cat's previous words were still lingering in his mind. Did they catch the drug dealers? Old Cat, now facing Qin Yu, had already closed his eyes and was starting to drift off. "Yeah," Qin Yu nodded. "They caught the 2 ringleaders." "Hee Yuan-ko must be overjoyed, right?" Old Cat sneered. "That bastard talks about righteousness and morality all day, but does nothing but shady things." This wasn't the first time Qin Yu had heard Old Cat say such things. "You seem to have some prejudice against the team, huh?" "It's hard to explain in just a few words, but I need to remind you that while you work, it's best not to get involved personally. Keep your legs away from me. If they touch, it'll be a problem," Qin Yu interrupted to remind him. "I didn't move my leg." "How could you not?" "It's already touching my leg." "That's not a leg," Old Cat insisted, eyes closed. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Qin Yu shouted. "It's me, Lin Yinlei. Are you back?" I'm back. Is there hot water?" "I just got off work, and the water is off. I can't wash up." Lin Yinlei didn't know Qin Yu was in the room, so she was leaning against the window, looking inside while knocking on the door, and she vaguely saw Qin Yu getting up from the bed. "Yes, just wait a moment." Qin Yu couldn't find any sleepwear, so he just put on his coat and opened the door. "Sorry for the trouble. You must have gone to bed already?" Lin Yinlei was wearing a plush coat, and her little face was flushed from the cold. "No problem. I still have hot water left." Qin Yu smiled. "I'll get it for you." "Thank you." Lin Yinlei was polite and didn't rush into the room. As Qin Yu turned to get the water, he said, "Your job seems tiring." Why are you getting off work so late? Just started, adapting to the situation. Lin Yinlei moved her delicate neck. Oh, sitting all day, my neck's almost stiff. Yinlei, we don't have much hot water left. At that moment, Old Cat suddenly sat up from the bed, grabbed his underwear, and shouted, wait. I'm going to the water well to get you some cold water. You can boil some more, just wait. At the door, Lin Yinlei looked in shock as Old Cat grabbed his underwear and put it on under the blankets, her neck stiffly glancing at Qinyu, her expression confused. And she stammered, oh, your partner is here too? Qinyu stood there completely dumbfounded, holding the kettle. At the entrance of courtyard number 88, an electric motorcycle came to a stop, and the person on the back seat glanced at the front door and said, Xiao said he has a colleague living here too. 2 people? The rider asked. Yeah, okay, let's wait a bit. We'll move when Qinyu comes out. As the words fell, the motorcycle quietly vanished down the street into the night. Chapter 14. Old Man Ma. The next morning, Old Cat was awakened by a phone call at 6 o'clock because there was a task for the team, and he hurried back to the police station. Meanwhile, Qinyu was pondering what cheap breakfast to eat when unexpectedly, Lin Yinlei brought him a plate of warm youtiao, fried dough sticks. I just bought these, eat up. Lin Yinlei called from the door. Oh, this is too much trouble. Qinyu was startled while washing up. No problem, we're neighbors helping each other, Lin Yinlei smiled, wanting to thank him for the hot water last night. I have to go to work now. So early? Yeah. I have an outdoor task and need to go early to set up the equipment. Lin Yinlei waved goodbye to Qinyu with a bright smile. See you tonight. All right. Bye, girl. Lin Yinlei turned and left with her shoulder bag. Qinyu stood there for a long time, pondering. Girl? Where did that come from? Is she treating me like a zero? 5 minutes later, Lin Yinlei was waiting for her female colleague at the door, walking towards work while saying quite gossipily, let me tell you, that guy in our courtyard who has a lot of masculine charm might be a gay. Is that true? It's basically stabilized. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh my god, what a pity. Qinyu had eaten the breakfast sent by Lin Yinlei, tidied up a bit, and rushed to the team. Due to scarce resources and the short establishment time of Songjiang City, public transportation is very inconvenient. There is no subway, no bus, and taxis are rare. Ordinary people basically have to rely on their legs to get around or buy an electric bike for transportation. However, charging fees for electric bikes are also quite expensive, so only stable businessmen or small leaders from government agencies can afford them. Qinyu is quite frugal and has other goals to save for, so he didn't buy an electric bike. Besides, apart from attendance, although the team's car can be used, he has to bear the usage costs himself, so he can only walk to work. After about 5 minutes of walking, just as Qinyu was about to check if there were any e-cigarettes for sale in a shop, 2 strong men approached him from the front, one on the left and one on the right, blocking his way. Judging from the posture and direction of the two, Qinyu instinctively took a step back and placed his right hand on his waist, pretending to draw a gun, but in reality, his service weapon was not on him. No malice, just want to chat with you, said the leading man, looking down. Qinyu remained silent for a few seconds. Who are you? No need to know me. Just recognize this. The leading man lifted his shirt to reveal a gun at his waist. Qinyu's face turned cold, and he stood still. The leading man clicked off the gun's safety. Can we talk? Qinyu carefully recalled who he had offended since arriving in Songjiang, and then nodded. Then let's go. A few minutes later, in an alley, 4 middle-aged men stood on either side of Qinyu, while an old man sat in an electric off-road vehicle without getting out. Qinyu scrutinized the group, noticing that they were all dressed very plainly, wearing thick leather coats and knitted hats, their cheeks dirty and seemingly covered in grease. In this environment, Qinyu wasn't afraid of those well-dressed, soft-spoken so-called big shots who often appeared deep and profound, but he was somewhat wary of these rough-looking, unsophisticated people. Qinyu felt a bit nervous, as these people reminded him of the fierce bandit Matsushita who was killed a few days ago. Did you catch Ma Lauer and Damin? The old man in the electric vehicle asked, crossing his arms in his coat. The reason Qinyu had chosen not to confront them earlier and obediently followed was mainly that he had guessed these people were here for the case. He had only offended a few people since arriving in Songjiang, with Lao Sen being one of them, but the conflict had not escalated to the point of violence. If they were here because of a case, it was likely for business and to negotiate, so Qinyu felt they didn't need to be aggressive with him. After hesitating for a moment, Qinyu nodded. Yes, I caught them. My surname is Ma. I'm Ma Lauer's uncle. The old man lowered his head and pulled out a roll of loose tobacco, lighting it with a lighter. Qinyu blinked and immediately changed his expression to one of ambiguity and subservience. Hello, boss Ma. The old man turned to look outside the vehicle. His voice hoarse. Little brother, just arrived in Songjiang? Yes, just arrived. Bought this job with money. Qinyu said frankly. Anyone in the department can lead me. You have some connections, being a team leader right after arriving? Old man Ma took a puff of smoke. No connections. Qinyu said with a bitter face. I'm quite lucky. I stumbled upon a case and solved it, and the director was pleased and promoted me. Old man Ma exhaled smoke, and after a long silence, he said, Little brother, since you handled the case, think of a way to do me a favor and let the people go first. Qinyu, with a face full of fear, smiled. That's not easy for me. I won't let you do it for free. As he spoke, old man Ma waved his hand to signal the strong man on Qinyu's left, who pulled out 20,000 yuan in cash and handed it over. Take it. This isn't really appropriate. Qin Yu smiled and declined. No money, there are also goods. The strong man asked succinctly. Which do you want? Qin Yu's forehead was beaded with sweat, feeling very nervous. He had an instinct that if these people were unhappy, they would really act violently in a moment. Little brother, you led the case, just raise your hand casually, pull out some evidence. And my 2 family members can be released, right? Old Man Ma said with a smile. In this era, there are those who talk about food and drink, and those who talk about survival, but I haven't heard anyone talk about principles. Being a police officer, you can't do it for long. But once the money is in hand, you can spend it whenever you want. Hearing this, Qin Yu touched the 20,000 yuan in the strong man's hand and replied with an oily smile. Old man, let me speak from the heart. I really dream of getting this money. With 20,000 yuan, I could buy a police chief and marry several wives, but I really have my difficulties. The old man remained silent. The leaders in the department promoted me and specifically asked me to solve the drug trafficking case. Qin Yu said quietly. If I had caught the people at that time and hadn't brought them back to the department, let alone you, Old Man Ma, giving me 20,000 yuan. Even if you didn't give me a cent, if I heard your name, I would definitely let them go. But now the people have been brought back. The evidence chain has been completed, and if I suddenly let them go, wouldn't that be going against the leadership and causing trouble for the department? Old man, I've mixed in the planning area for so many years, not human or ghost, and finally have a stable meal. I really can't offend the leadership. So I can't help with this. Damn it, giving face and not taking it. The strong man on the right pulled out a Nepalese military knife, swung his arm, and chopped it towards the back of Qin Yu's head. The sound of slicing through the air was quick. Chapter 15. A spring-like approach to handling matters. Qin Yu raised his arm horizontally, leaning his body to the left. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as Qin Yu forced the strong man back 2 steps, standing still and immediately raising his hands. Brother, don't make it difficult for me. This 9th special zone is nearly 700,000 square kilometers, with rough bosses everywhere. What do you think I am? Why bother to argue with me? The strong man, after being pushed back, held the knife, his eyes wide with shock. You can actually fight? What can I do? I'm just a little police officer. Qin Yu said with a bitter face, sweat pouring down his forehead as he shouted towards the old man in the vehicle. Uncle Ma, about the case. I really can't make a decision. Could you let me off the hook? Old Man Ma frowned and glanced at Qin Yu. After considering for a moment, he shouted to the strong man, don't move him for now. The strong man, still holding the knife, stepped back slightly. Since you say this matter has nothing to do with you, then tell me, who ordered you to solve the case? Old Man Ma clearly wanted to press Qin Yu for an answer. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu not only did not lie but responded in great detail. It was an order from the police station, requiring the department to clean up the drug trafficking gangs in the Blackstreet area within a time limit. Director Li was mainly supervising, and the case was thrown to Team 1. Captain Yuan told me that it must be completed within the deadline. Everyone was stunned by Qin Yu's answer, as no one expected this kid would not defend team leader and Director Li, but instead straightforwardly laid everything out. Seeing that everyone was a bit dazed, Qin Yu quickly added, Uncle Ma, if you can deliver this money to the higher-ups and let them say that this matter can be postponed, then I can immediately redo the evidence and release your family members. No problem at all. Hee, you still speak human language to humans and ghost language to ghosts. Old Man Ma looked at Qin Yu, his smile somewhat playful. Hearing the voice, Qin Yu clasped his hands together and nodded repeatedly. I'm just a small police officer. It's hard enough for me to stay alive. You think I dare to offend anyone? The old man was silent for a few seconds and waved his hand, saying, let him go. Brother Ma. The strong man shouted and blocked Qin Yu's way with a knife. Let him go. The old man waved his hand again. The 4 of them coldly glanced at Qin Yu before finally letting him pass. Rest assured, Uncle Ma, although I can't release your family, they are still in my custody, and I will definitely take good care of them. Qin Yu added very tactfully. The old man was taken aback, then suddenly smiled and said, all right, then I'll trouble you. No trouble, no trouble. Qin Yu nodded and turned to leave. In the alley, the strong man stepped forward and said to the old man, this kid is too soft. I think he's telling the truth. He can't handle this. The old man lit another cigarette and gently shook his head in response. He's not soft. He's slippery. The strong man was taken aback by this. If he were soft, he would have already wet his pants at this scene. The old man said while smoking, don't you understand? He wants to transmit a message to us. What? The strong man was stunned. This matter has nothing to do with him. The problem lies with Yuan Ku and Li Si. The old man murmured. He's just the one doing the work. He doesn't want to offend us on behalf of the leaders. So he didn't even think about it, and pushed Yuan Ku and Fatty Li to the front. Oh, does that mean his relationship with Yuan Ku isn't as close as we thought? The strong man asked along this line of thought. Yuan Ku promoting him is likely. Yes, the old man interrupted. I feel that the official crackdown on private drugs is likely related to another batch of drugs that recently flowed into the market. We used to be the only ones in this business, but now there are newcomers, so the problem might be due to competition. What about below? It's useless to find Qin Yu. The old man waved his hand, saying, get in the car. Let us first figure out why the officials want to crack down. Then we'll know what to do about Xiao Air and Demin. After leaving the alley, Qin Yu rushed to the police station as quickly as possible. In fact, the old man's analysis was completely correct. Qin Yu simply didn't want to take the blame for anyone. Yuan Ku. Directing me to solve the case is no problem at all. But once the case is solved and a series of troubles come up, it's you, the captain, who has to bear the brunt. There's no way Qin Yu would take that on himself. Because with his current physique, he couldn't handle anything. Maintaining the basic status quo was already very difficult. Upon arriving at the police station, Qin Yu immediately met Yuan Ku and told him about old Ma's situation. Wanting to see the other's reaction, Yuan Ku looked surprised and very seriously advised. These people are not to be messed with. You must pay attention to your safety in the recent days. Don't worry, I will bear the pressure here. I'll have people release the word outside in the next few days, saying that I ordered you to crack down on the drug gang. So any trouble will come my way. Hearing this, Qin Yu temporarily dispelled his doubts about Yuan Ku, because the other party's words had no flaws, and he seemed very righteous, like a leader one could rely on. After the small wave passed, Qin Yu immediately went to the interrogation room to continue pressing Ma Er and Demin, hoping to obtain a confession quickly and follow the clues to catch bigger fish. After 6 hours of interrogation, Ma Er and Demin still clenched their teeth, refusing to cooperate. Lao He got anxious and directly dragged the two to an unmonitored, unrecorded basement, using other means to force them to talk. But after a thorough beating, the two still wouldn't speak. In the end, with no other choice, Qin Yu had to choose to obtain clues through the thugs, even though what they knew was not core secrets. In the interrogation room, Qin Yu was vaping, tilting his neck to look at Ma Er's brother and asked, "Say something useful. Just some trivial clues. How can I help you?" The thug lowered his head and responded, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to say anything, but we've been caught. And the goods and people must all be hidden, so the information I used to know is useless now. You probably don't know how cruel Lao He is." Qin Yu, impatient, stood up. "All right, I won't interrogate you anymore. Let Lao He give you a lesson. Big brother, don't do that. I can't take it. Let me think again." "Then you better think fast. I haven't eaten yet." Qin Yu bent down and sat back down. The thug thought for a long time, suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, "Hey, I actually do have a clue." "What?" Qin Yu asked. "Before we got caught, I heard Ma Er mention on the phone that there seems to be a big shot responsible for supplying goods who will come to Songjiang in the next few days." The thug said with bright eyes. Qin Yu was excited to hear this. "Really?" In a slum in Songjiang, a scruffy man was quietly asking on the phone, "Has the wind passed?" "The goods must be hidden. I have to make a move." Old Ma pondered for a while and said helplessly, "Let us meet and talk first." Chapter 16. The daily life of a sycophant. While Qin Yu was busy with the case, Qi Lin was not focused on that at all, at this moment. This extremely pragmatic person was studying how he could be promoted to a second-level police officer. Outside the office of the Public Security Bureau's security team, Qi Lin nervously knocked on the door while holding 2 bags of gifts. "Come in," someone shouted from inside. Qi Lin pushed the door open, grinning widely, and walked into the room, saying, "Captain Ryan, are you busy?" At the desk sat a middle-aged man with a European face, who looked up at Qi Lin and asked, "Oh, Qi? Come in." "Hee, nothing much. I just came to have a look." Ryan was very hairy, quite overweight, and sweating profusely with every movement. He adjusted his black-framed glasses while sitting at his desk. "Qi, I have to attend a meeting soon. If you have something to say, just say it directly." Qi Lin discreetly wiped the sweat from his thick thighs and placed the 2 bags of gifts beside the desk. "Captain Ryan, my friend brought me some beef jerky and steaks from Fongbei. They're very fresh, so you can take them home and try them." Ryan frowned and glanced at Qi Lin. "Don't do this. Just get to the point. It's like this. I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan, and I'd like you to help me speak to see if I can be promoted to a second-level police officer. You know that in terms of qualifications and work completion, I'm qualified for the promotion now. I'm not lacking anything. Just need someone to help me say a word." Qi Lin said, standing next to the desk, very cautiously, "Please help me out." Ryan lowered his head to write a report, not even looking at Qi Lin. "There are only 10 spots available. You originally had 1, but the guy from Team 4, Sang Yong, reported his brother-in-law, and Yuan Ku and I have no way to intervene. Just wait a bit. I'll definitely report you for the next promotion." Qi Lin was stunned for a long time. "Captain Ryan, Sang Yong's brother-in-law has been here for less than 5 months?" "Yes, it's less than 5 months. But his brother-in-law is Sang Yong." Ryan smiled wryly and said bluntly, "Just wait a bit. Opportunities are sometimes fleeting, and you can consider it a way to make friends." Qi Lin clenched his fists and persevered. "Captain Ryan, I really need this second-level police officer title. My mother is ill, and every month. Who wants to move up without a reason?" Ryan replied expressionlessly. "But this second-level title is supposed to be mine. I've been waiting for almost a year." Ryan casually rummaged through the food bags and murmured, "Beef jerky and steaks are great things. Qi, how about this? I'll give you 2 boxes of red wine and 10,000 yuan in cash if you help me talk to Li Si and get me promoted to the office." Qi Lin was stunned. "Qi, opportunities have become very realistic now. Without money, one waits for wealth. With wealth, one waits for power. So tell me, what can beef jerky wait for? I shout, and this thing can fill my fridge." Ryan casually pushed the steak over. "Take it back and wait a little longer." Qi Lin pursed his lips, and after a long silence, finally spoke. Then I'll wait a bit longer. Take the stuff away. You keep it. The steak is pretty good. Chi Lin turned and left. Ryan didn't say anything more and continued working with his head down. As Chi Lin reached the door, he saw a few dirty clothes smelling of body odor hanging on the coat rack and immediately turned back. Your clothes are dirty. Let me wash them for you. Ryan didn't look up. Your shoes are dirty too. Let me clean them. Then I'll leave first. Chi Lin took a large pile of things and pulled the door to leave. A few minutes later, Ryan casually threw the gift Chi Lin had taken to a female colleague in the office. Steak. You can take it back. Don't you want it? It's been frozen for who knows how long. Even my dog won't eat it. Ryan adjusted his outfit and stepped out. In the laundry room, Chi Lin rolled up his sleeves, cleaned the shoes, and kept talking on the phone. I still need the medicine for this month. I'll find a way to send the money back to you. In the office area, Qin Yu clapped his hands and shouted. Lao He is going to get the guns and equipment. No one is to leave the office building before 8 o'clock tonight. There might be an operation. Zhu Wei, with a wound in his leg from Qin Yu, asked reluctantly. Captain, do I still need to go? We're short on manpower. You drive. Qin Yu ordered without room for argument. Okay. Zhu Wei didn't dare say anything more and just nodded. At 4 in the afternoon, after everyone had dinner in the cafeteria, they took their gear and police firearms back to the dormitory. As soon as Chi Lin entered the room, he saw the rare automatic rifle and asked, what is going on? Who are we catching? Such a big deal. Even the 464 is out. A little underling spat. A big shot supplying the Ma family may have already arrived in Songjiang. Qin Yu glanced at his watch and said, I had someone follow a core member of the Ma family. It might be effective. Oh, Chi Lin nodded. And after pondering for a while, he suddenly pulled Qin Yu aside and said, can I go home for a bit? Qin Yu was taken aback and asked helplessly in a low voice, want to dodge the capture work again? Big brother, we're short on manpower, otherwise. I would let you off. If you're worried about something happening, you can drive, okay? It's not that I want to dodge. I really need to go back today. Chi Lin frowned and replied, my mom is seriously ill, and my sister is blind and still young. If I don't go back, they want to even have food to eat. Besides, I have to take her to the hospital today for a follow-up. Qin Yu felt that even if Chi Lin was timid, he wouldn't lie about his mother, so after considering it for a while, he asked, can you make it back before the operation? I'll call you as soon as we act. I promise to come back. All right, then you go? Captain, I'm sorry for the trouble. Chi Lin politely nodded at Qin Yu. It's nothing. It's not easy for anyone. We help each other out. Qin Yu patted Chi Lin on the shoulder. I'll call you before we act. Okay. Chi Lin nodded. At around 7 in the evening, in a slum in a dark district, the old man from the Ma family got out of the car, glanced around, and then, wrapped in a military coat, lowered his head and walked into a very smelly alley. Who are you looking for? A man asked from the darkness. I'm looking for Along. The old man stopped when he heard the voice. Brother Ma? The other party smiled and walked over. Is he inside? The young man lowered his head and politely said, Brother Ma, please raise your arm. I need to go through the process. Old Ma raised his arm at the sound, allowing the young man to search him carefully. Inside the room, Along, unkempt and scruffy, sat on the bed, playing with a hand. On the other side, Yuan Ku was in the office on the phone, walking to the window and saying, Big brother, why are you in such a hurry to find me? I'm in the middle of something. All right, I'll head back in a bit. Chapter 17. The Lives of the People in District 9 in the Dormitory. Qin Yu was cleaning his police gun, tilting his head to look at Lao He and asked, Brother, how did you come to District 9? Just like most people. Lao He replied quietly, looking down. When the disaster happened, various countries formed a united government and set up 8 refuge districts. But with so many people in the world, how could everyone fit into the 8 districts? Too many people, too few resources, and too few livable places. So to enter these 8 districts, one had to wait for the united government to randomly select permanent residency rights for the global population. It's called a random selection. But most tickets were taken by the social elite, and the remaining few were sold at sky-high prices. By the end, a ticket could cost tens of millions of dollars. And my hometown is in war-torn Africa. It's hard to survive, let alone buy a ticket. At this point, the Thai brother also quietly added, we've all gone through the same thing. My dad had a glimmer of hope. He heard that the quotas for District 7 and District 8 weren't full, and that they were still randomly issuing permanent residency rights. So he tried everything to come to Asia, only to find that we were met with full capacity and couldn't be accepted. Lao He smiled and asked Qin Yu, do you know the origin of District 9? I've heard some. Qin Yu nodded. Because District 7 and District 8 are within your country's borders and are the last 2 districts that Haven Tea filled their quotas. Many people with a glimmer of hope for residency rights rushed here from all over the world, waiting for that slim chance. But after District 7 and District 8 filled up, there were still over 10 million homeless people left here, unable to survive. So, under some leadership, riots broke out, attempting to storm the other districts. The united government had no choice but to allocate some resources and allow the establishment of a 9th special district. But they didn't have the capacity or sufficient resources to supply this area, which ultimately led to our self-governance. This is the history of District 9. It is a lifeline snatched by us from the lower strata of society. Although it's chaotic, it feels like home. Now, even if you send me to the other 8 districts, I might not adapt. Lao He was very optimistic. always showing a mouthful of white teeth when he spoke, giving a warm feeling. After a long silence, Qin Yu asked again, "Do you have any family left?" "No one. My mother and brother died in the first military struggle in District 9. Lao Hei's gaze dimmed slightly. "My dad was one of the first police officers in District 9 and also died in the line of duty." Qin Yu was taken aback. "I'm sorry. It's nothing. I've long moved on." Lao Hei smiled again. "And you? Do you have family? How come you're in the planned area?" I might be worse off than you." After hesitating for a long time, Qin Yu finally wanted to share his feelings with his colleague. Ding ding ding. Just then, a phone rang. "Hello?" Qin Yu answered the police phone. "The core member of the Ma family took old Ma to the 3rd Ring Road. I've been observing for a while, and I'm 80% sure they should be meeting that contact person." Xiao Lu on the phone briefly introduced the situation. "What is the specific number of people on the other side? Is the contact person here?" "It's something I judge through experience." Xiao Lu frowned and replied, "I didn't see him in person, but there are at least 24 people stationed at the alley entrance." "What about old Ma?" "He went in by himself. The people he brought are waiting outside, a total of 3. "Do you have a sense of their firepower?" Qin Yu asked again. "Can't tell for sure, but based on experience, I think these guys are heavily armed. They must have strong firepower." Xiao Lu responded without hesitation. "All right, I got it. You stay put. We'll be there soon." After the two finished communicating, Qin Yu immediately clapped his hands and shouted to the other colleagues, "Gear up. We're getting to work." Old Black was the first to stand up upon hearing this. "Hee, let us work first. We can drink and chat later." Qin Yu patted Old Black's shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay." Old Black was a person without the small issues that most non-blood brothers had. He worked hard without complaints, was neither lazy nor afraid of trouble, could take on the roles of observer and demolition expert, and was also a decent shot, making him one of the few fierce warriors in Team 3. "You guys gather downstairs." Qin Yu tossed out a line and turned to leave the dormitory, immediately dialing Yuan Ku's number. "Hello? Little Qin. Team Yuan, I'm requesting personnel assistance." Qin Yu stated his request straightforwardly. "Caught a big fish?" Yuan Ku's eyes lit up. "Not sure yet. We need to take them down to know." Qin Yu licked his lips. "The other side may have heavy firepower. I estimate about 10 people. How many do you need?" "At least 1 team. I'm struggling to gather people from both teams right now. Our folks are all tied up with cases." Yuan Ku felt it was a bit tricky. "If you don't give me people, I can't make arrests." Qin Yu furrowed his brow and said, "You know the situation with Team 3. Yuan Ku pondered for a while. "I'll call the captain of Team 3 and have them send someone to help. You wait downstairs." "Old Cat's team?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "What's wrong? Is that not okay?" "It's fine. It's fine. Let him come." Qin Yu responded satisfactorily. "I know him well. Communication will be easy." "That is settled then." About 5 minutes later, Old Cat arrived with 20 people, dressed in light green SWAT uniforms, wearing boots, carrying folding ballistic shields, and holding 5 464 rifles, striding out with purpose. "Pretty quick." Qin Yu smiled and walked over. "Damn, I only came to help because I heard you were leading. If it were someone else's job, I would have definitely avoided it." Old Cat grinned, doing Qin Yu a favor. "There are only these people in the dorm. The rest are all on cases." "Thanks. No need for small talk. We're here to help. Just tell us what to do." Old Cat waved his hand. "Let us talk in the car." Qin Yu pulled Old Cat and turned back to shout at his team members, "Check the communication equipment. Develop a capture plan on the way." "Yes." Team 3 responded in unison as they each got into their vehicles. A few minutes later, 4 police patrol cars and a multifunctional operation van rushed toward the outer ring road. Inside a dark and damp room in an alley, Along was eating marinated beef and tilted his head to ask Old Ma, "Can you settle this or not?" "If I can't settle it, I'll just give the job to someone else," Old Ma replied. "If you can settle it, then wait a bit longer. I can wait for you at most a week." Along considered for a moment and said, "It really can't be delayed any longer if the warehouse gets raided. I won't have any pants left to pay for." "I understand." Old Ma stood up. "I'll solve the problem within a week." "Good." Along took a sip of baijiu and called out, "Send off Brother Ma." As Old Ma turned to walk toward the door, he paused slightly and suddenly turned back to ask, "Along, there's actually not much competition in the black market. There are only a few of us. But their drug prices are double ours, and I don't understand why you insist on not raising our prices." "Isn't that losing money?" Along scratched his eye and laughed boldly. "Damn. As long as there's profit, what is the point of how much we earn?" Old Ma pondered for a while. "True. I'll take my leave now. Solve the problem quickly." "Got it." Old Ma pushed open the door and stepped out of the room. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lu dialed Qin Yu's number. "Captain, there's been a change." Old Ma suddenly left. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, "Are the people still inside?" "Yes." Chapter 18. The Iron Rice Bowl must be held with 1's life in the middle section of the outer ring road. The 4 police patrol cars spread out and stopped at the corner of the road, while the multifunctional operation vehicle quickly left after dropping off a dozen officers at the intersection. Qin Yu sat in the lead vehicle and picked up the intercom, softly instructing, "The people are still inside. We will carry out the capture according to the groupings we just discussed. There are people in the alley, but try not to fire. We're unfamiliar with the indoor environment." "Received." "Understood." After several groups received the complete instructions, they immediately responded. Qin Yu opened the door and got out, checking his firearm at his waist, just as Qi Lin ran over from behind. "Hey, I made it just in time. Qin turned around at the sound. Are you done? Yeah, just wrapped up, Lin said, panting. Qin didn't have time to chat. He urgently ordered. Follow the original plan. You drive vehicle 2 and wait at the intersection of the Outer Ring Road and Fenglin Road. Once the capture is successful, I'll get on your car right away. If there's thunder coming to support, report immediately. Understood. Lin gratefully said, thank you, Captain. You always take care of me. Let us not talk about that. Qin didn't have time for pleasantries. As he walked, he called out on the intercom. Old Cat, prepare to approach the alley. We'll charge in from the front. Received. 3 minutes later, Old Cat, wearing a Kevlar helmet and light green tactical gear, with a steel plate bulletproof vest on his chest, led a team of 10, crouching close to the alley, divided into groups on both sides, waiting for orders. By the roadside, Qin walked quickly while asking through the intercom, is there a high point? No, just an external staircase. It should give a clear view of the second floor. Okay, your group will go to the second floor to set up. Your main task is to provide cover. Qin instructed. Understood. After finishing the conversation with his colleagues, Qin arrived at the entrance of the alley, turned his head to scan the empty street, and patted Old Cat's shoulder, saying, Old Black and I will go in. You all stay put for now. Okay, Old Cat nodded. Let us go, Old Black. Qin called out. Old Black, dressed in plain clothes, followed behind Qin as they stepped into the alley. The two walked side by side, slowly making their way deeper into the alley when Qin casually asked, nervous? Hee, I'm used to it, Old Black smiled. It's fine, relax. Qin casually draped his arm around Old Black's neck and suddenly shouted, take me to have some fun. You've had too much to drink. Old Black understood the implication. In the middle of the alley, a middle-aged man sat up from a dilapidated wooden chair, squinting his eyes toward them. Qin staggered, leaning on Old Black as they walked about 30 meters, then turned and spat. Damn, life is tough. The spit landed right on the strong man's shoulder. You son of a b. The strong man's companion stood up, frowning and about to curse. Oh, damn, there are people here? Qin pretended to be drunk, slowly turning back to ask, excuse me, how do I get to the Duo Club? The strong man initially thought Qin was a drunkard, but as the other approached, he furrowed his brow and unconsciously pulled his hand behind his back. I don't know. Ugh. Qin made a dry heaving sound and unintentionally lurched toward the strong man's side. Damn it, you don't smell like alcohol. The strong man stood up to grab his gun, and his companion also instinctively reached for the earpiece button. Bang. Qin kicked out with his right foot like lightning. Thud. The strong man stumbled back 2 steps, crashing directly into the wall. Clap. Qin grabbed the other person's arm and suddenly swung to the left, causing the strong man to stumble and fall. Immediately, his knee slammed down on the strong man's head, while his left hand pressed down on the gun at the man's waist, and he shouted in a low voice, don't shout, or I'll kill you. The strong man showed no fear of Qin and tried to shout out. With no choice, Qin released the strong man's arm with his right hand and quickly covered his mouth, saying, be honest. The strong man was extremely fierce, unable to break free. He bit down on Qin hand, causing blood to flow profusely. Meanwhile, as Qin was taking action, Old Black also rushed up and used a police takedown to bring down another drug dealer. However, this person was equally ruthless, and as soon as his mouth was covered, he began to shake his head violently and struggle. Seeing that both of them were desperate and hard to control, Qin immediately turned around and waved his hand. Thud. Thud thud. Old Cat received the signal and led the team into the alley. When everyone arrived at Qin's side, they raised their guns and, one by one, struck the heads of the 2 criminals, causing them to bleed profusely and temporarily lose consciousness. We missed. Qin stood up and shouted, break the door. Crash, crash. The sound of Remington series anti-explosive shotguns being racked was very crisp. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, shattering the iron door. Old Cat waved his hand and shouted, tactical formation, advance. Hearing this, Qin led 10 police officers charging forward into the room, but once inside, he was taken aback. The first floor corridor was long and dimly lit, and he could vaguely see an iron staircase at the end of the corridor. Damn it, push forward quickly. They definitely aren't on the first floor. Qin quickly scanned the layout and immediately gave orders. The officers on both sides, upon hearing the command, advanced without hesitation. 3 seconds later, at the top of the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 people raised their automatic rifles and, without any warning, began shooting down wildly. Don't go up, suppress them. Qin pressed against the corner of the staircase, dodging bullets and tightening his right fist. Team 2, do you have a shooting condition? Can shoot. Around the corner of the staircase, 2 automatic rifles. Bang bang. The sniper in the police chief's hand was rare, so this operation did not have a dedicated sniper for support. However, experienced field officers could still ensure their accuracy when using automatic rifles at close range. The team ambushed on the external staircase, upon receiving the order, shot through the glass, and killed the criminals stuck at the entrance to the second floor with 2 shots. The bodies rolled down the stairs, and only then did Qin wave his hand and shout, go in. Whoosh. Qin led the assault team quickly through the staircase and rushed to the second floor. The living room was extremely dark, with only the moonlight outside faintly illuminating the contours inside. Qin, sweating, took 3 or 4 steps forward and asked in a low voice, "Why is no one here? Did Team 2 see anyone jump out?" "No, we can't see the situation in the living room from our angle," came the immediate response. Chinyu frowned in surprise. Clang. Just then, a slight noise came from the left side. An old cat, who had just rushed up, nervously shouted, "Chinyu! Chinyu, I hit a jackpot. I stepped on a booby trap." As Chinyu turned back to look, one of the officers in Old Cat's team had already crouched down, preparing to use his hand to feel for the booby trap wire. "Don't move, don't move," Old Cat shouted, his right leg trembling. "It's not about the wire. I've stepped on a trap." Everyone paused briefly at the sound, and then immediately retreated to hold the entrance of the living room, fearing that there might still be someone hiding inside. Chinyu quickly pulled out the flashlight from his waist, crouched down, and briefly shone it at the booby trap at the bathroom door, succinctly saying, "Cat, if you step back, your right leg will definitely be fine. If you don't step back, then lift your foot, and I'll shoot the trap out. Can you aim properly?" "Hard to say. Not sure if the trap has been modified." "Are you kidding?" "Hard to say. What are you saying? If you can't aim, my life is over." Old Cat shouted, his eyes wide. "I can shoot it away. You won't lose your leg." Chinyu firmly held the flashlight and asked, "What do we do? Give me an answer." Old Cat was silent for a moment. The usual playful look gone from his face. "Protect the leg. Count to 3. You lift your leg." Chinyu picked up the automatic rifle and shouted, "Everyone else, step back. 3, 2, 1, lift your leg." Chinyu shouted loudly. Hearing this, Old Cat didn't dare hesitate and lifted his leg while retreating. Bang! Chinyu swung the gun like he was playing golf and hit the trap out from under Old Cat's foot. Crash! The trap shattered the glass and flew outside. But seconds later, there was no sound outside at all. Old Cat squatted on the ground, somewhat exhausted. "What the hell? Why didn't it go off?" "Fake." Chinyu gritted his teeth and replied, "It's a fake trap. Team 2, check if there's anything unusual around." Just as he finished speaking, a clatter rang out. A member of the assault team, about to step forward, accidentally brushed against a cabinet next to the wall, producing a peculiar sound. Everyone froze at the sound. "Damn it. This one is real." Old Cat shouted with a pale face, "Get down, brace the shields." 2 officers holding anti-explosive shields knelt down just as a fireball erupted. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and 3 officers who hadn't managed to dodge were swept to the ground by countless fragments, instantly losing their lives without even a chance to call for help. Chinyu lay on the floor inside, his ears ringing as he shouted. There must be no one left inside. They ran outside. Team 2, keep observing. Outside, Big Thunder and Along were running wildly in the yard with one companion, shouting, "Damn it, the dog came because of old Ma's scent. This person is too unprofessional. Is there any chance he could sell us out? No way. He's still relying on me to eat." Along waved his hand and shouted, "Call Shrimp, have him come pick us up quickly, or we won't be able to get out." Chapter 19, Thunder's Brutality. Inside the second floor, just as Chinyu shook his head and got up from the ground, he heard Team 2's voice over the earpiece. "2 people have rushed out from the slum bungalow, running towards Maple Forest Road. Our position is a bit far. It's hard to chase." "Are you sure there are only 2 people?" Chinyu asked with red eyes. "Sure, only 2. Everyone pay attention. Move towards Maple Forest Road." Chinyu gritted his teeth and shouted, "If there are casualties, we must catch the main culprit, or it will all be for nothing." "Received. Received." The urgent responses came over the radio, and Chinyu pulled out his gun, immediately shouting, "Those who aren't injured, come downstairs with me, quickly." In less than a minute, everyone arrived downstairs. Chinyu ran at the front of the crowd, shouting, "Team 2, have you locked on? Report the criminals' location to me." They have already reached Maple Forest Road and are still running forward, approaching the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road. The Team 2 leader replied in a low voice, "We're on them, but the distance is a bit far, still pursuing." Chinyu was taken aback for a moment as he suddenly remembered that Chi Lin was in that direction. He immediately grabbed the radio and shouted, "Car 2, Car 2, please respond." Car 2 received. Chi Lin's voice came through. "The criminals are heading your way." Chinyu ordered rapidly, "There are 2 people. If you can intercept them while ensuring your safety, do it. We have casualties. If you can hold them for 10 seconds, we'll be right there." Chi Lin was momentarily stunned. "Did you hear me?" Chinyu shouted again. "I heard you." Chi Lin replied nervously, "Keep the communication open. We'll be there soon." As Chinyu spoke, he had already rushed out of the alley and got into a police car that had just pulled up with Old Cat. At the same time, Lao Hei and Lao Mao's 2 team members got into another vehicle and rushed to the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road, which was no more than 500 meters away. Inside the car, Lao Mao shouted into the intercom, "Chi Lin, did you see anyone pass by?" At the 3rd Ring Road junction, Chi Lin had already gotten out of the car, so nervous that he forgot to bring the vehicle's intercom. His arm trembled as he pulled out his service pistol from his waist, hiding himself at the front of the car, his eyes fixed on the direction of Fenglin Road. Yes, Chi Lin never imagined that this reckless guy, Delay, would come running towards him. He was anxious, involuntarily recalling the explosion he heard upstairs a moment ago and the colleague who had died in confusion. He was scared, hiding behind the car for just a few seconds. But it felt like years. He was clearly different from the other officers. He had no thoughts of sacrificing himself for the public good, only a cowardice devoid of courage. The cold wind blew as Along led his companions, rushing over with large strides, holding a shiny large-caliber shotgun and a handgun. Inside the car, the intercom crackled with Lao Mao's voice. Qilin, can you hear me? Did anyone pass by? Respond, respond. Qilin was sweating, his eyes fixed on the direction of Along. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and raised his handgun, trembling as he prepared to shout. In the dim light, Along turned around and asked his companion, what did the shrimp say? They've already come. The companion gasped, pointing ahead. They went through the front houses. Don't move, there's a police car. Along immediately noticed the second car Qilin was driving at the intersection. Bang, bang. The companion, tense, turned around and, upon seeing the police car, immediately pulled the trigger, shouting, you go first. The bullets hit the police car, sending sparks flying. While Qilin hunched down, not daring to show himself. Inside the car, Lao Mao continued to shout over the intercom. Qilin, did you hear gunshots? Have you encountered them? Qilin vaguely heard the noise inside the car, crouched down, and crawled to the passenger seat, reaching for the door handle. On the roadside, Along took the opportunity provided by his companion to sprint forward. He charged hard from a diagonal position, preparing to force his way into the area of the single-story houses. At this moment, he was no more than 30 meters away from Qilin. Qilin reached for the door handle, just about to pull it open, when he turned his head and saw Along trying to sneak into an alley. Forced by the situation, he raised his gun and opened his mouth to shout. At the street corner, Along was also keeping an eye on the police car as he ran, so when he turned around, he happened to face Qilin. The two were momentarily stunned. Without thinking, Along raised his shotgun and fired at the front of the car. Crash! The mechanical hood was instantly dented, while Qilin stood frozen in place, not daring to retaliate. Just then, Lao Hei's car came rushing in. He shouted into the intercom. Qilin, fire a shot. Slow him down. He can't escape. Qilin, hiding behind the police car, did not move, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at the intersection, his face pale. Damn it! Seeing that Qilin did not respond, Lao Hei immediately shouted, charge in, there are only two of them. The car sped forward, instantly crossing Qilin's position. Bang! Bang! Lao Hei leaned out of the car and fired 2 shots at Along's companion, who was changing magazines. The latter's body burst with a spray of blood as he fell to the ground. I told you to chase. Along yelled, bloodshot eyes glaring as he turned around and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The large-caliber shotgun roared, blowing out the tires of the electric vehicle, which crashed sideways into the wall next to a store at the intersection, with the front half of the vehicle crushed and smoking. Lao Hei shook his head and pushed open the car door, shouting, he's alone. Go over and subdue him. Everyone got out of the car, guns in hand, rushing towards Along's position. Screech! On the snowy street, the sound of brakes echoed as 4 strong men got out of the car, 2 of them armed with automatic rifles, and began shooting in Lao Hei's direction. On the 3rd ring road, Qinyu, who had just arrived at the gunfire scene, immediately saw someone rush to Along's side and shouted into the intercom, Lao Hei, retreat, they have backup. At this point, it was too late for Lao Hei to retreat. He had gotten out of the car and charged forward, so when the bullets came flying, his first choice was to hide in the recess of the store entrance. But Along, whose brother had just died, was filled with rage, running up with his shotgun and shouting, chase? Are you still going to chase? Bang! Lao Hei pressed himself against the glass door of the store, not daring to peek outside, and could only shoot blindly. But Along, bold and ruthless, crept along the wall and jabbed the shotgun directly at Lao Hei's head. Silence. A brief silence. Don't move. The 2 officers following Lao Hei raised their guns in defense. Tat! Tat! The shrimp, holding an automatic rifle, pushed the 2 men back into cover. Sweat beaded on Lao Hei's forehead, his thick lips quivering. Please, please don't kill me. Did I kill you for nothing? Oh, did I kill you for nothing? Along roared. Bang! The gun fired, and Lao Hei fell to the ground. Chase, if you dare chase me again, I'll send a bomb to your precinct every day. Along lowered his gun and fired 3 shots into Lao Hei's body before being pulled away by the shrimp, throwing 2 grenades onto the road to buy time, and then disappearing into the night. Behind the police car at the street corner, Qilin watched in horror as Lao Hei was shot dead, witnessing the grenades explode into 2 large craters on the road, standing still like a statue. The car came to a halt, and Qinyu rushed down, his eyes wide as he grabbed Lao Hei. Brother, hang in there. If you die, then you die. Living is just suffering. Lao Hei grabbed Qinyu's wrist, his voice hoarse. I have no family left. Living alone is lonely. I raised 2 children from my hometown in the new district. You give my compensation to them. Qinyu clenched his fist, nodding firmly. I will definitely give it to them. On the street, Lao Mao jumped out of the car, his eyes blazing as he rushed to Qilin's side, reaching out to shout, give me the gun. Qilin stared blankly, looking up at Lao Mao in a daze. I told you to give me the gun. Lao Mao shouted, snatching Qilin's service pistol, skillfully removing the magazine and pausing. I'm sorry, Qilin stammered. Lao Mao, furious, trembling with rage, pointed at the bullets in the magazine and shouted, You didn't fire a single shot, not even 1 shot. Huh. If you had fired a shot, would Lao Hei have died? Would Lazy have run away? You useless piece of crap. The 3 people who had just died on the 2nd floor were all members of Lao Mao's team. Although they weren't close friends, they were colleagues who had spent every day together. He was frantic, jumping up and kicking Qilin's head. Why didn't you fire? Are you afraid of dying? If you're afraid of dying, why are you taking up space without doing anything? I'll kill you, you useless piece of crap. Chapter 20, Along, famous in Songjiang. 2 hours later, in the office of the police chief. Chief Li slammed the table, his face twisted with rage. What the hell are you, Yuan Ke, doing? An organized arrest, and how did it end up like this? Look at the report. How many criminals were there? Are your team members made of paper? Huh. Fully equipped for an assault, and you let 4 people die. How am I supposed to report this to the precinct? Yuan Ke lowered his head. Chief? I was handling another case. Let's just call this off. I won't go into too much detail, but since such a big mistake happened, I am willing to take responsibility. Take responsibility? Then you might as well step down and let someone else take over. Director Li shouted with a stern face. Yuan Ke suddenly looked up. His eyes fixed on Director Li without saying a word. Damn it. Director Li turned around in place with his hands behind his back, continuing to scold angrily. I've read the report. This Qi Lin is not only useless, but he also has problems. Monitor him immediately. He might be in collusion with the bandits. Otherwise, why would he not fire a single shot? A thorough investigation is necessary. Yuan Ke stood up straight and responded without hesitation. He is already under control. Qin Yu and Old Cat are interrogating him and handling the statements of the arrested personnel. Director Li, with a grim face, walked around the room and suddenly turned to Yuan Ke, saying, I'm telling you clearly, in today's environment, everyone has their own little schemes. Those who want to make money, get promoted, or rely on someone are everywhere in the police department, and I'm no exception. However, your little schemes must not touch others' interests, and you must not use the police department as a knife against certain people. Otherwise, if things get big, it won't look good for anyone. Yuan Ke was taken aback by these words and immediately stood tall, responding, Director Li. The rumors outside may not necessarily have anything to do with me. I think you might be misunderstanding me. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can't hide it. And I'm not blind. Just wait and see. Director Li, feeling troubled, walked to the window and said, Draft the report for the police department. It needs to be detailed regarding the aftermath. You'll handle it personally and submit the required funds for my consideration and signature. Yes. Yuan Ke saluted. That night, at around midnight, Yuan Ke hosted a gathering at the Second Sister restaurant, where 30 or so well-known gang leaders from the black market and other districts gathered. In the second floor hall, after Yuan Ke cheerfully toasted everyone 3 times, he finally spoke. Tonight, I believe all the elders and brothers have heard about our team's arrest on the 3rd Ring Road. The bandits killed 4 of our brothers, and the higher-ups are furious. Haha, they're just short of stripping me of my clothes. There are no outsiders here. So I'll speak frankly, I will definitely go after these drug dealers. Everyone, lend me a hand. I, Yuan Ke, will repay you in the future. But if anyone wants to protect them or secretly help them evade arrest, that means you are going against me and the police department. For the next year, I'll do nothing but target them. Team leader Yuan, what are you talking about? Who could not give you face? Oh, it's just a small matter, right? It's just a few drug dealers. We'll find them out soon enough. As everyone listened to Yuan Ke, they were not angry and all chimed in to agree. Yuan Ke bowed and poured drinks, smiling at everyone. Thank you all for giving me face, thank you. After a while, once the serious matters were discussed, the banquet broke up. A strong man got into his car and lowered his head to return a phone call. Hello? Old Ma. There is something I'd like to ask you to help with, to get a few people out of the special zone. Old Ma's voice came through. The strong man smiled. Who are the people? I won't ask, but I can't help with this. Is money the issue? Yuan Ke from the police department has gone mad, holding a submachine gun and inviting us to dinner. Are you kidding? The strong man said in a low voice. Old Ma. I wouldn't say I'm afraid of him, but there is no need to offend someone from the authorities, you understand? Alright, pretend I didn't make this call. Bye. With that, the two ended the conversation. At 8:30 in the morning, the special arrest warrant for Along was issued from the police department to the 6 districts of Songjiang City, and each sub-police department immediately made arrangements for cooperation with subordinate security units. In an instant, the previously unknown Along became famous in Songjiang and gained a loud reputation throughout the underworld, as everyone knew the police department had personally ordered to take him down. Initially, when Qin Yu had just taken over this case from Yuan Ke, he thought it was not a big deal, but he didn't expect things to escalate to this point. The situation seemed to be getting out of control and severe, and he felt inexplicably pushed forward. In the team leader's office, Qin Yu frowned and said to Yuan Ke, I underestimated the complexity of the arrest. I know what the problem is. Yuan Ke waved his hand. You have your responsibilities, but we also have limited conditions. The leading drug dealer, if caught, is as good as dead, so he will fight back. However, some of our police officers are thinking that if they don't catch anyone, they still get paid at the end of the month. People's starting points are different, and their mindset will definitely vary. This is an objective condition, and I'm aware of it. Qin Yu remained silent upon hearing this. Whether or not you are punished depends on whether the case can be solved, to what extent it can be solved, and whether the higher-ups are satisfied. Yuan Ke said very realistically. The matter isn't over yet. Put some effort into it. I'm looking forward to seeing your progress, Qin Yu. Thank you, team leader. Since returning last night, Qin Yu had been anxious because he felt he hadn't done well, and the higher-ups would definitely come down hard on him. Unexpectedly, Yuan could still help the third group, and Old Cat shoulders some responsibility, specifically naming Qin Yu and urging him to focus on solving the case. Knock knock. While the two were chatting, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Yuan called out. The office door opened, and a young man in regular clothes saluted and said, "The statements have come out. The arrested lackeys have confessed that they have no inside informants and haven't received any tips." Yuan frowned and asked, "Are you sure? The statements from the two lackeys are identical. It doesn't seem like they're lying." "Then let us lift Qi Lin's monitoring." Yuan considered and replied. The young man hesitated and asked, "What about his punishment?" Yuan replied without hesitation. "It's clear that he is not suited for frontline work. Let us transfer him to logistics for now, and we'll notify him once the punishment results come in." "Yes." The young man saluted and left. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu sighed inwardly and did not speak up for Qi Lin, as no one could help with the matter of whether one could survive in the frontline team. A few minutes later, Qin Yu walked out of the office, just wanting to grab some breakfast before returning to deal with the matter of Old Hei's death, when he heard Old Cat and Qi Lin arguing fiercely at the stairwell. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yinlei, wearing a woolen coat and a cute pink scarf, with her hair in disarray, shouted at the on-duty police officer, "I want to report a case." In the stairwell on the third floor, Qi Lin shouted while shaking off Old Cat's arm, "Don't stop me. I want to ask Team Yuan why I was transferred to logistics. Do you even belong in the frontline team? Wake up. Don't mess up things for others." Old Cat retorted with wide eyes. "Last night's case wasn't solved, and everyone is frustrated. Are you looking to walk into the gunfire by approaching old Yuan now? If he gets angry and dismisses you, won't you be completely foolish?" While the two were arguing, Qin Yu walked down from upstairs and asked, "What are you two doing?" The two were momentarily stunned. "Can you not shout here? Isn't it embarrassing?" Qin Yu frowned at them and said, "Let us go outside and talk. I also want to say a few words to Qi Lin." After hesitating for a moment, Qi Lin was ultimately forcibly pulled away by Qin Yu and Old Cat. Downstairs, Lin Yinlei blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, "I'm an online reporter. I discovered that someone was selling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tuchaji during an undercover investigation. And those thugs found us and even snatched our camera. Do you know the person?" "I don't know. Fill out a form, print a copy of your ID, and clearly state the time, place, and specific details." The on-duty police officer casually tossed an inquiry form over. Lin Yinlei took it, sat on a chair, and carefully filled it out before handing it back. "Is that enough? Can you go catch them?" "All right, you can go back. We will investigate later." "No. My camera is still with them, and they haven't left. Why don't you go and catch them?" Lin Yinlei was a bit anxious. "Do you need me to teach you how to handle a case?" The officer leaned back with his legs crossed. "Go back, and we'll notify you when there's news." "What kind of attitude is this? They stole my camera, and they should still be there. Why aren't you going now? Can't you understand? I'm telling you to go back first." "You." Lin Yinlei's face flushed with anger, and in a moment of desperation, she shouted, "Forget it. I'll find Qin Yu." "Is he in? You have an acquaintance?" The officer asked in surprise. "Yes, I know him." "Then wait a moment." The officer's attitude softened slightly as he picked up the radio and shouted a few words. Lin Yinlei waited beside him for about a minute, and the officer shook his head and said to her, "Qin Yu is not here. He has gone out." Lin Yinlei's expression turned helpless. "Then can you come with me to get the camera back?" "We can't go now. I have to report and investigate according to the procedures. This is really ridiculous." Lin Yinlei spat out a curse, grabbed her bag, and turned to leave. In a breakfast shop next to the police station, Qi Lin stared blankly at the mixed grain steamed bun on the table, motionless. "Don't get too worked up. If we need to adjust logistics, we'll adjust logistics." Team leader Yuan said, irritated. Qin Yu was eating and wanted to comfort Qi Lin. Qi Lin's eyes were red, and he looked down at his palm, murmuring, "It's not fair." Old Cat had a bad temper and was already dissatisfied with Qi Lin's performance last night. So hearing this immediately made him angry. "What the hell is unfair? You did a poor job. Is it wrong to punish you? I already told you that you are not fit to work on the front lines, and yet you keep dreaming of promotions. Look at the situation now. Not only did you screw yourself over, but you also put your colleagues at risk. That along from last night is going to be caught. What do you think the higher-ups will say today? Everyone involved in the case will be rewarded. But because you didn't dare to shoot, now we not only have to face punishment, but Old Black also got killed. Did you see his body? 3 gunshot wounds. His bulletproof vest was shattered." Qin Yu remained silent upon hearing this. Qi Lin slowly raised his head, his face devoid of any excitement, and asked numbly, "Old Cat, can you not jump to conclusions before you understand the details of the situation?" "What details?" "Then tell me, why didn't you shoot?" "Why?" Old Cat slammed his bowl down, staring wide-eyed at him. Qi Lin clenched his fists, staring at Old Cat for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and replying, "Fine. Even if I didn't shoot, I was wrong. I admit it. It was your mistake. But haven't you made mistakes? Haven't you ever?" Qi Lin suddenly retorted. Old Cat was momentarily speechless. "But I haven't. Since the day I became a police officer, I have never made a fundamental mistake, not once." Qi Lin trembled as he looked at Qin Yu and Old Cat, saying, "I tread carefully, working cautiously under the police chief. Not only have I never made mistakes in the past, but to be promoted to a second-level officer and earn a few more $100 each month. I even worked hard to achieve the top 3 in shooting at the police station, First place in the chief's shooting competition, right? Qin was taken aback, as he had no idea Qi Lin had shooting honors. When I brought honors to the chief, there was no substantial reward, but when I made a mistake, I faced punishment. Is this fair? Qi Lin questioned, his eyes reddening. Is it difficult to be a second-level officer? It's just a matter of a word from above. So why can't it be my turn? Why is there no one to help me say that one word? Year after year, I get nominated but end up as a runner-up, right? Am I right, Old Cat? Old Cat had never seen Qi Lin speak to him in such a tone, so he was momentarily stunned. I'm not like you. You have Old Li backing you in the police station, and you can mess around with anyone. If you're not happy, you can even scold you on coup. But can I? Don't say scolding. If I say something wrong, offend someone, I might get sent home tomorrow. I have no work to do, and who will pay for my mother's medical bills? Who will support my sister? You? Tell me, is it you? Qi Lin's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fists and shouted, you live your life, and I just want to survive. I'm afraid to risk my life. When something happens, I have to hide because I don't have the qualifications to fight with others. I have 2 mouths at home waiting for me to feed them. If I don't work for 3 days, they'll starve. You have a background. I have a burden. So you can scold me and look down on me from a high point, while I can only always bend down, forever. Perhaps one day, if I give it my all, I can only reach your starting point, that's all. After saying this, Qi Lin stood up, staring blankly at Qin Yu and Old Cat, and said, you eat, I'm leaving. Qi Lin, Qin Yu called out. Qi Lin didn't look back and left the breakfast shop alone. Old Cat frowned and continued drinking his porridge. Qin Yu was in a daze, unsure of what he was thinking. After a long time, Old Cat lowered his head and asked, did I say something too harsh? Yeah, a bit, Qin Yu nodded. I'm really worried about him, Old Cat sighed. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and Qi Lin walked stiffly along the desolate road, wanting to buy a bottle of alcohol to relieve his frustration. But when he touched his pocket, he remembered that even the cheapest bottle of liquor costs $25. He held back, walking towards home. In a house somewhere on Tuza Street, Along was smoking and frowned at old Ma, saying, when can I leave? We're arranging it. It'll be soon. Just in a couple of days. Before I leave, I need to go out for a bit. Don't talk nonsense. Everyone outside is looking for you like crazy. Old Ma reminded urgently. This time, I don't know when I can come back, Along replied, looking down. I have a wish to fulfill. Chapter 22. Buying people. The next day, as soon as Qin Yu entered the office, Old Cat came over to find him. What are you busy with? Before Old Black died, he told me a couple of things and asked me to approve his compensation to support the 2 kids he raised. Qin Yu replied while drinking water. I just finished the report and was about to submit it. Oh, you lost 3 people on your side. Don't you need to handle that? Qin Yu asked proactively. One is being processed. I'm in contact with the families of the fallen colleagues. Old Cat replied, lowering his head. I don't like such occasions, so I didn't go. Ah, Qin Yu nodded. Hey, do you have anything going on later? Old Cat suddenly asked. Qin Yu was taken aback. Is it still about interrogating those 2 lackeys? There's nothing important. Then come with me to Qi Lin's house. Old Cat pretended to act nonchalant. He was transferred to logistics and won't get field allowances anymore, so his salary will decrease. I'm afraid this kid might do something stupid and hang himself. After spending some time together, Qin Yu had already noticed that Old Cat was quite tactless. Sometimes he spoke without considering others' feelings, but he was very perceptive. He probably knew he had said too much yesterday in the breakfast shop, which was why he was pulling Qin Yu along to check on Qi Lin. I have to go see Zhu Wei for the interrogation after work at noon. Qin Yu glanced at the wall clock and responded. Okay, I'll come to get you at noon. All right. As soon as the noon bell rang, Qin Yu rode Old Cat's electric motorcycle to Qi Lin's house. In fact, those who can work in the police station are considered to be doing quite well in this era, at least in the 9th district. They definitely belong to the middle income group, because no matter how dangerous it is still a secure job with a fixed salary every month. However, even so, Qi Lin's life was still very difficult. His home was located in a slum on the edge of the Black Street, where most people did not have stable jobs. Younger people are better off. At least they can do some manual work to earn a living. But the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled suffer greatly. Some of them truly lack the ability to work. The Songjiang government also doesn't have enough resources to provide relief food. So there are indeed cases of people starving to death here. The crime rate is very high, and the movement and turnover of people are quite common. Qi Lin lives in such a place due to economic issues. The housing here is cheap, the electricity and water are supplied intermittently at night, and the basic cost of living is very low, which allows him to save some money to support his family. This is also why he tries to take advantage of his position in the police station. Even if he finishes work early, he stays to have dinner before leaving. And he even takes his family's clothes to wash at the police station to save a little money. After Qin Yu stepped into Qi Lin's small courtyard, he turned around to survey the surroundings and saw that the courtyard was square, covering an area of about 300 to 400 square meters. But most of it belonged to the landlord. They had only rented out 2 low and narrow rooms at the entrance to Qi Lin for a long time. The 2 rooms faced each other, separated by a wall, with an iron door installed. To someone who doesn't understand this layout, it might seem strange. But those who do understand know that this is the landlord's precaution against tenants who might be dishonest. At night, the iron door has to be locked when sleeping. However, since Qi Lin has lived here for a long time, the landlord may have realized what he does, so they have relaxed their management. leaving the iron door open most of the time as a sign of respect. After the two entered the courtyard, they looked up and saw Qi Lin sitting on the steps, looking very depressed. What are you doing? Lao Mao asked as he rushed over. Qi Lin was taken aback and stood up. What are you two doing here? Just checking to see if you're dead, Lao Mao replied, as he is known for not saying things nicely. Come in. Qi Lin is probably best at forgetting conflicts and awkwardness. He didn't mention what happened yesterday and quickly adjusted his mood, cheerfully inviting the two into the house. Where's your mom? Lao Mao asked. My mom is lying in the room across, and my sister is doing some odd jobs nearby. Not at home, Qi Lin said with a smile. Come in for some water. No, let us go see your mom, Lao Mao said, carrying some food that was specially prepared for Qi Lin's mother. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Don't go. What's wrong? Qin Yu asked. We had a fight. Damn. Lao Mao cursed upon hearing this. Are you taking it out on your mom? Aren't you an adult? Can't you be a bit more promising? Forget it. It was her taking it out on me. Qi Lin sighed. Everything was fine, but she insists on me bringing a daughter-in-law back. You know I'm about to be transferred to logistics. Earning over 100 less a month. It's hard to make ends meet. Where am I supposed to find a daughter-in-law? Why did she suddenly want you to marry? Lao Mao asked curiously. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment, inviting the two into the house and explaining what happened. Qi Lin's mother has liver disease, which she has delayed treating due to lack of money, and it has now developed into a syndrome, with her vital organs atrophying and her time running out. The old lady lacks education and has faced many hardships in life. She probably doesn't have any wishes before she dies, except wanting Qi Lin to get married so she can see a descendant before she closes her eyes. The deeper reason behind this, Qi Lin understands, is that she doesn't want him to spend more money on her and wants him to settle down quickly with a wife. Inside the house, Qin Yu listened to Qi Lin's words but remained silent, unsure of what advice to give. Lao Mao pondered for a while and asked, if you want to find a woman, you need some preparation. She suddenly wants a daughter-in-law. Where are we supposed to find one? We barely have time as it is. She has already made arrangements. She contacted the neighbor's wife and found an agent. My mom means for me to spend money to marry someone. But you know my situation. I just got punished, my income has decreased, and I can't guarantee what will happen in logistics in the future, Qi Lin said, looking troubled. After hearing Qi Lin's words, Lao Mao thought for a while and said, buying one is also an option. Stop joking. Qi Lin waved his hand. What if my punishment is severe and I can't stay in the police station? What will I do then? I'll make sure you stay in the police station, Lao Mao said, looking down. Qi Lin was taken aback. Give me a straight answer. Is your mom really that bad? Lao Mao asked in a low voice. Qi Lin remained silent for a few seconds, then sighed. It can't be cured, only maintained, which means deterioration. How long that will take is uncertain. Then let us get you a wife. Lao Mao gritted his teeth and said, you should get married. A grown man can't just run home every day without doing anything. If you have someone to take care of you, you can work better. But I don't have the money. Wait a minute, Lao Mao interrupted, turning to Qin Yu and calling out, come out with me for a moment. Lao Mao, no need. Qi Lin immediately stood up. Lao Mao pointed at Qi Lin, saying, you wait here. 2 minutes later, outside the door, Lao Mao was smoking an electronic cigarette and asked Qin Yu, do you have any money? Qin Yu blinked. I can lend him 500 at most. That's not enough. Lao Mao shook his head. Qin Yu replied without hesitation, that's all I can do. Lao Mao looked up, speaking slowly, if Qi Lin can't pay you back temporarily, I'll pay you back before Christmas. Qin Yu looked at Lao Mao in surprise. After considering for a few seconds, he replied, I only have 1,500 left. I can give you 1,300 and keep 200 for food. Thanks, brother, Lao Mao said, patting Qin Yu's arm. Hey, I want to ask, Qin Yu blinked. Curiously, if Qi Lin can't pay me back, how will you repay me? I'll sell silver on Tuja Street to pay you back, Lao Mao replied. Damn it, Qin Yu exclaimed, I don't want to lend anymore. It's settled then. Lao Mao smiled and rushed back into the house, shouting, Qi Lin, find someone to contact. He pulled together 3,005 for you. The rest you'll have to figure out yourself. Qi Lin stood in the shabby room, staring at the two for a while, deeply bowing. I will definitely pay this money back. Yes, Qi Lin did not want to go against his mother's wishes because he knew this might be the old lady's last wish. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qi Lin, with a large sum of money tied around his waist, left Songjiang City with Qin Yu and Lao Mao, heading to Beitai Living Village. The vehicle passed through the frozen Songjiang, the tires crushing the thick white snow, and stopped on an unnamed dirt road. The three of them walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beitai Village and made a phone call. After waiting for about half an hour, a woman in her 50s, wrapped in a military coat, with a flushed face, approached and asked, looking to buy someone? That's a bit too blunt, Lao Mao replied, somewhat displeased. Looking for a wife. Follow me, the woman said, turning and walking away. The three followed her around the dilapidated houses and entered a drafty residential building. The woman opened an iron door and pointed to a dozen people of various ethnicities sitting on the floor inside, saying, black, white, all kinds. If the money is right, anything can be negotiated. Qin Yu stayed at the door, covering his nose. Qi Lin, you go in and choose. Are they all legal residents? Lao Mao pretended to understand and asked, if they were legal residents, would I introduce them to you? The woman rolled her eyes. Isn't it better to just pick up work directly on Tuja Street? You're quite knowledgeable, Lao Mao said. Damn, the woman retorted. Who doesn't have a story these days? Lao Mao had nothing to say in response. The woman patted Qi Lin on the shoulder. No need to feel embarrassed. It's business. Customers come first. You go in and pick. Here's a flashlight. Those in the dark can't be seen clearly. Shine it a bit. Qi Lin was indeed a bit shy, standing at the door looking a bit awkward. Bang. The old cat kicked Qi Lin into the house. Hurry up, it's getting dark. Qi Lin blinked and stepped inside. On the other side, a shadow sneaked a glance around before stepping behind Qi Lin's window, whispering, Qi Lin, are you home? Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from behind, startling the shadow, who lowered their head and pulled out a suppressed gun from their clothes. After looking back, they realized it was just someone passing by. The shadow wiped the sweat off their forehead and took another look inside Qi Lin's house. Seeing no one, they frowned and left. Chapter 23. Everything is negotiated with money in the past. Life was also very stressful. And many people would often complain. Today's love is so cheap that it can be bought with money. This phrase was once just a sarcastic expression of dissatisfaction with the social situation, but in today's era, it has become a reality. It's hard to tell whether this is a progress or a regression. The women in charge brought the girls from the designated planning area. But it wasn't human trafficking or kidnapping. These girls willingly chose to go with them. They had no other purpose but to have a stable meal. These girls do not have residence rights in the 9th district and can only survive here legally by marrying or purchasing. Otherwise, after a certain period, they would be legally deported and cleared out. After wandering around the house for more than 10 minutes, Qi Lin came out and asked the women, do those two girls have family? No, the women replied without hesitation. Do you know what I do? Qi Lin furrowed his brow and asked again. The women were taken aback. Don't lie to me. Do they have family or not? Qi Lin pressed on. After contemplating for a while, the women said, oh, I almost forgot. Those two girls do have family, but they are all in the designated planning area. Then I don't want them. Qi Lin shook his head and replied, it'll be troublesome if I take them. Then look for others. What's the name of that Belarusian girl? Qi Lin asked after thinking for a moment. Bella, the women said, giving a thumbs up. Little brother, you have good taste. That girl is about 1.7 meters tall. With fair skin, very pretty. It would be exciting to have her at home. Is her Chinese okay? She is from the nearby designated planning area. Speaks the local language better than I do, no problem. Then I'll take her. Qi Lin nodded and asked. How much? 8,000. The women answered briskly. Let's go. Qi Lin said as he stepped forward. Qin Yu and the old cat were surprised and quickly followed. Wait, little brother, why are you so impatient? What did the sister say wrong? Come back and talk. I'll give you a 10 discount. 8,000. Why don't you go rob a bank? Qi Lin shouted back. I can't afford it. I'll give you 1,000 off. The women chased after him, pulling on Qi Lin's arm. Brother, they don't have residence rights. Bringing them in has costs. Don't bargain too hard. 3,000. Stop talking nonsense. For 3,000 you can only buy a leg like mine to play with. The women rolled their eyes. Then forget it. Why does this person always want to leave? The women got anxious. The lowest I'll give you is 6,800. I've been supporting them for over 2 months. I only brought 4,500. If you think it's okay, we can write an agreement, and I'll take the person away. The old cat stared wide-eyed. But one thing, if this woman goes back and secretly runs away after 2 days, don't say I let you do this business. No way. 4,500 absolutely won't work. For 4,500 you can only buy someone like me. The women waved her hand. If you want to leave, then leave. The lowest is 6,800. Hearing this, Qi Lin didn't hesitate, turned around, and left the small yard with Qin Yu and the old cat. About 2 minutes later, the women caught up from behind, panting. All right, I see you two are fated. I'll sell her to you for 4,500. Let's be friends. Little brother, come back. Qi Lin negotiated 3 times before reaching an agreement with the women, and throughout the process, the Belarusian girl Bella listened clearly from inside the house. At around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the old cat called a black car, and the 4 of them returned to Songjiang City. On the road, Qin Yu glanced at the dirty Bella and smiled at Qi Lin, asking, aren't you going to celebrate? Where's the money to celebrate? Qi Lin shook his head. Just find a few friends for a meal. When? Tomorrow. Qi Lin thought for a moment. I'll notify the team members too. All right. Then it's settled. The old cat was exhausted after a day of busy work, and instead of suggesting to stay at Qin Yu's place like usual, he made an excuse and left. When Qin Yu got home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He originally wanted to boil some water and buy something to eat, but then remembered he had lent out 1,300 yuan today and only had 200 left for daily expenses. So he quickly washed up and prepared to sleep. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, just as Qin Yu lay down on the bed, he heard Lin Yinlei's angry shouting. What are you doing? Do you believe I'll report you? Qin Yu was stunned by the shout, quickly grabbed his coat, and walked to the window to look outside. Lin Yinlei was standing at the bottom of the steps, pointing at the door and shouting, while 3 burly men in leather coats staggered in. Little girl, you really don't know what's good for you. I've warned you once, and you still have no shame, huh? The leading burly man touched his bald head and reached out. Give me the camera. The camera isn't with me. If you harass me again, I'll call the police immediately. Look at your tough look. The leading burly man laughed and mocked Lin Yinlei. Police? My friend is Yuan Ku from the police. Go ahead. I'm waiting for him to come. Haha. Lin Yinlei was stunned upon hearing this. Inside, Just as Qin Yu was about to open the door to take a look, he heard the burly man mention Yuan Ku's name, instantly freezing in place, his brow furrowing. Bang! At that moment, a 156 centimeters tall little boy rushed out from the inner courtyard, wearing a torn cotton jacket, shouting, "What are you doing? Making a racket in the middle of the night?" Chapter 24. A call for justice in the courtyard of number 88. As soon as the little boy rushed out, a woman behind him yanked on his collar and pulled him back into the inner courtyard. "Quickly shut the door, don't meddle in other people's business." Qin Yu recognized that it was the female landlord who was pulling the little boy back inside the house. In the courtyard, the leading burly man glanced sideways at the inner courtyard and laughed as he said to Lin Yinlei, "Did you see that? Nowadays, people just hide when something happens. They think that if they shout a couple of times, someone will help them. Dream on." Lin Yinlei retreated to the door of the house, her clever eyes watching the three burly men as she said pitifully, "Big brother, I really don't have the camera with me. I've already turned it in. Please don't make it hard for me." The burly man with the crooked neck stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yinlei's dark hair. "Why are you talking nonsense, girl? If I wasn't sure it was with you, would I come here?" Lin Yinlei looked at the burly man's rugged face and his malicious eyes, her heart pounding. "It really is." Bang! The burly man suddenly lost his patience, grabbed Lin Yinlei's head, and forcefully knocked it against the door frame. "Damn it. I'm really giving you face." Lin Yinlei didn't expect the other party to suddenly take action, and she was a bit dazed from the impact. "Dongzi, pull her inside. I'll communicate with her differently." "What are you doing? If you don't know how to take a hint, then let's see how you survive the winter." The man on the left stepped forward, pulling Lin Yinlei and attempting to kick the door to drag her inside. Creak. Just then, the door opposite was pushed open, and Qin Yu stepped out. "What's going on? Are you making things difficult for a little girl?" As soon as he spoke, Lin Yinlei looked up in surprise, and upon seeing Qin Yu, she exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, brother, save me." Qin Yu had a cold temperament and initially didn't want to get involved, but these men were clearly not going to let it go. If things escalated, Lin Yinlei would certainly report it, and since he lived in this courtyard, it would be hard to explain later. Plus, Qin Yu knew that Lin Yinlei had some background, and he didn't want to attract bigger trouble. So he stepped out to shout, "Who are you?" The leading burly man turned around and shouted, "I'm a police officer, I live here." Qin Yu said tersely at the door, "It's quite late now. If you have something to say, do it later. Don't waste time here." "A police officer?" The burly man was taken aback. "Which police officer are you?" Qin Yu didn't directly answer the question. "Let her go, and you'll let her go. You're quite tough with your words." The burly man frowned. "Our business has nothing to do with you. Go back inside and take a nap." After saying that, the burly man ignored Qin Yu and yelled at Lin Yinlei, "Little girl, I'll ask you one last time. Are you giving me the thing or not?" "I already said." "The camera." Slap. Before Lin Yinlei could finish her sentence, Qin Yu stepped forward and grabbed the burly man's wrist. "Buddy, don't cause trouble in this courtyard." The burly man turned around with a stern expression. "I'm the tiger of Tuza Street. If you don't know me, just call your police officer and ask." Qin Yu frowned. "Get lost." The tiger shook off his arm. Qin Yu's right hand gripped the tiger's wrist like a steel claw. "Why is it not over yet?" Bang. The tiger suddenly turned back and punched Qin Yu in the chest. "You're a police officer. Do you not know your place?" Qin Yu stood still, not saying a word. The tiger slapped Qin Yu on the head. "What do you want to do? Uphold the law. Come on, try to arrest me." Slap. Qin Yu suddenly grabbed the tiger's arm with his left hand and swept his right leg on the ground. Thud. The tiger fell to the ground. "You're the tiger, huh? Is there a lion on Tuza Street?" Qin Yu lowered his head and kicked the tiger's head 3 times in a row, sending him rolling down the steps. The burly men on either side drew knives from their pockets without any regard for Qin Yu's identity and stepped forward to stab him. Clang. Qin Yu pulled a gun from the tiger's body, quickly racked the slide, disengaged the safety, and pointed it at one of the men on the right. "You point a knife at a police officer. Do you believe I will shoot you dead? You're just talking big." Bang. The gun fired. "Ah!" Lin Yinlei screamed and crouched down, covering her head. The bullet grazed the face of the burly man holding the knife, and he stood there in shock. "Did you just say I was talking big? Why are you dodging?" Qin Yu glared. "Come on, stand still. I'll shoot you in the forehead." The 2 men froze at the sound, unsure of Qin Yu's intent. On the ground, the tiger shook his head and shouted, "Damn it, Dongzi, call for help." Bang bang bang. Qin Yu smashed the gun but against the tiger's head 7 or 8 times. "3 people, don't you have a gun? If you can't stand, you just can't stand. Stop pretending to be tough with me." The tiger, covered in blood, leaned against the door, completely dazed. "Crouch down," Qin Yu shouted, pointing his gun at the other 2. They exchanged glances and, with grim faces, crouched down on the steps. Qin Yu's mind raced, and after a moment of contemplation, he said to Lin Yinlei, "You go to my room and bring me the phone." Lin Yinlei, still crouching on the ground, didn't dare to look up. Bang. Qin Yu kicked her. "If you can cause trouble, you should be able to handle it. Stop whining. Go get me the phone. It's on the bedside." Lin Yinlei snapped back to her senses, turned, and ran into Qin Yu's room to get the phone. Qin Yu held the gun in one hand and dialed Zhu Wei's number with the other. "I caught 3 suspects. Come and pick them up." Hearing this, the tiger immediately looked up and cursed. "You little punk, are you serious?" Qin Yu raised his gun but, pretending to smash it down. The tiger instinctively shrank his neck. stopped talking, and just gritted his teeth, waiting for the police officer to arrive. Meanwhile, Qin Yu pulled Lin Yinlei a few steps away and asked, "Sister, why do you always get into trouble? What were they looking for you for?" I photographed some of their activities." Lin Yinlei blinked and replied, "That's my job." "What did you photograph?" "They were hiking up the prices of medicine in the slums and secretly selling fake drugs." "I got photos of it." Lin Yinlei replied truthfully after thinking for a while. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart sank. "They are also selling fake drugs?" "Yes. I've been following them for several days. Last time, they even stole my camera." Lin Yinlei nodded. "These scumbags are ruthless, taking advantage of your crackdown on price gouging. Those in the slums can't afford medicine, so they force people to sell organs and eat blood buns." Qin Yu fell into deep thought. Half an hour later, when Officer Zhu Wei arrived at the scene, he saw the tiger and was momentarily stunned. "Oh, Tiger, what are you doing here?" "Little Zhu Wei?" The tiger, seeing a familiar face, immediately perked up, stood up, and said to Zhu Wei, "I'll make a call." Qin Yu walked over and asked Zhu Wei, "Do you know him?" "Damn, why are you arresting him?" "He's a friend of Team Yuan," Zhu Wei replied, looking down. "Little brat, if I don't strip you of your clothes today, I won't share your last name." The tiger wiped the blood from his face, walked aside, and dialed Yuanku's number. Chapter 25. The Slippery Old Eel in Courtyard 88. Not long after the tiger finished the call at the courtyard entrance, Qin Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, saw it was Yuan Ku's number, and immediately walked to his room door to answer. "Hello, Team Yuan. What is going on?" "Oh, you're making a fuss over such a small matter?" The aggressive demeanor Qin Yu had when beating up the tiger had vanished, replaced by a fawning expression. "The people who came to my courtyard, are they your friends?" "Sort of my friends." Yuan Ku blinked and said, "They know my brother. And when they heard you were a police inspector, they called me. This really is like a flood washing away the Dragon King Temple." Qin Yu casually made up a story because he had just heard the tiger's words inside the house and knew that this kid was acquainted with Yuan Ku. Why did they still move their hands? It really wasn't my intention to fight. Qin Yu was someone who always thought ahead and had a clear plan. So he responded, "The girl your friends are trying to mess with is the one from that kidnapping case a while ago." Yuan Ku was taken aback. "The one who was kidnapped?" "Yes. The woman worked at an online broadcasting platform and rented a courtyard with me. She was outside just now crying and shouting, so I came out to take a look because, as you know, this woman definitely has some background. Otherwise, Director Li Wunti have personally come to escort her that day." Qin Yu explained softly, "So since I ran into this, I can't just ignore it. Otherwise, if something big happens, we'll all be in trouble. Originally, I wanted to go out and persuade your friends to leave, but I didn't expect them to be a bit reckless and come at me with knives. You can't blame me if they do that. Do you know what kind of relationship this woman has?" Yuan Ku furrowed his brow and asked. "I don't know." Qin Yu shook his head. "But the person who came to pick her up that day was a leader from the media, and Director Li personally came down to send her off." "Oh, are you familiar with this girl?" Yuan Ku asked. Qin Yu confidently boasted, "Sort of, we're friends." "Then this is a misunderstanding. Give the phone to the tiger, and I'll say a few words to him and let him go." Yuan Ku smiled and instructed, "You should also talk to that girl. The tiger probably doesn't know about her background, so tell her not to take it to heart. I'll organize a gathering later and have the tiger take her out for dinner. These are all small matters. I'll talk to her later." "Okay, then it's settled." "Wait a minute, Captain Yuan." Qin Yu took the phone and walked over to the tiger. "You need to take this call." The tiger hesitated for a moment, took the phone, walked aside, said a few words to Yuan Ku, and then hung up with a slightly sullen expression. "Haha, we all know each other. You should have said that earlier. I wouldn't have acted." Qin Yu smiled at the tiger. The tiger held back for a long time. "Get lost, you little brat. This matter I sent over yet." "Sorry about that, tiger. I couldn't let you successfully strip me." Qin Yu replied lightly. The tiger ground his teeth, threw the phone at Qin Yu, and waved his hand. "Get out." Nearby, Zhu Wei, who had been watching the whole situation in a daze, said to Qin Yu, "How did you settle that? What is your relationship with Captain Yuan?" "What relationship?" Qin Yu asked back. "Captain Yuan usually respects the tiger. You made him like this, and one phone call solved it? I thought you'd have to strip him." Zhu Wei was very confused. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu leaned closer to Zhu Wei's ear and said, "Actually, I've never told you. The highest executive of the 9th Special District is my second uncle." "Damn, not a single word of truth." Zhu Wei rolled his eyes and didn't ask further. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. It's troublesome." Qin Yu patted Zhu Wei on the shoulder. "Go back and get some more sleep. You just need to be at the team by noon tomorrow. You've got a bit of humanity." Zhu Wei smiled. "I'm off." "Bye." "Yeah, bye." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Zhu Wei turned to leave the 88 courtyard. At the entrance, Lin Yinlei brushed her hair and walked up to Qin Yu, saying, "Sorry to trouble you again." Qin Yu looked at Lin Yinlei curiously. "Wait, are you here to test my professional ability? Why is it that every time I run into you, it's bad news?" Hearing this, Lin Yinlei pouted and sighed. "I've been pretty unlucky lately." "Hey, let me ask you, why did they come to trouble you?" Qin Yu suddenly asked. Lin Yinlei glanced at Qin Yu's attire and politely said, "It's cold outside. Let us talk inside." "Let us go?" Lin Yinlei turned and opened the door, leading Qin Yu into her room. Qin Yu glanced around the room and saw that the layout was similar to his, but the girl's space was more meticulously arranged. Very clean, and had a faint fragrance. What do you want to drink? Besides water, do you have anything else? Qingyu asked. No. Then don't be polite. Qingyu sat down in a chair and said, just get some water. Lin Yinlei took off her coat, poured Qingyu a cup of warm water from a thermos, and explained softly, I wanted to do a special report about patients at the grassroots level, but I didn't expect to run into this drug trafficking gang. During the process of getting in touch with them, I found that these people have no bottom line and are very cruel in their actions. I work in the media, and besides supporting myself, I also have the obligation to speak out for society, so I took some pictures of them, and then trouble came. Qingyu held the cup and bluntly asked, is your family doing pretty well? It's okay, why do you ask? Lin Yinlei was taken aback. You seem like you're just well-fed and have nothing to do. Nonsense. Lin Yinlei couldn't help but retort upon hearing this. You work in justice. How can you say something so lowbrow? Haha, why do you look like a fool? I was just chatting. Why are you getting worked up? Qingyu drank the water in the cup, stood up, and said to Lin Yinlei, whatever you want to do is none of my business, but as a neighbor, I kindly remind you to quickly destroy those photos and change to a more positive topic. Because your report won't change the situation in Songjiang. Instead, it will hurt some people. If media people can't hurt others, then what is the point of their existence? Lin Yinlei stared at Qingyu with her big watery eyes, looking somewhat adorable in her seriousness. You really are a fool. Get lost, you are. Lin Yinlei was a bit frantic. You've already scolded me twice since you walked in. I'm leaving. Qingyu was too lazy to continue advising her and turned to leave. Put down the water cup. Qingyu set down the cup, left Lin Yinlei's room. But his face was no longer playful. Lin Yinlei said the tiger was also involved in drug trafficking. Is it just a coincidence that the tiger knows Yuan Ko? For the first time, Qingyu felt something was off, but he couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. Inside the hospital, the tiger was sitting in the surgical room, shouting into the phone at Yuan Ko. I just don't understand. Why are you covering for a clueless young man with no background? Chapter 26. The wedding banquet, that girl has some background. Do you understand? Yuan Ko coldly asked. The tiger was taken aback. I haven't heard of that. You don't even know what kind of background she has, yet you brought people over to mess around. Isn't this a bit reckless? Yuan Ko frowned. If today you hadn't run into Qingyu and something happened to that girl, do you know the consequences? When my brother kidnapped her back then, he didn't even understand her background, which is why it ended so badly for Songxia, let alone you. I didn't think that much. Also, the police are currently cracking down on drug trafficking cases, and we were the ones who raised the slogan. Now you're getting involved with drugs. Are you trying to give me a headache? Yuan Ko asked quietly. The tiger rubbed the bandage on his head. It's not that I want to deal with drugs now. It's just that the goods are piling up. And we've thrown away a lot. Tiger, don't let a little profit throw you off your game. There are people backing you up in this matter. Why are you panicking? Yuan Ko, with a helpless expression, commanded, no matter what your reasons are, you have to follow the rhythm set by the higher-ups now. Don't say I didn't remind you. If you make a ruckus during the critical moments, no one will be able to save you. Okay, I understand. The tiger nodded. Also, Qingyu is my person. He is working for me. Don't provoke him in the future. Instead, cooperate with him if there is anything, understand? Yuan Ko knew that the tiger was petty and would seek revenge, so he specifically reminded him. Xiao Ko, I just don't understand. You've been in the police force for so long, and you have plenty of capable people under you. Why do you have to recruit this reckless kid? The tiger gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I've been in the black street for so long, and no one has dared to point a gun at my head like this kid. Brother Tiger, when are you going to understand one thing? Yuan Ko sighed. There are always people better than you. You always think you're tough, but do you know that someone tougher than you, Matsushita, was taken down by Qingyu? What year is it now? It's a time when people are desperate, willing to rob military supplies. It's an era where there are many ruthless characters. And you never know which scrap collector will strike it rich tomorrow. So, a conflict without benefits isn't even a conflict, understand? The tiger curled his lip. Your mouth is really impressive, it could plow fields. I'll listen to you. I won't mess with him. That is settled. Yuan Ko dropped the line and hung up the phone. The next evening, Qingyu and Old Cat went to the second sister restaurant as agreed. Because Qi Lin was hosting a reception for his wedding today. It could be called a reception, but in reality, it was just inviting some friends over for a meal to liven things up. After all, Qi Lin had limited funds. He couldn't afford a grand celebration. When they arrived at the restaurant, it was a little past 8 in the evening. Qingyu scanned the second floor and saw mostly familiar faces from the police department. Some of Qi Lin's neighbors and his younger sister. Where's Mom? Old Cat asked in the hall. She didn't come because she is not feeling well. Qi Lin smiled and gestured to his blind sister, introducing her to Qingyu. You haven't met yet, right? This is my sister, Qiyu. Hello, Qingyu Gij. Qiyu, about 11 or 12 years old, had sharp features and an air of heroism, but unfortunately, she was blind, wasting such a beautiful potential. Hello. Qingyu greeted the little girl and turned to the bride. Bella, you look beautiful today? Bella was wearing a simple red qipao and smiled at Qingyu, nodding. Hello. Old Cat looked at Bella, who was glowing, and teased. Clearly, you've been well taken care of. Get lost, Qi Lin scolded, waving his hand. Come on. Sit at the main table, feel free. Hearing this, Qingyu and Old Cat stepped over and sat at the main table, snacking while waiting for the feast to start. About 10 minutes later, Yuan-ku suddenly arrived with the tiger on the second floor. Hey, Captain Yuan. Enjoying the feast, Captain Yuan. Seeing Yuan-ku arrive, the more than 30 people seated in the room all stood up to greet him. Come on, just here to wander around. Sit down, sit down. Yuan-ku waved to everyone, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then bent down to sit at Qin Yu's table. You guys, instead of doing your work, came here to drink wedding wine, huh? Qin Yu grinned. I came over after finishing my case. Yuan-ku patted Qin Yu's thigh and turned to the tiger, asking, do you know each other? How could I not know? Didn't I see him yesterday? The tiger pointed to the bandage on his head, smiling at Qin Yu. Little brother, the impression you left on me yesterday was truly unforgettable. Seeing his attitude towards himself, Qin Yu quickly extended his hand. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you knew Captain Yuan. Shao Ke told me yesterday that the woman had some connections, so your intervention really helped me out. The tiger politely shook hands with Qin Yu. Let us forget about yesterday. Let us get to know each other again. With Yuan-ku here, we're like family now. You'll see what kind of person I am. All right. Qin Yu nodded. Let us have a drink later. Deal. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Cat frowned and leaned over to ask Qin Yu. How do you know this person? I beat him up yesterday, Qin Yu casually replied. Old Cat shot a disgusted glance at the tiger and whispered, don't interact with him much. He is not a good person. Why? Last year he had a conflict with a boss from our Black Street, and secretly ran over and killed the boss's wife with a car. Old Cat said with a grim face. The woman was over 6 months pregnant, and he smashed her head. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. Didn't he get sentenced? Sentence. The boss had 2 kids, and he managed to settle it. In the end, it was ruled as a traffic accident. And he just paid some money to settle it. Old Cat's voice was hoarse. He just a beast. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu shot a cold glance at the tiger and didn't engage with him anymore. Not long after Yuan-ku arrived, the feast began. And everyone was toasting and having a great time. During the meal, Yuan-ku kept chatting with Qin Yu. Brother, there aren't many people I can see potential in. But you're one of them. In this day and age, having courage and brains means you'll be welcomed wherever you go. As long as you do well. I'll never treat you poorly in the future. I know, Captain. Qin Yu nodded, his face flushed. Wait a moment. Yuan-ku patted Qin Yu's arm, poured a glass of wine, stood up, and shouted, everyone quiet down. The 3 tables of relatives and friends all turned to look at Yuan-ku. Qi Lin is overjoyed. We're all familiar faces. Let us toast him together. Yuan-ku raised his glass and smiled at everyone. With Yuan-ku leading, everyone stood up to toast Qi Lin. The newlyweds, full of smiles, poured drinks and toasted everyone. After downing his drink, Yuan-ku poured more wine and said, let me add a few words. Although this Xiao Yu has only been in the department for a short time, he is really on the same wavelength as me and has helped the department solve a lot of cases recently. Director Li is very pleased with him, and his promotion is just a matter of time. So, in the future, everyone should help him out in his work. With just this one sentence, Qin Yu almost became the center of attention, regardless of whether he knew them or not. All the police colleagues began to toast him. If it were someone else being flattered like this by Yuan-ku, they might feel a bit carried away, but Qin Yu was a seasoned player from the planned area, so he felt a bit uneasy. Recently, Qin Yu had indeed been in the limelight. The Matsushita case was cracked, and there had been breakthroughs in the drug trafficking case, both of which revolved around him. So he felt that receiving attention from the higher-ups was justifiable. After all, leaders like capable subordinates. However, Qin Yu felt that Yuan-ku's attention had surpassed mere admiration. It was a bit too special, and since he wasn't related to him, was it a bit unusual for him to treat him this way, just because of 2 cases? Qin Yu was puzzled. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Yuan-ku glanced at his watch and then softly called Qin Yu. Come out with me for a moment. Okay. Qin Yu nodded, stood up, and followed Yuan-ku downstairs. Inside, the already intoxicated tiger, with a lewd grin, pulled Qi Lin over. I want to ask you something. Qi Lin, being a veteran in the department and knowing the tiger, politely asked, what is up, brother tiger? The tiger stared intently at the bride, Bella, and drunkenly asked, where did you dig this woman up? Qi Lin was taken aback, turned to glance at Bella, and said softly, I won't hide it from you. I bought it in the living area north of Songjiang. How much did it cost? Tiger asked with gleaming eyes. 4,500. Damn, for 4,005. You can ride a big horse for a lifetime. That's worth it. Tiger said lewdly. Qi Lin smiled and didn't respond. Hey, introduce me to a broker tomorrow. I want to take a look too. Qi Lin was startled. Brother Tiger, don't you already have a wife? Damn, what's wrong with having more than one wife? Tiger replied, showing his yellow teeth. Money is just sitting there. Might as well buy something fun. All right, I'll introduce you later. Deal. Tiger looked at Bella and nodded, commenting. This girl is really nice, fair-skinned, long legs. Qi Lin felt a bit awkward and immediately reached for the bottle, saying, come on, brother, Bella and I toast you. Okay, come here, wife, let's toast brother Tiger. Qi Lin poured the drink and shouted. Bella gracefully walked over and nodded, saying, hello, brother Tiger. Sister-in-law, let me tell you. Qi Lin has had a hard life. Tiger, emboldened by the alcohol, grabbed Bella's arm and began to mumble. Downstairs, Yuan-ku sat in the passenger seat and turned to Qin Yu, saying, you drive, let's go back to the team and chat. All right, Qin Yu drove away. An hour later, after the banquet dispersed, Qi Lin and the others returned home. His sister went to their mother's room. while the young couple prepared to go to bed and talk about life. Knock knock. Just as Qi Lin unbuckled his belt, preparing for a deeper meeting, he heard someone knocking on the window outside. Who is it? Come out. A familiar figure from a few days ago called softly. Qi Lin was startled, put on his clothes, and walked out the door. In the dim moonlight, the one at Along turned to look around and said, "Little brother, find a quieter place. We need to talk." Qi Lin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly rushed over with red eyes. "Are you crazy? You almost got me killed." Chapter 27. A bowl of water noodles. 5 minutes later, Bella went to sleep in her mother and sister's room, while Qi Lin led Along into his own room. "Life's going pretty well, huh? You even got a wife." Along looked around the room and casually sat on the bed. Qi Lin glared at him, fists clenched, and said, "If you want to die, go mess around somewhere else. Why come back to Songjiang? Do you know I almost got expelled because of you?" Along's real name was Qi Long, Qi Lin's older brother, but they had completely different personalities. Qi Lin was more conservative, preferring to face the current times steadily, while Qi Long liked to take risks, often living outside and hardly returning home. The last time Qi Long left was 2 years ago, and he hadn't contacted the family since, so sometimes Qi Lin thought he might have died out there. But unexpectedly, after that day's capture, he saw his older brother again. Although the relationship between the two brothers wasn't very harmonious, blood is thicker than water, and Qi Lin couldn't bring himself to shoot at his own brother for the sake of merit. This was something that couldn't be told to anyone. So Qi Lin had been feeling down for the past few days, also worried about Qi Long's safety. Qi Long casually took out a pack of Chinese cigarettes, lit one, and said, "To be honest, I didn't want to run into you. If it weren't for that day's incident, I probably wouldn't have come home today. Yeah, you've been living well outside, and you don't care about anything. When have you ever taken care of the family?" Qi Lin asked through gritted teeth. "What are you back for? Do you know if people outside find out about our relationship, you'll get me killed? Haha, aren't you living just fine? Bullshit. You can rest assured that even if I have 1,000 guns pointed at my head, I won't betray you." Qi Long always maintained a nonchalant attitude. "I've been laying low for several days. Nobody at home is watching, and as long as I'm not caught, they won't know about our relationship. When you joined the police, didn't you leave out the fact that we're brothers in the paperwork? I just don't understand. There are plenty of ways to make money. Why did you have to choose this path?" Qi Lin clenched his fists and shouted in confusion. "Do you know that drug companies are putting pressure on the police department, and the police department is putting pressure on us in the police station? The entire judicial system in Songjiang is keeping an eye on you, trying to figure out where your stuff is coming from. Once you're caught, there will be no leniency. You'll definitely be done for." "I know. If you know, why still do it? What else can I do? Live like you, a coward?" Qi Long retorted. "I'm a coward? I may be a coward outside, but at home." Qi Lin was getting agitated, even feeling the urge to hit him. Hearing this, Qi Long furrowed his brow, lowered his head, and interrupted in a hoarse voice. "Yes, I admit, when it comes to family, you are braver than me." Qi Lin was speechless. "Damn it, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Give me something." Along looked up and smiled. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment, sighed, and walked out of the room. Inside the police station, after Yuan Ku poured a glass of water for Qin Yu, he sat on the sofa and said, "Did the arrested drug dealers reveal Along's specific activities?" Qin Yu shook his head. "They provided some information, but they all think Along has definitely run away, that he's not in Songjiang anymore. These idiots are risking their lives to make money. They know what the outcome is, so they won't talk nonsense." Yuan Ku smiled, crossing his legs and said, "But fortunately, I have a lead." Qin Yu was taken aback. "You have a clue?" "Yeah." Yuan Ku turned his head and softly explained, "I have some friends in society who rely on me, and I give them some conveniences, so they support me pretty well. The drug trafficking gang is mainly led by the Ma family, and Along has a partnership with them." "I know that." Qin Yu nodded. "There's a guy in the black market who deals with firearms called Claude. I have a decent relationship with him. He called me earlier while we were eating, saying someone wants to send a person out through his smuggling channel." Yuan Ku said lightly, "I had him find out more details, and he told me that the person asking for help has a good relationship with old Ma and has been in contact secretly." Qin Yu was startled. The person being sent could be Along? 80% it's him. Yuan Ku nodded. If they were just sending someone unimportant, old Ma would definitely talk directly to Claude. There's no need to deliberately find a middleman. You understand? That makes sense. I've already had Claude agree to help, so old Ma will probably arrange for Along to leave soon. Yuan Ku smiled at Qin Yu and said, "I'll give you the lead. You handle the case. This time, you must catch Along and get his supply channel out." Qin Yu was a bit dazed upon hearing this and didn't respond immediately. "What's wrong?" Yuan Ku asked. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu smiled and asked, "Captain Yuan, I have something I've been curious about." "Go ahead. I'm a bit flattered and don't understand why you're giving me such a big opportunity." Qin Yu asked straightforwardly, "You've dug out such an important lead. Why not let someone else handle it? Or just take care of it yourself for the credit?" Yuan Ku stared at Qin Yu for several seconds, suddenly stood up, pointed at his cheek, and said, "Because this year, I want to promote you." Qin Yu was full of confusion. "Why, Captain Yuan?" "Because I will be promoted to deputy director by the end of the year at the latest. I need to have my own team. I can see at a glance who in the team is capable and who isn't." Yuan stepped inside the room, walking briskly, and said lightly, "I plan to promote 3 team leaders, not just you, but others as well." Qin Yu folded his hands and still did not respond. "You silly brother. Don't you understand yet?" Yuan Ku walked to the front of the sofa, patted Qin Yu's shoulder, and smiled. The reason for promoting you is that you are new, and you belong to no one, your background is clean, and you have ability, so I can trust you. Qin Yu paused for a moment. Yuan team, now I understand. The case of Along will be your responsibility. As long as you handle it well, I will make sure you jump 3 levels by the end of the year and directly take over as the captain of the first team. Yuan Ku stood up, holding a cup of water, and added, do well. Qin Yu, my ship is the most stable in the police department. Thank you, Yuan team. Qin Yu stood up to salute, but his mind was racing with other thoughts. At Qi Lin's home, Qi Long sat by the broken round wooden table, eating a bowl of plain noodles without any sauce, and said with a grimace, is this what you eat every day? At least it's better than eating shit. Qi Lin lowered his head and smoked a cigarette. Sigh. Qi Long sighed, quietly finished his noodles, wiped his mouth, and asked, is mom asleep? She fell asleep long ago. I'll go take a look at the window. Qi Long got up and walked outside. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment and followed him out. Outside the room opposite, Qi Long stood by the windowsill, his cheek pressed against the cold glass, scanning the bed where his mother lay. Qi Lin stood behind him, smoking silently. How's mom's illness? Qi Long asked with a trembling voice. Not too good. Qi Lin shook his head. Qi Long fell silent for a few seconds. That's fate. Damn fate. It doesn't help to know the king of hell. Can't you say something nice? Qi Lin got anxious. Don't shout. She might hear you. Qi Long quickly wiped his eyes with his hand and turned around, pulling out a small package from his pocket. Qi Lin was stunned. This is 10,000 yuan. Take it, Qi Long said softly. You bastard, where did you get so much money? The drug business has just started, otherwise, I would have sent money home long ago. This is what I've saved. You take out 8,000 for mom's expenses. Whether she can survive is her business, but as her children, we should use whatever ability we have. The rest of the money is for your daily expenses, Qi Long said flatly. If I can miraculously escape this calamity, I will slowly send you more money. Qi Lin looked at his elder brother hesitantly. This is what I should do. You don't need to have any other thoughts. Qi Long forcibly stuffed the money into his brother's hand, lowered his head to light a cigarette, and said again, little brother, this time I leave. It's uncertain whether we will see each other again. In any case, you take care of this family. In some matters, your older brother is not as good as you. After he finished speaking, the two fell silent for about a minute. Qi Long turned his head to glance at the room one more time and decisively turned to leave. Qi Lin held the small package, stunned for a long time before saying, can you really not get out? If not, I can help you and find a way to get you out. Qi Long stopped at the door, turned back, and said, no matter who asks you, do not admit our relationship. From today on, just treat me as dead. Take good care of mom and little sister. Qi Lin's eyes immediately turned red. If one day, you really have no way out and can't go on, there's a contact number in the package. You can find him. He can help you. Qi Long waved at his brother. I'm leaving. In the deep night, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. After walking nearly a kilometer quickly, Qi Long suddenly turned around, tears streaming down his face as he looked in the direction of home, and suddenly knelt down on the ground, tremblingly knocking his head and shouting, Mom, your son is nothing. If I'm gone, I will be a good son in the next life. Inside the room, Qi Lin sat on a chair, dazedly smoking, filled with worry. Although he and Qi Long were incompatible in character, they shared the same blood, and their seemingly indifferent relationship was actually filled with unspoken familial affection. He hoped his brother could get through this difficult time, but he did not know that after this meeting, a storm capable of changing everyone's fate was about to arrive, and many people's destinies would be altered as a result. Half a month later, Qin Yu received a call from Yuan Ku, who told him that Claude had received the information, and tomorrow night, Lao Ma would arrange for someone to send Along out of the country. A life and death capture was imminent. Chapter 28, The Gears of Fate. At 7 p.m., in the first squad's office area, 5 group leaders, including Qin Yu, were sitting in chairs chatting and laughing. After about 10 minutes, Yuan Ku strode in from outside, and everyone stood up. Sit, everyone sit. Yuan Ku poured a cup of water and said helplessly, the publicity team is having a meeting in the big conference room, so we have no place to sit. All right, let us discuss the details of the capture here. Suong, please introduce the situation. Suong was the leader of the 4th group of the first squad. Originally from Myanmar, with dark skin and a slightly short stature, but looking very capable. Full of muscle, Claude negotiated with the middleman 3 times before the other side admitted that the person to be sent away is Along. The price has already been agreed upon. Claude will receive 15,000 yuan as transportation fees, ensuring Along gets to the designated planning area. Yuan Ku took a sip of water. Lao Ma still hasn't shown up. Is he negotiating with Claude in person? This old guy is smarter than a monkey. He knows very well that the entire judicial department of Songjiang wants to capture Along. He wouldn't show up without being absolutely sure. Suong said with a smile. I think he also knows that Claude's side is not very stable, but now there is no other way. If Along doesn't leave, he will eventually be caught. Lao Ma can only take risks to protect his supply channel. Tomorrow night, right? Yuan Ku pondered for a moment and frowned, asking, do you have a detailed capture plan? My suggestion is to wait until Along is out of the special zone before taking action. This way, their alertness will relax a bit. And there are no civilians over there, so we will have fewer concerns during the capture, Suong replied softly. Everyone fell silent, contemplating whether the plan was feasible. Yuan team, Can I say a few words? Qin Yu suddenly raised his head. Yuan Ku smiled. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to share any good ideas. Brother Su, I'm not targeting anyone, just offering a suggestion for a smooth capture. Qin Yu turned around and smiled at Su to explain. No problem. This case is yours to monitor. We're just here to help, and the core is still based on you, Su said politely. Knowing Yuan Ku wanted to support Qin Yu nodded. Speaking clearly and logically to everyone. I do not recommend waiting until Along is out of the special zone to take action. There are two important reasons. First, I came from the designated planning area, so I know the specific situation over there. Outside the special zone, there are large areas of nuclear radiation zones, endless sandy areas, and other complex terrains. We have already experienced the ferocity of Along and his men on the Third Ring Road. Plus, these people have also entered from abroad. They understand the outside environment better than our internal police. Therefore, capturing them there has too many uncontrollable factors, such as whether they have arranged for someone to pick them up outside, what kind of weapons they have, we do not know. Secondly, once there is a mistake in the capture and someone escapes, they will completely be able to fly high and far, and we will not have the capability to handle cases in the designated planning area. Second, I heard from Su that the connections Claude found are with the garrison troops, and their relationship with our judicial department is generally average. We can't possibly notify these people in advance that it's a setup to catch them, otherwise. If the garrison leaks the information, our efforts will be in vain. But if we don't notify them and suddenly arrest them, it could easily lead to a military-police conflict. After listening to Qin Yu's description, Yuan Ku was slightly silent before responding. You have no flaws in what you've said. It's very well thought out. So what is your plan? Qin Yu replied. My plan is as follows. After about 20 minutes of the meeting, Yuan Ku stood up and made a decision. Let's proceed according to Qin Yu's arrest plan. Yes. Everyone stood up to salute. And Yuan Ku gave a few instructions to everyone, then patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, You are responsible for bringing the people back, and I will ensure you rise in the police department. Haha, deal. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. The next day, at 9:30 in the evening, Qin Yu went to the logistics department at the back of the compound with the equipment requisition slip he needed for the case, but unexpectedly, upon entering the room, he saw Qi Lin. You're on the night shift? Qin Yu asked with a smile. Qi Lin stood up from his chair and said casually, Damn it, I don't know what's going on. Ever since I got married, I've had a change of fortune. For more than a week now, I've been assigned extra shifts from above. Staying here at night. Damn, newlyweds not going home to farm, but hanging around here, what is the point? Qin Yu teased. Farming can be done anytime, but opportunities to make money are limited, Qi Lin replied, showing his teeth. I'm just trying to work a bit more to earn some money and pay back what I owe you and old cat, right? It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. One thing at a time. I'm not comfortable with having debts, especially now that there's an extra mouth to feed at home. Expenses have increased. Qi Lin sighed slightly tiredly, then changed the subject and asked, What are you doing in logistics? I have a task, coming to requisition equipment. What task? Qi Lin casually asked. Qing Group, hurry up, they called for you over there. At that moment, Zhu Wei ran in shouting. All right, quickly hand me the list. Let me take a look, Qi Lin said as he called out. You go get it. I'll tell you, Qin Yu replied, taking out the list and reading aloud. 1 set of steel plate anti-explosion suits, 3 sets of window-breaking batons, tactical. Qi Lin walked over to the shelf in the warehouse, listening to Qin Yu's words, and started taking the equipment down, while Zhu Wei also called in 2 people to quickly carry the items out. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu smiled and said, After finishing business, I'll come find you for a late-night snack. All right, Qi Lin nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu quickly left the logistics warehouse. After he left, Qi Lin's face turned slightly pale, and his heart raced. What kind of arrest requires steel plate anti-explosion suits? Qin Yu hasn't been involved in other cases recently, so this operation is likely still aimed at drug dealers. Qi Lin felt uneasy and after deliberating for a long time, immediately picked up his phone, walked out of the recording area, and dialed a familiar number in the team. Hello? Old Zhang, what are you busy with? Just coming to logistics to chat? Qi Lin asked with a smile. There's a task. What time is it? And there's still a task? What work is it? Even you on your day off have been called up? Qi Lin casually asked. Cooperating with the garrison to catch gun dealers. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What time will it be done? Come over and watch the live broadcast together. I don't know, I'll find you after I get back. All right. After finishing the call, Qi Lin stood behind his desk and muttered softly. It's been half a month, they should have gotten out. At the assembly point in the compound, after Yuan Ku had Qin Yu collect all the phones, he clasped his hands behind his back and shouted, Let us go over the task again. This time we are not cooperating with the garrison troops. We are going to catch drug dealers. To keep this operation highly confidential, everyone must hand in their communication devices. And even the walkie-talkies we'll distribute later must use the preset frequency for communication. If I find anyone changing frequencies midway, they will be dealt with for dereliction of duty. After a 2-minute mobilization, more than 40 people received their equipment and, under the leadership of their respective group leaders, quickly left the police station compound. Half an hour later, at an intersection on New Era Avenue in Songnan District, Along led 4 brothers, wrapped in fur coats. After glancing around, He bent down and got into the front passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck, while the others squeezed into the back seat. Aren't we supposed to go with the garrison? Why are you the only one? Along asked. Do you think you're the mayor? The driver rolled his eyes. How could the garrison come here to pick you up? Along tapped his nose. Haha, buddy, have you eaten gunpowder? What is it to you if I didn't pay you? Damn it, my wife is about to give birth. I have to work overtime to take you guys. You said any day is fine, but it has to be today. The driver cursed and drove away from the roadside. Along glanced at the driver and pulled out half a black bread wrapped in a bag from his pocket, chewing silently. In the back seat, Xiaopatzi had his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a military hand grenade, with his thumb in the safety ring, ready to pull the pin and detonate at any moment. The car drove for about 15 minutes, crossing nearly 1.5 kilometers of frozen river surface, and arrived at the edge of Songnan district. Here, human presence was rare, and there were no pedestrians on the road. Only various small shops with a few lights still on. How much longer until we get out of the city? Along asked. Soon, the driver said, pressing the accelerator. And the car bounced over the riverbank, shaking violently. What is going on? Along frowned and asked. The driver immediately pulled the handbrake. The front left tire seems to be flat. Are you kidding me? Along asked coldly. Don't you check everything before coming for this job? The driver, also in a foul mood, turned around and cursed back at Along. What do you know? It's over -40 at night. The car parts are almost frozen solid. How can I check? With a blowtorch? Along knew how bad the weather was here, so he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and said, you get out and take a look. Is the tire punctured or what? The driver, with a sullen face, got out of the car, bent down to glance at the left front tire, then got back in and said, the tire has been frozen for too long, and I was going too fast. Thermal expansion and contraction. The tire has cracked a bit. What now? Xiaopatzi frowned and asked. No problem. There's a repair shop up ahead. I'll have him heat it up and then patch it up. The driver glanced at his watch and replied, there's still time. It won't delay us. Along looked around, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. But he couldn't afford to delay any longer, so he had to let the driver continue driving, turning back to Xiaopatzi and saying, keep what you have in your pocket safe, don't lose it. Got it, Xiaopatzi nodded. The car drove onto the riverside road, and with the left front tire underinflated, after traveling about 2 more kilometers, it stopped in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On the roadsides, Zhu Wei held a walkie-talkie, quietly calling out, all teams, Thunder has stepped into the circle. In the snow-covered shell directly opposite the repair shop, Qin Yu, wearing a heavy steel plate anti-explosion suit, quietly shouted, they're getting out of the car, we'll act once they do. I'll take point. As soon as he finished speaking, Along pushed open the car door and jumped down from the passenger seat, looking around. Shoo! Qin Yu suddenly shouted, turn off the lights. Swish! The lights in the repair shop went out instantly. Along suddenly turned around. Damn it, the driver has a problem. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Qin Yu, dressed like a bear, charging towards him recklessly. Bang! The safety ring fell off, and the shrimp crawled with wide eyes and shouted, fuck you, grab a weapon, let's fight them. Chapter 29, Deadly Double Charge. After the shrimp crawled removed the safety ring. He didn't throw his hand out right away because people have legs. As long as he raised his arm, the officers would definitely scatter to avoid him. Once these people were blown up, they would immediately surround him again, so throwing it wouldn't be very effective. He just held the grenade pin in his right hand and charged madly towards the area where the officers were most concentrated. The charge left the officers a bit stunned. No one knew if the shrimp crawled had lifted the pin or was just holding it down, so they could only retreat hastily. Scatter! He has a weapon. The officers cleared a path, and the shrimp crawled roared fiercely. Charge out. Bang bang. Ong Su raised his hand and fired 4 shots at the shrimp crawled. But the other party was moving quickly and was wearing a bulletproof vest. The bullets hit his chest and only produced a puff of white smoke. He has a vest. Ong Su shouted, seeing the shrimp crawled had taken 4 shots and was already within 5 steps of the driver. Big brother, hurry up. The shrimp crawled unhesitatingly raised the pin, and the grenade instantly made a sizzling sound. He pulled the pin. Ong Su turned and ran. At this point, Along and the others had drawn their guns and turned to charge out while shooting. When Qin Yu saw the encirclement was broken by the shrimp crawled, he had almost no hesitation in his mind. He quickly stopped and turned, wearing a heavy steel plate bulletproof vest, and instantly pounced towards the shrimp crawled. But he deliberately leaned close to the shrimp crawled's waist. Thud! The two fell to the ground, and Qin Yu instinctively pressed down on the shrimp crawled's head. Boom! The explosion echoed through the quiet night, and a shattered arm shot up into the sky. The bulletproof glass shield on Qin Yu's face was instantly stained red with blood. Captain, Captain! Zhu Wei shouted with wide eyes. Don't panic, follow the plan and capture him. Qin Yu shook his head, randomly wiped the blood on his bulletproof glass mask with his left hand, and looked down to see the shrimp crawled had already passed out. Half of his right arm blown off, with white bone fragments and flesh connected, flowing with bright red blood. Damn it! Along saw the shrimp crawled fall to the ground and roared as he shot towards the left. Bang! Qin Yu got up and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. A row of bullets hit Qin Yu's body, in critical areas like his head and legs, sparking bursts of fire. Along saw the bullets couldn't penetrate Qin Yu's clothes and hurriedly stepped back, lowering his head to change the magazine. Boom! Qin Yu executed a double charge, relying on his weight and the weight of his clothes, crashing into Along's chin. With a crunch, Along stumbled back 2 steps. Qin Yu suddenly bent down, tightly grasped Along's calves, and forcefully lifted his waist and abdomen, causing Along to fly up over half a person's height before crashing down to the ground. Don't move, don't move. Although the few movements Qin Yu made seemed simple, he had charged back and forth a total of no more than 50 meters, relying on explosive power while grappling with a person. At this moment, he felt he was on the verge of exhaustion, his legs heavy as if filled with lead, and he could only use his body to pin the opponent down, shouting several times in succession. Once the hidden danger in his hands was cleared, the officers had no more worries. Over 40 of them charged up together, holding riot shields to trap the remaining big criminals, and in less than 10 seconds, the battle was resolved. Pin him down, pin him down. Zhu Wei pointed to Along on the ground and shouted. 7 or 8 people rushed up, not even using handcuffs, directly putting a 70-pound heavy shackles on Along. Qin Yu sat down on the snow and rested for nearly a minute before taking off the steel helmet on his head, turning his head to spit. Damn it. Luckily it's steel armor, otherwise even the best bulletproof vest wouldn't have saved me today. Are you okay? Ong Su immediately rushed over to ask. I'm fine. My position was good. The grenade exploded in front of me. Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his face and deliberately said to Ong Su and the others, you all said Team Yuan was supporting me. So if I'm risking my life for him to achieve results, how could he not notice? If he doesn't promote me, you all would be happy, right? Yes, yes, yes. Ong Su immediately nodded, giving a thumbs up, and said, without your double charge today, who knows what the outcome would be. Let us go drink to calm our nerves. Qin Yu heavily supported himself up from the ground. Let's hurry and take them back. At 11:30 p.m., Qin Yu stood by the corridor with the phone, saying, Zhu Wei, you must have the doctor think of a way to save that life. Yes, yes, the more people there are, the better the evidence chain will be. I'm preparing to eat something, and I'll start the interrogation soon. Okay, let's leave it at that. Footsteps were heard in the corridor, and Qi Lin came over with a lunchbox, smiling and shouting. Oh, you're back? Qin Yu turned around at the sound. Come to eat? Yeah, there's not much work. I'm just here to get some food. Qi Lin asked with a relaxed smile. How was it? Smooth? Yeah, all captured. Our people are okay, right? We were quick. The other side didn't even realize what was happening, and we finished the job without anyone getting hurt. That's good. Qi Lin grinned, casually asking, hey, I heard you guys were working with the troops for a joint capture? How come I didn't see any soldiers come? Qin Yu was taken aback. Who told you that? Isn't it? I heard it from someone in the department chatting. Qi Lin was also puzzled. You heard them talking nonsense. There were no soldiers at all. Since the case had already been solved, Qin Yu didn't hide the details. We actually captured drug dealers, the same Long who killed our 4 people last time. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as Qi Lin's iron lunchbox fell to the ground. He stood there dazed, his face pale. What's wrong with you? Qin Yu frowned and asked. Qi Lin was stunned, his ears buzzing. Qin Yu reached out and patted Qi Lin's arm. Hey, what's wrong with you? Qi Lin was jolted back to reality, looking at Qin Yu with wide eyes. Is it that Along? Yeah, it was Team Yuan's lead. We want to capture him. Qin Yu nodded and asked. I thought you seemed a bit off. And no, it's nothing. I just remembered old He. Didn't he die at his hands? Qi Lin forced a smile. I ran into him that day, and I'm a bit scared of that person. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Qi Lin bent down to pick up the lunchbox. You should go eat. Aren't you eating too? Let us eat together. I didn't bring my chili sauce. I'll go back and get it. Qi Lin smiled. Then I'll eat first. Qi Lin replied, taking the lunchbox and turning to leave. In the corridor, Qin Yu looked at his back curiously, completely disbelieving what Qi Lin had just said. But he couldn't understand why this person was acting so strangely. Captain, time to eat. Guan Qi shouted at the entrance of the cafeteria. Coming. Qin Yu stopped thinking too much and walked over. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse. After closing the door, Qi Lin plopped down on the ground, grabbing his hair and shouting. Damn it. Weren't we supposed to cooperate with the military's actions? Hasn't it been over half a month? Why haven't they left? How the hell could this happen? Chapter 30. Once outside. I'll find someone to take care of you. After Qin Yu wolfed down a bite of food in the cafeteria, he immediately rushed to the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku had picked up Director Li and was on his way to the police station. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Aaron lounged on the iron chair, playing with the handcuffs in his hands. Shall we warm up first? Qin Yu took a sip of water and casually hung his work badge on his chest. My name is Qin Yu. I'm the leader of the 3rd group of the Criminal Investigation Division, directly responsible for your case. Aaron squinted at Qin Yu. I know you. You know me? Qin Yu was taken aback. How come I didn't know that? I know you through a friend, Aaron replied with a smile. But you probably haven't seen me. This wasn't nonsense. He had indeed seen Qin Yu because he had secretly watched Qi Lin a few times before leaving. Noticed Qin Yu interacting with his brother, and saw that their relationship was quite good. Buddy, the key point of your case isn't about who you know, but your testimony will directly determine the outcome. Qin Yu changed the topic, speaking realistically. Right now, you're the biggest fish among those caught. If you don't spill about more important figures, you'll definitely be nailed as the main culprit. By then, even if you're related to the mayor, no one can help you. Hee. Aaron smiled at Qin Yu. Come on, pull a chair next to me. Qin Yu was stunned. Aren't we supposed to chat? Then let's sit closer and have a little chat. Aaron shook the iron handcuffs in his hand, making a clattering sound as he waved at Chinyu. All right, then let's chat. Chinyu didn't hesitate, pulled a chair next to Aaron, bent down to sit, and said, let's start. Actually, even if I hadn't met you through that friend, I would still know your name. Aaron had a smile on his face. Aren't you called Chinyu? Chinyu frowned and paused for 2 seconds. Old man Ma told you, right? No. Aaron slightly raised his hand to point at Chinyu. With a teasing expression on his face, it's the drug dealers I know who are on my line. They've all heard of your name. They talk about you every day in my ear. Talk about me? Chinyu raised an eyebrow. Yeah, do you know what they're saying about you? Aaron grinned. What? Haha. They're talking about what methods can be used to take you out immediately. Upon hearing this, Chinyu was stunned. Aaron glanced at the camera with his peripheral vision, lowered his voice a bit, and patted Chinyu's arm with the back of his hand, saying, little brother, you really don't think that Yuan Ku asked you to handle this case for your promotion just because he likes and appreciates you, do you? Chinyu pouted. Sure. I can sit here and still be picky, right? TSK, you're as naive as a child. Aaron shook his head and added, in the first team, there are so many of Yuan Ku's loyal followers. Which one doesn't have more qualifications than you? But why did he let you handle such a rewarding case? Do you have a blood relationship with him, or what? Then what do you think it is? Why does he insist on having me handle this case? Chinyu asked. Because you're bold, because you still have a hunger for success, because if you want to stand your ground here, you have to work hard for achievements. Because you're new, because you have no connections behind you, because you don't have to give face to anyone during the investigation, and you won't be burdened by personal relationships. Aaron smiled. Why suddenly target us drug dealers? And why is Yuan Ku fixated on the Ma family line? Upon hearing this, Chinyu fell silent again. Recently, there's a batch of drug dealers on the Black Street who are secretly releasing a small amount of goods at prices twice as high as ours. Have you heard about it? Aaron asked again. Chinyu was startled and suddenly recalled Lin Yinlei's encounter that day and the broad-minded tiger. Little brother, there is no such thing as unconditional love these days. From your perspective, he treats you particularly well, but from another angle, you're just a blind gun. Aaron tilted his head to look at Chinyu. Do you know what happens to guns throughout history? You know in your heart, right? Chinyu held back for a long time and gave a thumbs up. You have a point. It's convincing. Hee, you know best what you're thinking right now. Aaron lowered his head and added softly, the reason I can say this to you isn't just out of unconditional love. It's only because you helped my friend. Chinyu only absorbed half of Aaron's words because he actually already had an idea in his heart. Yuan Ku's support for him in the police department definitely wasn't without reason. However, Chinyu felt that whether Yuan Ku wanted to exploit his hunger for success or take advantage of his convenience of being unknown in Songjiang, using him as a fast gun, it didn't really matter because Chinyu wasn't a child. He understood that he had no background and no connections. If he wanted to live decently in this chaotic environment, what he could exchange with others might just be the willingness to risk his life at critical moments. What Chinyu didn't expect was how deep the waters were in the drug dealing scene. While he was targeting the Ma family team, there was another group quietly dealing drugs, and these people might very well have connections with Yuan Ku. If what Aaron said was true, then the situation might not be as simple as he previously thought. I'm already a dead man. There's no need to lie to you. Aaron lowered his head and said softly, I don't know your background very well, but I heard you're a brother who came from the planned area. It's not easy for us to come this far from nothing. Don't let your name go down in history while helping others build their empire. Chinyu looked at Aaron and suddenly asked, previously, you and the Ma family almost monopolized the underground drug market in Songjiang. But I don't understand why your pricing is so low. What are you trying to do? Want to touch the whole world? Hee. I'm only thinking of the fellow countrymen over there who are struggling to survive because I'm well fed myself. Aaron smiled and replied softly. My dad died because he couldn't afford medical treatment, and my mom might die from the same reason. When I first came to the 9th district, I was idle and lived on charity. Now that I have some ability, I want to make money while helping them out a bit. Doing this line of work. You can't live forever. I just want to earn some money today that's enough to spend. At this point, lying had lost its meaning. Chinyu looked at Aaron's face, which once had a fierce expression, and suddenly felt he wasn't so detestable. The two fell silent at this point, and Chinyu felt a bit confused. He thought that despite being so cautious, he still couldn't see through the complex situation in Songjiang. Bang! Just as the two were in a brief silence, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Lin stood outside the door, smiling and asking, still interrogating? On the iron chair, Aaron immediately raised his head upon hearing Lin's voice, and the originally nonchalant expression on his face turned into one of shock. What are you doing here? Chinyu turned around and asked. I came to ask if the equipment you were approved to take out can be returned to the warehouse. How much is the wear and tear? Lin replied calmly. You guys are going to work all night again, but I'll be changing shifts tomorrow morning and need to write a report. Chinyu nodded and stood up, responding, the wear and tear is quite significant. I'll have someone pull a list for you in a bit. All right, Lin replied, turning to Aaron and scolding, you bastard finally got caught. Aaron was stunned, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He has to be transferred to the 3rd heavy prison, right? Lin asked Chinyu. Yeah, after the interrogation. Transfer him. Chinyu nodded. Damn it, I almost got pulled because of you. Lin laughed and pointed at Aaron, scolding, don't worry, once you go out that door, I'll have someone take care of you inside. Yu felt a bit strange hearing this. Aaron took a moment to recover and immediately shouted arrogantly. Who do you think you are? I came in, but my brothers might not all be in here. If you mess around, then who will take care of your family? Just wait and see. Lin sneered, turned around to look at Yu, and said, you take care of him, I'll leave first. Yu was stunned for a long time, staring at Lin and replied, let's go. I'll go out with you and help you pull a deal. Oh, then let's go? Lin said calmly, stepping aside. The two exited the interrogation room, and 4 armed officers proactively came over to guard the door, locking the iron door behind them. In the narrow corridor, Lin, with his hands behind his back, smiled and said, just let someone pull a deal for me. I'm already a team leader, do I still need to handle this myself? Are you here to scout? Yu suddenly turned around and asked sharply. Lin was immediately taken aback. His expression stiffened as he retorted, what? Scout? What do you mean? Do you know Along? Yu asked with a dark face. What nonsense, how could I know him? Along said he knows me through a friend of mine, but in the police station, I only get along closely with you and Old Cat. The others are at most colleagues. Yu looked at Lin with sharp eyes. Your reaction at the canteen entrance was off. Just now in the room, you spoke too much with Along. Have you gone mad from cracking cases? Lin smiled speechlessly. What does that have to do with anything? You want to save him? You didn't come to the interrogation room to pull a deal. You want to scout, right? Shall you, I think you. Slap. Before he could finish, Yu suddenly reached for Lin's waist. The latter instinctively dodged. His face pale as he looked at Yu. What exactly do you want to do? You locked your gun in the cabinet while on duty. Why is it in your holster now? Yu grabbed Lin's arm, lowering his voice to interrogate. Are you crazy? P.S. a dead man. If you have other thoughts, you'll die too. Lin, looking somewhat flustered, glanced around and said with red eyes, if you want to treat me as a friend, just pretend you don't know anything, okay? If it were someone else, I wouldn't care. You just got married, you know? What is your relationship with Along? Why do you want to go down this path? Yu was a bit anxious, pulling Lin into the stairwell. I don't want to ask what secrets you have, but I'll tell you plainly, even if you combine all 10 of you, you can't take him from here. If you make a move, he will definitely die. In the interrogation room, Along's brain was carefully recalling Lin's words. Don't worry, when you get out of this door, I'll find someone to take care of you inside. What does this mean? It was already very clear. Lin was trying to find a way to save himself, but he didn't have any strong connections to sort this out. So how would he do it? It was self-evident. Move after getting out of this door? Along thought of this and his head buzzed. Damn it, this fool wouldn't really be reckless, would he? In the police station hall, hurried footsteps sounded as Yuan Ku and Director Li entered through the front door. Team Yuan, you're back. I was just looking for you. Ong Su rushed over in big strides. What is up? Yuan Ku asked. A very important situation. Ong Su panted. Speaking in a low voice to Yuan Ku and Director Li, I accidentally intercepted some unexpected information from a lackey. Along had contact with a cop from our station before leaving. Chapter 31. The Great Bandit's Demise in the Stairwell. Lin pushed against Yu's chest, urgently growling. Can you not get involved in this? Just pretend you didn't see anything, okay? Let me go? Lin, you should know what kind of person I am. Not everyone is worth me doing this for, Yu said. His expression serious as he poked Lin's chest with his finger. Calm down. Along is a person specifically wanted by the police station. Think about it. Can you possibly take him away from the police station by yourself? If something happens, what will happen to your mom? What will happen to your sister? What will happen to your newly married wife? Are you going to give up your job and your life, huh? After a brief silence, Lin, sweating, spoke quickly to Yu. There's not zero chance. Along 1TB at the police station long. He'll be transferred to the police station by tomorrow morning. I also know people who can help clarify his detention route. I have an identity. It will be much easier to act on the way. You don't need to worry. I just don't understand. What is your relationship with Along that's worth you taking such risks? Yu asked, confused. Do you have some under-the-table deal with him? Or did you take his money? Do you know why I didn't shoot that day? Lin said anxiously. He my biological brother. My biological brother. Do you understand? Yu froze in place upon hearing this. Shall you? Listen to me. Listen to me. Lin, with red eyes, continued to speak to Yu. I don't know if my relationship with Along can be uncovered, but once it leaks, I will immediately be monitored under the principle of familial avoidance. By then, I won't have any chance left. I've already thought it through. Tomorrow morning after work, I want to go home, pretending to catch up on sleep at the office, using the surveillance to create the illusion that I've always been in the dorm. Then I'll wait for the police to come over for the handover, and I'll act at the intersection. If I can save him, that's best. If I can't, I'll also try to ensure I don't reveal Along. He's coming back from the planned area, and no one knows if he has accomplices outside. So as long as I'm not caught in the act, the higher-ups 1T necessarily know who did this, understand? When you're on a mission, you don't even dare to come close to the criminals. How do you expect to save someone from the transport team? You're thinking too simply. I don't want to risk my life, but do I have any other choices? Huh, do I? If I don't care about him, I'll have to see him die with my own eyes. Yu was stunned into silence upon hearing this. Just don't get involved. Lin lowered his head and stepped out of the stairwell. Ding ding ding. At that moment, an electronic bell suddenly rang in the corridor, followed by someone in the monitoring room shouting, "Brothers at the door of the interrogation room, Hurry up and open the door. Along is acting strangely. As soon as the words fell, both Qin Yu and Qi Lin froze in place. In the first floor hall, Yuan Ku heard the loudspeaker in the monitoring room and, after a brief pause, immediately said, "Go check on Along, quickly." In the corridor, the footsteps became chaotic as the on-duty officers, hearing the shout from the monitoring room, rushed out in a hurry, making their way to the interrogation room. At the door, 4 on-duty officers opened the iron door with a key, and as they looked up, they saw Along madly slamming the left side of his face against the iron plate in front of the iron chair. "What are you doing? Don't act up." The leading officer stepped in, reaching out to stop him. Bang, bang, bang. Along slammed his left cheek against the iron plate again. At this moment, his skin had already split open, and blood was streaming from the corners of his mouth and nose. The leading officer rushed over, grabbing Along's hair and yanking him back. "Quick, hold him down." Hee hee hee. Along laughed slightly nervously, raising his head and staring blankly at the officer. Too late. As soon as the words fell, Yuan Ku, Ong Su, and others rushed to the door almost simultaneously with Qin Yu and Qi Lin. "What is going on?" Yuan Ku asked, panting. The officer turned back upon hearing his voice. He suddenly started banging his head against the iron plate. "I don't know what he is doing." Hearing this, Qi Lin's eyes turned red as he stepped forward to rush inside. Qin Yu grabbed Qi Lin's arm, shaking his head gravely. Yuan Ku ran into the room, coming to Along's side, and immediately waved his hand, shouting, "Open his mouth, quickly." Upon hearing this, 4 officers pressed Along's head down, forcibly prying open his bloodied mouth. Yuan Ku, with wide eyes, nervously reached in without fear of Along biting his fingers, digging for a long time until he pulled out a false tooth. Ugh! Along retched and spat out a large amount of blood. Yuan Ku looked down at the dentures, his gaze blank as he took 2 steps back. The dentures were hollow in the middle, with black thin plastic stuck to the corners, looking very disgusting in Yuan Ku's hand. "What is this?" Director Lee rushed in and shouted. "Dentures." He knocked out his dentures. Yuan Ku stammered in response. Director Lee was stunned by this. On the iron chair, Along suddenly shook his head violently, breaking free from the grips of the 4 officers, still wearing a nervous smile on his face. "Since I started this line of work, I have thought about how to die. There's a small pill in the dentures. It's poison. I bit it. Damn it." Yuan Ku suddenly exploded, kicking Along in the chest and shouting, "Hurry, open the chair and send him to the hospital." Along smiled at Yuan Ku. "You guys are still impressive. Us muddy-legged guys can't compete with you even with our lives. But Yuan Ku, I want to say something to you. Some things are done by people. Heaven is watching. I don't believe that the thing that saves lives, the medicine, can just be in your hands without the heavens seeing it. Even if I die, I curse you. You guys will not have a good death." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Along numbly twisted his neck, his eyes looking towards the door, hoarsely shouting, "Brothers in the other interrogation rooms, don't be afraid. I haven't said anything. I want to confess. You guys have nothing to worry about." Qi Lin, hearing this, clenched his fists and was about to walk out, because he knew this was directed at him. Qin Yu pulled Qi Lin's arm, leaned down and whispered, "Did you understand what he said? If he dies now, it's to prevent you from acting recklessly. Don't move, absolutely don't move." Uffed. On the iron chair, Along leaned forward and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently. Seeing this, Yuan Ku abandoned the idea of sending him to the hospital, only holding the dentures. Suddenly bending over to whisper in Along's ear, "Do you think what you did was secret? Do you think if you die, it's the end?" Along numbly turned his head. "Hee, you've had contact with our police officer. He right at the door, right?" Yuan Ku asked with a smile. Hearing this, Along spat blood again, looking at Yuan Ku with unwilling eyes and shouted, "Damn it." Chapter 32. Kneel down. Asked for life less than 2 minutes after the poison entered his stomach, Along lost control of his bowels, leaning against the iron chair, gasping for breath. Director Lee stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the interrogation room, his face extremely dark as he scolded Yuan Ku. "The person is already in the interrogation room, and you can still let him ascend to heaven. You're really qualified as a captain. Tomorrow, when the police station people come to take him, you go explain to them." Yuan Ku was momentarily speechless from the scolding. "A bunch of useless drunks." Director Lee threw out a sentence and stepped out of the interrogation room. At the door, Qi Lin stared blankly at his brother who died tragically in the iron chair, his legs weak, his mind a complete mess. Yuan Ku turned back holding the dentures, looking towards the door, his gaze finally resting on Qi Lin. Half an hour later, Along's body was covered with a white cloth and carried away, while Yuan Ku walked into another interrogation room, clearing out irrelevant people, and began talking privately with a brother of the shrimp. "Didn't you say that before Along left, he met with our police officer?" Yuan Ku took out an electronic cigarette from the drawer and casually threw it over. Yes. The little brother nodded repeatedly. "Shrimp dared to set off thunder, to die with us. How could he have such a cowardly brother like you?" Yuan Ku asked bluntly. "Shrimp told me he could help me make big money. That's why I served him, but before I could make money, he died." "I don't want to die either," the little brother replied realistically. "Just with him?" "Yes. Tell me, how did Along meet that person before he left?" Yuan Ku asked softly. "He said before leaving, he had a wish to meet a friend." The little brother lowered his head and replied, "But old Ma and Shrimp thought the outside was too dangerous, If he went out and ran into the police, that could lead to trouble. You know, the supply channel for the drugs is only in Along's hands. To put it bluntly, we rely on him for our livelihood. So we have to protect him. So every time he goes out, we follow him. But he usually lets us park the car far away and walks a distance himself. One time I went to the grocery store to buy water and happened to walk in the same direction as him. I saw him enter that yard. Yuan-Ku took out a photo, threw it to the little brother, and asked, "Is this the person who met Along?" "Yes, I've seen him twice." "You didn't say it was a coincidence that you ran into him that time?" Yuan-Ku frowned. "It was on the day of this person's wedding. There were many people in that restaurant, so we didn't know who Along was looking for. But that night Along went to that yard. I saw this person and then understood that Along was looking for the one who was getting married. So it was twice," the little brother explained in detail. Yuan-Ku licked his lips. "Do you know what their relationship is?" "No, Along never mentioned it, and none of us asked." The little brother shook his head. 20 minutes later, Yuan-Ku left the interrogation room and immediately ordered Ong-Su, "Let the police forensic doctor go to the morgue immediately to extract Along for comparison." "Compare with whom? Who do you think?" Yuan-Ku retorted. Ong-Su was stunned for a moment. "Captain, do you suspect Along has a familial relationship with him?" The little brother's testimony clearly explained why he didn't dare to shoot that day. Yuan-Ku replied lightly. "This kid usually keeps a low profile. If there weren't some absolute reasons, how could he get involved with someone like Along?" Ong-Su understood immediately. "I got it. In the logistics warehouse." Chi Lin sat blankly in a chair, not knowing what he was thinking. "Brother, everyone's path is their own choice. Whatever the outcome, they have to bear it themselves." Chin Yu stood leaning against the table, spoke softly. "I know you're not feeling well, but look at me. At least you have a reason to be sad when something happens. But I don't even know how my loved ones are gone. You've lost your brother. But you still have your mom, sister, and wife. What do I have? I have nothing." Chi Lin remained silent, not saying a word. "Chi Lin, let the sadness pass quickly. You have other family members to take care of." Chin Yu turned around and advised, "There are many people here. Be careful not to let anyone see anything unusual." Hearing this, Chi Lin numbly looked up. "Yes, the dead are dead. The living still have to live." Bang. While the two were talking, the door of the logistics warehouse was pushed open, and two of Ong-Su's brothers entered the room. Looking at Chi Lin with blank expressions, "Team Yuan is looking for you. He has something for you. Go over." "What's the matter?" Chin Yu asked for Chi Lin. "It's nothing major, just some details from a previous case." The person on the left smiled and urged, "Let us go." Chin Yu looked puzzled, and Chi Lin, in order not to let the other party see any clues, immediately adjusted his mood, stood up, and said, "What case could find me? You'll know when you get there." "Then let us go?" Chi Lin replied with a smile. After a few exchanges, the three left, while Chin Yu followed to the door, suddenly feeling a bad premonition for Chi Lin. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Slowly it became light. And slowly it became dark again. Chin Yu waited for more than 10 hours, still not seeing Chi Lin return. At this point he could no longer sit still. And at the same time, he remembered Lin Yanlei and what Along had said to him. A sense of unease quietly spread in Chin Yu's heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this drug trafficking case was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After careful consideration, Chin Yu stood up, picked up his work badge, and quietly left the office, driving the car from Team 3 to Songjiang No. 3 prison. On the other end, Yuan-Ku walked into his office and looked up at Chi Lin, who had been under house arrest here for over 10 hours, saying, "Let's go. Come with me." Chi Lin, feeling somewhat anxious, stood up and asked with a forced smile, "Captain Yuan, what's going on?" "You'll know when you get there," Yuan-Ku replied, throwing out the line and turning to leave. Chi Lin, suppressing his inner sadness, hesitated for a moment before quickly following Yuan-Ku. Half an hour later, Yuan-Ku drove Chi Lin to the police hospital and, guided by the staff, they entered the morgue. Chi Lin turned his head to look around and asked, somewhat stammering, "Captain Yuan, what are we doing here?" Yuan-Ku lit a cigarette, casually walked to the inner side of the morgue, and pulled open the drawer containing a body. Chi Lin looked up and instantly saw Along, lying in the drawer with a purple-blue complexion. "Do you recognize him?" Yuan-Ku asked expressionlessly. Chi Lin clenched his fists and immediately responded with a forced smile. "Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand." Yuan-Ku scratched his nose, took out 2 folded A4 papers from his inner coat pocket, walked in front of Chi Lin, and said, after urgent comparison, "It has been proven that your chromosomes are the same, which means Along is your biological brother." Chi Lin's head buzzed, and his expression became frantic. "That day at the arrest scene, you didn't shoot to protect him, right?" Yuan-Ku's voice was steady. "This is a misunderstanding, you got it wrong. Chi Lin, you and I both understand. This test would yield the same results even if done 10,000 times. Yuan-Ku turned and sat on the autopsy table. "The facts are right in front of you. Is there any point in arguing?" Chi Lin clutched the test results, his eyes full of panic, unsure how to respond to Yuan-Ku. "Chi Lin, if this identification result is placed on the desk of the higher-ups, combined with the fact that you didn't follow orders to shoot during the last arrest, do you know what kind of consequences you will face?" Yuan-Ku looked at Chi Lin expressionlessly. "You will be labeled as a co-defendant, and you will be charged with neglect of duty, harboring, and multiple other charges. Your outcome won't just be a simple stripping of your badge. You will at least face a heavy sentence of 10 years or more." Chi Lin slowly raised his head. Stunned for a long time, and suddenly knelt in front of Yuan Ku with a thud, grabbing his pants and shouting, Captain, Captain, Along is indeed my biological brother. But we haven't been in contact for a long time. That day I just happened to run into him. I had no idea I was supposed to arrest him. Yuan Ku looked at Qi Lin, remaining silent. Captain, I really can't lose my job or go to prison. I have family to support. I can't afford to get into trouble. Qi Lin's face was streaked with tears. Please, help me out. Yuan Ku took a puff of smoke and patted Qi Lin's shoulder. Everyone has feelings. We've been together for so long. How could I not know what kind of person you are? Qi Lin, I really believe you have nothing to do with this case, but the higher-ups don't understand. Can they believe it? 4 officers died during the last arrest. Both the leaders and the specific management personnel need a good and reasonable explanation. And now your identification comes out. What do you think will happen? There's an insider, which led to the failed arrest, and all the blame will fall on you. Can you handle that? Qi Lin was stunned. I want to help you, but my influence is limited. Yuan Ku picked up the report and pondered for a long time before saying, but maybe there's another way. What way? Your brother was a middleman for Ma's cargo deliveries. He's gone now, but if you can find the supplier behind him and dig out this line, I'll dare to protect you in front of Director Li and the higher-ups. With this merit to back you up, you won't have any issues. Yuan Ku looked down at Qi Lin. At that time, a single word from above could suppress your report. Qi Lin thought carefully for a while and suddenly recalled what Long had said before leaving that day. If one day you can't get by, there's a contact in the bag, you can reach out to him. Remembering this, Qi Lin immediately looked up and replied, he indeed gave me a contact. If you let me go home, I'll go find out if it's the supplier's contact. You can't lie to me. Doing so will only harm yourself. Qi Lin stared at Yuan Ku and replied hoarsely, my family is here. How could I dare to deceive you? Captain, all right, then go back and look for it. Don't let anyone follow you. I'm worried my mom will overthink things. Her health isn't good. You don't have to worry. My people want to go through your door, Yuan Ku said with a smile. Let them wait outside. Once you get the stuff, they will bring you back. On the other side, Qin Yu was interrogating Ma Lao Air at Songjiang No. 3 prison. Damn, Ma Lao Air, sitting in prison clothes on the iron chair. Casually cursed, still not dead? Qin Yu tilted his head to look at him. Do you really want me dead that badly? You let the poor be unable to afford medicine and the breadwinners lose their livelihood. Do you think we don't want you dead? Ma Lao Air retorted. Qin Yu remained silent for a moment and suddenly leaned forward to ask, besides you, there's another group selling drugs on the black street. And their prices are twice as high as yours. Do you know that? Ma Lao Air was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Shouldn't you know this better than me? You're trying to wipe us out. Aren't you just helping the higher-ups clear the obstacles? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression suddenly became complicated. If I said I didn't know before, would you believe me? Ma Lao Air was dumbfounded. Chapter 33, A Cruel Life. A punch to shatter the spine. Yuan Ku did not call familiar officers from the police station to send Qi Lin home, but found 2 unfamiliar men to drive him to his doorstep. Inside the alley, Qi Lin sat in the car, turned to the middle-aged driver, and said, Big brother, don't come in with me. I'll be right out after I get my stuff. All right, we'll wait here. The strong man nodded in response. Qi Lin pushed open the car door and walked about 200 meters. Then turned and entered the small courtyard of his home, reaching out to pull the door of his and Bella's detached house, only to find it locked from the inside. Open the door, Qi Lin shouted. Wait a moment, Bella quickly responded. Hurry up, Qi Lin urged anxiously. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Bella, wearing a jacket and with messy hair, opened the door. You're back? Why didn't you come home during the day? I thought you were working overtime. Qi Lin had no time to explain, stepping inside. Where did you put the black bag I gave you that day? Bella was taken aback. What black bag? The one I gave you along with the living expenses? Qi Lin questioned. On that day, when Long gave Qi Lin the money, he was still engulfed in the sorrow of parting, completely focused on anything but the money and bag. Moreover, Long's words were not very clear, and Qi Lin only thought he wanted to tell him that if he ever encountered difficulties or needed money, he could use the contact left in the bag to reach out to him. Therefore, Qi Lin never connected this contact to any supplier and didn't treat the bag as anything precious, simply handing it to Bella along with the living expenses for safekeeping. Bella, somewhat flustered, ran her fingers through her hair. That bag was quite old when you gave it to me. I took the money out, but I can't remember where I put the bag. What else can you do? Qi Lin had never spoken to Bella in such a tone before, but at this moment, he was genuinely anxious. He glared and shouted, hurry up and find it. Think about where you put it. Oh, I'll help you look. Let's search together. You rest. I'll find it, he added, trying to calm himself. Bella was flustered, rummaging through the cabinet by the window while wrapped in her clothes. That thing was very important and couldn't be lost. Qi Lin was restless and couldn't sit still, so he bent down and started searching in the room as well. Bella crouched in front of the cabinet and glanced at Qi Lin's position with her peripheral vision. Seeing him standing next to the wardrobe, she quickly lied out of desperation. I just remembered, I think I got that bag dirty when I bought something that day, so I threw it away. At that moment, Qi Lin had just pulled open the left door of the wardrobe when he heard Bella's words. He suddenly turned around and shouted, What? You threw it away? Bella was stunned, her eyes wide open as she saw Qi Lin yanking the cabinet door. Qi Lin sensed something was off about Bella's expression, and when he turned to look at the cabinet, he was instantly dumbfounded. Inside the cabinet, a pale figure was holding 2 pieces of clothing, blinking at Cheelin. He took 2 steps back, his face pale as he withdrew his gaze from the cabinet and turned to Bella with a wooden expression. You and I. Bella stood up, at a loss, trembling all over. Damn it. Why are you coming back to find a bag when you should be working overtime? A familiar voice rang out, and the pale figure stepped out from the cabinet barefoot. This is awkward, isn't it? Cheelin's fists clenched, and a surge of rage erupted inside him, all the grievances he had suffered recently exploding at once. He turned and charged at Bella, kicking her in the stomach while shouting, Damn it. I risked my life outside, and you're at home cheating? The pale figure stepped out from the cabinet and revealed himself next to the battery-powered lamp. It was none other than Tiger, who had coincidentally attended Cheelin's wedding banquet that day. Tiger didn't seem flustered at all. He swaggered over to a chair, sat down, and cursed while putting on his clothes. Damn it. The cops are useless, taking money and not doing their job. I didn't tell them to let you work the shift. Why are you back? Cheelin, in a frenzy, grabbed Bella by the hair and slammed her against the side of the cabinet, completely losing his mind, and started to hit her. Bang, bang, with tears in his eyes. He kicked and yelled, Damn it. I feed you. I clothe you. I give you a proper identity in Sanjiang, and you repay me by cheating? What have I done to deserve this? We've only been together for a few days, and you can already get involved with him? Hey, that's enough. Tiger shouted. Cheelin, hearing his words, felt blood rush to his head and suddenly turned to the door, pushed open the wooden door, and grabbed the snow shovel that was outside. Oh, look who thinks he's tough enough to grab a weapon. Tiger sneered, stood up, put on his coat, and stepped to the door to ask, What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? Aren't you a little too small for that? Damn it. Cheelin shouted as he lifted the shovel, ready to smash it down on Tiger's head. Just then, the iron door in the yard creaked, and his blind sister appeared, holding a cane and wearing a coat. What is going on? Mom woke up and was worried, so I came to check, she said. Cheelin turned around and saw his emaciated sister, and his boiling blood seemed to cool instantly. He stared blankly at the room where their mother was, and his hand holding the shovel began to tremble unconsciously. We're all adults now. Why are we still playing these hot-blooded games? Tiger reached out and grabbed Cheelin's wrist holding the shovel, smiling as he said, Come on, calm down, put that down, and let us talk. Cheelin turned his head, eyes filled with hatred, and looked at Tiger. Mom, doesn't he want you? Sister, doesn't he want you? Are you playing with my life? Can you handle it? Tiger smiled at Cheelin, pushed down his raised arm, and shouted outside the door, Little sister, you go back, nothing's wrong, we're just talking. Cheelin's sister stood quietly in the yard, not moving forward or shouting, just standing there calmly. Tiger closed the door and looked at Cheelin with a crooked neck. You bought her, right? For 4,500. Cheelin gritted his teeth, his mouth twitching but not responding. All right then. Tiger took out a large wallet from his pocket, pulled out all the cash without counting it, and casually threw it on the nearby cabinet. I happen to have 8,000 here. Take it, and I'll take Bella away. You saw it. We're having a good time, haha. Cheelin's expression darkened, and he trembled all over. Why aren't you speaking? Tiger looked at Cheelin with a crooked neck, poking his chest as he asked, Damn it. We all know each other here. What are you pretending for? You bought Bella for 4,500, and I'm giving you 8,000. Isn't that enough? Don't you know what is going on with yourself? With someone like Bella, can you really support her? Today I'm willing to give you 8,000. But tomorrow if she develops feelings for me, you won't even get a dime. Cheelin glanced at Bella and asked with a trembling voice, Is it because I have some burdens that you bully me like this? Tiger looked at him and said, With someone like you, even the cafeteria staff at the police station says you wash the chef's socks just to bring home some food. No matter how bad I'm doing. I don't need to bully you for a sense of existence, right? Tiger spat on the ground, turned, and pushed the door open, saying, Take the money. I'll wait for Bella outside. As he finished speaking, Tiger stepped out. Cheelin stood dumbfounded at the door, turned to Bella, and said, I earn money to support you, and you took away my last bit of dignity. Bella lowered her head, and after a long silence, replied, Cheelin, when you bought me, did you negotiate 3 times on the price? Did you consider my dignity? Cheelin was stunned upon hearing this. We're all just trying to make a living. What is there to talk about feelings? You support me, and I'll sleep with you, wash your clothes, cook for you, and help you with housework. Bella slowly stood up. If Tiger offers better, I want to go with him. Back when times weren't so chaotic, everyone was used to talking while dressed, leaving each other some space. But now that times are chaotic, people have become more exposed. But the essence hasn't changed, it's just that. Get out, Cheelin shouted, eyes closed, pointing to the door. Bella picked up her coat, casually brushed her hair, and calmly walked out, saying, In over 20 days, you've earned 3,500 more. So you're not at a loss. Get the hell out. Cheelin roared, fists clenched. Bella pushed the door and left. Tiger stood at the gate, urinated, and turned around to see Bella coming out. Damn it, 8,000 bucks, I spent a week's bonus on you. I'm leaving with you. Then you definitely have to come with me. Who the hell would choose a dog? Tiger led Bella and stepped out of the yard. Inside the house, Cheelin slumped on the ground, dizzy and staring at the ceiling, feeling as if he had lost his soul. He was not an old cat, not a second-generation official in the police department, and had never received special treatment from others. He was not Chinyu either, unable to be carefree and willful. Therefore, his back in the police department was always bent. Yet even so, Until today, he had still optimistically and actively adapted to this era and society, using all possible means to support his mother and sister. But today, life shattered all his visions once again, cruelly like a madman, punching him down to the ground. His brother died tragically, the woman betrayed him, and he was entangled in serious cases. The only chance to turn things around was thrown away. Qi-Lin used to habitually retreat in the face of difficulties, but now he had reached the edge of a cliff, and any further retreat would mean certain doom. Feelings of grievance, unwillingness, and injustice surged into his heart. With a creak, the door opened, and his sister stood outside in the icy cold with a white cane. "Brother, she's not a good woman. We have nothing to be sad about." Qi-Lin turned to look at his sister, his dazed eyes gradually becoming clearer. "Am I living like a dog just to die like one?" A voice in Qi-Lin's head screamed. He slowly stood up, wiped the corners of his eyes, and said, "Go back inside. Help Mom pack." "What's wrong?" "Don't ask. Just pack quickly." Qi-Lin decided to take a gamble. The black package was lost, and he could no longer explain things to Yuan Ku. If he went back, there was a high chance he would never come out again. Thinking of this, Qi-Lin lowered his head and quickly dialed Lao Mao's number. In the living area near the Songjiang border, Lao Mao stood by the car. Answering Qi-Lin's call, "What's up? Are you at the police station?" "Damn, you don't know? I'm at the border catching grain traffickers." Lao Mao wiped the sweat from his face and replied, "Just finished, getting ready to head back." When Qi-Lin heard that Lao Mao seemed unaware of the situation at the police station, he didn't elaborate, only gritting his teeth and pleading. "I've encountered something serious and need your help." "What is it?" "I can't talk about it over the phone. Can you come back and help me pick up Mom and my sister?" Qi-Lin whispered, "I won't trouble you for too long. They'll stay with you for at most 2 hours." What the hell happened? Lao Mao was a bit confused because Qi-Lin had never spoken to him like this before. "Don't ask for details. Anyway, I can't stay in Songjiang anymore. I have to leave." Qi-Lin was afraid the two people outside would become suspicious, so he didn't have time to clarify the situation. "I can't find anyone else to help. I can only ask you." "Okay, I'm heading back now." Lao Mao replied without much hesitation. "I'll be there in about half an hour." "Lao Mao, you can't tell anyone that I called you." "I won't tell anyone." Lao Mao rarely made promises, but he had never gone back on his word when it came to serious matters. "Mom and my sister will go to the North Station soon," Qi-Lin instructed softly. "When you pick them up, keep them in the car. I'll call you when I'm done." Lao Mao was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Can Lao Li solve your problem?" "If he can, I'll call him right away." Hearing this, Qi-Lin's eyes turned red in an instant, and after a long moment of lip movement, he hoarsely replied, "He can't solve it." Lao Mao's heart sank at those words. "No more talking. I'm heading back now." "Thank you. No need to thank me. Contact me anytime if you need something." "Okay." The two ended the call, and Lao Mao yanked open the car door. Shouting to his colleagues who were cleaning up the scene outside, "I have something urgent to take care of. I'm leaving. You guys head back on your own and call me when you get to the station." "What's wrong, Deputy Team Leader?" a colleague shouted from a distance. "Nothing." Lao Mao didn't reply, slammed on the gas, and disappeared into the night. At home, Qi-Lin walked to the back of the wardrobe, bent down, and reached into the gap between the cabinet and the wall, feeling around until he pulled out a round oilcloth package. He came to the table, opened the package, revealing a .202 caliber pistol wrapped inside. Qi-Lin had bought this gun from a trafficker 3 years ago for 400 yuan, intending to practice shooting during his off-duty time. His practice bullets at the police station were limited, and he couldn't afford to bribe anyone for extra. So he had to practice on his own to prepare for a good score to get promoted to a second-level police officer. In fact, Qi-Lin did achieve first place in shooting at the police station and was among the top 3 in the precinct. But even so, he only received a cash reward that reimbursed the money he spent on the gun. The promotion spot went to those who never had to use a gun. Qi-Lin skillfully checked the firearm, loaded 2 magazines, and tucked the gun into his inner pocket before striding towards the door. At the door, Qi-Lin suddenly stopped, facing the biting wind and frost, and looked back at the small room, some furniture that couldn't be simpler. This was all he had fought for while bending down. But now it seemed he couldn't take a single thing with him. On the cabinet were several awards and trophies, achievements from his shooting, but ironically, he had never fired a shot in a real case. Qi-Lin gazed deeply at the room for a moment before turning to leave. He passed through the iron gate and the surrounding wall to his mother's room. "How's the packing going?" "Son, what trouble did you get into? Why do you suddenly have to leave?" The old lady sat on the bed, her voice trembling with concern. "Mom, it's hard to explain in just a few words. But don't worry, I've contacted my brother, and we're leaving tonight to find him," Qi-Lin said with a helpless but kind lie. The old lady sighed at his words, reaching out to wipe her eyes, murmuring, "It's all my fault for being confused. Everything was fine, and yet I had to force you to find a woman. We're leaving because of her, right?" Qi-Lin looked at his mother, suppressing the grievance in his heart, turned around, and took his sister by the hand to the door. Squatting down to ask, "Little sister, after I leave in 5 minutes, take Mom to the North Station." "Okay." Though his younger sister was blind, she surprisingly remained calm, nodding her pretty face without any emotion. "You remember Lao Mao's voice. When he arrives, get in his car. I'll come to pick you up at most 2 hours later." Qi-Lin reminded her again. His sister was silent for a moment before suddenly leaning close to Qi-Lin's ear and whispering, "I know when brother came back that day." Qi-Lin was taken aback. "I've already lost one brother. I don't want to lose another. I will definitely come back." Qi Lin gritted his teeth, holding back tears as he replied, "You go ahead. I'll wait for you." Qi Lin stood up and strode out of the house. 5 minutes later, Qi Lin was back in the car. The burly driver glanced at Qi Lin and frowned, asking, "Took you so long? Did you not hear?" Qi Lin asked expressionlessly. The driver was taken aback, then shifted gears and replied, "Heard some noise." "What? Did you have a fight at home?" "It's nothing. Let's go. Where's your stuff?" The driver asked as he drove. "On me," Qi Lin replied flatly. "Going to find team leader Yuan." "All right." The driver stepped on the gas and quickly left the alley next to Qi Lin's home. In a dark block on a certain street, Qin Yu had driven to this location after coming out of Songjiang No. 3 prison and waited for nearly half an hour before someone knocked on his car window. Qin Yu looked up at the burly man outside and got out of the car. "Raise your hands," the driver said expressionlessly. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, frowning as he opened his arms. The driver carefully checked Qin Yu's body, confirming he was unarmed before saying in a low voice, "Follow me." 2 minutes later, the two entered a dimly lit room on the first floor of a nearby building, where they found Lao Ma sitting in a chair. "What do you want?" Lao Ma asked with a sinister expression while playing with a pistol. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then pulled out an electronic cigarette, took a puff, and said, "The cases of Ma Lao, Air, and Demin can be handled." Lao Ma was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, damn. Did Yuan send you to play tricks with me?" Qin Yu lowered his head and took out his phone from his pocket, playing a recording in front of old Ma. After a few seconds, Ma Laoti's voice came through. "Uncle, can we talk to this person?" Old Ma was stunned to hear his nephew's voice. "I came here to tell you that when Ma Laoti and Demin were caught, it was a case of catching them red-handed. But your approach has always been to resist interrogation, to fight against the judicial system, refusing to disclose the details of the crime, always thinking about how to let the two of them come out together, but that's unrealistic." Qin Yu took a drag from his cigarette and said softly, "Let's protect one, then there's still a chance." Old Ma stared blankly at Qin Yu, completely unable to understand his way of thinking. "I've said what I needed to say. I'm leaving." Qin Yu turned to leave. "Wait," Old Ma shouted. Qin Yu turned back. "What? Why are you doing this? What does it mean?" Old Ma asked directly. Qin Yu thought for a moment and replied succinctly, "Because I don't want to look like a fool, offending all the drug dealers and the poor brothers who take drugs, only for the money to end up in someone else's pocket. If you're smart, just pretend I never came here, and we can all go our separate ways." After saying that, Qin Yu pushed the door and left. The car sped along, soon arriving near the police station. The muscular driver glanced at Qi Lin and then dialed Yuan Ke's phone. "Hello?" Yuan Ke's voice came through. "He has taken the stuff. We'll be there soon. Let him in. You guys go back directly." Yuan Ke instructed concisely. "Okay." After ending the call, Yuan Ke sat in his office and sent a text to his biological brother. "The supply channel is on the way. Soon," his brother replied, in the car. The muscular man turned the steering wheel to the left and looked up to see the police station courtyard. "You can get out and go back by yourself. Xiao Ku is waiting for you in the office." Suddenly, Qi Lin pulled out a gun from his pocket and pointed it at the driver's head. The two men in the car were taken aback and quickly turned to look at Qi Lin. "The thing is lost. I really can't find it." Qi Lin's voice trembled, but his hand was steady as he said, "I can't go back. If I go back, I won't be able to come out." "You're seeking death," the driver said in a low voice, frowning. "Your home is here. Where can you go if you don't go back? Can you get out of Songjiang?" "I want to try," Qi Lin said with a twitch of his mouth. "Just drive straight ahead." "You bastard." The driver in the passenger seat was about to curse. "Don't force me. I have no way out." Qi Lin interrupted with red eyes. "Let me live. And you both can live too." The two men fell silent. "Drive forward." Qi Lin gripped the gun tightly. "You drive however I tell you." About 15 minutes later, the SUV stopped on an empty road about 5 kilometers from the city center. "Stop the car," Qi Lin commanded with the gun. The driver turned to look at Qi Lin and suddenly turned the steering wheel to the left, then slammed on the brakes. Screech. The horrible sound of brakes on the slippery, icy road echoed as the car veered uncontrollably into the ditch on the left. "You're playing tricks." Qi Lin's body jolted from the impact, and he hit the driver's head with the gun several times. The driver protected his head and calmly said, "Aren't you in a hurry? If you're not leaving, should we help you push the car out?" Qi Lin looked out the window, saw the front of the car deeply stuck, and gritted his teeth as he pushed the door open, pointing the gun at the two men inside. "Weapons, phones. Throw everything out." The two exchanged glances and didn't say anything more. They lowered their heads and threw their phones and guns out the window. Bang, bang. Qi Lin fired 2 shots, shattering the right side tires, then bent down to search the two men thoroughly, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't chase me anymore. If you do, we'll all die together." After saying that, Qi Lin picked up their guns and phones and ran away. "Damn it." The muscular man watched Qi Lin leave and slammed his fist on the steering wheel. "I've played the eagle all my life. And now I've been pecked in the eye by a sparrow." The middle-aged man in the passenger seat opened the glove compartment and pulled out a leather envelope. "Calm down. The 2 phones for the delivery are here. Quick, open it." The driver shouted excitedly. On the highway, a police car speeding along suddenly made a dull sound from the undercarriage, followed by violent shaking of the vehicle, and the engine instantly died. Old Cat's head hit the steering wheel, and he cursed. "What the hell is this road?" At the North Station, the younger sister placed their mother at the entrance of a wind-sheltering underpass and stood by the roadside, waiting for Old Cat to arrive. Chapter 35. Time and Fate in the Wild. Old Cat pushed the car door open and jumped out, turning to look at the car. Noticing the right rear wheel was deeply stuck in the snow. Damn it, the more I rush, the more things go wrong. Old Cat cursed and immediately took out a flashlight from the car, bending down to check the state of the right rear wheel. Seeing that the tire was wedged in the dirt and unable to touch the solid ground. After carefully examining it while lying on the ground, Old Cat ran to the trunk, grabbed the spare tire with his bare hands, and pulled it out with force. But due to the extreme cold and the snow on the car, the spare tire was completely frozen in the trunk. Old Cat had no choice but to press his whole body onto the spare tire and shake it vigorously. Creak, creak. The painful sounds echoed. Old Cat's face turned red, and after shaking for a while, the spare tire finally fell with a thud. The triangular hook connecting the wheel hub and the chain suddenly cut through Old Cat's thigh, blood gushing out and falling onto the snow. Old Cat looked down at the torn thigh but endured the pain, not daring to delay for a moment. He pushed the spare tire under the right rear wheel, then returned to the car. Bah, Holy Mary, Jesus, please let me go. Old Cat muttered urgently as he shifted into gear and gently pressed the accelerator, allowing the tire to compress onto the spare tire. Go. Old Cat suddenly floored the accelerator and shouted. The engine roared, the car rocked forward slightly, and barely drove out of the snow. Old Cat turned the steering wheel left at an angle and floored the gas pedal again. The car shot out instantly. On the edge of the city, Chi Lin stopped to catch his breath and immediately called Old Cat. Hello, are you there? Damn it. The car got stuck in the snow. I just got it out. I'm on my way to the city. Old Cat cursed in response. Chi Lin was taken aback. His face turned pale as he urged. Hurry up. Get to the North Station as fast as you can. I know. I'm heading that way too. Call me if anything happens. Okay. After hanging up, both continued to rush to the North Station as fast as they could. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a stop on the road in front of the North Station. Old Cat, bleeding from his leg, stumbled out and began searching the square with the car keys in hand. Chiyu. After searching for 2 minutes without seeing his sister, Old Cat shouted in the square. At the entrance of the underpass, an old lady trembled as she walked up the stairs, looking in Old Cat's direction and calling out. Child, over here. The Old Cat turned his head at the sound, and, upon seeing Chi Lin's mother, was overjoyed and rushed over. Aunt, are you okay? Where's my little sister? She's waiting for you. Didn't you see her? The old lady, with poor eyesight and hearing, responded. The Old Cat was taken aback. I didn't see her. I couldn't move. She told me to wait down here. The old lady, looking anxious, said, You must find her quickly. Okay. Don't worry. I'll go find her. The Old Cat turned and ran back. In less than 5 minutes, he had scoured the square but still didn't see his little sister. In the left front corner of the square, there was a small food stall. The Old Cat rushed over and asked urgently, Brother, can I ask you something? Did you see a little girl standing here waiting? About 134 years old. The stall owner, who was hiding in the booth, looked up at the Old Cat and said, I saw her. 2 cars came and took her away. Upon hearing this, the Old Cat's head buzzed. When did this happen? About 5 minutes ago. Did you hear what they said? No, for people came down and just dragged her away. Damn it. Why didn't you help stop them? The Old Cat was anxious. The stall owner rolled his eyes. How would I know what they were doing? If I had stopped them, how would that have anything to do with me? Go, don't waste my time. The Old Cat's eyes widened, feeling a chill in his heart. In the city, just as Chi Lin was about to forcibly stop a car, he suddenly heard his phone ring. Hello? Chi Lin stopped, panting as he answered the call. Silence. Then a familiar voice came through. I didn't expect that after taking a 2-day break, so much happened at your police station. If I had known, I wouldn't have left you earlier. I would have gone back to the station with you. Chi Lin instantly recognized it was Tiger's voice. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, trying to run, Tiger sneered and asked, Do you think you can escape with that brain of yours? Come to Dirt Street. I'm waiting for you with your sister. Chi Lin stood there, stunned. In 2 hours, if you don't bring something, I might have to do something inhuman, Tiger said lightly. That's it. In the police station office, Yuan Ku was on the phone. Finding the supplier's contact information is the main goal. Don't let Tiger do anything too outrageous. I just don't understand. He's in the police station. How can you let him have a chance to escape? How long has this been going on and still no results? The middle-aged voice on the phone sounded impatient. The goods are piling up. If we don't get rid of the competition, I can't safely release them. Big brother. The police station isn't run by me. There's an oldly above who's smarter than a monkey. We've tried to win him over several times, but he's been playing dumb. I can't be too obvious in drug trafficking, otherwise, he'll cause trouble. Yuan Ku frowned in response. Oldly is a bit blind too. I'll find an opportunity to take care of him. No, you always say no. Yuan Ku shouted in frustration. He's the highest leader in the police station. There's no absolute conflict of interest. Why are you targeting him? Are you crazy? Forget about that little officer's issue. I'll let Tiger handle it. You just go over later to get the clues. The other party fell silent for a few seconds before hanging up the phone. On the dark road, Chi Lin, with red eyes, dialed the Old Cat's number. I've arrived, but I didn't find my sister. The food stall person told me there were 2 cars. The Old Cat spoke urgently, trying to explain the situation. She was taken. Chi Lin's voice was cold, interrupting the other. The Old Cat froze at the sound. I need you to help me with something. What do you need? The Old Cat immediately asked. I want to ask about Yuan Ku's situation. Can you help me investigate? Qi Lin said, looking down, his voice clear. After listening, the old cat widened his eyes and asked, what the hell do you want to do? What does checking this mean? There's a cliff ahead, and countless people pushing me from behind. I accept it. I want to jump and see if I can die. Qi Lin clenched his fists and said, if you consider me a friend, help me one last time. Calm down, if it really doesn't work. Old cat, are you talking to me about calmness? In all these years, who has been calmer than me? If there had been even a slight chance to escape, would I jump off a cliff? Qi Lin shouted with red eyes. If you don't help me, I'll go back to the police station to find Yuan Ku immediately. Late at night, around 11 o'clock, in a standalone 3-story building at 75 Century Avenue in a dark district, a chubby man was sitting with 2 friends in the second-floor hall, eating hot pot. Downstairs, a figure pushed open the glass door, covered in frost and snow. Chapter 36, A Night of Loss. Qi Lin transforms into Qilin. On the second floor of the standalone building, the chubby man was eating mutton hot pot and drinking expensive high-end white wine. He turned to the 2 people beside him and said, as long as we take down the supplier, the Ma family will run out of supplies. And they will die immediately. At that time, all the underground drugs in Songjiang will be ours. As usual, our Yuan family won't show up. You handle the procurement, distribution, and collection, and we'll take 7. The rest is up to you. If the Ma family dies, won't there still be drugs coming from regular channels? That's competition too, said the middle-aged man on the left, wiping his mouth. Hee, regular channels? We're cooperating with regular channels. The chubby man took a sip of white wine, smiling. The pharmaceutical company has already negotiated. They will raise the price by 30. Then we will be the cheapest, right? Without competition, how can those drug users happily spend money? Hey, this will be stable. The thin man on the right smiled, raising his glass. Then let's toast to the Ma family dying quickly. Haha, cheers. The 3 laughed and slowly raised their glasses. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came, and a young man covered in snowflakes walked up from downstairs. The chubby man looked up at the staircase and frowned, asking, who are you? My name is Qi Lin. The young man said, patting the snowflakes off his body, responding briefly. The 3 were stunned and slowly put down their glasses. Qi Lin stepped forward, glanced at the mutton hot pot on the table, and smiled as he sat down in an empty chair. Good wine and good food. The chubby man was silent for a few seconds, frowned, picked up a cigarette box, took one out, and cursed. Zaka, this brat is getting more and more outrageous. Playing mahjong downstairs without knowing someone has come in. After speaking, the chubby man took a lighter and lit it with a snap. Puff. Qi Lin put his hands in his pockets and blew out the flame. The chubby man hesitated for half a second, turned to Qi Lin, and asked with a tilted head, I didn't know you before, but today I've heard of you. I can't quite understand. What can someone like you do in this building? Are you Yuan Ku's elder brother? Qi Lin asked. The chubby man discarded the cigarette in his mouth. I'm his uncle. My name is Yuan Wei. Qi Lin's eyes flashed with disappointment. I thought I found the cause of the matter. Hee damn. Yuan Wei curled his lip and pointed downstairs. You think you can trap me? Do you know where this is? If I shout, 10 armed men can come up from downstairs. Do you believe it? Qi Lin paused for a moment, staring at Yuan Wei. You have brothers, right? Haha, little brother. The middle-aged man on the left laughed, reaching out to ruffle Qi Lin's hair. If the Yuan family didn't have brothers, could they establish themselves in the dark streets? Hurry up and bring out the goods. What are you playing at? Do you know how many people's livelihoods are involved in the drug line? You damn it. Qi Lin turned his head, pulled out a gun, and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead, expressionless, saying, I've lost everything, and you still dare to call your mother. Bang. The gun fired. The man fell. Red and white splattered all over the table. The boiling hot spicy hot pot surged with blood, colorful and vivid. Yuan Wei and another man froze in place. The middle-aged man shot down along with his chair, convulsed a few times, and then stopped moving. Qi Lin held the gun, leaning slightly as he looked at the chubby man. Don't you have brothers? Call them all here. Yuan Wei's mouth twitched a few times. He picked up a towel to wipe the blood off his face, and numbly turned to shout. Someone's coming from home. In fact, there was no need to shout. As soon as the people downstairs heard the gunshot, 6 or 7 rushed out of the game room, holding weapons, their expressions panicked as they went upstairs. What's going on? Wei go. The leading young man shouted, wide-eyed. Is it just them? Qi Lin raised a glass of white liquor in his left hand, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go, then charged towards the door. Kill him. Yuan Wei suddenly stood up and shouted. At the staircase, 6 or 7 people hurriedly raised for guns. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire shattered the night. Qi Lin stood in place, never dodging or flinching, and was the first to pull the trigger. 4 seconds later, 4 people fell at the door, and Qi Lin was shot in the left side of his abdomen. The room was filled with the smell of blood, and the 2 or 3 remaining people at the door, holding guns, were already trembling. The people lying on the ground had all been shot in vital areas, struggling only a couple of times before going still. Yuan Wei and his friends stood by the table, dumbfounded. Can you handle it? Qi Lin, pale-faced, looked at the staircase. Damn it, is it life or a job, huh? With a furious roar, the lackeys at the staircase retreated 2 steps. Qi Lin stepped forward to charge down, but the others turned and scrambled down. Yuan Wei turned to look at Qi Lin, his face no longer calm as before. Chi Lin held the gun in his right hand, pressed his left hand against his abdominal wound, and stirred it with his fingers for less than 5 seconds, pulling out a deformed bullet, which he tossed onto the hot pot table with a thud, looking steadily at Yuan Wei and asking, "Do you still have brothers?" Yuan Wei was speechless. "If not, call. Have Tiger bring my sister here in 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. As Chi Lin spoke, he picked up the bottle of white liquor again with his bloodied left hand, tilted his head back, and gulped down 3 big swigs, cursing, "Damn, turns out hitting people is no harder than shooting targets." At this moment, Chi Lin's eyes were devoid of hatred and gloom, filled only with aggression and numbness. 1 minute later, Tiger pulled Chi Yu into the car, holding a phone and saying, "Chi Lin, that idiot went to the game room. Your uncle is there, blocked. Did he call you?" "Yeah, I already brought people over." "Are you saying some brainless stuff again, pushing him to desperation?" Yuan Ko asked anxiously. "I didn't. I was just talking to him normally," Tiger argued in response. "Damn it. You all hurry over. I'm going too." Yuan Ko had no time to argue and hung up the phone, rushing out of the office. On the road, 3 cars followed Tiger as they sped towards the nearby 3-story building. Inside the second floor, Chi Lin's face was flushed. He lowered his head to change the spare magazine, then turned to the man beside Yuan Wei and asked, "Do you know me?" The man was taken aback by the question. "Listen carefully, my name is Chi Lin." Bang! Bang! As the words fell, the gun fired, and 2 bursts of blood mist erupted from the middle-aged man's chest, his shocked gaze falling to the ground. Yuan Wei turned to look at the blood-soaked second-floor hall, the fallen lackeys and friends, suddenly feeling his stomach churn. He bent over and heaved, vomiting the lamb slices he had just eaten. In less than 10 minutes, 4 cars hastily stopped at the entrance of the 3-story building. Tiger opened the car door, directly pulling out a folding knife and shouting, "Everyone inside, I want to skin him alive." With a whoosh, nearly 20 people got out of the 4 cars, rushing into the building with their weapons. Ding ding. At that moment, Tiger's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. "Don't worry. I'm here, just wait for me." "I'm not inside." Chi Lin's voice came through. Tiger was stunned. "Get everyone next to you inside the building. Go to the 3rd floor, stand by the window." Chi Lin's voice was calm as he instructed. "You motherfucker. If these people don't go upstairs in 30 seconds, I'll send Yuan Wei to heaven. Don't you want your sister?" Tiger stepped towards the car. "Either way, it's death. What do I have to fear?" Chi Lin replied softly. "Go ahead and shoot my sister. I can see her. If she dies, I'll go with Yuan Wei." Tiger stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. 20 seconds left. Chi Lin urged calmly. Tiger, holding the phone, suddenly turned and shouted, "Everyone go to the 3rd floor, now immediately." The crowd was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the 3rd floor with their guns. Across the street, Chi Lin saw the other side's men rushing into the room and pulled Yuan Wei out. "Tiger!" Yuan Wei shouted, his legs weak. Tiger turned back and saw Chi Lin. On the roadside, Chi Lin grabbed Yuan Wei by the neck, the gun's muzzle swaying downwards. "Come here." Tiger hesitated for half a second, then opened the car door, reaching out to pull Chi Yu. Bang! The gun fired. Yuan Wei was shot in the abdomen, kneeling on the ground, wailing, "Tiger, don't move, don't move." He killed 6 or 7 people upstairs. Tiger's forehead bulged with veins, hesitating for a while before gritting his teeth and pushing the car door closed. "Come here," Chi Lin shouted again. After a brief hesitation, Tiger had no choice but to walk to the middle of the road, trembling as he said, "Chi Lin, I surrender, okay? I submit to you. Let Wei go? I'll go with you. I'll take you out of Songjiang. Is that okay?" Chi Lin looked at him, remaining silent. "Why did you kidnap Wei Gu? Isn't it just to talk? There's no need for us to fight, right?" Tiger said, his eyes darting as he walked forward. Bang! Suddenly, the gun fired again, hitting Tiger in the right wrist from about 7 or 8 meters away, causing him to drop to the ground instantly. "Tiger!" he shouted, turning to grab his gun. "Move again? I'll kill you." Chi Lin shouted softly. Tiger froze in place, clenching his fists and shouted, "What the hell do you want? You don't want your life? Your mother and your sister? If you do this, can you come out okay? Was I ever okay before?" Chi Lin released the shot Yuan Wei and walked towards Tiger. "I can't kneel down to you. I can't be your dog either, fine. Then I'll change my way of living. I want to be a person. I want to be a superior person. I need to kill you to gain courage. I want to take back everything I offered you while kneeling, standing up. You're insane." Bang bang. Chi Lin pointed the gun at Tiger, pulling the trigger twice in rapid succession. Tiger was shot while trying to run, falling with a thud onto the snow-covered road, blood flowing several meters. On the roadside, Yuan Wei was banging his head repeatedly. "Brother Chi Lin, this time I'm kneeling down. I submit, really submit. I guarantee with my life that you will definitely make it out. You should pray to the King of Hell, asking him not to give me Chi Lin a chance. If I survive in the future, if God lets me stand up again, I will fill the 3 miles north of Songjiang with the graves of the Yuan family." Chi Lin stood on the street, shouting in despair, pulling out a second gun with his left hand and pulling the trigger all the way down. Smoke filled the street. And after a series of gunshots, Yuan Wei fell to the ground, his body engulfed in white smoke and blood. Chi Lin turned and rushed to the car, shifted gears, and drove away. 10 minutes later, on the road, Chi Yu couldn't see, her head lowered, tears streaming down her face, trembling as she said, "Brother, Mom and I should have died long ago. We're dragging you down. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Little sister, if you lose me, you'll be lost. Qi Lin's vision gradually blurred, blood flowing freely from his abdomen, his face pale, and his head crashed against the steering wheel. The car lost control in an instant, crashing into a nearby alley. Qi Yu shook her little head and sat up, feeling around for a long time before finding Qi Lin's body, shouting, "Brother, what's wrong? Speak to me. Call someone. I have a friend who can help you and Mom." Qi Lin closed his eyes, whispering with his last strength. Moments later, Old Cat answered the call. "Hello?" Chapter 37. Breaking the sky. Less than 10 minutes after the tragedy occurred, Yuan Ku drove to the entrance of the two-story building, witnessing the bodies of Yuan Wei and the tiger, along with the already frozen bloodstains. At the entrance, dozens of people stood with their heads bowed, not daring to speak. Yuan Ku clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he yelled at the crowd. "Does Qi Lin have 3 heads and 6 arms? He's just one person. And you let it get this out of hand." Silence. After a brief silence, a middle-aged man who had come with the tiger looked up and responded. "He came here to fight desperately. Even if we had arrived in time and held him back, it wouldn't have been any better than this. He was pushed too hard and has lost his sanity. Useless. All of you are useless." Yuan Ku completely lost his usual calmness, pointing at the crowd and shouting, "Get the hell out of here. You don't deserve to eat. Get out." On the street, Old Cat drove the car, covered in blood, shouting, "Damn it. You're just a fool. You used to let people slap you 100 times without daring to say a word, and now when it gets heated, you're not taking care of anything." In the passenger seat, Qi Lin, bleeding heavily from his abdomen, responded weakly, "Old Cat, for the sake of our years of friendship, you have to help get my mom and little sister out. Please. I don't care. You figure it out yourself." Old Cat cursed. "I'm not your dad. Why should I handle everything for you? I might not be able to do it. When I came, I was already thinking of dying." Qi Lin's voice was weak, tears streaming down his closed eyes. "Old Cat, if life gave me a little hope, I wouldn't do this, but it doesn't." After a long silence, Old Cat suddenly slammed the steering wheel. How did it come to this? In the back seat, although Qi Yu couldn't see Old Cat, she kept pleading, "Old Cat, please save my brother, I beg you." Sigh. Old Cat gritted his teeth and sighed, immediately pulling out his phone and dialing a number from memory. Seconds later, the call connected. "Hello? Cat brother, where are you?" Old Cat asked directly. "In a game, what's up? I have a brother who got shot and needs to be taken to you. Can you do it?" Old Cat asked straightforwardly. The other party was silent for a long time before asking in return, "Does your friend need to be looked after by me?" "Cat brother, who got hurt. I asked if you can do it." Old Cat frowned. "If you can, say so. If not, just speak up. I won't make it difficult for you." After another pause, the other party clearly replied, "I'm in the next round. It's a gunshot wound in the abdomen. Need a doctor. Money is not an issue," Old Cat instructed. "Okay. Miao Zhuang, let me say this up front. If you don't want to help, just say so. No need to feel awkward. But if you say you'll help and then sell me out, I'll be at odds with you from now on," Old Cat reminded bluntly. "If I agree, I won't cause trouble. Don't worry, Cat brother. I'll be waiting for you at the intersection of Tuzhou Street and Fu Yuan Road. Hurry up." "Got it." As the conversation ended, Old Cat slammed the gas pedal, hitting Qi Lin's head hard. "Mom's gone. Little sister's gone. The money owed to me and Qin Yu isn't being paid back? Damn it. After finally getting back up, you want to die like this? Lift your head. Let's talk." In the office area of the police department, Qin Yu, who had been waiting for news, saw Zhu Wei rush in from outside and immediately waved, "Over here." Zhu Wei looked up at Qin Yu and hurried over, panting. Qin Yu glanced around, pushed open the door to the stairwell, and pulled Zhu Wei in, asking, "Have you figured out the situation?" "I have." Zhu Wei swallowed several times and looked up at Qin Yu, replying, "It's Qi Lin. What happened to him?" "He killed 6 or 7 people on Century Avenue, including Yuan Ku's uncle, the tiger, and some henchmen," Zhu Wei stammered. Qin Yu was stunned, remaining frozen in place for a long while before continuing to ask, "Are you sure this was done by Qi Lin? When others told me, I didn't believe it either." Zhu Wei shrugged, equally astonished. "But I called Lao San, and he told me it was indeed Qi Lin. Now there are over 100 people gathered on Century Avenue. All of them Yuan Ku's brother's men, and our police are over there too. This has gotten serious. Isn't it impossible for Qi Lin to kill 6 or 7 people?" Qin Yu still found it hard to believe. "It's absolutely true. Lao San wouldn't joke about this, and he's heading over there too. Damn. Qi Lin has been completely activated now." Qin Yu murmured, looking dazed. "This has really blown up. I know Qi Lin. He usually doesn't dare to even go for a minor arrest, yet suddenly he did something so huge." Zhu Wei also found it hard to understand and frowned. Looking at Qin Yu, "Shouldn't we go to Century Avenue? After all, there's a shadow of Team Yuan here." Qin Yu remained silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. "I don't want to go. I advise you not to go either." "Why not? Do you understand what's going on here?" Qin Yu frowned. Zhu Wei shook his head. "If you don't understand, just observe for now. Don't rush to get involved." Zhu Wei thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." At around 4 in the morning, after Qin Yu had just dozed off in the dormitory, Old Cat's call came through to his phone. "Hello?" Qin Yu immediately sat up to answer the call. "Don't make noise. Come out. I'm in the alley behind the unit," Old Cat said in a low voice. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu replied, "Okay, I'll be right down." After the call ended, the two hung up, and Qin Yu quickly grabbed his jacket and left the third group dormitory. Meanwhile, in the Dahuang Palace Entertainment City on Tuzha Street, a man in dress pants and a white shirt sat comfortably on the sofa sipping tea. This man was Yuan Ke's older brother, Yuan Hua. At 48 years old, Yuan Hua was somewhat overweight, but had a gentle demeanor and very fair skin. He never expected there would be a problem with Qi Lin's situation. A middle-aged man on the left, with his hands on his hips, said, "The tiger too," usually shouting louder than anyone else. But at a critical moment couldn't even protect Xiao Wei. Yuan Hua, expressionless, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, slowly took out a cigarette case, and completely ignored his friend's remarks. A series of footsteps came from downstairs. Jacques, who had narrowly escaped from the second floor of the independent building, rushed into the room with a panicked expression and knelt down, shouting, "Brother Hua, I didn't handle the situation well. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes." Yuan Hua waved his hand lightly at Jacques. "Come here, I need to ask you some details." Jacques immediately got up and stepped over with small strides, bowing and saying, "Brother Hua, please ask. What use is it for me to raise you?" Yuan Hua suddenly asked, looking up. Jacques froze on the spot. "If you're useless and still spending my money, eating my food, what should we do?" Yuan Hua continued. Jacques' face turned pale instantly. Bang! Yuan Hua suddenly pulled out a gun from under the table and pulled the trigger right at Jacques' heart. Blood splattered 5 steps away, and Jacques fell back dead. Yuan Hua shook the bloodstains off his white shirt and, still expressionless, shouted at the people in the room. "There are 2 issues with Qi Lin. One is the supply channel, and the other is the face problem. My uncle is dead. You all need to keep an eye on this." After saying that, Yuan Hua got up and left, while the unfortunate Jacques was dragged downstairs by 4 people. The bloodstained floor was cleaned and smooth again in less than a minute. Behind the police station, Qin Yu met the old cat. Chapter 38. Will I always be a lone wolf? In the alley, Qin Yu frowned and asked the old cat while adjusting his collar, "Is Qi Lin with you?" "Yes." The old cat nodded. "He got shot, and I just found a doctor to check on him." "What happened to him?" Qin Yu pressed. After pondering for a while, the old cat detailed the situation he understood to Qin Yu. After listening, Qin Yu looked down and turned around before asking, "With things getting this big, do you think you can hide him?" The old cat was taken aback. "I don't think you can hide him, no matter the reason. Yuan Ku will continue to go after him," Qin Yu added. The old cat took out an e-cigarette and took a deep puff, saying, "I rushed to find you because I want you to help Qi Lin with something." Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. "Go ahead. I want to find a way to keep Qi Lin safe and help him, his mother, and little sister leave Songjiang. Can you help me contact some friends outside the planning area and arrange a place for them to stay?" The old cat said directly. "Whether he can get out depends on fate, but I still have to do what needs to be done." Qin Yu stared at the old cat and replied plainly, "I don't think my relationship with Qi Lin has reached that point." The old cat was stunned. This isn't just a simple case of gun murder. You know how many interests and hidden reasons are behind it. If I help him and get caught up in it, who will help me if something happens? Qin Yu asked calmly. The old cat took another puff of smoke. "Old cat, I can come to Songjiang to buy a residence right and a job, but that took me years of hard work in the planning area. You have directorly above you, but I don't," Qin Yu said candidly, looking at the old cat. "Sorry, I can't help with this." The old cat looked up at Qin Yu and suddenly smiled. "I know you are ambitious and have ideas, so I can understand your choice." Qin Yu remained silent. "Xiao Yu, do you know why Qi Lin has come to this point?" The old cat asked softly. Qin Yu was taken aback. "Actually, you and he are quite similar. You both know what you want and remain calm in everything you do, with a strong sense of purpose, thinking you can always differentiate the pros and cons at critical moments. It's just that one of you is too tough, and the other is too soft, which creates some contrast," the old cat said, taking a puff of his e-cigarette with a smile. "But I want to tell you, living too calmly without some temperament doesn't guarantee success. Qi Lin is a living example. Moreover, if you don't have a heartfelt friend on the road of life, I don't believe he can go far. Today, I came to find you because I consider you a buddy and thought we were friends, so I didn't hold back. But I'm sorry, I was reckless." Qin Yu frowned and remained silent. "I'll find a way to handle this myself. You should go back," the old cat said as he turned to leave. Qin Yu, with his hands in his sleeves, watched the old cat's back and suddenly shouted, "You know very well that Director Li has been avoiding the drug dealing issue. Getting involved could be dangerous for you." The old cat didn't look back, striding onto the street, responding, "A tiger knows how to protect his friends at critical moments. Can I, old cat, be worse than him? I never considered whether it would be dangerous, but I will definitely protect Qi Lin." After saying that, the old cat got into a car and left. Before anything happened to Qi Lin, the old cat would often scold him like he was reprimanding his children. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed that Qi Lin was not even on equal footing with him, merely a loyal follower of the old cat. But when Qi Lin encountered trouble, all the acquaintances who could avoid him did so, and the one who gritted his teeth to help Qi Lin was precisely the old cat, who usually looked down on him. Some disdain was real, but the friendship was also real. The old cat was that kind of person. "No matter how well you were doing, I might not be able to get along with you, but as long as I consider you a friend, if you are in trouble, I will definitely lend a hand." On the way back to the dormitory, Qin Yu lowered his head, feeling a bit conflicted. He recalled the old cat's words, and his heart was somewhat touched. In the planning area, Qin Yu basically trusted no one because he had seen too much of humanity's dark side. For a bite to eat or a job, There were plenty of beasts who would sell their wives and children, so he had seen enough and gradually became cold-hearted. This was the human instinct for self-protection at work. Qin Yu might not even realize that although he was strong inside, he had somewhat lost the warmth that should exist in humanity. Now, the old cat's words echoed in Qin Yu's mind, and he began to doubt himself for the first time. Is my excessive calmness and purposeful behavior really correct? Can the style of doing things in the planning area also work in District 9? The road of life is so long and lonely. Can one really walk the entire journey alone? The old cat's position and connections in the police station were obviously stronger than his, and he dared to protect Qilin. So, is it really too small-minded for Qin Yu, a demon from the planning area, to worry about his little status? The relationship between Qilin and Qin Yu certainly hadn't reached the point of life-and-death friendship, but how did others achieve such deep connections? As Qin Yu pondered, he suddenly stopped. The shadow of the old cat flashed in his mind again. He could scold Qilin every day, appear cynical, and act unreliable. But at a critical moment, he dared to take risks for the sake of friendship. Is this kind of person worth forming a deep bond with? Qin Yu hesitated and wavered, but in the end, he took out his phone. Damn it, even the smartest person can be influenced by fools. Qin Yu sighed and quickly dialed a number. After a few dozen seconds, the call connected. Hello? Let's talk about the drug dealing issue. Qin Yu turned and left the back door of the unit, quickening his pace towards the other side of the road. In the independent building on the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Ku locked the door, holding his phone as he stood by the window, and said, Qilin has no friends, just the old cat. The man on the phone frowned slightly and reminded him, that makes it hard for me to investigate. You just need to find out where Qilin is. I'll handle the matters above, Yuan Ku shouted with red eyes. He must be found. We have to secure the channel. Okay, I understand. Inside a warehouse on Fuyuan Road. After the doctor finished cleaning Qilin's wound and was about to leave, the old cat directly held him at gunpoint. You can't leave for now. I'll let you go once my friend is out. Don't worry about the money. What kind of person are you with no credibility? The doctor yelled angrily, rude. You're too rude. Don't, or I'll get angry. Without further ado, the old cat dragged the doctor away and locked him in a room. He then turned to his friend who was helping and said, can you find a way to get Qilin out? He killed Yuan Hua's uncle. It's a huge mess outside. Getting him out is too difficult. The friend's face looked very grim as he replied. You know how much power I have. The old cat scratched his head. What about contacting someone from the station troops? Is that possible? Hard to say. The friend shook his head. On a dilapidated wooden bed, Qilin coughed violently and shouted. Don't worry about me. Just take my mom and little sister away. Shut up. The old cat scolded irritably. In the two-story building on Century Avenue, Lausen limped downstairs and shouted at the more than 20 people standing inside. Big brother has spoken. Put down all your work and scatter our people. We must find out where Qilin is within 12 hours. Chapter 39. Brother Cat who even activates directly the next day, early morning. The gun case on the second floor of the two-story building on Century Avenue had officially been taken over by the police chief of the Black Street. But with such a big incident, Director Lee rarely did not show up, finding an excuse to leave for a meeting in Phone Bay. The highest-ranking officer responsible for the case was just a deputy director of the police chief who was about to retire. As a result, the captain of the second team investigating the case was also in a haze. He couldn't figure out what the higher-ups meant, so he could only drag his feet and waste time, not following the clues to investigate further. At 9:30 in the morning, the old cat's phone rang. Hello? Director Lee's voice came through. Did you find out? The old cat asked, looking down. After a moment of silence, Director Lee said in an undeniable tone, I don't care what you think, but don't get involved in Qilin's matter. Come back to the unit immediately and stay in the office for the next few days. No way, the old cat flatly refused. Are you out of your mind? Director Lee was anxious. I'm staying out of the drug trafficking case. Why are you stupidly getting involved? Do you know how much profit Qilin's supply channel will generate? How many eyes are watching this? What can a small deputy captain like you do? Old Lee, I am me, and you are you. What I do has little to do with you. You don't need to worry. Even if things go south in the end, I'll take the blame myself. It won't affect you at all. The old cat replied reluctantly. Nonsense. Director Lee exploded in anger. How can you say that? Without me, what would you be as a deputy captain? What can you do in the police chief's office? If you put it that way, I have no choice but to lay it all out, the old cat shamelessly responded. Either you leave me alone, or you manage both me and Qilin. Are you crazy? Director Lee shouted. Old Lee, you've been too comfortable lately. Yuan Ku is using his brother's money and connections to make friends in the police chief's office. Is he just trying to become a small team leader? Is that possible? Yuan Ku wants to rise in the police chief's office. That's obvious. Do you think you can just stay out of it? In your position? You can't have it both ways. The old cat seemed a bit dazed but shouted with a unique idea. Don't hesitate to make a choice. Let me activate you. Activate me for what, you idiot? Beep. Halfway through his sentence, the old cat hung up the phone. Director Lee called him back twice, but he didn't answer. In the car, Director Lee furrowed his brows and pondered for a while before dialing Qin Yu's number. Hello? Xiao Qin. Hello, Director Lee. The old cat is heading down a wrong path. You've been getting along well with him lately. Give him a call. Director Lee. I just reached an agreement with the old cat on some matters and was about to call you. Qin Yu was already prepared to talk endlessly. Hearing this, Director Lee was furious and straightened his body. Can you young people be a bit more stable? The old cat is someone who gets high without drinking. And you think you reached an agreement with him? No. Directorly, you need to listen to me first. Qin Yu cautiously interrupted. Go ahead. I just contacted someone from the Yuan family opposite. Qin Yu lowered his head and quietly expressed his thoughts. In the two-story building on Century Avenue, Yuan Ke had his left hand in his pocket and was holding a phone with his right hand, standing by the window. Oldly dodged today. He didn't even go to the police chief's office. What do you think he means? Yuan Hua asked. It's obvious, he doesn't want to get involved. So he found an excuse to avoid it. But from another perspective, he is also giving us face. With such a big case, without Oldly making decisions. The people below don't know how to handle it, so he wants to give us some time to find Qilin quickly, Yuan Ku replied in a low voice. Oldly handled this matter with some brains. Yuan Hua said with a gloomy face, since the other side is giving us space, let's finish this quickly. Don't worry. Qilin won't escape. Just like that, the two brothers ended the call. Just as Yuan Ku was about to walk out the door, Laosan pushed the door and entered. How's it going? Yuan Ku frowned and asked. A black doctor from Tuza Street was called out last night, but hasn't he returned home? Laosan casually replied. The people we placed at the street corner haven't seen him leave the area. I suspect he is still in the street. Probably treating Qilin's injury because he was shot. Yuan Ku turned around in the room and asked, has the old cat received any news? He was supposed to be capturing at the district border yesterday, but left after receiving a call and hasn't shown up since. Laosan replied with well-informed news. He hasn't come to the unit today either. He's with Qilin. Yuan Ku made a judgment. You know the relationship between the old cat and Director Li. Laosan reminded softly. We're a bit constrained in dealing with him. This kid has no brains. Yuan Ku pondered for a moment and ordered, first find someone. As long as you pinpoint the location, you can bypass the old cat directly. Don't involve him. Okay, Laosan nodded. At 6:30 p.m. In a fast food restaurant in the red light district of Tuza Street, a lewd-looking young man turned his head and spat, saying, I went to the black doctor's house, and his assistant told me that this kid took medical equipment and medicine for treating gunshot wounds when he left. What else? I checked the call records. The last person who called the black doctor was named Wu Long, a small-time card player. The lewd young man said with a smile. He's south right in Tuza Street. Our brothers have already tracked him down. He hasn't left his house all day. Confirm it again, and I'll take people to Tuza Street right away. Okay. An hour later, on a street full of icicles, more than 20 cars were parked. Yuan Ku and Laosan sat in the car and waited for about 10 minutes when the lewd young man ran over, bending over and standing outside the car window, saying, the person is inside. How many? At least 3 or 4. The lewd young man replied in a low voice. Our brothers saw them from the window. But it wasn't very clear. Upon hearing this, Laosan pushed the car door open and waved, shouting, get out. Together, Yuan Ku also opened the car door. Laosan paused and immediately reminded, in this situation, it's not convenient for you to show up, is it? Oldly has already defaulted. So what else is there to pretend? The cards have been laid on the table. Yuan Ku frowned and replied, then stepped out of the car. On the other side, in a warehouse on the Black Street, an old man sat on a rickety wooden chair, sipping tea, and said, we can start dealing now. Notify those who are dining with us. It's been quiet for so long. Let's make some noise tonight. Chapter 40. Challenging Yuan Ku at the intersection of Dirt Road and Fuyuan Road. Yuan Ku and Laosan led dozens of people to the entrance of a warehouse. Open it. Laosan shouted to the underlings behind him. Wait. Yuan Ku pondered for a while and immediately waved his hand to stop him, saying, old cat is a stubborn type. Forcing it might cause unnecessary trouble. Laosan, call the team. After hearing Yuan Ku's instructions, Laosan took out his phone and walked aside, while the others surrounded the warehouse tightly. Old cat wasn't a fool. He had been paying attention to the outside, so he quickly noticed Yuan Ku and the others. Inside, a friend who was helping to hide looked a bit anxious and said to old cat, they are coming. What should we do? On a rickety wooden bed, Qilin held his abdomen, forcing himself to sit up straight, his face pale as he shouted to old cat, brother, you've already helped me enough here. I'm in this state, I won't drag you down. You protect my sister and mom, I'll go out myself. What's the point of saying all this now? What nonsense are you talking? Old cat scolded impatiently. Stay put, I'll go outside and deal with Yuan Ku. Old cat. Qilin shouted tearfully. I owe you too much. How am I going to repay you in the future? Old cat turned to glance at Qilin, saying, I'm a police officer, and if you lose a friend like you, who am I going to scold in the future? Qilin stood there stunned. You all stay inside. Old cat threw out a line before walking outside alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse was pushed open. Old cat, with an electronic cigarette in his mouth, turned and glanced at Yuan Ku and the others at the bottom of the steps, saying, damn. If you had this efficiency in investigating cases, Songjiang would have been under clear skies long ago. Yuan Ku was taken aback for a moment, responding with one hand in his pocket. Old cat, is Qilin inside? He is. Old cat realized there was no point in lying anymore and admitted directly. Fine. Since you're being straightforward, I'll be too. Yuan Ku looked at old cat and said bluntly. Qilin's situation is very complicated. There are the health department, the police, and below. Stop rambling. It all boils down to one thing, right? You think Qilin is a pushover, so you treat him like a dog. Who knew after kicking him a couple of times, you discovered he is a lion? Not understanding that, you got him wiped out. So now you're starting to leverage connections and talk to people, right? Old Cat took a drag on his cigarette, his eyes bright as he retorted. Let me tell you two things. First, I've asked Qilin, he doesn't have what you want on him. Second, no matter what your purpose is, I definitely can't let you touch him. Even if Qilin wants to pursue legal action, you need to back off. Yuan Ku frowned at Old Cat, and after a long silence, said, Do you know whose face I'm talking to you like this? I'm not a fool. Of course I know it's for Old Li's sake. Old Cat replied defiantly without any embarrassment. But you see, things are just so coincidental. Old Li is not only my relative, but also treats me very well. Today, I'm going to be willful with my relationship with him. I'm just asking you. Are you angry? Old Cat, are you a bit brainless? Lao San scolded with a dark face. You're creating trouble for Old Li. Old Cat exploded at the remark, jumping up and shouting like a shrew. Can you tell me who you think you are? This is a conversation between people with backgrounds. What are you, a lackey, puffing up for? Do you believe that if I stop watching everyone, I'll just make your life miserable? You really are something. Lao San was choked into silence by the fiery Old Cat. Old Cat withdrew his gaze, looking at Yuan Ku sideways, and said, It's best not to burn bridges. There are so many stars in the sky. Do you know which one is the brightest tomorrow? Let it go when you can. I can't take him away. I have no way to explain. Yuan Ku's face was impatient. If Qilin has that thing, let him come out and tell me himself. That is impossible. Old Cat, I've already given Li Si face. And what if you don't give face? Are you going to kill me? Old Cat asked coldly. Yuan Ku was silent for a few seconds, then immediately waved his hand and shouted, Take Old Cat back to the station. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people rushed up, reaching out to grab Old Cat and pull him down the steps. Damn you! Old Cat, with a surge of anger, pulled out his work badge, hung it on his chest, and shouted, Come on, let me see who dares to touch me. I'm a level 3 police officer appointed by the Special Zone. If you touch me, it's challenging the judicial system. Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated and turned to look at Yuan Ku. Are you playing this with me? Isn't it possible? Old Cat glared back. Yuan Ku showed a grim smile, turned to Lao San, and said, Let them in. Lao San took out his phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, several police vehicles drove into Fuyuan Road and stopped by the roadside. Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and nearly all the officers from the other team got out. Qilin is inside. Take him back. Yuan Ku gestured to the crowd. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment, then led the team up the steps, displaying his credentials hanging on his chest as he said, Old Cat, don't make it hard for me. I'm just trying to make a living. Old Cat was taken aback for a moment, his face turning ashen as he shouted, Stay out of matters that don't concern you. Zhu Wei, steeling himself, stepped forward and grabbed Old Cat. We don't have Li Si as protection. Sorry, Old Cat. Pull Brother Cat down. Guanxi immediately yelled from the side, Go in and arrest people. Old Cat couldn't resist being pulled down the steps by so many people, but he still shouted at Yuan Ku with red eyes. If you dare to touch Qilin today, I won't do anything else in the future. Just keep an eye on you. You want to deal on the Black Street, right? Let us see if I can stop you from selling even a single box. Zhu Wei tugged at Old Cat's collar, quietly shouting, Stop shouting, you can't protect him. Get the hell away from me. Old Cat was completely furious, struggling against the 7 or 8 people pulling him. On the steps, Guanxi drew his gun and pulled the door, waving his hand to signal, Charge in. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Qinyu, leading 3 middle-aged men and an old man, panted as they ran over from the side street, shouting, Damn. There are so many people. I'm here to join the fun. Everyone turned back at the sound. Qinyu stopped, grinning and pointing at Zhu Wei, shouting, Let Old Cat go. Zhu Wei was taken aback. Guanxi, you stay at the door and don't move. Qinyu called out to the officers on the steps. Hearing Qinyu's order, Zhu Wei and Guanxi stood awkwardly in place, momentarily lost as to what to do. Yuan Ku turned to glance at Qinyu, his face darkening as he shouted at Guanxi, What are you waiting for? I told you to arrest people. Guanxi gritted his teeth and pulled the door, ready to go inside. Qinyu stepped up the stairs and pointed at all the members of Team 3, shouting, I told you not to move. Can't you hear me? Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and the others were once again frozen in place. Qinyu's expression suddenly turned serious as he stepped forward, grabbing Zhu Wei's wrist and asking, Who is the team leader, do you know? The team leader is here, Zhu Wei replied, scratching his nose. Qinyu stared at Zhu Wei and leaned in close to his ear, asking again, In the future, will you follow me and Old Cat? Or will you follow Yuan Ku, who hasn't made you team leader for years? Choose one. Zhu Wei looked up at the sound. Let go of him. Qinyu pointed at Zhu Wei's chest and repeated himself once more. Zhu Wei pondered for a moment, first glancing at Old Cat, then at Qinyu. After thinking about directly, he immediately let go of his hand. Yuan Ku was confused, staring blankly at Zhu Wei. Did you not hear me speaking? Report to the captain. According to rank classification and police regulations, I should primarily listen to the direct command of my superior. Zhu Wei saluted and shouted loudly. The members of Team 3 collectively froze for a moment, staring at Zhu Wei, and slowly raised their arms to salute, shouting in unison, We should primarily listen to the direct command of our superior. Qinyu turned around, stepped in front of Yuan Ku, and simply said, You speak with righteousness, and I have done my best to handle this matter for you. But why have you secretly taken shots at me more than once? Chapter 41. Three families gather at Tachaji Street before Yuanku arrived. He indeed thought he might encounter some trouble with Old Cat, but he never expected Qin to be involved as well, and that he came with Old Man Ma and others. What does this indicate? It indicates that Qin presence here is likely not on his side. Yuanku felt very puzzled and angry because he believed that while he had used Qin, he had still given the latter a chance. And yet this kid stood against him at a critical moment. Qin, what are you trying to pull? Yuanku had been having a rough time recently. Not only had there been a death in his family, but he also hadn't found a key supply channel, so he no longer had the previous amiable and righteous demeanor. Only impatience and indifference remained. Captain Yuan, can we talk aside? Qin asked with a smile. What is there to talk about? I must take the person away. Yuanku waved his hand irritably. After pondering for a moment, Qin gestured to Old Cat not to explode, and spoke softly to Yuanku. Captain, Qi has already been made to suffer enough. We should let him go. Do you think you have the weight to say that? Yuanku asked coldly. I have the same attitude as Old Cat. I just want to ensure Qi is okay. Qin replied quietly. Captain, some cards have been revealed. No one will look good. Yuanku was already restraining his anger, and hearing a hint of threat in Qin words made him explode instantly. He suddenly raised his arm and swung it down. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Qin received a slap in front of everyone. Know your place, without me speaking. Do you really think you can be the group leader? Yuanku shouted, glaring. I'll say this here. Even if Old Li comes today, I still have to take Qi away. Everyone unrelated, get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Qin touched his face, smiled nonchalantly, and turned to shout at Old Man Ma. Help my friend out. Old Man Ma, still wearing that dirty military coat, shrunk his neck, hands in his sleeves, and slowly turned back to shout. Is there anyone who knows Old Ma in this area of Tachaji Street? After a few seconds, the street began to tremble as numerous figures rushed out from the cage buildings, dirty alleys, and storefronts. Yuanku looked up at the crowd, poked Qin chest, and laughed. Haha, you have backup now, right? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of men with white cloth strips tied around their arms, wielding weapons, gathered under the dim lights. A burly man in a leather jacket, leading the way, spat. Yuanku, whether you and your brother like it or not, today I'm going to mess things up. The dozens of people on Yuanku's side turned serious as they saw the crowd rushing in. At the bottom of the steps, Old Man Ma pulled out a cigarette case and lightly shouted again. Anyone who wants to have medicine in the future, come help out in Tachaji Street. I'm going all out today. As long as the Ma family can hold their ground here, I'll sell medicine at zero profit for 3 months. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous footsteps erupted again from the cage buildings on both sides of the narrow Tachaji Street. Yes, various teams, political connections, and big companies behind them are all vying for profit, but the sick and the poor living here lose access to cheap medicine because of their scramble for benefits. So, upon hearing Old Man Ma's call, they spontaneously rushed out. Old Sen saw this scene and immediately took 2 steps back. Grabbing the intercom, all the brothers in Tachaji Street come out immediately, quickly, at the Fuyuan intersection. Yuanku glanced roughly at the people Old Ma had called over, tilted his head to look at Qin and sneered. You can protect Qi in Tachaji Street, but can he stay out forever, huh? On the other side, in the black market area on Century Avenue, 8 stern-looking, strong men, all carrying cloth bags on their shoulders and wearing wool gloves, approached 2 empty buildings without any human shadows. This place is already far from the center of Songjiang City, next to a graveyard and a garbage dump exclusive to the black market, so there are no signs of human activity nearby. Here, let us go in. The leading man glanced at the surroundings before turning to instruct the others. Are we sure? Is it here? Yes, the tiger had someone take the medicine here before. The leading man nodded. Check it out, get ready to work. 5 minutes later, in the central area of the empty building, 6 or 7 young men were sitting on chairs playing cards, and the windows on both sides of the room had been deliberately boarded up, so from the outside, no light leaked out, making it look like no one lived there. The room was filled with smoke, and a young man sitting on the left holding cards, with an electronic cigarette in his mouth, asked, Everyone has been called to Tachaji Street. Shouldn't we go take a look? What is there to see? There have been a lot of issues lately. The higher-ups have given orders. We stay here and don't go anywhere. Another young man replied with a frown. For the next few days, no one should make excuses to sneak out. Focus on working. Okay, got it. Just as everyone was talking, the ceiling light flickered a few times and suddenly went out. What the hell? Why did the light go out? Is the motor broken again? Tiago, go check it with a flashlight. Bang. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the door, followed by hurried footsteps at the entrance. Someone's coming. Hurry and grab your stuff, shouted the young man sitting in the chair. Bang, bang, bang. By the time the card players inside reacted, gunfire had already erupted at the door, a torrential downpour of bullets flooding into the room. Cries of horror erupted in succession as 3 people from the opposing side were shot dead on the spot. At the entrance, the leading attacker turned on a flashlight, signaling his companions not to move. That's enough. No more shooting. We need 2 heavyweights. Inside the police station, Director Lee sat at his desk, playing with a teacup, his brows furrowed. On the side sofa, the senator responsible for politics in the police station crossed his legs and asked, Isn't it a bit early to make a choice now? Do I want to do this? It's Old Cat who is pushing me to do it. Director Li sighed and cursed, but it's also good. Yuan Hua has tried to pull me in many times, and I haven't taken a stand, so that's also a kind of attitude. In the near future, the situation might get very chaotic, the senator reminded softly. Things have already escalated onto Chaji Street. I want to rein it in, but I can't. Just wait for the call. Director Li raised his cup and took a sip of tea. Inside the Grand Palace, after Yuan Hua finished a call, he cursed with a dark face. That clueless old Ma really thinks he has a say into Chaji Street. You all go over. No need to hold back while doing things. The old cat is so tough. Is it the attitude of Director Li? A middle-aged man on the left frowned and asked. If that's the case, the situation is a bit complicated. Yuan Hua waved his hand. I give him face because he is Director Li. Without face, he is nothing. Tonight, I want Qilin. Chapter 42. The clash of big bosses on Tuza Street. The Ma and Yuan families had already lined up, with nearly 1,000 people facing off, weapons glinting coldly, instantly making the atmosphere tense to the extreme. In the center of the crowd, Yuan Ke looked at old Ma and asked, after 2 days of decent meals, do you really think you're capable? I'll ask you one last time, will you step aside? The road is blocked, how can I step aside? Old Ma remained calm throughout, slowly looking at the people behind him and questioning. The drug supply line has been cut off. How will you survive? Survive? We'll just starve to death, the leading strong man shouted back. Can your family afford Yuan's medicine? Old Ma shouted again at the poor residents in the street. Can't afford it. So what now, just wait to die? Wait. If we run out of medicine, then everyone will be done for. Let's fight them. Hundreds of people suddenly erupted in unison, and Ma's men picked up their things and began to press forward. You handle it. Yuan Ke's expression darkened as he looked at the opposing crowd, then turned and called to Lao San and the others before turning to leave. No matter how big the issue is, the company can handle it. As soon as he spoke, the Yuan family members waiting by the roadside opened their trunks and began pulling out weapons. Judging by their attire, they were slightly higher in status, clearly a crowd with stable incomes. Clear out everyone at the entrance. Lao San shouted. Whoosh. Over 100 people rushed forward, heading straight for the door where Qilin was hiding. Bang. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Qin Yu raised his gun and shouted, Yuan team, the matter isn't settled yet. Why are you leaving? Yuan Ku, who had already walked out 10 meters, turned back upon hearing the voice. Qin Yu stepped forward, holstered his gun, and turned to old Ma, saying, everyone, don't move yet. Let me talk a bit more. What if there's a chance for a resolution? Qin Yu, do you really not understand the situation? Yuan Ku pointed at his chest, shouting word by word. Do you know how much profit the drugs from just one district of the black market generate each month? Do you have the weight to negotiate? Ding ding ding. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Ke's phone rang. You answer it. Qin Yu smiled and reminded him. Yuan Ke hesitated for a moment before pulling out his phone, staring at Qin Yu as he pressed the answer button. Hello? Hee. The goods and people in your warehouse are in my hands. A stranger's voice came through. Yuan Ku was stunned on the spot upon hearing this. You guys talk. Call me when you're done. The other party dropped this line and hung up. Yuan Ku stood there dazed, his expression fluctuating as he looked at Qin Yu, his mind racing. Qin Yu took out an e-cigarette from his pocket, tapped it twice in his hand, and said softly, Yuan team, I still stand by my words. One should spare people when possible. You teamed up with the Ma family and cleared out my warehouse. Yuan Ke clenched his fist, his voice low. Hee. Qin Yu smiled, not responding directly. No way. Yuan Ke stared intently at Qin Yu and continued. Without support from above, you wouldn't have the guts to do this. You have someone behind you, right? Qin Yu looked at him, still silent. Oldly, after thinking for a while, Yuan Ke pointed at Qin Yu's chest and asked, is it him? As long as you don't touch Qilin, there won't be any issue with the goods and the men in the warehouse. I've already given you a way out. Why are you siding with Oldly again? Yuan Ke glared and asked, do you think he is tough? I'll tell you, the people he interacts with in the police station aren't necessarily more than me. Yuan Ke. In the police station, I call him director, but outside the police station, how do I address him, you know? I know you have someone behind you. Qin Yu nodded. It's not easy to come from outside. Songjiang is complex. With your foundation, if you step wrong, it could lead to your demise. Yeah, I understand. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and replied, if I hadn't been cautious and talked things over with old Ma first, I might have been killed on some street after the drug trafficking was cut off. Yuan Ku was left speechless. Let us be clear, you've supported me. But I've helped you too. The past is the past. What we need to discuss today is Qilin. Qin Yu's smile disappeared, and he looked at Yuan Ke seriously. I just want to ask you, can you make a move today? No way. No way, huh? Then let us do this. Qin Yu's gaze suddenly turned cold, staring fiercely at Yuan Ku and shouting, you grab Qilin right now. I absolutely want to stop you. 6 hours later. If you kill him, I'll take the evidence of your drug trafficking and the testimonies of those arrested, and I'll sweep your Yuan family ass turf clean. You know how much the goods and people are worth altogether. Damn it, try moving a finger? Yuan Ku raised his hand to slap Qin Yu. Qin Yu suddenly reached out his right hand, his 5 fingers gripping Yuan Ku's neck like a steel clamp, glaring fiercely as he cursed. I'm not Qilin. You'll only know to resist after being squeezed. I gave you face just now, but now I want tea. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu threw a punch that landed on Yuan Ku's face. You bastard. Lao San was momentarily stunned, then pulled out his gun, aiming it at Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu turned around and called out to Lao San. Do your job. You have no say here. Clatter, clatter, Qin Yu shouted. And the three men behind Old Ma all pulled out their guns. In the police station office, Director Li, after receiving a call, stood by the window and dialed Yuan Hua's number. Hey Li, long time no see. Yuan Hua's cheerful voice came through the phone. Let that kid from Tuza Street go. Consider it a favor for me. Director Li went straight to the point. Yuan Hua was taken aback and immediately replied, I can't do that. You know very well that although I'm the one supplying the drugs, I'm not the only one sharing the profits. That kid has a supply channel. Old Ma is protecting him just to compete with me for this line. How can I let him go? I want to ask about the profits. Director Li furrowed his brow and said, Tonight, I just want to ensure that kid is fine. Hiss, ha ha. Yuan Hua took a breath and replied with a smile. This is not easy. It can't be done. The goods and people in your warehouse are with Old Ma. Director Li made it clear. If anything happens to any of those kids on Tuza Street tonight, you should weigh the losses. If the goods are gone and the people are taken, you'll have your own troubles, right? Yuan Hua was stunned on the spot. Dozens of seconds later, Yuan Ku answered the phone from his brother. Hello? Speak. Yuan Hua remained silent for a long time before gritting his teeth and replying. Old Li has intervened. You should withdraw for now. Chapter 43. I'm leaving, filled with rage in the early morning. On the top floor of the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua sat on the sofa, propping his chin with one hand, expressionless as he looked at the dozen or so big bosses from the black market on either side. Not saying a word. After a long silence, a bald man crossed his legs and furrowed his brow first, saying, If this matter Ison T handled well, we'll lose face ourselves. Now sitting together to analyze why we failed is equivalent to slapping ourselves in the face. It's meaningless. The small characters on the street are fighting for food, but we are fighting for our pride. No matter whether Qi Lin is willing to hand over the supply channels or not, he must be dealt with harshly, not for any other reason, but to save face for Old Li and adjust the mentality of Old Ma. This makes sense. A lean man immediately nodded in agreement. It's one thing for us to let Qi Lin go willingly, but it's another for Old Li to protect him. If we don't get this breath back, the people below will feel uneasy, and those above will reassess our weight in Songjiang. Let me handle it. The bald man stood up, his expression dark as he said, No matter how much it costs, I can't let Qi Lin leave Songjiang. If we can't do it openly, we'll do it secretly. Just stop. Yuan Hua frowned and waved his hand. The crowd fell silent at his words. Yuan Hua picked up his teacup and looked coldly at everyone, saying, The goods and people in the warehouse have been taken by the Ma family, and they dared to do this only because they must have received Old Li's tacit approval. You have your tail in their hands, so what are you making noise about? The bald man touched his head, not daring to retort. I still don't fully understand why Old Li is opposing me on this matter. But the Ma family dares to confront me today, surely for the supply channels in Qi Lin's hands. Yuan Hua stood up, hands behind his back, and said, As long as we don't tear our faces, everything is negotiable. But once we do you think the dignified police chief and the Ma family, who have raised their heads in the past 2 years, won't want some face? The situation is already very clear. Those people on the other side will definitely protect Qi Lin in this matter. If you dare to act, the goods and people in the Ma family's hands will be handed over to the police chief by tomorrow morning. By then, we'll have lost money, lost people, and we'll be in big trouble. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. Moreover, if you can think of continuing to find Qi Lin now, can they have no defenses at all? A beggar who stays in one place for too long can still make a couple of friends, let alone Old Li, who has been the police chief in Songjiang for so many years. Yuan Hua sighed and said, Qi Lin will definitely be hard to find. Let's handle my uncle's funeral first. It needs to be a grand send-off. Hearing the words grand send-off, the bald man immediately reminded him, Dahua, we can't afford to make a big deal out of your uncle's matter. If we do, won't it be a joke for outsiders? Only those without confidence fear others' gossip. Yuan Hua firmly ordered, make it grand, send him and the tiger off in style. All right, the lean man nodded. All right, everyone disperse. Yuan Hua threw out this statement and turned to walk towards the door. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions not looking good, and they began to whisper with sighs. Yuan Ku was also present earlier, but had not said a word from start to finish. It was only after his brother left that he followed out. In the corridor, Yuan Ku followed behind his brother, his tone somewhat resentful as he said, I said before, if the company wants to go further, we must first establish rules. The people below have been too flashy in the past 2 years. Many who lack ability and brains not only provide no help to the company, but create trouble instead. Take the tiger, for example. Although he got into trouble, wasn't there any sign at all? A while ago, when I was fully targeting the Ma family, he was secretly releasing drugs on Tuza Street just to make a quick buck. But have you thought about it? Once he did that, the police chief's idiot would know why I was targeting the Ma family. Brother, sometimes idle talk can kill, you know? Do you think Old Li's position against us this time is just a temporary decision? I tell you, he has long looked down on us, feeling that we are too extreme in our actions, and he might even think that I will threaten his position in the police in the future, understand? But am I the kind of person who acts wildly in the police? Absolutely not. I have always kept a low profile, and this wild impression is given to him by others in the company. Yuan Hua turned around at the sound, his expression emotionless as he asked, What exactly do you want to say? I just want to say that this time we have suffered so much loss. Even losing my uncle, we must learn from it. And we can't let failure become worthless. Yuan Ke said excitedly. It's time to establish rules and clean up a batch. Yuan Hua stared at his brother for a long time, then suddenly pointed at his chest and said, You need to understand that your brother didn't build this empire with a bunch of high achievers. The people who follow us are those who once struggled just to eat. Even today, these bottom-level people are still your brother's most reliable support. If you set rules for them and clean them out when the Ma family comes, who will deal with it? You or me? What I mean is, your ideas only stay on paper and are not suitable for us. Yuan Hua said as he walked away. Hearing this, Yuan Ku, his head filled with blood, roared, Brother, the 9th district won't remain chaotic forever. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years later, it will eventually become well-structured and socially stable. If you don't change, you will be dragged to death by these people. Yuan Hua did not respond. Just stepped away into the corridor. 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly drove out of the 9th district, stopping at the edge of a desolate area. 10 minutes later, a dirty half-truck approached, flashing its headlights a few times. Before long, Qi Lin, along with his little sister Qi Yu and their elderly, ailing mother, got out of the truck, bid farewell to the soldier who escorted them, and climbed onto the half-truck. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and the land, frozen for 3 to 4 years, was covered in endless white. Qi Lin, with his abdomen wrapped in bandages, lay in the back seat of the half-truck, blankly staring at the 9th district, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had worked hard there, once smiling to fit into this damn era. He had lost his dignity there, giving like a dog, thinking he had gained a lot. But today, as he left, he didn't even bring out a complete quilt. All he had was the heavy burden of human relationships and 2 family members who depended on him for survival. Everything was gone, years of effort wiped out overnight. Qi Lin couldn't figure out the meaning of his past kneeling, so he decided to move forward standing, leaning his head against the cold, frost-covered window of the truck. Qi Lin murmured with a burning cheek, Don't let me get better, don't let me rise up, otherwise one day I'll come back here smiling, watching all of you cry. Chapter 44. After adversity, this rare friendship in the police chief's office. Director Lee stood with his hands behind his back at the window, softly asking, Has that kid left? He has already left, Old Cat nodded. The reason I haven't moved up to the position of chief is mainly because I didn't want to get involved in specific relationships and specific matters, Director Lee said tiredly. But this time, I've still made a statement. It's hard to stay out of it. Beside the desk, Qin Yu, hearing Director Lee's words, felt an inexplicable sense of closeness because the other party's attitude was no longer official and the words were straightforward. This also meant that Director Lee no longer regarded Qin Yu as an ordinary group leader in the police, but as one of his own. This change has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that Qin Yu has finally gained some organization and connections, and in the future, he will have opportunities and work that others cannot obtain. But the disadvantages are also very clear. He has completely offended the Yuan family, and in the future, he may face retaliation and suppression from them in any matter. Currently, Director Lee's attitude is clearly not optimistic, indicating that the relationship background of the Yuan family is more complicated than it appears on the surface. In the near future, there may be some clashes with the Yuan family. Old Lee turned around and softly instructed Old Cat and Qin Yu. You tell the Ma family that regardless of whether they have stock or not, they should pause the drug distribution for now. The people below should also lay low recently. I want to see Yuan Hua's card. If they keep going, there's no way to handle it. Old Cat responded quietly. Once Along is dead, the Ma family's supply is cut off. They want to sell now, but they have nothing in hand. Director Lee frowned and sat down beside the chair, softly asking, Does Qi Lin have Along's supply channels? Qi Lin said he looked for them, but couldn't find the contact information left by his brother. Old Cat quickly replied, I've already advised him to try contacting some of Along's connections from before, to see if he can reconnect the channels. Old Lee took a sip of tea and said in an unquestionable tone, My connections also need to see benefits to work. If the supply channels cannot be reconnected, and the Ma family doesn't have Yuan's capabilities on the street, what reason do I have to exert effort behind the scenes? Understood, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. You also need to be cautious recently. Old Lee pointed at Qin Yu. With the tiger dead and Yuan Wei also dead, you have a heavy shadow in this whole matter, so you need to guard against retaliation from the other side. I understand, Director. Qin Yu replied with a serious expression. Old Cat sighed nearby, reached for his cup to get hot water, and while blowing on it, shook his head and said, What is wrong with people nowadays? The struggling brothers in the slums are driven by profit. That's understandable, after all. It's tough to eat now and hard to live. But what about those in power at the top? Which of them isn't well-fed or without food? Why are they all so profit-driven? Isn't there anyone sitting in their position trying to do something substantial? Old Lee pondered for a while, and then looked at Old Cat. Do you remember what I said at the inaugural meeting when I first became director? Old Cat was taken aback. I was the first to shout, 2 years to solve the chaos of Tachaji Street, 5 years to fundamentally address the security of Hajia at that time. Many people in the police station laughed at me, and I didn't care. But now that the time has come, look, have I accomplished it? Old Lee sighed. The jokes back then have truly become jokes now. Old Cat and Qin Yu were both speechless upon hearing this. Having sat in this chair for so many years, I've come to a conclusion, Director Lee said with a smile. No matter how grand the ideals, they cannot surpass reality. The environment is harsh, order has numerous loopholes, and the upper echelons are vying for power and profit. Using the opportunity of a reshuffle in the world to strive for absolute discourse power for themselves or certain teams or factions. In such circumstances, personal aspirations are completely insignificant. Therefore, if you want to see some changes and do something substantial, the best way is not to resist but to integrate. You should follow the current rules. Perhaps after a term, you will look back and see that you have left some marks for society. Listening to old Lee's words, Qin Yu suddenly felt that this middle-aged man was full of stories, possessing wisdom and aspirations that he admired. He also noticed that old cat actually resembled Director Lee in some ways. They both belonged to the kind of people who wanted to live out their true selves in this chaotic era, even if sometimes they would be forced to compromise. Alright, it's meaningless to ramble on about these things. Director Lee sighed and, in an unquestionable tone, instructed the two younger ones. In any case, you need to keep a low profile and avoid trouble recently. Understood. Got it. The two nodded. Oh, by the way, Director Lee stood up, looked up at Qin Yu, and said, since you've chosen a side, you need to have the mindset that comes with it. You need to quickly turn the third group of Team 1 into your own third group. In the future, I will find an opportunity to pull the third group out and address the issue of promotion channels with other teams. I will handle that for you. You just need to present me with absolute reasons for your promotion. Yes. Qin Yu saluted upon hearing this. You two can go now. Director Lee waved his hand. An hour and a half later, on Tachaji Street, old cat squatted by the curb and looked up at Qin Yu, asking, do you regret standing on my side? Since I've stood, what's the use of regretting? Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Didn't you say you weren't going to get involved? Why did you change your mind later? Old cat asked with a grin. After some consideration, Qin Yu also slowly squatted by the roadside and replied, I don't want to lose you as a friend for Qi Lin, who has nothing. Little you. Let's south walk this road together in the future. Old cat grinned, patting Qin Yu's shoulder. I know a fortune teller who told me that those who are small in stature are righteous and generous in their actions. I've seen your measure. You definitely belong to the top tier among such people, willing to give your life. Go to hell, you fool. Qin Yu put his right arm around old cat's neck. Do you believe I'll kill you? Damn, stop messing around. Am I big or not? Big. Call me dad. That's too much, I'll fight you. Old cat got anxious and reached out to poke Qin Yu's eye. Tell me, is your good relationship with Qi Lin because he is weak? Qin Yu asked, baring his teeth. Old cat's face turned red from being choked by Qin Yu. And he replied with a smirk. I can only say he is just starting to show his potential. You're really shameless. Qin Yu kept hitting old cat. Under the dim light, two young men brought together by an event joked and playfully fought. It was at this moment that they officially stepped into each other's hearts, intertwining and supporting each other in the years to come. After playing around for a while, old Ma walked over from across the street, lowered his head, and shouted, What are you making noise about? Qin Yu smiled and looked up. You're here? When can you arrange for Demin and my little heir to be released? Old Ma asked straightforwardly. On the other side, Yuan Wei and the tiger's funeral had been successfully held on Century Avenue, with many notable figures in Songjiang attending to pay their respects. It was at this moment that the real collision officially began to unfold fiercely on this land. Chapter 45. The double pits of Heijia on Tachaji Street. Old cat stood up, casually stretching out his hand. Ma Gu, give me a cigarette. Who are you calling brother? I'm older than your dad, right? Old Ma said, feeling speechless. We're all from the rivers and lakes. It's only right to call you big brother. Old cat grinned. Don't be stingy, just give me one. Old Ma rolled his eyes and pulled out a raw cigarette from his pants pocket. I'm asking you, when can you arrange for Demin and Xiao Air to be released? Old cat snatched the unpackaged cigarette box and said with a cheeky smile, now that we're on the same side, can I help you with this? Give me the cigarette. Don't be stingy. You guys meet many people when you get supplies, and we Haven Tea had many raw cigarettes to smoke this year. Old cat shamelessly stuffed a whole box of cigarettes into his pocket. Thanks, big brother. Get lost, Old Ma said, too lazy to deal with him, and turned to the more reliable Qin Yu, asking, when can the person come out? Qin Yu blinked. It's unrealistic for both to come out. Old Ma frowned upon hearing this. Kid, you're breaking your promise a bit, aren't you? When you came to me, we made it clear that I'd help. But you had to help me get Demin and Xiao Air out. Why are you saying this now? Uncle Ma, we're all straightforward people. I'll just say it plainly. Qin Yu said with an honest expression. You're protecting Qi Lin because you want to find his brother's supply channel again in the future. I haven't said anything wrong, right? If Qi Lin and Along didn't have this connection, even if I kneeled down to you, you wouldn't dare to confront Yuan Ku on Tuzha Street, would you? Lama fell silent upon hearing this. You actually benefited quite a bit from this matter. In the past, you couldn't even talk to my family's old Li, but after this incident, we can be considered to be on the same side, right? Qin Yu continued with a smile. We're all adults, so let's not play useless mind games. You know best about the issues involving your family, Esma, Air, and Demin. 5 kilograms of drug trafficking is enough to get the death penalty. And the seized goods when I caught those two that day must be at least 100 kilograms, right? You know in your heart that this case was initially handled by Yuan Ku, and now that everyone has fallen out, do you expect me to operate those two out from under him? Is that realistic? Lao Ma's expression changed slightly at these words, and he reached for his cigarette pack only to realize that his cigarettes had already been taken by Lao Mao. Here, I have an e-cigarette. Lao Mao smugly pulled out his used vape pen from his pocket and pretended to hand it to Lao Ma. Get lost. Lao Ma cursed, looking at Qin Yu and asking, so, what do you think you can do about this matter? I reported the situation to Old Li. His idea is to sacrifice one person to take the blame, and the other can be operated out. Qin Yu responded in a low voice. The good thing about this case so far is that Ma Er and Damin have been very tight-lipped and haven't spilled everything. Otherwise, no matter who you find, this matter can't be resolved. After all, the evidence is irrefutable. Is there no other way at all? Lao Ma asked again. No, there really isn't. Qin Yu shook his head, and you need to make a choice quickly, because we've now fallen out with Yuan Ku. If things are settled and he solidifies the case, it will be difficult to deal with later. What kind of person is Lao Ma? He is someone who can stir up great waves in such a complex area like Tuzha Street. So he is an indecisive. After Qin Yu clarified the situation to him, Lao Ma thought for less than 2 minutes before decisively saying, let Xiao Er come out. All right. Qin Yu nodded. I'll interrogate them right away and give them a hint. How long will the men be sentenced to? Lao Ma asked again. Can he keep his life? Very unlikely. 5 kilograms is already over the hard limit, and it will be difficult to argue for a sentence without parole. Qin Yu shook his head. No way, he definitely can't die. Lao Ma shook his head. He must stay alive. Qin Yu scratched his nose and continued. If that's the case, it might take some capital. Lao Ma was taken aback. What capital? Why are you not understanding this now? Don't you need to operate for his life? If you're going to operate, isn't that a waste of effort? Lao Ma suddenly interjected from the side. Lao Ma crossed his arms and looked at the two with a sidelong glance. Are you playing tricks with me? What tricks? You know the situation in the office as well as I do. Lao Ma grinned back. Don't think it's just you. Even I have to do some networking to get promoted. Lao Ma ground his teeth and calmly asked the two. So how much will this operation cost? I think 30,000 will be enough. It should be able to keep him alive. Lao Ma turned to Qin Yu and asked, what do you think? I think 25,000 should be about right. Can it be used that much? Qin Yu frowned and retorted. Nonsense. You have to at least deal with the prosecution for 15,000, plus the connections within the department. I'm telling you, 30,000 is already on the low side. Lao Ma replied emphatically. This is a major case, not a small matter. This is quite embarrassing. Qin Yu looked at Lao Ma with some difficulty. About to say something. Enough. Lao Ma shouted. Stop pretending. You two are locals. What are you acting like? The two fell silent at his words. I'll cover the 30,000. Lao Ma asked straightforwardly. What direction can the case be worked towards? Qin Yu pondered for a long time before responding. Illegal possession. Because we failed in the first arrest and didn't seize any evidence at the scene, and in the second arrest, we only blocked the goods but didn't catch the act of selling. As long as Damin insists he was just hiding drugs, there won't be a problem. How long can Damin be sentenced to? Lao Ma asked again. About 15 years. Lao Ma, seeing how smoothly Qin Yu answered, cursed in disbelief. You son of a gun must have thought out your lines before calling me, right? When chatting with someone of your status, of course. I have to prepare. Lao Ma chimed in. I just realized that you two are young, but quite deep. Lao Ma ground his teeth. The two smiled, but didn't respond. All right, this matter is settled. I'll have someone deliver the money to you tomorrow. Lao Ma was able to agree because he knew that this money had to be paid. Otherwise, how could the authorities protect him in the future? Moreover, this also established a new relationship. Uncle Ma, take it easy for a while. That's what Old Li said. Qin Yu advised. Got it. Lao Ma nodded and turned to leave. Half an hour later, Qin Yu and Lao Mao were walking back while chatting animatedly. How to split the 30,000? Qin Yu asked. We each take 5,000, and the rest goes to Old Li? Lao Mao grinned. I want to give some to the team members. Qin Yu said softly. Zhu was on my side that day, and everyone has been contributing a lot because of the drug trafficking case recently. Then we'll give Old Li 15,000, we'll split 5,000, and the rest will go to the team. Lao Mao didn't fuss over the money because he wasn't very short of it, so he didn't care much. Good. Qin Yu nodded with a grin. I think if we had asked for 50,000 just now, he would have given it, Lao Mao said regretfully. I was too timid. Haha. Qin Yu laughed heartily. In a courtyard on Century Avenue, the crowd surged, with wreaths lining the place, and the white cloth hanging in the morning hall danced in the wind, creating a solemn atmosphere. Hua Gu, boss. Oh, De Hua is here. Hua, my friend, why do you look so terrible? When Yuan Hua walked in through the door, people in the courtyard greeted him one after another, with various titles and all kinds of people, indicating how deep Yuan Hua's influence was here. Nodding along the way, occasionally stopping to chat with acquaintances, Yuan Hua finally stepped into the main hall. Guests offered incense, and family members expressed their thanks. The person in charge shouted from inside the hall, and Yuan Wei's wife stepped forward to present the rare sandalwood incense. After Yuan Hua bowed, he personally inserted incense in front of the photos of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu. De Hua, what will I do in the future? The little ant cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Yuan Hua turned around and reached out to help the little ant up, saying, after the funeral, move into my house, and I will take care of you and the child in the future. De Hua, my little Wei died unjustly. There will be justice for grievances. Yuan Hua patted the little ant's shoulder. Control yourself, there are outsiders here. The little ant nodded through gritted teeth. Yuan Hua turned his head and scanned the core members in the room, softly calling, "Let us have a meeting on the second floor." 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua sat on a wooden chair and briefly addressed everyone. "We definitely can't get Qi Lin's supply channel back in the short term. But to prevent the Ma family from taking over this channel and continue competing with us, we need to liven up Jia Street first." Everyone nodded in agreement. It's not scary to make things big. What's scary is not getting results. Yuan Hua raised a finger and declared, "Within a month, we must break up the Ma family's group and clear out Jia Street. Lao Ma has definitely connected with Director Li by now. Should we consider the official factors?" A lean man frowned and asked. Yuan Hua pondered for a while and replied, "I'll handle the official pressure. You all just take care of things on the ground." "Understood." Everyone nodded. With a word from the big boss, the entire Black Street began to stir. Chapter 46, Beautiful Women, Gays, and Dinner the next evening. After meeting with Min and Lao Air in prison, Qin Yu returned home alone, planning to pack some clothes and stay with Lao Mao in the dormitory for a while. Just as he finished packing, he stood by the window and saw Lin Yinlei coming back. He was taken aback for a moment, then immediately pushed the door and called out, "Hey, Lin Han Han, you're back? Get lost." Lin Yinlei turned around and scolded sharply, "You dead gay. You got off work early today, huh?" "I finished my work and came back." Lin Yinlei saw Qin Yu greeting her and didn't go back to her room. Instead, she walked over and asked, "Where's your partner?" "Separated. He went back to his parents' house." Qin Yu was too lazy to explain and casually made up an excuse. "Back to his parents' house? From what I've observed, shouldn't you be the one at zero? Are you done?" Qin Yu shot back with a sideways glance. "What business is it of a little girl like you to observe such trivial matters?" You're right. You two are just trivial matters. Vulgar." Qin Yu blushed from Lin Yinlei's teasing. I'm not playing with you anymore." Lin Yinlei stretched and asked with a beaming smile, "Hey, big brother, I helped you out. Shouldn't you treat me to dinner?" That night, the reason the Ma family was able to find Yuan Hua's hidden goods warehouse on Century Avenue was actually due to Lin Yinlei's efforts. She had a conflict with Lao Hu previously, and it was Qin Yu who helped her out. The reliable information he provided to the Ma family was based on the photos Lin Yinlei had taken, so she indeed helped Qin Yu a lot. "What do you want to eat?" Qin Yu asked. "I want to eat Japanese food." Lin Yinlei replied boldly. Qin Yu was taken aback. "Where can you find Japanese food in Songjiang? A plate of salmon could cost me several months' salary." "What a joke. If you curse me again, are you getting too familiar with me? How about I take you to eat something else?" "What is it?" "Let's go. You'll know when we get there." Qin Yu put down his cup and picked up his luggage. Lin Yinlei was a bit curious and frowned slightly, asking, "Why are you carrying so much stuff? Aren't you staying here?" "No, I'm avoiding trouble." Qin Yu was too lazy to explain, dragging Lin Yinlei out the door as he shouted, "Let's go." A pair of handsome young man and beautiful woman walked along the dilapidated street for about 20 minutes before arriving at an alley next to the police station. Lin Yinlei huffed into her palms, her little face flushed from the cold, and looked up at the storefront in front of her, saying, "This place doesn't even have a sign, and you dare bring me here. It's the thought that counts, not the money." "Bullshit," Lin Yinlei scolded sharply, "you're so stingy." Qin Yu carried his luggage to the entrance, lifted the thick cotton curtain, and turned back to shout, "Come in." This restaurant was brought to Qin Yu by Zhu Wei, specializing in Jiang fish noodle soup, a local specialty of Songjiang. There is a large river to the north of Songjiang that freezes over, winding for hundreds of miles, with no end in sight, even outside the 9th district. Some hardworking fishermen often break holes in the ice and use nets to catch fish. Although most areas in the current world lack living things, fortunately, the disaster area around Songjiang is relatively small, and the environment is not as harsh as outside the district. Otherwise, the 9th district wouldn't have rebuilt the city here. The restaurant serving Jiang fish noodle soup only has this one dish as its staple. Not long after Qin Yu and Lin Yinlei were seated, the owner brought a large iron pot to the table, using a charcoal stove to keep it warm. Due to the high cost of gas, small restaurants can't afford it. Lin Yinlei brushed her hair back, looked down at the large iron pot filled with spicy Jiang fish and handmade noodles, and smiled brightly, saying, "It looks pretty good. This pot costs nearly $200. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Not cheap. I'm also bleeding here." All right. I know you're stingy. No need to say it." Lin Yinlei picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of fish, chewing with her little mouth. It really is quite delicious. Not only delicious, but also affordable." Qin Yu, starving, began to wolf down the noodles. "You eat like a starving ghost. Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth?" Lin Yinlei frowned and murmured, "Isn't it better to be more composed? I'm a gay. I don't want to pursue you. So what's the point of pretending to be dignified?" Qin Yu teased deliberately. Lin Yinlei smiled and said, "Do you like me? Otherwise, why would you help me beat that Lao Hu the other day? I like your chest hair that's over 2 meters long. Get lost. I'm just a kind-hearted person. That's why I helped you." Qin Yu added reluctantly. Lin Yinlei looked at Qin Yu and smiled. "Don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me. I can be your buddy and teach you how to seduce your partner." Qin Yu was too lazy to bicker with Lin Yinlei and looked up at her, asking, "There's something I'm quite curious about." "What is it?" "Is the person who kidnapped you related to the Yuan family?" Qin Yu suddenly asked. Lin Yinlei was taken aback. "How did you know?" "I guessed later. Yuan Ku suppressed your kidnapping case, And there were rumors in the department that Lao San was scolded by Yuan Ku for causing trouble. Qin Yu replied honestly. I only found out later that Song Xiao had a connection with them. Logically speaking, Yuan Hua is doing well, so why would he want to kidnap you? Just for a little money? Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. Lin Yinlei hesitated at this. Forget it. If you can't say it, then don't. Seeing that she was reluctant to continue, Qin Yu immediately changed the subject. Lin Yinlei took a sip of water, and after a long silence, she replied, actually, there's no need to hide it from you. Yuan Hua kidnapped me because my uncle is a senior executive in a big company in Fongbei. He asked my uncle for help, but my uncle didn't agree, so he came up with this method. Originally, he seemed to plan for Song Xia to pretend to be a kidnapper and ask my uncle for money, and then through a series of realistic performances, rescue me. So he could gain a favor and achieve his goal. Oh, I see. Qin Yu nodded and asked again. But why did he ask your uncle for help and kidnap you? Doesn't your uncle have children? Because I was about to come to Songjiang for work. And I grew up at my uncle's house, so I'm not much different from his children. Lin Yinlei replied with a smile. The other children of my uncle have a certain social status, so Yuan Hua probably didn't dare to touch them, so he could only pick me, the soft persimmon. Oh, now I understand. Hey, enough about me. Let's talk about you. Lin Yinlei took off her jacket and looked at Qin Yu with a flushed face, asking, did you come to the 9th district by yourself? Where are your family members? Upon hearing this question, Qin Yu immediately frowned. What's wrong? Lin Yinlei sensed something was off with Qin Yu and tentatively asked again. I don't have family. I was abandoned during the riots before the 9th district was established. Some say my parents died, and others say they ran away with my younger brother. Qin Yu's gaze dimmed. In any case, there are all kinds of stories. After so many years, I've almost forgotten them. Lin Yinlei was stunned for a moment, her expression blank as she said, I'm sorry, I thought. It's okay. I'm used to it. Qin Yu waved his hand. As the words fell, the atmosphere between the two became a bit silent, and they both started to eat their own food with their heads down. About 20 minutes later, Qin Yu paid the bill and walked out of the small restaurant with Lin Yinlei again. It was very cold outside, and scattered snowflakes began to fall. Lin Yinlei was shivering from the cold, constantly pouting her lips and breathing into her hands. Are you women all sick? Wearing so little in this weather. Aren't you afraid of dying early? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and took out a thick, old pair of sheepskin gloves from his bag. Put these on. Lin Yinlei reached out to take the thick gloves, turned her head to look at the tall Qin Yu, and said, you're quite thoughtful. Reading the situation and flirting with girls, that's basic life skills. Qin Yu replied with a smirk. Uft. You think a pair of old gloves is enough to win me over? Dream on. Lin Yinlei spat, then excitedly put on the gloves and exclaimed, wow, they're really warm. Qin Yu didn't say anything more and continued walking at a moderate pace. Lin Yinlei, wearing the gloves, touched the icicles on the windowsills of various houses and suddenly shouted, big fool. What? Qin Yu turned around. Be happier. The past is something no one can change. But we live in this era, and we should always believe that tomorrow will be better. Lin Yinlei stood in the icy alley, optimistically advising, at least at this moment. There's a big beauty accompanying you on the street. What's there to be unsatisfied about? Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment and replied with a smile. Thank you, beauty. Under the dim light, the two stared at each other for a while. Lin Yinlei seemed a bit shy and quickly walked forward, saying, what are you staring at? Let us go, take me home. I can take you back, but it can't be for free. Can something happen tonight? Qin Yu asked. Following behind. Stop flirting, or I'll call your girlfriend, she retorted. Deep in the earth dirt street, several young men who had been eating with old Ma were quietly talking in front of a storefront. In the distance, a bald white Russian man stumbled over with four young people. Are there any women? The white Russian shouted with a burp. One of the young men by the roadside turned to look at him. How many of you are there? Are you blind? Can't you count? One of the white Russian's companions cursed directly. Who are you cursing? Bang. The white Russian threw a punch that sent the young man stumbling back 3 steps before crashing to the ground. Damn it, you dare to lay hands on us. The companions helped the young man up, glaring and scolding. Are you looking for trouble? The white Russian whistled and shouted back. The Ma family is attacking me. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people suddenly rushed out from a dark alley nearby, wielding steel pipes and knives, charging towards them. The premeditated conflict began that night. Chapter 47. Revenge is coming on the way to number 88 courtyard. While Qin Yu was communicating about feelings with Lin Yinlei, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiaowei. There's trouble on Earth Dirt Street. Over 100 people are fighting. Old Li personally ordered all off-duty officers to return immediately to organize arrests and disperse the crowd as quickly as possible. Zhu Wei spoke hurriedly. Qin Yu was taken aback. I said the Yuan family wouldn't calm down. All right, wait for me. I'll head back to the team right away. Okay. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu hung up and turned to Lin Yinlei, saying, you can walk back by yourself. Something happened on Earth Dirt Street. I have to rush over. All right, you do your thing. I can walk back by myself. Lin Yinlei quickly nodded. Go back quickly. It's pretty chaotic tonight. Be safe. Okay, you hurry up. With that, Qin Yu didn't have time to continue chatting with Lin Yinlei, just instructed her a couple of things before turning and running towards the police station. Inside the first team's case handling area at the police station, Acting Deputy Captain Lao San called all the members of the first team to a meeting but did not notify the members of the third group to attend. Next to the work desk, holding a teacup, Lao San casually said to everyone. There's too much noise on Earth Dirt Street. These drug dealers are going crazy. They don't care whether you're on the government's payroll, so when you arrive, just assess the situation and don't act foolishly. Understood. Got it. Dozens of people listened to Lao San, appearing calm on the surface, but they all understood clearly. The troublemakers on Earth Dirt Street were definitely from the Yuan family. So Lao San was telling everyone to let things slide if necessary. After a few more instructions, Lao San put down his cup and stood up, calling out, "Get the riot gear and drive into the scene. Switch all radios to our team's dedicated frequency, and I'll call you if there's anything." Hearing this, everyone nodded and quickly left. On the way, Qin Yu was also very clear that the trouble on Earth Dirt Street was definitely led by the Yuan and Ma families. So he wanted to call Old Cat to discuss how to resolve the issue. Didi. Before he could dial, the phone rang again. Hello? Qin Yu quickly pressed the answer button. Captain, the first team is having a meeting, everyone is present, but Lao San didn't notify us. Zhu Wei's tone remained urgent. Do you think we should follow the first team in tonight's operation? Qin Yu pondered for a moment. You drive the third group south car towards my place. Pick me up first. All right. Zhu Wei nodded. Tell our group S brothers not to panic. It's best that Lao San didn't call us. That way I won't have to worry about them causing trouble during the operation. Just remember, even if Yuan Ku wants to retaliate, I will definitely stand in front of you first. Qin Yu was very clear that Zhu Wei and the brothers from the third group were willing to stand by him that day on Earth Dirt Street, not just because they valued him as a person, but also because they understood that he had Li Si backing him, which is why they didn't listen to Yuan Ku. So at this moment, Qin Yu reassured Zhu Wei and felt close to the third group, as they could be considered his true team rather than just first team members. That's why after Qin Yu and Cat took 30,000 yuan from Old Ma, he thought of distributing some to everyone right away. In the current environment, relationships between people are quite realistic. If you want people to help you, you must ensure they have something to gain as well. All right, I got it, Captain. I'll head over now. I'm halfway there. Hurry up and drive. You'll see me by the roadside. Okay, Zhu Wei responded and immediately hung up the phone. Qin Yu looked down at his phone, walking briskly on the cold street. Just about to press the dial button to contact Old Cat, when he suddenly felt someone behind him watching him. This feeling was an instinctive reaction formed from Qin Yu's long-term experience in the planned area, so he immediately turned to look back. On the roadside, a man wearing a knitted hat and a dirty leather coat was quickly walking forward with his head down. Qin Yu glanced at him and turned back to look at his phone. Behind him, the footsteps became more hurried and clearer. Qin Yu suddenly turned back again, and the man in the knitted hat also raised his head, putting his right hand into his pocket. At this moment, the two were about 10 meters apart. Qin Yu looked at the man, stunned for a moment, and then saw two men walking over from across the street. A very bad premonition surged in Qin Yu's heart. Suddenly, the man in the knitted hat pulled out a gun. Bang, crash. Qin Yu didn't think much. His body bent sideways, shoulders forward, and with big strides, he crashed through the storefront's floor-to-ceiling glass like a cannonball, showering the room with countless shards of glass. Inside the store, 3 or 4 ordinary-looking women were sitting on the sofa, whispering to each other when they suddenly heard a loud explosion from outside. They turned to see Qin Yu staggering into view. The women erupted into a chorus of screams, their feet in cheap high heels or slippers. They covered their heads and ran upstairs. After Qin Yu entered the room, he didn't stop, just glanced around with his eyes and rushed towards the second floor. Outside the broken window, 3 men with guns stood on the street and pulled the trigger. Bang! A series of gunshots erupted, and a cloud of blood mist burst from Qin Yu's body as he stumbled up the stairs. Get in! Kill him! The man in the knitted hat ordered coldly. Beside him, 2 burly white Russians kicked open the door of the storefront and rushed into the room with their guns. On the second-floor corridor, Qin Yu glanced at the cannons on both sides, saw that the entire room was sealed with no windows, and hurriedly kicked open a room door. Once inside, Qin Yu scanned his surroundings, jumped more than half a meter high, and pulled down a dilapidated cabinet with all his might. Bang thud! The cabinet fell sideways, and Qin Yu gritted his teeth, pushing it to the doorway to block the door. After several heavy breaths, Qin Yu pressed his body against the cabinet, and after feeling around his body with his right hand several times, he discovered he had been shot in the right hip, and his lower body was already feeling numb. Without time to think, Qin Yu quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhu Wei's number. Hey, damn it, hurry up, I'm going to be killed. Although Qin Yu's voice was urgent, his mind was calm and accurate. I'm in a meat shop without a sign in the middle of Bobby Street. The window outside is broken, there are 3 men outside. In the corridor, the 3 men had already rushed up with their guns. On Earthquake Street, due to the provocation by the White Russians, a brawl involving hundreds of people had escalated into a conflict of hundreds. The Ma family's people showed no fear. And even without a word from Old Ma, the lower-level lackeys who hadn't had any business recently spontaneously organized a self-defense counterattack due to conflicting interests. Many marginal individuals who relied on drug lines for a living openly fired on Earthquake Street with weapons and inferior firearms. Chapter 48. This chaotic era at the door of the second-floor room, the 3 men with guns arrived. And the man in the knitted hat raised his leg and kicked the door lock 3 times. The door only loosened slightly, the lock dented and deformed. He was holding it. The burly white Russian on the left, with frost on his beard, said fiercely, "Move aside." The other two stepped aside. Bang! After several gunshots, 7 or 8 dense bullet holes were shot into the center of the wooden door panel. Bang! Crash! Another burly white Russian kicked the center of the bullet hole, and the door panel shattered on the spot, revealing a large hole. Inside, Chinyu was now separated from the door panel by the cabinet. So when the door panel shattered, it was too late for him to get close to it. 3 guns were inserted through the hole kicked open by the burly white Russian. Damn it! Chinyu's eyes turned red, and he gripped the edge of the cabinet, gritting his teeth and standing up. The cabinet was pushed at an angle, crashing towards the hole. The rapid gunfire echoed in the corridor. Bullets hitting the cabinet with a crackling sound, filling the air with the heavy smell of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Chinyu stepped in the large pools of his own blood, using his shoulder to prop up the cabinet again to block the door. Damn it! The man in the knitted hat cursed, turning to ask, "Did you bring grenades?" No, the white Russian shook his head. "Hurry and break it down." At this moment, the 3 of them had lost their shooting line, and since the cabinet was about half a meter thick, although it was hollow in the middle, it had thick wooden boards on both sides. So when bullets hit the wooden boards, it was completely up to chance. Some could penetrate the cabinet, but others would be lodged in the back wooden boards. Chinyu had saved up money for so many years in the planned area to come here. And now that he finally had a space to continue living, he certainly didn't want to die so carelessly. He used all his strength, relying on his tall stature and superior quality, desperately propping up the cabinet, hoping for a slim chance of survival. After the 3 of them had been banging for a good 3 or 4 minutes, there was no more movement, and Chinyu gradually began to tire. Coupled with the significant blood loss from his gunshot wound, he felt his head spinning violently. But even so, he continued to hold up the cabinet, shaking his head vigorously to keep himself awake. Downstairs, the man in the knitted hat had just grabbed a fire axe from inside the store when he saw 2 vehicles speeding towards them. Squeal! The sound of tires screeching to a halt echoed on the road as 2 police SUVs stopped at the roadside. Damn it! The man in the knitted hat cursed, immediately shouting, "That kid called for help. Let's go." The 2 white Russians rushed out of the storefront towards the direction of the SUVs, decisively pulling the trigger. As the intense gunfire erupted, Chinyu's phone rang. "Hello? We've run into the other side downstairs," Zhu Wei's voice sounded. "Don't worry, we'll be up soon." Upon hearing this, Chinyu's tense nerves finally relaxed for a moment. At the intersection of Earthquake Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were stalled, and 300 officers dressed in combat uniforms, wearing bulletproof vests and holding riot shields rushed down. Each group followed instructions to disperse the rioting crowd. The deputy chief of police, sweating profusely and holding a walkie-talkie, shouted, "Pay attention to the law enforcement scale. Do not let the situation escalate. Do not intensify the conflict." I'll say it again, focus on dispersing. After a series of shouts, the 300 officers, holding shields, advanced into Earthquake Street. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the chaotic snowy street as the police formed a line. Just less than 50 meters into the street, they were completely stunned. Gunfire erupted, homemade incendiary bottles were thrown around, and at least 1,000 people were engaged in chaotic fighting in the narrow street. On both sides of the road, glass shattered, many doorways were ablaze, and weapons like knives and sticks were everywhere. Injured people either ran to escape or lay moaning on the ground. The scene chaotic as if it had just been a riot-hit disaster town. Second team advance. Third team advance. Security team advance. After the police captains continuously shouted over their dedicated frequency channels, the officers moved forward again. "Drop your weapons, squat down, cover your heads. Don't move, or we'll shoot." As the officers approached the fighting crowd, they began to shout continuously, but the 2 gangs, blinded by anger over their interests, completely ignored the police's calls. Meanwhile, many lower-class residents secretly helping the Ma family were also tossing homemade incendiary devices down from the buildings. Boom. It's on fire. Hold the shield. There are people throwing things from above. The police only had 300 personnel, and they had received absolute orders not to escalate the conflict. They were clumsy in their actions and couldn't really just shoot the rioters without thinking. So as soon as this group entered the dirt street, they were scattered by Molotov cocktails and the chaotic crowd. When 3 teams of 4 or 5 officers moved to subdue a burly man who was hacking violently, a group of men with white cloths tied around their arms suddenly charged out from the alley, and without saying a word, they opened fire, instantly killing a young officer who had his back to them. Deep in the dirt street, a man responsible for drug sales under Yuanhua's company, leading 7 or 8 people, had already beaten a middle-aged man in his 40s to death in the filthy alley. After stabbing the man in the neck, he turned and shouted, "Tell old Ma that if he doesn't get out of the dirt street in 3 days, I'll make sure his whole family dies here." At the alley warehouse in trance, old Ma took off his military coat and threw it on the ground, his eyes red as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, do they really want to wipe us out? Then let us all go down together. Everyone listen up if you want to keep eating off the drug line. Grab your things and head to the Grand Palace. This time if we can't hold our ground, we all have to leave. Damn it, let us go?" To the Grand Palace. Hundreds of low-level thugs who relied on the drug line immediately shouted in agreement. At the intersection of Fuyuan Road, less than 10 minutes after 300 officers charged into the dirt street, they retreated in a disheveled state, with dozens injured and 3 dead. By the vehicles. The deputy police chief, looking very grim, dialed old Lee's number. What is the situation? It's worse than expected. As soon as the squads went in, they were pushed back out. The deputy chief gasped. My suggestion is to call the police station quickly. It's hard for us to effectively quell this chaos. On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuanhua was playing mahjong with the 3 bosses from his subsidiaries. This situation has gotten too big. Is it going to end badly? A bald, burly man frowned and asked. The police station has called several times. I can tell from their tone that it's serious. If it doesn't de-escalate. Old Ma want to know what pain is, Yuanhua replied nonchalantly. Tell the brothers doing the work below that if people die, I'll pay for their family. If people get caught, I'll pull strings to protect them. If we don't use money and connections now, then when will we? I want to tell Old Ma that compared to us, he is still far behind in terms of strength. Are you going to return the call to the police station? The bald man asked again. Not going to call back. They're just stirring up trouble, Yuanhua sneered. If he wants the profits from the drug line, he has to help me clean up the mess. Otherwise, why should I share money with him? Just wait until things settle down before we talk. In the police chief's office, Old Lee personally called Old Ma, but the other party didn't pick up, which made Director Lee furious. He slammed the table and shouted, call the garrison. I refuse to believe a bunch of drug dealers can act with impunity. According to protocol, we should first ask the police station for their opinion, said the senator in charge of political affairs, gently reminding him. Director Lee immediately waved his hand in response. Yuanhua has connections at the police station. If we consult them, it'll take them 2 hours to respond. And who knows how many people will die in the dirt street by then. In the end, who will take the blame? It'll definitely be me. The senator was taken aback. That is true. Call Mateo at the garrison and tell him Old Lee is asking him to send troops to suppress the conflict. Director Lee urged, speaking quickly. Make it fast. We can't let things escalate any further. I'll go right away. The senator nodded and left. Meanwhile, the dazed Qin Yu was rescued by Zhu Wei and immediately sent to the hospital. Chapter 49. The cost after recklessness. Director Lee was very familiar with the overall environment of the Black Districts and Songjiang. Although he usually appeared low-key and often preferred a moderate attitude to avoid unnecessary trouble, his sensitivity to political maneuvering exceeded that of many others. After the conflict in the dirt street escalated into a mass incident, Director Lee's decision to let the garrison intervene was undoubtedly the right choice. Yuanhua's connections at the police station were indeed very solid. Had Old Lee chosen to report to the police station first, and the higher-ups delayed him for 2 hours, the situation in the dirt street could have worsened significantly, and he could have ended up taking the blame for a massive failure. The Black Street was under his jurisdiction, and with such a big problem occurring, he would surely bear the main responsibility. Mateo from the garrison had some personal ties with Old Lee, so upon receiving the call, he didn't hesitate and sent 2 battalions over in less than half an hour. Unlike the police officers, these soldiers had experienced multiple military conflicts and riots, so they were very decisive and tough in such situations. As over 1,000 armed soldiers and armored vehicles stormed into the dirt street, the situation was instantly turned around. No matter how fierce, wealthy, or brutal the drug trafficking gang was, they simply could not compete with a military force that was armed and backed by the political machine. When these men saw that the soldiers were willing to fire, they scattered immediately. Even Old Ma, who had originally planned to go to the Grand Palace, was quickly taken away by his subordinates. The rest of the situation was very straightforward. Since the commotion was so loud, the authorities had to impose strict punishments to account for the public. Therefore, the soldiers began organized, planned mass arrests of the leading troublemakers in batches. In no time, there was no one left daring to attack the officers in the dirt street, only the core members of the drug gang fleeing in all directions. On the second floor of Century Avenue, as Yuanhua was about to inquire about the situation in the dirt street, a subordinate rushed in, speaking urgently. Brother Hua. The garrison suddenly moved into the street without any warning and started firing. Now the 2 families have scattered, but many of our brothers have been detained. Dozens were arrested just at the intersection of Fuyuan Road. The garrison is here? Yuanhua was stunned. Yes, there was no prior indication. We all thought Old Lee would report to the police station and wait for support, but unexpectedly, he contacted the garrison instead, the subordinate replied in a low voice. Hearing this, Yuanhua furrowed his brow, pushed away the mahjong tiles, lit a cigarette, and then said in a hoarse voice, Old Lee has kept quite a few cards hidden. I had no idea he had connections with the garrison. Everyone remained silent. Since the garrison has shown up, we shouldn't continue with our plans. Yuanhua immediately instructed, tell the people below to disperse quickly, and the leaders should stay in the new district for a while. Understood. The subordinate nodded and then added. Also, 3 thugs from outside the district cornered Qin Yu, but this kid has some quality. He ran into a butcher shop and refused to come out. After a while, a few officers from Qin Yu's team arrived. They didn't get the job done, but Qin Yu should be injured. He's an inconsequential little character, but he embarrassed us in the Qi Lin matter. If we don't deal with him, others will see it. And people from Old Lee's side want to be intimidated. Yuanhua took a puff of his cigarette. But for now, let us not move against him. He has shaken up, and he is still one of Old Lee's people. He'll definitely be on guard from now on. Let us wait a bit longer. Got it. You go ahead. Yuanhua instructed the subordinate, then picked up his phone and walked to the window, dialing the number for his contacts at the police station. Seconds later, the call connected. What is going on? You've stirred up such a big commotion. If the supply channels aren't secured, how much loss will Old Ma face when he tries to reconnect with this route? If we don't act against him now, aren't we raising a tiger to trouble us? Yuan Hua replied with a light laugh. But we can't handle it this way. The pressure on the police station will be immense. Didn't the garrison go in? Yuan Hua replied calmly. Aren't they catching the people who need to be caught? The other party fell silent. Wushu, my people have been caught. We can hold off on operations for now. I will cooperate with whatever the higher-ups decide. But this time, we need to make Lao Ma feel the pain. Yuan Hua said with a dark look. Since things have escalated this much, we must strike him down decisively. I will put pressure on the police and the black market. The other party responded in a low voice. You should also provide what you can. It would be best to pin the blame on Lao Ma. That's doable. Yuan Hua nodded. The Ma family has a stronger influence and larger team in the black market, especially in the area of Tuzha Street, compared to the Yuan family. However, after this conflict, they have been utterly defeated. Why? Because the interest group led by Yuan Hua has reached a level where they can sit at the same table and chat with the upper echelons, while Lao Ma cannot. The Ma family sells drugs on Tuzha Street at reasonable prices, at least 70 lower than hospitals and designated drug dispensing locations, which allowed them to quickly gain a reputation and influence in a short time. Those who cannot afford medication, the elderly, the weak, and the sick, as well as the impoverished brothers suffering from severe illnesses due to environmental changes and disasters, all remember their good deeds, which is why they are willing to help at critical moments. But this is insignificant in the face of political relationships. Sometimes, the words of 10,000 people may carry less weight than a fart from someone in a high position at a banquet. The police chief, who only mentioned in a closed-door meeting the next day, strictly investigate the Ma family's drug trafficking gang. The senior officials of various functional departments could only strictly implement the leadership's intentions, starting to arrest members of the Ma family's team who were actually forced to fight back the night before. Although those arrested from Yuan Hua's company were all thrown into prison, the senior members who had already dodged the incident could still swagger in and out of various public places. But could the Ma family do the same? They could not. After their reckless actions, they could only escape in embarrassment to avoid the imminent crackdown. In less than 12 hours, the senior members responsible for drug trafficking in the Ma family were swept up by the police chiefs from various districts in Songjiang, adding to the dozens caught on site last night, effectively dismantling their team. The next evening, Old Ma called Old Cat, saying simply, regarding Damon and Xiao Air, "You guys take care of it. I can't show my face now." Old Cat, sitting in a hospital chair, helplessly replied, "You can't show your face. Today the order just came down, and you are the person the police specifically want to question in person." "What does Oldly mean?" Old Ma asked. "He has the desire but lacks the ability in this matter. You guys stirred up too much trouble." Old Cat frowned and replied, "He has also been negatively affected." "All right, I understand." Old Ma did not pressure Oldly to help further, only saying calmly, "I admit this is my fault. Okay, let's leave it at that." After finishing the call, the two ended their conversation. At 9 that evening, Director Li, who had been in meetings all day, sat in a car, looking fatigued as he asked, "Where's Qin Yu?" "In the hospital." "Go to him," Director Li said, breathing heavily. "I need to talk to him." Chapter 50. Total collapse inside the hospital. Qin Yu had just come down from the effects of the anesthetic, looking weak, lying on the bed with a pale face. Inside, damn it, Yuan Hua really knows how to pick on the soft targets. Oldly definitely doesn't dare to act, and he fears that dealing with you might completely anger Oldly, so he's taking it all out on me, trying to kill me. Old Cat looked at Qin Yu with guilt and softly replied, "Blame me as well. I didn't think it through back then and insisted on bringing you in. Looking back now, your initial choice not to help Qi Lin was actually correct. I have Oldly behind me, and he wouldn't dare to do anything to me easily. But you, it's done. What's the point of saying that?" Qin Yu touched the bandage on his backside and cursed under his breath. "If we can't win, we should at least be cautious. It's fine. During this time, we will take turns to watch over you." Zhu Wei chimed in from the window. "The situation on Tuzha Street has blown up so much that the people on the streets are being monitored. He probably won't dare to act again." "Thanks, Xiao Wei, Guanxi. You saved my life." Qin Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Putting that aside, Guanxi grinned and waved his hand. "Just focus on recovering." While they were chatting, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Oldly stepped in. "Director. Li Director." Everyone stood up, paying their respects and greeting him. Oldly scanned the crowd and gestured. "Old Cat, stay behind. You guys go out for a bit. I need to speak with him alone." "All right. You all chat." Zhu Wei and Guanxi replied, and quickly left the room. "Director." Qin Yu propped himself up, trying to sit up straight. Lie down, lie down." Oldly walked to the bedside, patted Qin Yu's shoulder, took the chair that Old Cat had brought over, and sat down, frowning as he said, "The situation isn't looking good. Today was pretty tough, right?" Old Cat asked, standing by. "Not just tough." Oldly lit a cigarette, his expression serious as he said, "Over 30 bodies were pulled out from Tuzha Street last night. Hundreds were injured, and today the media, like flies, are swarming at the police chief's door, preparing for follow-up reports. If it weren't for the police being afraid of scandals, this news would probably even make it to the media in Fongbei." Upon hearing this, Both Old Cat and Qin Yu felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, the military arrived quickly. Otherwise, if the situation escalated further, causing a brawl involving thousands or a riot of tens of thousands, I would definitely be out of a job today and might even face prosecution for responsibility. Old Li, looking fatigued as he smoked, continued in a hoarse voice. Tomorrow, I plan to go to Fengbei to see my former teacher. Qin Yu listened quietly, not interrupting. But a teacher is a teacher, and relationships are relationships. If I want someone up top to speak on my behalf against Yuan Hua and the others, there must be vested interest that they can gain from it. Old Li added steadily. Whether I take it or how much I take is actually a minor issue. The main thing is how to convince the people above that there are profits to be made in this incident. What do you mean? Qin Yu asked tentatively. After this incident, the Ma family basically has no power to fight back in the black market. But if I don't help them up, how can I satisfy the upper echelon's interests? If it requires me to spend my own money, do I have that capital? Old Li looked at Qin Yu and said, therefore, the key point is still with the Ma family. Only if they can resume their drug trafficking can we compete with Yuan Hua on the ground. With profits, the relationships will naturally come. I understand what you mean. Qin Yu nodded. The supply channels on the Ma family side have already been cut off. Old Cat pondered for a while and frowned. With a long dead, they can't get any goods at all. Even if they could regroup, they wouldn't have any business to do. That's exactly what I'm saying. Old Li's eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. Find a way to contact Qi Lin, no matter what. We need to find the supply channels A Long had before he died. As long as there is a source of goods, the Ma family can continue to do business and generate significant profits. Only then can I engage with the upper echelon, and they will be willing to help. Yes, the source of goods is the core of the incident. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Yuan Hua is targeting the Ma family precisely because they can obtain low-cost but high-quality drugs. Exactly. Old Li nodded. But Qi Lin mentioned to me that A Long did leave him a contact, but he couldn't find it at the time. Qin Yu was somewhat frustrated. Old Li took a drag from his cigarette, squinted at Qin Yu, and said, do you realize the seriousness of the situation now? Qin Yu was taken aback. That night, when you all wanted to protect Qi Lin on Tuza Street, I was also forced to take a stand. This not only offended Yuan Hua, but also the interests behind him. So if we can't consolidate our upper-level relationships through the pharmaceutical line and confront the Yuan family and their connections, it's only a matter of time before we face retaliation. Old Li said with a very serious expression. By then, whether I'm still the director or not, it will be uncertain if you can survive in Zone 9. After hearing this, Qin Yu instantly understood Old Li's meaning. If we can't connect to the drug supply line, not only will Old Li struggle to protect himself, but Qin Yu could also end up in serious trouble. I'm telling you clearly, we must reconnect A Long's supply channel. Otherwise, you should leave Zone 9 as soon as possible. Old Li reminded him in a low voice. If Yuan Hua wants to retaliate, he won't care whether you're a police officer or not. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu said, then I need to go back to the planning area and talk to Qi Lin in person. You should rest for a while. And when you can leave, go do this immediately. Old Li stood up and said, I will also go to Fengbei tomorrow to test my teacher's attitude first. I understand. Director. Also, Old Ma must hide well. The police station has already completed the evidence chain, and his wanted order is already in my office. Old Li reminded him once again. After considering for a moment, Old Cat immediately asked, what about the matter of Old Ma Air and Demin? I promised Old Ma that I would take care of this before. Now, at this moment, how is it still possible to get the two of them out? Wait a minute, Lao Li said, turning to leave. In the ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, Qin Yu looked up at the ceiling. Feeling a bit melancholic and uneasy, he sighed and said, I thought the planning area was complicated, but I didn't expect the real dog-eat-dog place to be the seemingly safe Zone 9. I regret dragging you into this. Lao Mao indeed felt uncomfortable about it. Qin Yu licked his lips and said, my personality is such that I won't regret things that are already done. Don't keep bringing this up, it bothers me. After pondering for a while, Lao Mao looked at Qin Yu and said, this time when you go back to the planning area, I'm going with you. Lao Li won't let you go. Qin Yu smiled. If I were someone who runs away from problems, I wouldn't have helped Qi Lin back then. Lao Mao replied without hesitation, no more talk. I'm going with you this time. Qin Yu looked at Lao Mao and smiled broadly. In the planning area, Qi Lin, leaning on a crutch, stepped into a shabby room and looked up to see his mother packing. Mom, what are you doing? Tidying up the clothes. The old lady sat on the cold bed and lowered her head to pull out a black leather bag from her bundle. Qi Lin was taken aback by the black leather bag and frowned as he asked, Mom, what is this bag? Chapter 51. Embarking on a journey. Fortunately, the gunshot Qin Yu took did not injure his pelvis, but even so, he lay in bed for over 20 days before he fully recovered. During this time, Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, Guan Qi, and others did not return home at all. They worked at the police station during the day and came to the hospital to keep him company at night, fearing that the Yuan family would make another attempt on Qin Yu's life. Thankfully, after the massive brawl at Tuja Street, the Yuan family's connections at the police station were also worried about the situation escalating further, so they decided to tone things down. Additionally, the Ma family was hit hard, with many core members arrested and scattered, leading to a period of calm in Songjiang. The Yuan family did not continue to stir up trouble, but instead secretly organized channels to prepare for the release of a backlog of drugs. After being wanted, Old Ma also went into hiding with the remaining core members. However, the apparent tranquility did not reassure Li Si and Qin Yu. They all understood that the Yuan family was currently avoiding conflict only to bide their time and save face with the police. The deaths of Yuan Wei and Tiger, as well as the cost paid for dealing with the Ma family at 2 Jia Street, created irreconcilable conflicts. It was certain that Yuan Hua would seek revenge in the future. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, after Qin Yu healed, he immediately reported to the police station and had a face-to-face meeting with Li Si. In the office, has Qi Lin been contacted? Li Si asked urgently. Qin Yu shook his head. He left in a hurry, and he definitely wouldn't dare to use the phone he used at the police station. So I haven't found him for now. Isn't he staying in the planned area that you arranged? Old Li was a bit curious. If you call your friend, won't you get in touch with him? My friend has finished arranging Qi Lin and has gone out to take care of something. And he won't be back for a while. Qin Yu replied softly, but it doesn't matter. I know where Qi Lin is. I can just go find him. We need to hurry. Old Li said quietly. I've finished talking with the teacher. As long as we can establish the supply channel, the rest can be negotiated. I can leave, but how do I explain this to the police chief? Qin Yu tentatively asked. Old Li chuckled in response. I've already arranged everything for you. Just say that you're going to Fongbei for training, and it will last for 2 weeks. The reason is that you killed Matsushita last time. And you will definitely be promoted to a level 2 officer and officially take on the role of team leader. So the department has approved your training as a matter of course. Should I submit a report to the team? No need. I've already handled the procedures. You just need to spread the word in the group and leave. All right, I understand. Qin Yu nodded. Xiao Yu, you know the seriousness of the situation. Old Li sighed and looked at him with a furrowed brow, reminding him whether I can still sit in this position and whether you can still stay in Songjiang. All depends on this time. Hearing this, Qin Yu stood up and replied solemnly, I will do my best to get this done. Go ahead. Old Li looked at him and nodded. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at the third team, which had recently been neglected by the first team, called Guoqi, Zhu Wei, and Brother Tai, and held a brief meeting. I will be away for half a month. During this time, you will work on cases with the third team. I've already made arrangements over there. No matter what happens in the future, you all have a place to go. Qin Yu sat in a chair and said with a smile, I've been in Songjiang for a while now, and to be honest, I'm quite grateful that everyone has supported me, an outsider, at this critical moment. If we are lucky enough to get past this hurdle, there will be a place for you all with me, Qin Yu. Guoqi scratched his nose and said with a smile, we weren't important roles in the first team anyway. Old Zhu has tried several times to get promoted to team leader, but Yuan Ku has ignored him. So, for small roles like us, since the upward mobility is limited, we might as well stay with those we are comfortable with. Yeah, Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. Anyway, the team alignment has already been done, and there is no point in regretting it now. To put it bluntly, if Old Li really can't hold on, then I'll just leave the police force. I don't believe that on that day at Tuza Street, if I stood up to Yuan Ku, he would send 2 people to take down a small role like me. Don't worry, leader. We are all seasoned in the police force and know how to interact with them. Guoqi reassured him again. Just focus on doing your own job well. At this moment, everyone knew that Qin Yu's leave was definitely not for studying in Fongbei. It was clear that Old Li had special arrangements for him, which is why they were advising him like this. Thank you for your understanding. Qin Yu stood up and patted Zhu Wei on the shoulder, saying, I'll leave the matters of the group to you during this time. Handle what you can, for what you can't. Privately contact the captain of the third team. He has a very good relationship with Old Cat. All right. Everyone stood up. Then wish me a smooth journey. Qin Yu grinned and extended his palm. Everyone exchanged glances, placed their hands on Qin Yu's hand, and shouted in unison, have a safe journey. In the afternoon, on the street leading to number 88 courtyard, Qin Yu turned to Lao Mao and asked, did you tell Old Li that you're going to stay in the planning area with me? Oh, I forgot, Lao Mao replied, looking a bit dazed as he sniffled from a cold. Are you out of your mind? Old Li definitely doesn't want you to go, and you didn't say anything in advance. If you suddenly leave with me, he'll think I forced you to go, Qin Yu cursed. Calm down. Lao Mao spat dismissively and pulled out his phone to dial Old Li's number. A few dozen seconds later, he said, hey, I'm going to stay in the planning area with Qin Yu. Old Li was stunned for 3 or 4 seconds before he angrily replied, what the hell are you going to do with Qin Yu in the planning area? To play? Are you out of your mind? That place is even more chaotic than Tuza Street. What are you going there for? Get back here. Old Li, usually composed, lost his cool when faced with Lao Mao's antics. I'm not asking for your opinion, just informing you. I'll have someone deliver the leave request to you shortly. I'm telling you to come back. Don't shout at me. I have a bad temper, and if you make me angry, I might just off myself along the way. Lao Mao was already speaking nonsense. Go die. It would be better for you to freeze to death. Old Li was shaking with anger. You're always acting reckless, and I really don't know what you're thinking. All right, I'm not arguing with you. Who is arguing? If Xiao Yu goes alone, it's too lonely, and it'll be hard to solve problems if they arise. I can help him with ideas. Don't give him ideas, or Qin Yu will end up dead in your hands sooner or later. Old Li shouted helplessly, you better get back to the office. Don't worry, I'm definitely going. Just stay calm at home this time. If there is any hope for sourcing goods, I'll risk my life for it. Lao Mao replied casually. Upon hearing this, Old Li was momentarily stunned and stopped cursing him. If there's anything, just call. Lao Mao hung up the phone. On the road, Qin Yu smiled at Lao Mao and said, On the surface, it seems like you have some resentment towards Old Lee, but in reality, you care about him a lot. Who cares about him? I'm just worried he'll lose his job and can't do whatever he wants in the office anymore. Lao Mao replied with a sidelong glance. Let us go, stop dragging it out. After returning to number 88 courtyard, they quickly packed their things, locked the door, and walked out of the courtyard. On the way, Qin Yu glanced at Lin Yinlei's room and saw the door tightly locked, indicating she wasn't home. What are you looking at my wife's house for? Lao Mao asked with a sidelong glance. Have some shame. Lin Yinlei already told me she can only agree to be your mother at most. Qin Yu cursed. Get lost. Lao Mao grinned and asked, tell me the truth. Are you a little bit interested in Lei Lei? Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yu quickened his pace to leave. At 8:30 p.m., a military truck carrying supplies took Lao Mao and Qin Yu away, heading towards the planning area, which was even more chaotic than Tuza Street. Chapter 52. On the road as they exited District 9, Lao Mao immediately felt the outside temperature drop again. He sat in the back of the truck, draped in 3 or 4 military coats, and pulled aside the windproof canvas curtain to take a glance outside. It must be over minus 40 degrees, right? Yeah, about that. Qin Yu replied softly, rubbing his hands together. Don't just sit there, get up and move around a bit. Hey, did you come here by car too? Lao Mao casually asked. I sat for a while, then walked the rest of the way. You're really a soldier, Lao Mao said, speechless. After driving for about 5 hours on the icy road, the vehicle finally stopped at a small military supply station. They got out, paid, and took a nearly scrapped gasoline off-road vehicle back on the road. Due to the harsh environment, pure electric cars or hybrid vehicles had poor stability and were not suitable for long-distance travel in such temperatures. The gasoline off-road vehicle was arranged through connections by Director Lee. Although it was almost scrapped, it still cost a lot of money. Fortunately, the heating inside worked, and its off-road performance was relatively intact, making it quite durable. On the way, Lao Mao looked around curiously at the snow-covered landscape, his face filled with wonder. He pointed to a few large iron frames several kilometers away and asked, what are those for? Marker towers, Qin Yu casually replied. You can't see them in the dark, but there's a wire fence underneath the tower. What are they marking? Nuclear impact, Qin Yu explained flatly. After the disaster, the government built a lot of defensive structures, but they all ultimately failed. Many buildings there had nuclear energy facilities, and when the disaster struck, they exploded, leaving large radiation zones. The tower was built to remind people in the planning area not to enter. Well, they did something, Lao Mao sighed. Driving, Qin Yu asked idly. What's your relationship with Old Lee? Lao Mao was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong, can't you say? Qin Yu smiled. Then I want to ask. There's nothing I can't say. Lao Mao pulled out an e-cigarette and turned to Qin Yu, explaining, Old Lee is my uncle. He joined the police force after my dad. My dad died for him in an incident, so my feelings for him are a bit complicated. It would be a lie to say I don't hate him, but he has been really good to me over the years. I often force myself not to think about the past, but as a son, I can't forget. Qin Yu was stunned for a long time. You're better off than I am. At least you have a relative who treats you well to be angry at. I don't even have that. Lao Mao took a puff of smoke, not responding. Do you know what happened between your dad and Old Lee? Qin Yu asked again. I heard from others that Old Lee made a mistake, and my dad took the blame and was killed. Did Old Lee ever explain it to you? No. He never brings it up. When I was younger, I often intentionally got angry and tried to steer the conversation that way, but he just wouldn't engage. Lao Mao stared blankly out the window. Maybe he doesn't feel good about it either. Lao Mao, the way Director Lee treats you is well known in the police force. The past is the past. Holding on to it only increases the conflict between you two and serves no real purpose, Qin Yu gently advised. How many brothers would deliberately harm their own brothers? Besides, what you know is all hearsay. The reality might be completely different from what you think, right? Yeah. After a long hesitation, Lao Mao nodded. All right, let us talk about something happy. Qin Yu grinned, changing the subject. When are you planning to get married? With who? With Lei Lei? Lao Mao suddenly got excited at the mention of relationships. Can you have some shame? I've already told you. Qin Yu was about to curse when he suddenly saw a group of shabby buildings ahead. A dozen people dressed in thick cotton clothes rushed out and immediately shouted. Lao Mao, grab your gun, hurry. What is going on? Lao Mao straightened up immediately. Ahead, a dozen people stood in a row, blocking the road. Qin Yu did not drive closer, but stopped about 20 meters away. What's the business? He rolled down the window and shouted into the wind and snow. Bro, give us something to eat. We're starving to death. 2 men stepped out from the crowd in the distance. Hearing the voice, Qin Yu shouted angrily. Can't you see this is a military vehicle? There's no food. Get the hell out of here. He continued. If there's no food, give me some gasoline, clothes, or money. The 2 men across from him continued to walk forward. Old Cat, sitting in the car and watching the group, saw that they were all frostbitten and included children and the elderly. His heart softened, and he said, give them something. At this moment, Qin Yu was completely different from his state in the 9th district. His face was cold as he shouted again. I'll say it again. Get the hell out of here. Damn, so aggressive. If you don't give us anything, we want to leave. The 2 men, hearing Qin Yu's words, stopped walking. Qin Yu, hearing this, shifted gears and slammed the accelerator, driving straight into the crowd. Damn, Old Cat exclaimed, grabbing Qin Yu's arm and shouting, if they don't give, then don't hit them. The crowd saw the car coming and immediately scattered. Qin Yu didn't have time to explain to Old Cat. He quickly grabbed his gun and fired into the center of the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, and the crowd scattered again. Qin Yu turned the steering wheel with his left hand, driving the car into the deep snow, pressing the accelerator to the floor, specifically aiming for the shiny hard-packed snow to speed through. After a few seconds, a group of 20 to 30 people rushed out of the dilapidated buildings, shooting towards the field. Fortunately, Qin Yu reacted quickly and took a detour to escape. Old Cat, covered in cold sweat, sat in the car looking back, swearing in shock. Damn, these people aren't just looking for food. They want to rob us. If I had parked closer, we would have had our clothes stripped off and frozen to death here. Qin Yu said expressionlessly, these people aren't human anymore. We're driving a military vehicle, and they dare to rob us? Do you know what this place is called? Qin Yu turned his head to ask. I don't know. Old Cat shook his head. This is called Scarce. 3 years ago, 10 military grain trucks from the North District passed through here and were completely robbed. The military commander was furious and ordered 3 battalions, over 1,000 men, to eliminate the bandits. But those over 1,000 men rushed into Scarce, and in less than a day, almost all were wiped out. In the end, it seemed that only about 300 managed to escape. Qin Yu pointed to the sides of the road they had just passed, and said, if you take a pry bar and dig into the snow, you might just dig out a person. Old Cat was stunned for a long time before suddenly asking, hey, have you ever robbed grain in Scarce? Chapter 53. This is my fate. Listening to Old Cat, Qin Yu chuckled and replied, I never robbed. I have a good reputation in this area. Haha. After hearing this, Old Cat also laughed nervously. The two looked at each other for a while before Qin Yu sighed and added, I'm human too. I need to eat. I understand. Old Cat nodded after being stunned for a moment. After driving for more than 10 hours, they finally arrived at the planned area near the south, where the temperature was slightly higher and not as cold as the north. The place where Qi Lin was hiding was called Feng'an, located in the plains, backed by mountains, and not along the main highway. Many people often formed groups to hunt in the mountains. On one hand, it was for personal consumption, and on the other, they would have someone transport it to the special district for some small money. Therefore, the environment and security were relatively better than in Scarce. Qin Yu hadn't really operated around Feng'an before because the people here were very exclusive. 100 people might be able to eat well on the mountainous resources, but if 200, 300, or more people lived here, then everyone might end up starving. Therefore, it was too difficult for outsiders to establish themselves here. However, although Qin Yu hadn't stayed here, he had a friend who lived here regularly and held a certain status, which was why he placed Qi Lin here for safety. The car stopped in front of a house made of wooden boards and mud. An Old Cat and Qin Yu got out of the car. Damn, is this place fit for humans? Old Cat looked at the crooked house and the barren land around it, unable to help but shake his head and sigh. Compared to this, the 9th district seems like heaven. Now I finally understand why you could settle down in Songjiang so quickly. If you can survive here, you can survive anywhere. When you see Qi Lin, don't talk too much. He's already in a bad mood. If you keep babbling, it'll just make him feel worse, Qin Yu advised. It's fine. If I don't scold him for 3 days, he'll be anxious. Old Cat replied with his hands behind his back. You're just asking for it. Qin Yu smiled helplessly and stepped toward the house. Creak. The door was pushed open first, and hearing the sound of the car, Qi Lin walked out and froze upon seeing the two. Old Cat stepped forward, slapped Qi Lin on the head, and shouted, Little brother, did you miss me? What are you two doing here? Qi Lin stammered. We came to find you. If we couldn't get in touch, we had no choice but to come see you. Old Cat threw out, stepping inside the house and calling out, Mom, Xiao Yu. Sister Qi Yu walked out from the inner room, politely calling, Cat brother. Oh, sister has grown up again? So chubby. Old Cat was someone who could joke with anyone. Speaking casually, Old Cat has come. Mom shouted from the fire Kong inside the house. Old Cat, hearing this, handed a big bag of food he and Qin Yu bought to Qi Yu, smiling, all for you. There's more food and new clothes in the car. I'll get them for you in a bit. Thank you, brother. Qi Yu took the heavy food, her face blooming with a smile as she used her cane to lead Old Cat into the inner room. Old Cat sat on the Kong and smilingly asked, Mom, how are you? Pretty good, pretty good. As long as you're doing well, you should smoke less and live a few more years. I'm about to become the police chief. Soon, I'll take you and Qi Lin and little sister back to enjoy life. Old Cat chatted casually with the old lady. In another room, Qi Lin invited Qin Yu to sit on the cold bed, smiling, I'll get you some water. No need, no need. Qin Yu waved his hand, you sit down. Qi Lin sat down beside him upon hearing this. Is your injury better? Qin Yu asked directly. All healed. Qi Lin moved his limbs and said gratefully, thanks to your friend John. Without him, I might have died here. There are no medicines here. He found someone to specially send them to me and arrange for this room. That is good to hear. Qin Yu smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Lin leaned closer to Qin Yu and quietly asked, after I left, the Yuan family caused trouble, right? Yeah, the situation isn't good. Qin Yu nodded. A lot has happened recently. Old Cat and I came here because we were forced into a corner and wanted to ask you about the situation. What happened? Think back. Before Along had his accident, besides the parcel he handed you, did he mention any other information? Including friends, brothers he met outside, and any interpersonal relationships you know of? Qin Yu spoke quickly. To be honest, the Ma family is in a dire situation now. And Li Si has also been forced to take sides because of your matter. Yuan Hua hasn't retaliated yet. Only because he caused a big stir on Tuzha Street recently and needs to temporarily avoid the spotlight. But he will definitely continue to cause trouble in the future. And without a supply channel on old Li's side, he won't be able to establish strong connections or help old Ma get back on his feet. So, old cat and I came here to ask about the supply channels. After listening to Qin Yu's detailed explanation, Qi Lin stared blankly at the ground, remaining silent. What's wrong? Qin Yu noticed that Qi Lin's state was off and immediately questioned him. After a long silence, Qi Lin suddenly stood up, bent over, lifted the bed sheet, and silently pulled out a black leather bag from inside. Qin Yu was taken aback. What does that mean? Open the bag and take a look. Qi Lin threw the bag to Qin Yu. The latter opened the leather bag upon hearing the sound, glanced inside, and took out a notebook. Qi Lin sat back down on the bed, rubbed his face with a helpless tone, and said, "This bag was left for me by my brother. He told me before he left that there was a contact inside, and when I was in a desperate situation, I should find this person. At that time, I was thinking about him, and since I was still working at the police station, I hadn't reached a desperate point, so I didn't take it seriously. Later, after my brother was gone and Yuan Ko forced me to ask about the supply channel, I remembered this bag. But at that time, I had given this bag to Bella, and when I went back to get it, I happened to catch her messing around with the tiger. I was so angry that she might have been scared and said that she threw the bag away, so I thought it was lost." Qin Yu listened in stunned silence. But unexpectedly, when my mom, little sister, and I escaped here, I found out that this bag was with my mom. Qi Lin turned his head and smiled. This bag wasn't thrown away by Bella. My mom is meticulous in her life and used this bag to pack her things. And that night when I told her and my little sister that we had to run, my mom brought a lot of luggage and packed this bag inside. Qin Yu was speechless. What is fate? This is fate, my fate. Qi Lin's eyes unconsciously revealed a sense of hostility as he spoke with a cold and sarcastic tone. When I desperately searched for this bag, I thought it was lost. But when I killed someone, lost my job, got injured, and came here with my family shattered, it just appeared by itself. Don't you think fate is being kind to me? Heh. Qin Yu looked at Qi Lin and suddenly felt that although his appearance was still the same as before, there was an indescribable change in him. I looked at the notebook, and there was only one page with writing on it, which was a contact information. Qi Lin turned to Qin Yu and said, "But I can't make a phone call here. It's just right that you came. Let's look for my brother's friend and connect the supply channel no matter what." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu tentatively asked. "In the past, I looked down on my older brother, thinking he lacked responsibility and only lived for himself." Qi Lin smiled slightly and clearly said, "But now, I want to walk the same path as him. The work he did before, I will do now." Chapter 54, A Ray of Hope in Desperation After Dark. Qin Yu and the old cat accompanied Qi Lin's family for dinner, continuously comforting Qi's mother, claiming that once the situation calmed down, they would find a way to help Qi Lin return to District 9 as a police officer. At this moment, the old lady still did not know that Along was dead, nor did she hope for her son to become wealthy in the future. She only wished to live like before, with her children having jobs and enough food to eat, so that even if she suddenly closed her eyes one day, she would feel at peace. However, both Qin Yu and the old cat knew that as long as the Yuan family remained intact, Qi Lin would not have any substantial change in status, and wanting to return to District 9 to continue being a police officer was no different from dreaming. After dinner, the three brothers went to Qi Lin's room. The old cat reached out to close the door tightly and took out an old phone from his pocket. This phone used a virtual card, and the service provider was a small company in Fongbei. The old cat handed the phone to Qi Lin and said, "Use this to contact your brother's friend." "Okay." Qi Lin took the phone, looked down at the contact information in his notebook, and decisively dialed the number. A few seconds later, Qi Lin shook his head. "It's not going through. It says the phone is off." Qin Yu pondered for a moment, his expression not looking good as he analyzed. "It's possible that your brother's friend heard the rumors from Songjiang and knows something happened to your brother. So he is not using this number anymore. Damn, if that's the case, aren't we finished?" The old cat was also trembling with fear as he scolded. "Shaolin, send a text message to this number." Qin Yu took out his e-cigarette and instructed, "Just get straight to the point and tell him that Along is already dead. But you are his younger brother and can't stay in District 9 anymore, which is why you're contacting him. Will saying it this way make the other party panic?" Qi Lin frowned and asked, "You lying is useless." Qin Yu insisted, "There's been such a big commotion over in Songjiang. Your brother's friend must have heard the news. So if we speak honestly, it actually shows sincerity." "All right." Qi Lin stopped arguing, lowered his head, and edited a text message, then sent it to the other party's number. Qin Yu took a puff of his e-cigarette and sighed, saying, "The rest depends on fate. If your brother's friend is already spooked and has changed his number, then we basically have no chance of finding him. But if he's still in the observation stage, he should call us back." Lao Mao, hearing this, put his hands together and sighed, muttering, "I pray to Buddha for a response. If we can smoothly get a call from Along's friend, I would be willing to let Yuan Ku die first." 2 full days passed, and the three brothers still hadn't received a response from Along's friend, leaving everyone feeling completely uncertain. Inside the house, the usually carefree Lao Mao now wore a worried expression, walking back and forth with his hands behind his back, saying, I think this matter is hopeless. If he still uses this phone, then after 2 days of this text message, the other party should have reacted by now. Yeah. Chi Lin, sitting on the bed, replied with a frown. His silence likely means he no longer uses the phone. Qin Yu fell silent. If that's the case, it would be completely troublesome. Lao Mao sighed and cursed. Damn it, I might not be able to go back to Songjiang either. You're still fine. At least you have Lao Li protecting you. Yuan Ku and the others won't move against you for the time being. Qin Yu looked up and responded. But I'm completely done for. If the drug line can't be reestablished, at most I have 3 months, they'll definitely come after me. The three of them fell into a tense silence, each feeling anxious. Didi Ling Ling. As soon as the words fell, the phone suddenly rang. The three of them perked up, and Qin Yu immediately asked Old Cat, Is it yours? The old cat was stunned for half a second, then lowered his head and took out his phone from the right pocket, responding with overwhelming joy. Yes, it's a new number. Damn it. Hurry up and let Qi Lin answer. Qin Yu couldn't contain his excitement and urged. Qi Lin also showed a happy expression, took the phone and sighed. I told you. The heavens have treated me so badly. They have to leave a glimmer of hope for people. After speaking, Qi Lin pressed the call button. Hello? A man's deep voice echoed on the phone. Qi Lin pressed the speakerphone. Along's friend? The other party didn't respond to the voice. You don't need to think too much. I am Along's younger brother. Qi Lin was afraid the other party would hang up. So he immediately added, I've only used this number once and haven't contacted anyone else, so I know who you are. How can you prove you are Along's younger brother? The other party finally spoke again. My name is Qi Lin, and I have an old mom and a younger sister at home. My older brother, Along, left home 2 years ago and hasn't contacted us since. Qi Lin detailed his brother's situation. He has a scar on his right shoulder blade and has a habit of resting one foot on the stool while eating. After listening, the other party fell silent for a moment before responding, Along is dead. Why are you contacting me? Before he left, he gave me your contact information and told me to find you when I was in a desperate situation. Qi Lin replied honestly. I am in a desperate situation right now. Along is dead, and his underlings have been captured. The other party cautiously said, I might also be on the line in Songjiang now, and I really don't have the ability to take care of others. Just do your best to fend for yourself. Big brother, wait a moment. When Qi Lin saw that the other party was about to hang up the phone, he immediately shouted, I'm not here to seek refuge. I'm here to discuss business. What business? Talk about the business my brother did with you before. The other party was stunned for a long time and replied with a cold laugh. Hee, your brother has told me about you. In this line of work, your personality won't do. Not necessarily. Qi Lin responded with great confidence. Before I left Songjiang, I fired a shot on Century Avenue, killed the tiger, took down Yuan Wei, and single-handedly rescued my sister. When my brother was alive, he didn't necessarily have those skills, did he? After hearing this, the other party fell silent for a long time and asked, in the drug trade, courage is a basic quality, but to get started, you need connections. Is the Ma family's connection reliable? Qi Lin quickly countered, I can still use his line. Have you reached an agreement? Yes, I can contact old Ma right now. Just reaching an agreement with the Ma family isn't enough. The other party shook his head. The nephew of the Blackstreet police chief is right here with me. At this moment, Qi Lin showed the keen observation skills he had honed within the police department, delivering his words very appropriately. With them, is that enough weight? After careful consideration, the other party replied ambiguously, wait for my news. Good. After finishing, the two ended the call. In the southern region, within the planned area of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th district of the Asian submap, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut dialed a number on his phone. After several seconds, he said, hello? Boss, Qi Long's younger brother contacted me. The middle-aged man spoke calmly. Chapter 55. Meeting in Jiangzhou. The boss on the other end of the phone was slightly taken aback. Why did he suddenly contact you? He said he wants to re-establish the drug line and wants to buy goods from us. The middle-aged man responded briskly. I probed a little, and he said he has already talked to people from the Ma family, and that old Li from the Blackstreet police chief is backing him. It sounds like it just needs our nod now. Brother Kong, do you know about Qi Long's family situation? The boss suddenly asked. I know a bit. Because Along has told me some things about his family. Brother Kong nodded. When I talked to that kid just now, the information he provided matched what I knew. And some details can be verified, but some life details can only be clarified by people who have spent a long time together. So, I personally judge that the kid is not lying. He should be Qi Long's real brother. The boss fell silent. Do you think I should meet him? Brother Kong waited a moment before tentatively asking. The market in Songjiang has been wiped out, and we have lost an important shipping channel. In less than 2 months, my stock has piled up quite a bit, so I think it would be good to contact him. If he really has the ability to get things done, wouldn't we save ourselves the trouble of re-establishing in Songjiang later? It's a bit risky. The boss shook his head lightly. What if Qi Long's brother has already been controlled by the Yuan family? If he is deliberately leading you into a trap, how will you deal with it? I'm not afraid of Yuan Hua from Songjiang, but I'm afraid of the drug companies behind him. We privately produce drugs, which has impacted their markets everywhere. So the Yuan family and the drug companies, along with the many relationships that have been paid off, are eager to find us and eliminate us. That shouldn't be the case, right? Brother Kong frowned tightly. As for the situation in Songjiang, I have had someone investigate. This Qi Long's brother, Qi Lin, has a grudge against Yuan Hua for killing his uncle and another high-level tiger, so it wouldn't be easy to resolve, right? Does this Qi Lin have family? The boss asked. Yes, he has an old mother and a sister. If these two have been controlled by Yuan Hua first, could Qi Lin cooperate with them? The boss asked again. Brother Kong was at a loss for words. We don't know the specific situation in Sanjiang well. If Qi Lin is currently under control, then as soon as you show up, you'll definitely be targeted. They won't have to act immediately. As long as they follow your line, they can find us. The boss said very cautiously. If we are exposed, given our current situation, facing the siege from several drug companies and political connections, we are definitely doomed. Hearing this, Brother Kong felt a bit hesitant. As long as we can continue to produce drugs, we lack a market in this era. And compared to several officially recognized drug companies, we still seem very weak, so we need to be especially careful. First seek survival, then seek development, the boss advised quietly. I don't recommend taking the risk to contact Qi Lin. It's better for you to hide and temporarily give up the Sanjiang line. At this moment, Brother Kong had two thoughts. First, his relationship with Qi Long was very strong, otherwise, the latter wouldn't have given his contact information to his brother when sensing that he might be in trouble, so Brother Kong wanted to help Qi Lin. Second, Brother Kong played a role in the team that was privately producing drugs, responsible for regional markets. The Sanjiang area had always been his source of income. And if it was cut off in the future, he would not only suffer significant economic losses, but also face the embarrassing situation of losing his status within the team. After careful consideration, Brother Kong gritted his teeth and continued to argue. I believe Qi Lin won't have any problems because I heard that Old Li from the Black Street indeed had a conflict with Yuan Ku. Moreover, it took us quite a bit of effort to establish the Sanjiang line in the first place. I really don't want to give it up just like that. So what do you mean? I want to contact Qi Lin. Brother Kong gritted his teeth and said, but you can rest assured, if the other party has bad intentions, then the matter will stop with me. I will definitely not implicate the company. The boss remained silent for a while before responding softly. All right, if that's the case, then you should proceed according to my method. Half an hour later, Qi Lin answered the ringing phone. Hello? We can meet. Brother Kong got straight to the point. 3 days from now, I will wait for you in the Jiangzhou planned area at the Jijiang living area. There's a place called the Buckingham Palace Entertainment City in the district. You must be there by 8 in the evening. Qi Lin was taken aback. Jiangzhou? That's a bit far from here. I'm afraid I won't make it in 3 days. As long as you don't delay on the road, there will definitely be enough time. Brother Kong replied decisively. I will wait for you for 3 days. Okay, I understand. That's it, Brother Kong said and hung up the phone briskly. In the room, Qin Yu looked at Qi Lin and asked urgently. How did it go? What did he say? He agrees to meet, but in Jiangzhou. And he requires us to arrive within 3 days. Qi Lin replied with a frown. The time is a bit tight. Lao Mao cursed upon hearing this. Jiangzhou is quite far from here, and we haven't met this person before, just relying on a phone number to rush over. If the other party has any bad intentions, we might not be able to come back safely. Qi Lin held the phone and turned to the two, saying, no matter if the other side has set a banquet or laid a trap, I will definitely go. Otherwise, I will never have a chance to turn things around. Qin Yu turned to Lao Mao. Rich and noble. You have connections. You can choose not to go. Nonsense. The drug line business concerns Old Li's life and death. If you two are fighting, how can I not fight? Lao Mao replied without hesitation. For the first time, I feel my name, which my mom gave me, is auspicious. Time waits for no one. Since we've all decided to go, let's not hesitate. Qin Yu nodded and instructed. Make arrangements for my mom and sister. We will set off tonight. Done. Qi Lin nodded. That night, Qin Yu called his friend John and arranged for his sister and mother to stay at another family's house for a few days, paying real money for their food. After settling them down, the three of them then spent a high price buying 4 large barrels of gasoline from the gas dealer before driving towards the Jiangzhou planned area. This time on the road, none of the three had the opportunity to retreat. Each of their lives and fortunes rested on whether they could connect with the drug supplier. In an era of chaos, the 9 districts were fragmented, with grassroots forces rising and tigers roaring and dragons chanting. 3 brothers, who found themselves in a desperate situation, huddled together for warmth and truly embarked on their journey from that day. Chapter 56. 3 days of rapid travel to Jian Qi Lin's residence was about 1,800 kilometers away from Jiangzhou, a journey that would have taken 20-some hours by car in the past. However, the current environment was harsh, and the regions had been drastically altered by disasters. After leaving the north, Qi Lin encountered an endless expanse of Gobi Desert in the central plains and the remnants of a once mighty river that had nurtured countless lives, now dried up and reduced to empty ravines. The current living conditions in Asia can be roughly divided into 3 tiers. The third tier is the no man's land, where the level of disaster is extremely severe. Some areas have parched, cracked land with no water sources for hundreds of miles. Others experience frigid temperatures year-round, with land frozen solid for miles, and some have completely transformed into vast oceans. Before the disaster, the government had employed a significant amount of technology and engineering to combat the calamities, but most of these efforts ultimately failed against the forces of nature. Moreover, these projects, having been destroyed by severe disasters, left behind many hidden dangers, such as nuclear waste and radioactive sources containing large amounts of chemical engineering. making these areas now places no one dares to tread. Perhaps it will take several decades for them to gradually recover. The second tier is the planned areas, where conditions are harsh, but the local populace can still adapt. However, due to limited geographical conditions and resources from the 9 districts, they cannot yet become officially protected living areas with stable social environments and relatively comfortable living conditions. The first tier consists of the officially established living areas by the federal government, divided into 4 districts in Asia, 4 districts in the Euro-African Union, and an additional specially established 9th district. Our Chinese compatriots possess the 2 major urban districts of the 7th and 8th, holding absolute power in the united government. When disaster truly struck, the world finally witnessed the power of 1 billion people, their roar and miracles. The Jiangzhou planned area, located near the 7th district, has a relatively better geographical environment compared to the north, with several thriving urban areas. For example, the Jian living area mentioned by Brother Kong, and the entire Jiangzhou is also referred to as Quasi-District 10. 2 years ago, the united government seriously considered building a new city here, but due to limited resources, difficulties in managing a large populace, and the complex influence of various local forces, the plan ultimately fell through. After nearly 3 days of rapid travel, Qin Lin, and Old Cat finally arrived at Jian. Because they had crossed regions, the hardships and difficulties they faced along the way were numerous. Later, Old Cat admitted that if it weren't for Qin Yu being on the vehicle and his rich life experience there, both Old Cat and Qi Lin might have given up halfway, as some issues cannot simply be resolved with determination. Despite the rough journey, they finally reached their destination. Once inside Jian, the 3 had a quick hot meal and took a short rest for a few hours before swiftly heading to the Buckingham Palace Entertainment Center as night fell. In this era, entertainment venues no longer had the scale, class, and luxury of previous clubs and nightclubs. When people cannot even fill their stomachs, there is no time for lavish entertainment and indulgence. The Buckingham Palace has only 3 floors, with over 20 private rooms, a dozen guest rooms, and a relaxation area similar to a light bar. Currently, few people come here purely for leisure. Most are there for business banquets and serious discussions. Due to scarce resources, the consumption standards have naturally become very high. Following Brother Kang's instructions, Qi Lin booked a private room on the 2nd floor, and the service staff brought in a dozen attractive young women. Is that all the drinks? The service staff politely asked. Yes, Qi Lin nodded. Then you 3 can choose your favorites. The service staff grinned, saying, we have all types here. We can sing and perform everything. Qin Yu and the others were there to discuss serious matters, so they politely declined, saying, let's wait a bit. The main guest hasn't arrived yet. As soon as the words were spoken, the service staff was about to nod in response when a girl on the far left suddenly stepped forward, smiling brightly and saying, bro, just pick 3. We have tasks, and if we don't sit at a table all day, not only do we not earn money, but we also get deducted. Old Cat, being a bit of a flirt, turned to look at the girl who spoke, carefully examining her. Seeing her bright eyes, white teeth, and alluring figure, along with an inherent charm, he grinned and asked, with your looks, you still don't have business? Seeing Old Cat engage, the girl immediately stepped forward and said, we have women of all skin tones and types here. The competition is fierce. If I don't work hard, I won't earn any money. Old Cat looked at Qin Yu and quietly leaned in to whisper in his ear, it's not good to be too eye-catching in a place like this. Why not let a few of them sit down, and when the main guest arrives, we can send them away. After all, you will need to entertain him as well. Qin Yu thought Old Cat's suggestion made sense and nodded. Then let's keep 3. What should we call you, little sister? Old Cat turned to the girl and asked. Kiki. She replied. Bring in 2 of your friends to sit down. Old Cat casually responded. Kiki was momentarily taken aback. What? No friends here? Old Cat teased, glancing sideways. I do. Kiki snapped back to reality and pointed at 2 girls on her left, saying, you 2 come sit down. The 2 girls walked over and sat beside Qi Lin and Qin Yu. The service staff bowed politely and said, enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. After some small talk, the rest of the staff left. Old Cat, feeling bored, looked down at Kiki's long legs and couldn't help but touch them, saying, girl, you have some bounce. Bro, you're really flirty, Kiki replied. Not flirty, just a bit charming, Old Cat retorted. Qi Lin, hearing this from the side, felt a headache coming on and leaned towards Qin Yu, thinking, his heart is really big. Kiki crossed her legs and unconsciously moved Old Cat's hand off her leg, saying, your little hands are quite nice. Downstairs, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut walked alone into the hall. The service staff immediately ran over, asking, sir, are you alone or with friends? Do you have a reservation? My last name is Kong, and I booked a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting. The buzz-cut man scanned the surroundings before responding. All right, please follow me, the service staff said, stepping aside with a smile to lead the way. Chapter 57. Long coat and ponytail. Under the arrangement of the service staff, Brother Kong entered the suite on the 3rd floor, glanced around, then bent down to sit on the bed and took out his phone to send a text. Boss, I'm here and ready to meet them. Okay, the other party quickly replied. After receiving the go-ahead, Brother Kong dialed Qi Lin's number on his phone. Hello? Hello, Brother Kong, Qi Lin. Having learned the other party's name through several interactions, responded, we are already at the Buckingham Palace. Where are you? Kong asked. In a private room on the second floor. Chi Lin replied honestly. Kong licked his lips, paused for a moment in the dark room, then replied, come to Suite 09 on the third floor. Okay, After their communication, Kong walked to the room's door and peered through the peephole at Suite 09 across the way. Inside the second floor private room. Qilin quickly put away his phone and immediately turned to Qin Yu and Old Cat, saying, the person has arrived, they're on the third floor. Did we not agree to meet in this private room? Why did he suddenly go to the third floor? Old Cat frowned and replied, does this old guy have something up his sleeve? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yu immediately reached out and pinched Old Cat's wrist, then looked up at the three girls and said, you all go out first. Upon hearing this, Old Cat shut his mouth. Kiki was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said to the other two girls, let's go out first and let the boss talk business. After Kiki and the others left, Qin Yu, sitting on the sofa, turned serious and said, we came here without knowing what we were getting into, and nobody can say what kind of person we're dealing with. Let's be cautious and guard against the petty rather than the noble. The two men immediately drew the handguns they bought with the military and off-road vehicle from their waists, checked them, and then took out their personal bags to distribute spare magazines. Creak. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Kiki blinked as she looked at the three men fiddling with their guns, frozen in place. Qin Yu turned his head to look at the door, his eyes cold as he asked Kiki, who the hell let you in? I left my bag on the sofa. Brothers, you continue. I'll come back for it later. Kiki quickly shut the door. Old Cat glanced at the sofa upon hearing this and saw that Kiki's bag was indeed there before turning back to say, hurry up. After the three prepared adequately, they quickly left the private room and headed for the third floor. Upstairs, Brother Kang's phone rang. He glanced at the number and reached out to answer it, just as he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. In the corridor, a young man wearing a long sheepskin coat, military green tapered marten pants, dirty leather boots, and a thick leather belt with his hands in his sleeves, with a ponytail at the back of his head, was slowly walking towards room 09 with four companions. The man in the sheepskin coat had a long face covered in thick stubble, sharp eyes, and a faint smile on his lips. He first looked back at the corridor behind him, then said, the person is right here, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the companions on both sides quickened their pace. Suddenly, a shouting voice came from the direction of the second-floor staircase platform. Brown, I've given you all my capital. What do you mean treating me like this now? Dear Wu, don't act like a gambler, okay? I'm not God. I can't guarantee everyone makes money. Bullshit. You just scammed me. The shouting from the second-floor platform prompted the man closest to the left to ask the man in the sheepskin coat, are we still doing this? Don't worry about it. You do your thing, the man in the coat replied, still with his hands in his sleeves. Upon hearing this, the two immediately quickened their pace. On the second-floor platform, three middle-aged men were surrounding three white men, yelling and cursing, reeking of alcohol. Since the stairs to the third floor weren't spacious, the commotion was just enough to block Qin Yu and the others, who were trying to go up. Seeing that the other side was drunk and chattering endlessly, Qin Yu reached out and pushed one of the white men, saying, make way. You fucking bitch, do you know how expensive my suit is? Get lost. The arrogant white man retorted. Old Cat stepped forward, pulled out his gun from his waist, and with his left hand, slapped the guy's face, saying, you're eating in our living area, don't you know what low-key means? Get out of the way. The white man was stunned to see Old Cat was armed. Qin Yu pushed through the crowd and forced his way forward, leading Old Cat and Qilin up the stairs. In less than 10 seconds, the three reached the third-floor corridor. Just as they were about to follow the signs to find room 09, they suddenly heard a loud bang from the left side, as if someone had kicked the door. Qin Yu turned his head. Bang. Following that, a gunshot rang out, echoing throughout the Buckingham Palace. What is going on? Qilin instinctively reached for his waist. Qin Yu reacted quickly, glancing at the sign and realizing the gunshot came from the direction of room 09. At the same time, at the end of the corridor, Brother Kong looked panicked at the man in the coat, saying, you bastards. The man in the coat pulled his right hand from his sleeve, smiling as he patted Brother Kang's cheek. Are you excited to see me? You. Don't shout. If you do, I'll kill you. The man in the coat said with a smile, then waved his hand. Let us go. Gunshots have been fired. One of his companions pointed at Brother Kong and reminded the man in the coat, this place is somewhat related to his boss. The man in the coat, without a trace of panic, brushed his ponytail and said, it's too troublesome to go out the front. Let us jump out the window. Upon hearing this, they quickly walked towards the window. In the corridor, after hesitating for a while, Qin Yu suddenly started running, making two quick turns before he saw Brother Kong being dragged to the window. Old Cat, standing slightly behind, looked up at the scene on the windowsill. His mind raced as he shouted, Brother Kong. After shouting, Old Cat pulled Qin Yu to hide around the corner of the corridor. At the window, Brother Kong, upon hearing the shout, struggled to turn back. When he saw the corridor was empty, he also shouted, help me. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, the man in the coat pulled Brother Kong and jumped out the window. At the corner of the corridor, Old Cat came to his senses and said to Qin Yu, it's over, this bastard is in trouble. Downstairs, the sound of hurried and dense footsteps came booming. Damn it. Qin Yu cursed while touching his head. What kind of situation is this? Why does everything we do run into obstacles? We have to save Old Kong, otherwise, we came for nothing. Qilin shouted, his eyes reddening as he chased after the window. Chapter 58. The Kidnapped Contact, Update 1. Chinyu, Old Cat, and Shilin ran to the window and looked down, discovering that there was a landing on the second floor, and the ponytail man and his group had jumped down to the landing and then down the stairs next to it. Chinyu stood at the window, looking ahead, and saw the ponytail man and his group had already taken Brother Kong across the street and were quickly heading towards an alley. Brother Kong just asked us to save him, which means he knows his situation is very dangerous, Shilin said urgently to the two. We have to save him, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain. Chinyu understood Chilin's meaning and knew there was no time to hesitate. He turned to Old Cat and said, You go get the car, and I'll follow with Chilin to see what's going on. You two be careful, Old Cat reminded. Get the car and call. Chinyu tossed out a line, climbed onto the windowsill, and called to Chilin, Let us go. After speaking, the two jumped down from the windowsill one after the other, while Old Cat turned and quickly walked toward the stairs down to the second floor. After turning two corners, just as Old Cat was about to go downstairs, he heard hurried footsteps from below. He quickly saw 7 or 8 lackeys wearing Buckingham Palace uniforms rushing up with weapons in hand. The two sides exchanged glances, and Old Cat reacted quickly, looking panicked as he pointed down the corridor, shouting, Damn, you guys are here. Someone just fired a gun and kidnapped a person who jumped out the window. How many of them? The leading lackey asked with a frown. I didn't see clearly. Maybe 4 or 5, Old Cat replied while stepping aside. Seeing that Old Cat was alone and unarmed, they didn't think much of it and charged forward, heading towards the window with their weapons. The Old Cat wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing as he hurried down the stairs. Damn, this little life has unexpectedly become exciting. Behind Buckingham Palace, after Chinyu rushed down the steps of the platform and was about to cross the road, Qilin suddenly pulled him back. It seems they haven't noticed someone is following them. Let's not rush in too aggressively. Get closer first before making a move. Chinyu paused at the sound, turned back to look at Qilin and replied, I know. After a brief exchange, the two quickly crossed the road and entered an alley. The power supply system in the planned area was already terrible, and most residential areas were pitch black after 10 at night, let alone these unmanaged alleys. Therefore, Chinyu and Qilin walked slowly in the alley. Although they could only see shadows in the distance, the other party also had difficulty spotting them. Keeping a safe distance, they followed without incident. The alley was somewhat narrow and long. Holding their guns, they followed for about 200 meters, making 2 turns before reaching the end. At the alley's entrance, an old, battered pickup truck was idling. The ponytail man had just reached the side of the car, gun pressed against Kong Ji's head, when a young man in a black leather jacket approached from the left and began to speak to him in a low voice. Due to the distance, Chinyu and Qilin couldn't hear what the young man in the leather jacket was saying to the ponytail man, but they could sense that this group might be planning to leave. Should we rush in and grab them? Qilin asked, frowning. Chinyu could see the ponytail man and his crew clearly in the car's headlights, so he shook his head and replied, I don't think these guys are good news. Big leather jackets, Martin boots, they look like they've been in the wilderness. Besides, we only have these 2 little short guns. If we run into them up close, we don't know what they might pull out from their pockets. Qilin pondered for a while, gritted his teeth, and responded, If this doesn't work out, you can still return to the planned area, and the old cat has Li Si to back him up, so he will never worry about survival. But what do I, Qilin, have? I've made it this far thanks to you two looking out for me. The drug line is my only chance to turn things around. I have to fight for it, even if it costs me my life. Chinyu was momentarily taken aback. Today, even if he could pull out a mortar from his pocket, he would still compare with them. Qilin steeled himself, gun in hand, and moved forward. I'll fire first. On the roadside, the ponytail man pulled out a wad of cash from his coat and tossed it to the young man in the black leather jacket, saying, Thanks for this, see you next time. No problem, Brother Xiao. If you need anything, just call me. It's crowded here, I'm leaving now. The man in the black leather jacket nodded and bowed. In the alley, Chinyu and Qilin moved forward side by side, both eyes fixed on the ponytail man, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. 15 meters, 10 meters. As the distance closed, Chinyu looked up at Qilin and whispered, We can't just charge in. I'll take out the 2 on the side, you grab the leader. Understood. Qilin bent down, preparing to sprint. Just then, the urgent ringing of a phone echoed. On the roadside, the ponytail man suddenly turned around. 2 minutes earlier, the old cat rushed out of the chaotic Buckingham Palace, quickly crossed the road, and got into a car. Virum. After starting the engine, the old cat reached for the gear shift, heading towards the back of the entertainment city. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and a stunning young woman floated over from behind the car, pulling open the passenger door. The old cat turned his head upon hearing the sound, instantly frozen in place. The girl smiled as she got in, a wave of fragrance enveloping her as she sat in the passenger seat and casually shut the door, saying, Hey, big brother, I'm going with you tonight. Coco. The old cat recalled the name of the beautiful woman who had just accompanied him in the private room. Oh, you still remember my name? Coco smiled back. The old cat didn't have time to chat, frowning and urging, Get out of the car quickly, I don't have time tonight. What are you in such a hurry for? Coco asked, leaning closer to the old cat. I told you to get out. The old cat shouted urgently. Hurry up, I have things to do. So, you want to leave after getting what you need? Coco asked, her smile fading. The old cat was taken aback. What do you mean? Tell your two friends to bring Congo back to me. Coco's expression was now devoid of any humor. The old cat was stunned for a couple of seconds before immediately reaching for his waist. By the car, 3 men in suits quietly surrounded from behind, not making a move or brandishing weapons, just standing expressionlessly beside the driver's window, coldly staring at the old cat. Don't move, or things will get messy, Coco said, her delicate finger pointing at the old cat's chest. Call your friends. Who are you? The old cat asked, eyes wide in shock. Coco blinked her bright eyes, reached into the old cat's pocket, pulled out his phone, and said, I'm the boss. The old cat was dumbfounded. Coco held the phone, clearly commanding, if you don't want to die in Jiangzhou, unlock it immediately and call your friends. Chapter 59. The Black Pot from the Sky, Extra Update 2. On the street, the ponytail man, upon hearing the phone ringing, turned to look at the alley and raised 2 fingers. Nearby, 2 young men shoved Congo into the car, while the other 2 pulled out shotguns from their pockets and cocked the guns with a click. The young man in the black leather jacket looked nervously at the ponytail man and said, no one saw me, right? That would be a problem. If someone does, just take care of him, the ponytail man replied, waving his hand at the 2 with guns. The armed men received the signal and immediately spread out, approaching the alley with their shotguns. The ponytail man followed behind, moving calmly. The quiet alley echoed with heavy footsteps as the 2 armed youths pushed forward about 10 meters, then turned to the left, noticing an open wooden door behind a building, with a bit of light visible inside. The ponytail man licked his lips and approached, first signaling his companions to stay put, then glanced inside through the door, abruptly pulling the handle. The door opened, and a waft of cooking oil smell came out. The ponytail man expressionlessly glanced inside, discovering it was the back kitchen of a small restaurant, where a Western chef was busy frying something. The chef turned around upon hearing the noise, his chubby face smiling. The main entrance is in front. The ponytail man glanced at the chef, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, wrong way. The chef turned back, continuing to cook. The ponytail man surveyed the room, and not finding anything unusual, closed the door and left with his 2 brothers. Just as they left, the storage room door in the kitchen opened, and Chi Lin pointed his gun at another chef, threatening with a fierce look. Do your job well. Don't let yourself die on the job. I understand. The chef at the stove nodded repeatedly. Exiting through the main door, Qin Yu stored his gun and urged Chi Lin. On the roadside, the ponytail man got into the car and turned to the young man in the black jacket, saying, that was a restaurant's back kitchen. It was probably just someone from the shop coming out to make a call, nothing to worry about. Oh, that's good. The young man in the black jacket sighed with relief. If you need to make a call, go ahead. The ponytail man threw out a sentence and casually shut the car door, commanding, let us go. The driver shifted gears and slammed the gas pedal, speeding away. Once the car disappeared down the road, the young man in the black jacket excitedly pulled out the wad of cash the ponytail man had given him, counting it with his thumb while walking. At the main entrance, Qin Yu lowered his head and walked quickly, saying, these people have an insider, otherwise, they wouldn't be so efficient. The one in the black jacket, Chi Lin, turned his head very quickly. The people in the store? It must be. He just took the money. Qin Yu nodded. What do you mean? I'll give old cat a call and have him come over first. As Qin Yu spoke, he took out his phone and dialed old cat's number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Qin Yu immediately cursed, Tiger, are you a tiger? Knowing we're working, you still call randomly, almost getting us killed, you know? Why are you so angry? Your friend can't take calls right now. Coco's voice came through. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. Who are you? I'm Brother Kang's boss, Coco said briefly. We met in the private room, just now. Qin Yu had a good memory. After a brief recollection upon hearing the voice, he asked, you're the one who came back for the bag? Yes. What do you mean? Qin Yu was a bit confused. Long is gone, and we were about to give up on the Songjiang line. But Brother Kong insisted on helping you, and you did something against the rules, Coco said, her brows slightly furrowed. Bring the person back. I want a leg from your friend, and this matter will be over. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Yu immediately emphasized, you're placing a huge blame on us. Whether it's your fault, you know in your heart. Bullshit. Brother Kong isn't in our hands. He was taken by someone else. Qin Yu explained. Glaring, we haven't even seen him yet. Brother Kong arranged to meet you tonight. The time and place were known only to you and me. Coco replied coldly. He had an accident the moment you took the gun upstairs. If you tell me you didn't do it, who would believe that? Qin Yu was speechless, feeling so frustrated he could explode. I don't care if you are from the Yuan family or some drug company's lackeys. In short, if something happens to Brother Kong, I guarantee you won't even know where this kid is buried tomorrow. It's really not us. Qin Yu almost shouted back. We came here for the supply channel. Coco lightly tapped her fingers on her leg with her left hand, holding the phone with her right, pondering for a moment before replying. I have no trust in you. It's hard for me to believe what you say. How about this? If you say this matter has nothing to do with you, then come find me, and we'll talk face to face. Do you think I'm a fool? If you don't trust me now, will you trust me when I go to meet you? Qin Yu frowned and replied, if we both fall into your hands, will we still have our heads? You don't return the person and don't dare to meet. Do you think I'm just a drinking girl? Coco said with a cold smile. Then let's not talk. Tomorrow I'll tell you where to burn paper for your friend. Wait. Qin Yu was sweating. Give me some time. I can prove this matter isn't our doing. Coco was taken aback, carefully considering for a moment, then glanced at her watch. Before dawn, if you haven't called, then we don't need to contact anymore. After saying that, Qin Yu heard the busy tone of the call being hung up. What happened? Qi Lin asked urgently when he saw Qin Yu take the phone away from his ear. Damn it, Qin Yu cursed, responding with a dejected expression. The woman accompanying Old Cat tonight is Brother Kang's boss. She suspects we set up Brother Kang's incident. So she captured Old Cat. Damn. Qi Lin kicked over a trash can by the roadside upon hearing this. Why is it so unlucky? Nothing is going smoothly. On the street, Coco sat in the car with her legs crossed, resting her chin on her right hand, seemingly lost in thought. Boss, anyone who can come to our territory to catch Brother Kong must be reckless, the driver said with a stern expression while gripping the steering wheel. Since they've already succeeded, it's very likely they won't bother with their accomplices anymore, so Brother Kong is in danger. There's something else going on here. Coco's brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head. Find out if Brother Kong has offended anyone recently. What do you mean? The driver was confused. Less asking, more doing. Coco looked at the driver expressionlessly. Understood, I'll call right away. The driver nodded repeatedly. Chapter 60, Before Dawn, Update 3, on the street diagonally across from the main entrance of Buckingham Palace. Qin Yu watched as a large number of customers left due to the gunfire, quickly speaking to Qi Lin. I'm going in. You wait at the door. Let's go together. No need. Qin Yu took off his jacket, preparing to wear it backward. It's a mess inside. Even if we bump into him, we can't act. I'll go in to gather some information and come out immediately. Then I'll wait nearby. If something goes wrong, you shoot, and I'll back you up. Okay. After Qin Yu put on the clothes backward, he glanced around and stepped across the street. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. And someone nearby said on the phone, something happened in the store. I'm going back to take a look. I'll be home soon. Don't worry, yeah? I'll take a day off tomorrow. Haha, it's nothing much, just lucky today. The boss gave me some bonuses, and I'll take you out later. Qin Yu turned his head at the sound and immediately focused on the man on the street talking on the phone. He was wearing a thick down jacket, had a short haircut, and looked unfamiliar at first glance. However, Qin Yu could tell from his pants, physique, and body language that this guy was the one in the black jacket who had just spoken to the man with the ponytail. Qi Lin, being a former officer, had basic memory and investigative qualities, so he also recognized the person. Qin Yu paused, turned around, and said to Qi Lin, this makes it easier. No need to go in. I'll go. Qi Lin replied, and quickly stepped forward. After the man in the black jacket hung up the phone, he immediately prepared to cross the street toward the store's front door. Hey, buddy. Qi Lin caught up and tapped the man's shoulder from behind. The man turned around, asking rudely, who are you? Qi Lin raised his hand and pointed his gun at the man's waist, responding expressionlessly, watch your tone with me. The man was stunned. More than 10 minutes later, in a dimly lit street filled with a stench of blood, the man in the black jacket lay on the ground, covered in blood, crying out, don't hit me, big brother, don't hit me. Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and shouted, where is he? Who? Big brother. Are you mistaking me for someone else? Qi Lin kicked the man's head upon hearing this. Where's Brother Kong? I don't know him. The young man covered his head with his arms, still trying to argue. Qin Yu grabbed the man's collar, gritting his teeth and cursing at the alley. Next to the car, did you take the money? Damn it, still daring to lie. Do you believe I'll dig out a nest of rats and shove them in your mouth? Upon hearing this, the young man blurted out. Is it you guys who made the phone ring in the alley? Finally, you understand. Qin Yu punched his head and asked, where is he? Where's Brother Kong? Brother, I'm just the one delivering the message. Bang. Qin Yu completely lost his patience, pushing the young man away, raising his right leg straight, and kicking down on the left knee of the man's leg in a flash. Crack. The sound of bones dislocating instantly rang out. The young man's wailing echoed through the alley as he knelt, clutching his knee, shouting, stop it. I'll tell you. The one who kidnapped him is called Brother Xiao. He's a reckless guy from the no man's land, working for the Li family in Jiangzhou. I'm not sure why they want to take Congo. He might have been taken to Jinshan North by them. Speak accurately. Qi Lin shouted with his hands on his hips. Yes. Congo was taken to Jinshan North by them. I'm sure of it. I heard them say it. The young man dared not argue further, bowing his head with a tone that was already sobbing. Inside a warehouse on Zhongxing Street in Jinshan, Lao Mao sat on the edge of a chair with his pants clutched, smiling broadly at Kiki, and said, Sister, it's really a misunderstanding. We came to do business, not to kidnap. To be honest, I'm a police officer, a decent person. How could I possibly do something like lazy's work and play abduction? Are you decent? Kiki took off the hair tie from her wrist, letting her hair flow elegantly. You weren't in this state in the box. I was indeed a bit lewd back then, but I didn't take you as someone in the service industry. Before he finished speaking, Kiki reached out and pinched Lao Mao's chin, looking down and saying, don't try to sweet-talk me, stalling for time. I'm not. Tell me the truth. Are you after Congo? Really not. We came to make friends. Lao Mao stared back with wide eyes. My brother Qi Lin's real brother is in the hands of the Yuan family. Do you think we would deliberately set a trap for Congo? There's no profit in that. It doesn't matter who killed along. What's important is who can continue to make Qi Lin live better. Kiki coldly said, and the Yuan family has the ability to make him live better. Lao Mao fell silent upon hearing this. I'll wait until dawn. If your friend doesn't come back, then you and your stinky mouth will be left in Jiangzhou. Kiki released Lao Mao's chin, turned, and shouted. The fact that they could smoothly take Kongo means that the Golden Han Palace might have their insider. Find out who it is and deal with them. Understood, boss. The driver nodded and left. After Kiki finished speaking, she stepped upstairs. Lao Mao watched Keek's back, feeling an inexplicable chill in his heart. In this day and age, it's hard for a 5-foot-tall man to survive. A weak woman can come to the forefront and be the boss, which says a lot. At least she won't be someone soft-hearted or hesitant. On the road, Qin Yu pulled the young man and asked in a low voice, "How far is Jinshan north from here?" "About 10 kilometers. The young man, limping, nodded and responded submissively. Qi Lin frowned and asked again, "What are they planning to do with Kongo?" "I don't know." The young man shook his head. "I don't inquire about these things. Asking too much isn't good for me. Kongo is in danger." Qin Yu said briefly beside him, "That guy with the little braid daring to show money in front of Kongo is enough to prove they don't intend to let Kongo come back alive." Hearing this, Qi Lin's heart sank. 10 kilometers is too far, and we don't have a car. By the time we walk there, it will be too late. Qin Yu looked down at his watch. "We need to think of a way to get there quickly." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin scanned the sides of the street, paused for a moment, and suddenly walked to a restaurant door, shouting, "Is the boss in?" "What's the matter?" The boss asked from behind the counter. "Is the motorcycle for sale? Are you sick?" "It's not for sale." The boss replied and sat down again. Qin Yu entered the room, took out 1,000 yuan. "Is it for sale?" The boss was stunned, then crossed his legs, smiling. "If you add another 1,000, I'll sell it, haha." Bang. Qin Yu slammed his gun on the table. No money left. "Will this do instead of 1,000? The boss was so scared that he leaned back. A few minutes later, the cold wind howled, and Qi Lin, Qin Yu, and the young man sat on a small motorcycle, speeding towards Jinshan North. Chapter 61. The Stylish Brother Xiao, Addendum 4. Late at night, in a building by the roadside in Jinshan North, Brother Xiao sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying exquisite dishes and drinking strong liquor. After about 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was pulled open from the outside, and a young man in his 20s led a middle-aged strong man into the room. These two were core members of the Li family from Jiangzhou. The young man's name was Li Tong, and his father was the second in command of the family. The middle-aged man following him was Dong Cheng, Li Tong's uncle. The Li family initially started by trading permanent residency rights in the 7th district and later established a trading company, but secretly specialized in dealing with scarce materials, such as guns, food, cotton, crude oil, and more. Over the past 7 to 8 years, this family has grown like a snowball, completing a qualitative capital accumulation. However, this has also caused suffering for the surrounding poor citizens, as prices have been inflated and someone has to pay the bill. The Li family's goal is clear. They want to make money off the poor. In recent years, the social environment in the 7th district has gradually stabilized. Various policies benefiting the people have been issued, and with the population growth here not as fierce as in previous years, resources like food and cotton are no longer as urgently needed. Seeing the industry's momentum declining, the Li family quickly adjusted their direction, turning their attention to the pharmaceutical industry, and their conflict with Konggu arose out of the interests in the drug trade. After entering the room, Li Tong looked at Brother Xiao with enthusiasm and asked, "How's the food? Is it delicious?" "Everything I eat tastes the same, as long as it fills me up. It's fine." Brother Xiao only glanced at Li Tong, but didn't even get up to greet him. Brother Xiao's way of speaking is very low-key. Li Tong grinned, bending down to sit beside him and replied, "With your kind of person, where wouldn't you get a full meal?" "Haha, you're flattering me." Brother Xiao put down his chopsticks and picked up a cigarette box from the table. Li Tong poured a glass of liquor, smilingly stretched his neck and asked, "Seriously, Brother Xiao, I personally respect you a lot. Why not stay and make money together? Enjoy some good days." "Haha, thank you for your kindness." Brother Xiao lit a cigarette, looking at Li Tong and said, "But my heart isn't here, so let's keep it straightforward." Dong Cheng chimed in, "Think it over. Being wild outside is not as comfortable as having a steady job in one place. If you decide to stay, I'll personally tell my brother-in-law to give you at least 300,000 in dividends a year. It's not about the money. I want to go to the 9th district." Brother Xiao waved his hand. "That's too bad." Li Tong sighed, raising his glass without pressing further. "Brother Xiao, since you want to leave, I won't keep you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I know what kind of person I am. We'll see each other on business." "Sure." Brother Xiao crossed his legs, reached out to clink glasses with the other party, and downed it in one go. "Uncle, give Brother Xiao his money." Li Tong put down his glass and called out. Dong Cheng nodded and turned to walk into the back room. In less than 3 minutes, he came out with 10 bundles of cash and placed them on the table. Brother Xiao was taken aback. "Wasn't it supposed to be 50,000? The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses." Li Tong smiled and replied, "Don't be polite, take it. You're being too good to me. It makes me a bit uneasy." Brother Xiao smiled, stood up, and checked the 5 bundles of cash, weighing them in his hand. "Ha, little brother, I appreciate your kindness. But this 50,000 is what I should take. The remaining 50,000 is a favor. Money is easy to spend, but favors are hard to repay. I'm used to being idle and not accustomed to owing anyone anything. Oh, next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal." Li Tong was stunned. "Brother Xiao, you're being too distant. Everyone has their own personality." Brother Xiao tucked the money away, instinctively putting his hands into his sleeves. "That's it. I'll be leaving now. I'll see you off. No need. I remember the stairs down. Huh? Brother Xiao smiled and turned to leave stylishly. Li Tong and Dong Chung exchanged a glance and helplessly shook their heads. Sigh. This person has the potential to accomplish great things. Li Tong sighed. These lazis have become wild and are not easy to recruit. Dong Chung comforted softly. Moreover, they are used to doing things without rules. If they suddenly come here, they might cause trouble for you. All right, it's better if they leave. Li Tong changed the subject and asked, have we extracted the information from Kong? P.S. pretty tight-lipped, refusing to disclose who supplied goods to him in Fongbei. Dong Chung smiled and said, but we are lucky. I found some information in his phone. We can send someone to verify it in Fongbei, and then we can take action. That bastard stole our big order in Fongbei. Li Tong said, with his hands clasped and a grim expression. Since we have the information, you can handle the rest. Got it, I understand. Dong Chung stood up. You eat for a bit. I'll go down and take a look now. Okay. Li Tong nodded. 7 or 8 minutes later, in the basement, Dong Chung led 2 lackeys, tilting his head to look at Kong, who was covered in blood, and scolded. Look at you, all scared. When I advised you to partner with us, you refused. Now look, your life is at stake. Kong, dazed, raised his head and cursed, I admit it. But after you guys got me, you have to be wary of my boss. Boss? Who is it? That girl named Kiki. Dong Chung chuckled, teasingly saying, haha, all right. I'll remember that. I'll find an opportunity to guard her in bed. Get lost. Kong glared and scolded. Dong Chung tilted his neck and cheerfully called out. Let us get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men behind Dong Chung pulled out knives and stepped toward Kong. Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone rang. Everyone froze for a moment, and Dong Chung answered the phone. Hello? Is this Qinggu? I'm Xiao Wen from the Buckingham Palace. Which Xiao Wen? You forgot about me? I'm the one who passed the message to Xiao Gu, which is why you captured Kong. The young man in the black jacket hurriedly reminded him on the phone. Ah, I see. Dong Chung gestured for the 2 young men to hold off on Kong and stepped out of the room to ask, what is going on? Why are you suddenly calling me? After Kong had an accident, the higher-ups got anxious. They seem to know it was you guys who did it. That woman has somehow gotten the news and has sent people to Jinshan North. There are quite a few of them, and they're coming to fight. My advice is, you guys should hide for a while. The young man in the black jacket quickly warned. Is the information reliable? Dong Chung asked. It's reliable. Okay, I understand. Dong Chung nodded. Thank you, Xiao Wen. You're welcome, Qinggu. All right, that's it. The 2 ended the call. In the vacant yard across from the building, Qin Yu jumped up and watched the street across, licking his lips, and said, get ready. We have to go all out this time. Qi Lin frowned and asked, is this plan useful? They VE succeeded, so there's no need to fight desperately. Qin Yu replied firmly, they will definitely come out. Trust me. Chapter 62. Clash with the Li family of Jiangzhou. The reason the young man in the black jacket suddenly called Dong Chung was entirely due to Qin Yu's pressure, and the latter did this out of necessity. Currently, Qin Yu only had Qi Lin by his side, and they were completely in the dark about the opponent's level, the nature of their organization or gang, and the situation inside the building. The 2 brothers were clueless. Rushing in recklessly would carry a high risk of failure. Even if they had to fight, they couldn't act blindly. After all, they were not superhumans, and they only had 1 life. About 10 minutes after the call, people began to appear at the entrance across the street, with 2 drivers heading to the back of the yard to get the cars. Qi Lin squinted and observed beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he said, looks like there are quite a few people. If we don't rescue Kong, then the trip to Jiangzhou will be in vain, and we won't even get old Cat back. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and responded, there's no turning back now. We have to take a shot. Hearing this, Qi Lin looked at Qin Yu and resolutely said, this time, either we 3 get the job done and go back, or we all die here. Whoever is scared and runs first is a son. Let us do it. Qin Yu nodded and pulled out his gun. Across the road, Li Tong stepped out with a frown and asked Dong Chung, is the information reliable? The caller is our insider who passed the message to Xiao, so it should be reliable. Dong Chung frowned and said, the other side knows we took Kong, so they must be furious. These people are coming to fight. Our task is already accomplished. There's no need to engage with them. Li Tong responded with his hands clasped behind his back. Call the garrison security team. When they arrive, let the authorities handle them. Sounds good. Dong Chung smiled as he took out his phone. On the street, 2 cars had already stopped, and 6 people surrounded Li Tong and Dong Chung. One of them had already jogged ahead to open the car door. In the yard diagonally opposite, Qin Yu glanced over the opposing crowd before turning around and said, do you see? The young man in the middle and the one on the phone are the leaders. Right. Qi Lin nodded in agreement, but I don't see Kong. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people rushed out of the building again, carrying a large black bag, and walked to the back of the car to stuff it into the trunk. Is he in the bag? Qin Yu's eyes brightened as he called out. Get in the car. Qi Lin immediately hopped on the back of the motorcycle, holding his gun naturally at his side. Let us go. Virum. The motorcycle roared to life, shooting out of the yard like an arrow, heading straight for the 2 cars. On the roadside, someone in the crowd turned back upon hearing the motorcycle. But the motorcycle was too fast, and the gunshots came even faster. Bang bang. Qi Lin, sitting on the back seat, fired first, aiming at the crowd. Someone. Dong Chung yelled, stretching out his hand to pull Li Tong, who had reached the car. Bang. A muffled sound erupted as the motorcycle crashed heavily into Li Tong's waist, sending him flying forward and crashing against the car door with a thud. Qin Yu braked, his feet hitting the ground, and with his right hand, he grabbed Li Tong by the collar. Qi Lin stepped off the motorcycle, gun aimed at Dong Chong, and shouted at the crowd, "Everyone back off. Hands up." The situation unfolded too suddenly. Everyone was completely unprepared, so they looked at Qin Yu and Qi Lin in a daze, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Li Tong was hit hard by the motorcycle, feeling intense pain in his lower back, and he was sweating as he leaned against the car door. His expression twisted in pain. Qin Yu got off the motorcycle, holding Li Tong's collar to shield him in front of him, and with his left hand pulled out a green fuse from his pocket, shouting, "I have explosives on me. If anyone takes a step forward, I will blow us all up." Seeing Qin Yu pull out the fuse, 7 or 8 people immediately retreated a few steps, spreading out. Li Tong, holding his lower back with his right hand, looked back at Qin Yu and said, "Are they from the Yu family? Shouldn't there be fewer of them?" "We have nothing to do with the Yu family," Qin Yu replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, "but Kong was kidnapped by you guys, and we brothers inadvertently took the blame. We came with explosives to find you, to clear the blame. Are you here for Shao Kong?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. "As long as Shao Kong comes with us, there won't be any explosions, and we 1T have to fight for our lives." Qi Lin, with his gun pointed at Dong Chong, shouted at the crowd, "Can't you understand human language? Back off and raise your hands." "Haha." Li Tong, leaning against the car, suddenly laughed, his eyes fixed on Qin Yu. "Brother, you really have to take the blame for this." Qin Yu was taken aback by his words. "You guys are late. Shao Kong is gone." Li Tong pretended to be calm and added, "You're talking nonsense." Qin Yu's heart sank, and he replied with a pale face, "Don't play tricks with me. If I can't get this pot off my head, then 2 people will definitely have to go down with me. You see, you still don't believe me." Li Tong turned to observe Qi Lin and replied briefly, "The person is in the trunk." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's ominous premonition grew stronger. He pulled Li Tong and hesitated for a moment before immediately backing away against the car and slowly approaching the rear of the vehicle, opening the trunk with one hand. Inside the trunk, a strong smell of blood emanated from a black bag. Qin Yu swallowed hard and reached out to pull open the bag. Brother Kong lay in the bag, his face unrecognizable, with 2 obvious bullet holes in his throat still oozing blood. Qi Lin, holding Dong Chung in front, heard Qin Yu say nothing for a long time and immediately asked with a trembling voice, "How is the person?" "He is gone," Qin Yu replied with a pale face. "Damn it." Qi Lin's mindset exploded, and the suppressed resentment and unwillingness surged in his mind. At the rear of the car, Li Tong raised his hand with a smile and advised, "Brother, look, the person is gone, and you 2 probably can't clear your names either. How about this? Put down your guns, and let us sit down and talk, okay?" Bang. Qin Yu heard this and pressed Li Tong's head down with his right hand, violently banging it against the car door, shouting, "Talk my ass, my brother has been taken away. Whose life is more important, your brother's or yours?" Li Tong tilted his head to look at Qin Yu. "I have so many people here. If it comes to a fight, do you think you 2 can escape?" After pondering for a while, Qin Yu fixed his sharp gaze on Li Tong. "Since Brother Kong is gone, then I'm sorry. I can only take you and get this pot off our heads." "Heh." Dong Chong, who had been silent, turned back with a grim face and asked, "Do you think that is possible?" "I have a bomb on me. Anything is possible." Qin Yu pulled the green wire with his left hand and suddenly turned to shout, "Damn it, which is more effective, a bullet or a bomb?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scattered subordinates all looked at Dong Chung. "You really scare people." Dong Chung tilted his head to look at Qin Yu and suddenly raised his arm, pointing at him and speaking slowly. "I've been playing in the planning area for so many years, and I've never been caught by any bomb. Come on, pull the wire. Let us see who dies first." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's left hand trembled involuntarily. The 3 brothers came to Jiangzhou, and the guns and cars were all provided by the station troops. Where could they get scarce bombs? The green wire was pulled from a motorcycle, and the other end was only tied to Qin Yu's waistband. He actually had nothing on him, pulling the green wire just to scare people. But now, there are plenty of ruthless characters from the Li family in Jiangzhou, and they wouldn't buy it at all. What to do? If the green wire is pulled, it definitely 1T explode. But if it doesn't T explode, how can he suppress the Li family's subordinates who rely on their lives for food? Chapter 63. Twin Stars Shine in Jiangzhou, Part 1. On the street, 7 or 8 subordinates had already aimed their guns at Qin Yu and Qi Lin, while Dong Chung, with a fierce look, shouted again, "There are at least 800 bombers in Jiangzhou who have bombs on their waists. But you can ask around. Who dares to mess with the Li family? Standing here, if there is no response when I shout, then you don't deserve the surname Li. Kid, I'll let you pull the bomb first. Do you dare?" Qin Yu's forehead veins bulged, and his left hand gripping the fake wire left him momentarily frozen. His bomb was fake, and the other side wouldn't be intimidated at all. What to do? "You see, I said we should sit down and talk nicely. We could even become friends, but now you've made the atmosphere so awkward. How can you back down?" Li Tong leaned on the car, smiling and beckoning. "Come on, kneel down first and throw away that broken gun, and we can still." Qin Yu grabbed Li Tong's hair and forcefully knocked his head against the car 3 times. His right hand unconsciously reached for his pocket, ready to draw his gun and fight. "You're not going to pull it? Then let me ask you again. Do you dare to shoot?" Dong Chung turned around and suddenly waved his hand, shouting at his men, "All of you who eat my food, come over here. We have plenty of guns, and we can stand our ground. Do we still fear them with a couple more lives?" "You talk too much," Qi Lin suddenly shouted. "You're the damn one." Dong Chung pointed at Qi Lin's head. "Ask yourself, if the gun goes off, can you escape? If I don't escape, I'll be buried in Jiangzhou. What can you do?" Qi Lin shouted angrily, suddenly pressing Dong Chung's head down, the gun barrel aimed down as he cursed. "You think you can take me? The last one who tried is already dead." The roar echoed for a long time, and gunfire suddenly erupted. Bang! Bang! The bright gunfire instantly pierced through Dong Chung's head. Everyone present was stunned, and Li Tong, who had just had the psychological upper hand, stared wide-eyed as he saw his uncle collapse in a pool of blood. "Xiao Yu, get in the car." Qi Lin released Dong Chung's head and stepped forward suddenly. "Kill him," Li Tong shouted in a moment of lost sanity. The chaotic gunfire erupted, and Qi Lin stood by the roadside without dodging or evading, firing at the two closest people. Both sides exchanged fire at close range, and Qi Lin, relying on his good marksmanship and strong momentum, quickly took one down. While at the same time, two bursts of sparks erupted from his chest, and blood sprayed from his shoulder. "Damn it, if you don't want to give face, then let us all die." Seeing Qi Lin had taken the initiative, Qin Yu immediately lowered his gun barrel. Bang! Gunfire erupted, and Li Tong let out a cry, kneeling on the ground, blood streaming from his right leg. "Come on, I'm standing right here. Shoot me once, and I'll take him down." Qin Yu's eyes turned red, pressing Li Tong's head down with his left hand, while his right hand held the gun aimed at Li Tong's chest. "Who is up for it? Come on, not far away." 5 or 6 scattered subordinates looked panicked at Dong Chung's corpse on the ground and the already injured Li Tong. "Don't mind me, just kill him," Li Tong shouted frantically. Hearing this, Qi Lin turned back, aiming his gun at Li Tong's thigh, his eyes bulging as he shouted, "I'm leaving Songjiang. My brother is gone, my family is gone. I've braved countless dangers to come to Jiangzhou. The job didn't get done, and I lost my brother. You trying to scare me? I'm damn poor now with only one life left. If I don't fight today, I'll have a hard time living tomorrow. Don't talk to me about the Li family of Jiangzhou. You're the special zone chief. If you dare to choke me today, I'll take him down too." As soon as he finished speaking, there were 2 more gunshots on the street, and Li Tong's right knee was completely shattered by the bullet. He rolled on the ground in pain, instantly losing consciousness. Qi Lin suddenly turned around, gun barrel down, coldly looking at everyone. "Who is a warrior? I'm asking, who is a warrior? Who has it harder than me? Anyone?" The words echoed on the street, and none of the armed subordinates dared to step forward to speak. "No one. Then let us go." Qin Yu pulled on Li Tong's collar with his left hand. "Let us go, Qi Lin, you drive." 10 seconds later, Qi Lin started the car, and Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd before the 2 of them fled in a sorry state. On the road, Li Tong lay unconscious in the back seat of the car, blood flowing profusely from his thigh, while Qi Lin drove, staring blankly at the windshield, not saying a word. Qin Yu took 2 deep puffs of his e-cigarette, immediately took off his coat, and tore at the inner lining, saying, "Take off your vest. You've been hit in the shoulder. Did I get hurt?" Qi Lin hadn't even noticed he had been shot. "Don't move while driving. I'll take care of you." Qin Yu reached out to unbutton Qi Lin's shirt. The car drove down the quiet and dark street. The 2 brothers, one driving and the other helping to tend to the wound, said nothing. After a long time, the car left Jinshan North. Qin Yu handed an e-cigarette to Qi Lin and said hoarsely, "You're really different from before. Life hasn't given me a chance to choose." Qi Lin replied expressionlessly, his voice also hoarse. "Once in Songjiang, once in Jiangzhou, I figured some things out." "What?" Qin Yu asked. "For someone like me, with no connections, no background, and a pile of burdens behind me, the only thing I have that is better than others is that my worthless life has a chance to exchange for someone else's good life. To exchange for someone else's riches." Qi Lin turned his head, staring blankly at Qin Yu. "In this lifetime, what you might gain by taking 100 steps back is nothing compared to the benefits of biting the bullet with red eyes and charging forward like a wolf to snatch something. But with just one life, how many times can we fight?" Qin Yu also stared blankly at the windshield and asked, "To me, Qi Lin died when he was in Songjiang. From now on, every day is a profit for me." After finishing with a smile, Qi Lin slammed the accelerator. Close to 3 in the morning, at the main entrance of Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu yanked open the car door and leaned down to Qi Lin, saying, "You're hurt. I'll handle the rest." Qi Lin pressed down on his shoulder wound. "Be careful. It's fine." Qin Yu replied casually and turned to walk toward the main entrance. A few minutes later, inside the Buckingham Palace hall. "Sir, who are you?" "I'm looking for your boss." Qin Yu smiled and leaned against the bar, saying, "I have some business to discuss." "Did you make an appointment with him?" "No, just tell him I'm from District 9. "Okay, please wait a moment." The other party nodded. After a little while, Qin Yu, led by 3 lackeys, entered the top-floor office. In the spacious lounge, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a plaid shirt, sat on the sofa watching a streaming program, and without looking up, asked, "From Songjiang? I don't remember having any business with there." Qin Yu casually walked over, sat next to the middle-aged man, and said, "Call that Kiki, and tell her you found out who captured Brother Kong." The middle-aged man was stunned by this. "Who exactly are you?" "Slap." Qin Yu slapped him hard. "I told you to make the call." "Damn." The middle-aged man cursed, and the three young men beside the sofa stepped forward to act. Qin Yu slowly raised his arm, pointing at the middle-aged man. If you touch me, Brother Kong will die immediately. Chapter 64. Twin Stars Shine on Jiangzhou, Part 2. The middle-aged man observed Qin Yu coldly for a while before lowering his head to take out his phone. Around 4 in the morning, 2 hybrid cars parked at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. Kiki, wearing a woolen trench coat, got out of the car, showcasing her alluring figure as she walked toward the main entrance, speaking urgently on the phone. Yes, it was old Bai who called me. He said he figured out Brother Kang's whereabouts. I've arrived. We'll meet soon. Okay, talk later. After hanging up, Kiki was about to lead her people up the steps when Qin Yu pulled the boss out from the inner door and casually wrapped his arm around her neck. Beauty, we meet again, huh? Kiki looked at Qin Yu, surprised. I made him call you. Qin Yu pointed at the boss and continued, don't blame him. I threatened him with Brother Kong. What do you want? Kiki asked calmly, her pretty face composed. Talking on your turf makes me uneasy too. How about we change the place to discuss our feelings? Qin Yu asked with a cheeky smile. Kiki pondered for a moment. What if I don't go? Then Brother Kong is finished, right? If Brother Kong is finished, your friend is finished too, right? I still have leverage. Qin Yu wrapped his arm around Kiki's neck, leaning into her ear, and said, a young man from the Li family in Jiangzhou is in my hands. Kiki froze. I caught him under your flag. Qin Yu smiled. Do you want to meet him? It's hard for me to believe what you say without evidence. Qin Yu raised his arm and waved toward the car in the distance. Qi Lin rolled down the window, sticking his head out. Do you believe it now? Qin Yu asked. Kiki glanced at the car, and upon seeing Li Tong, the surprise on her face quickly vanished. Fine. He's worth me going with you. Let us go? Don't take advantage of me. Take me down there. Kiki pointed at Qin Yu's arm. No, I need you to protect me, Qin Yu said, pulling out a gun and pressing it against Kiki's waist. Kiki endured for a moment, turned to the people beside her and ordered, bring out the young man who caught me. I'll wait for my call. Boss, you can't go with him. The driver tried to persuade. Kiki calmly waved her hand. It's fine, even if we can't reach an agreement. Those 2 big guys can't beat up a little girl like me. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Don't call yourself a little girl. I can see you're not. Let us go. Kiki smiled. Half an hour later, in an unknown wasteland in Jiangzhou, the car came to a halt. Kiki got out of the car behind Qin Yu, smiling and teasing. You're quite clever. You knew to get old Bai to bring me out first? We know nothing about the situation here in Jiangzhou, Qin Yu said, rubbing his palms and cursing. I just got here and got blamed for something. I have to be careful. Kiki didn't respond. Qin Yu turned around and glanced around, walking to the back of the car and opened the trunk. A strong smell of blood wafted out, and Kiki frowned slightly. Qin Yu reached in, pulled open a black bag, and said, we both tried our best. But he has still gone. Kiki glanced at Brother Kang's corpse, and her eyes instantly turned cold. You see, I didn't directly call you to meet because I was afraid you'd overthink it. Qin Yu noticed Kiki's expression and quickly explained, his death has nothing to do with us. Tell me, Kiki said, unfazed by Brother Kang's corpse, and stepped to the side of the trunk to cover his head with the bag. Qin Yu organized his words, standing beside the car, and explained the whole situation to Kiki in detail. After hearing it, Kiki looked surprised. Brother Kong was captured by Li Tong? Yeah, otherwise why would I bring him back? Qin Yu nodded. I couldn't save the person, but Li Tong is enough to prove that this matter has nothing to do with us. Kiki silently looked back at Li Tong, who was gagged in the car, and after walking in place a couple of times, said, I'll release your friend right away. And let us end it here. That is not acceptable. Qin Yu shook his head. I came here to take over the drug business. I never agreed to let Brother Kong continue doing business in Songjiang. Kiki calmly rejected. It's too chaotic over there. And there are too many people with power on the ground. After a long is gone, that Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I don't want to take risks for now. Moreover, with Brother Kong gone, no one can be responsible for the business in Songjiang. Qin Yu tilted his head to look at Kiki, frowning slightly. If we don't clarify the drug business, the 3 of us can't go back to Songjiang. That's your problem, Kiki said briefly. You give me Li Tong, and I'll let your friend go. This matter will be over. Sigh. Qin Yu sighed and pointed at Kiki. You still don't understand my point? What? If you give up the business in Songjiang, Li Tong won't leave with you today. So you don't want your friend? Kiki asked with a cold smile. I said, if the drug business isn't settled, the 3 of us can't go back to Songjiang. Qin Yu coldly pointed at Kiki and said word by word. Today, if you want to unload the mill and kill the donkey, I will take Li Tong away immediately. He just had a conversation with me in the car. The business you don't want to do, he can do with me. Kiki was taken aback. Why did Brother Kong die? Do you think I don't know? Qin Yu stared at Kiki and gritted his teeth to add, the Li family also wants to deal drugs. There's a conflict between you, right? Kiki fell silent. If you don't operate in the Songjiang market, it will be taken over by the Li family, Qin Yu added again. Now I just need your word. Will you let us have the drugs or not? If not, I will take Li Tong away immediately. Don't you care at all about your friend's life? 1 person dying is still better than 3 people dying, right? Qin Yu responded coldly. Kiki pondered for a long time, tilted her head to look at Qin Yu, and asked, aren't you afraid that I will change my mind after getting Li Tong? Do you think I'm stupid? If your goods don't go to Songjiang, do you think I can hand Li Tong over to you? Kiki put her hands behind her back and lifted her toes. You're smarter than Along. I'm just more helpless than him. Qingyu replied helplessly. All right. You have convinced me. Kiki extended her slender finger and pointed at Qingyu's chest, saying, but my agreement is not because I'm afraid the Li family will take our market. Qingyu was taken aback. I value both of you. That's how I can bring Li Tong over. Kiki smiled and said, cooperation also depends on the person. Then you won't misjudge the person. At this moment, Qingyu realized that Kiki had probably already thought about agreeing to his drug line before she came, but this woman was meticulous and deep-minded. She was testing whether she could handle the conversation and do the job well. After they exchanged glances, Kiki suddenly smiled. What you said just now was a bit hurtful. What? Qingyu was startled. Here. Kiki pulled out her phone from her pocket and handed it to Qingyu. Qingyu was taken aback, took the phone, and saw that the screen displayed an ongoing call. The call is connected. Say something, Kiki reminded. Qingyu frowned and answered the call. Hello. Hello. You son of a gun. Damn you. Qingyu, I misjudged you. You shout brother all day, but behind my back, you sell me out and say that one person dying is better than 3. Damn, why don't you go die? Old cat raged on the phone, walking in society. You should make friends, not dogs. I've come to understand this. Qingyu was sweating profusely, covering the receiver and walking aside. Are you stupid? ISNT that a negotiation? Don't I have to scare her? You don't understand a thing. I'm heartbroken. I'm the hard-to-please type. Hurry up and leave. Don't talk to me. Old cat angrily hung up the phone. What a fool. Qingyu rolled his eyes and cursed. By the vehicle, Kiki reached out to pull open the car door and peeked inside. Oh, young Masterly, you're awake? Li Tong looked up at Kiki, his eyes filled with fear. 2 chapters updated in the morning, 1 chapter updated at night. Chapter 65, Wolfish Nature 2 days later. In a lodging house about 80 kilometers from Jiangzhou, Qingyu quietly asked the boss, how is my friend S injury? Our medicine ISNT strong enough? He S still running a fever, the boss replied softly. It would be best if a professional doctor could come take a look. Can you find one? Money is not an issue, Qingyu asked. I can find one. But these people are tight-lipped. I'm afraid that after calling them, they will cause you trouble, the boss hinted delicately. After pondering for a while, Qingyu could only respond helplessly. Then help me get some good medicine. At least for now, it should reduce inflammation and lower the fever. Okay, I'll send someone to Jiangzhou to bring it to you, the boss nodded. Hearing this, Qingyu took out cash and gently handed it to the boss. Thanks. No need for politeness, the boss said without pretense, pocketing the money and turning to leave. I'll bring you food in a bit. Such lodging houses can be found everywhere in relatively safe planned areas, mainly serving those who come and go. However, the internal environment is poor, and the food depends on what the boss has in the kitchen, with basically no dishes to order. Fortunately, the prices are cheap, and most bosses are smart and discreet. After finishing the conversation with the boss, Qingyu stepped back into the left side room, where Qilin lay on the bed, looking pale, and asked anxiously, what is the situation? Is there any news from Kiki? Don't worry, I'm handling everything, Qingyu gently reassured him. Just focus on recovering. During this time, Qilin had lost at least 20 pounds, and his once chubby cheeks now appeared significantly thinner. I'm worried that old cat will stay with the other party for too long, and something might happen. I can feel that Kiki wants to cooperate, especially after we got Li Tong. Qingyu comforted again. I can contact old cat at any time. It's fine. That is good, Qilin nodded. Just bear with it a little longer. I've already spoken with the boss about getting medicine. Qingyu grinned. If you really can't get your fever down, I'll have to call Kiki and ask her to bring a reliable doctor over. I can hold on. Qilin coughed twice, staring at Qingyu with a somewhat hesitant expression. Qingyu was good at reading people's expressions. He casually picked up an e-cigarette and smiled, asking, do you have something to say? Qilin scratched his head. Hee. Qingyu took a puff of smoke and looked directly at Qilin, saying bluntly, we 3 have risked our lives together more than once. Is there anything you can't say to me? All right, then I'll say it. Hurry up. I want to discuss with you. After we re-establish the drug line, can I be in charge of running this route back and forth? Qilin, without realizing it, had already gotten used to seeking Qinyu's opinion or consent after encountering issues. Qinyu blinked and frowned in response. I didn't think of it that way. Qilin was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you planning to let the Ma family handle the route? That is impossible. Qinyu immediately shook his head in response. We 3 put our lives on the line to establish this line. How can I let them contact Kiki directly? If the seller and supplier are too closely connected, then what is the point of us being middlemen? Although the Ma family is currently willing to rely on Li Si, if they directly talk to Kiki, it will inevitably reduce our own bargaining power. Qilin didn't expect that Qinyu had already thought this through, so he unconsciously nodded in agreement. You're right. I originally wanted you to keep an eye on the goods with Kiki while I would be responsible for facilitating communication. Qinyu explained while smoking. Because this job is quite dangerous, running between Jiangzhou and Songjiang, and you still have your mom and little sister to take care of. If anything happens, it's over. Furthermore, the middleman needs to frequently interact with the Ma family and Kiki, and during this process, you need to be able to pressure people and handle situations. After a few seconds of silence, Qilin once again sought. Xiaoyu, I want to give it a try. Qinyu turned to look at Qilin and gently advised. Let me say something. Don't overthink it. Your brother Along's fate is still fresh in our minds. This job is not easy. If the Yuan family finds out that the drug line has been re-established, they might look for a breakthrough from the middleman. And even if the Yuan family doesn't team move recently, you've seen how tragic Brother Kong's death was. This business is too lucrative, and the competition is fierce. Old Cat, and I actually don't want you to take this risk. I understand your meaning. You and Old Cat think that I have my little sister and mom, so I have attachments. Qi Lin looked at Qin Yu with slightly red eyes, contemplating for a long time before saying, but I can't always let you take care of me because of these. Xiao Yu, I don't want to continue like before, putting my fate and hopes in the hands of others. During this time, I've come to understand a truth. A person must stand up on their own. Qin Yu was taken aback by the words. Let me handle it. I will do better than anyone else. Qi Lin said again. Because I've already been crushed to the ground. If I don't have any thoughts, I will never be able to turn things around. Have you thought it through? I thought it through. Qi Lin nodded firmly. All right, then you'll be in charge of this. After much consideration, Qin Yu said, from now on, Lao Mao and I will be responsible for official matters, and you will handle things on the ground. The three of us will be tightly bound together and do something that makes a noise. Agreed. Qi Lin smiled upon hearing this. Qin Yu put down his e-cigarette, stood up, and pulled out his phone, saying, I need to call Lao Ma. Do you need to ask him for a bill of goods? Yes. I need the bill, and also to borrow some money. Qin Yu casually replied. Qi Lin was somewhat confused by this. What do you mean by borrowing money? Could definitely won't give you the goods for free right now. If we want the first batch of goods, we need to pay the supplier. Qin Yu spread his hands and asked, but who has money now? Who can afford the payment? Hearing this, Qi Lin felt even more puzzled. The payment should definitely come from Lao Ma, and I think he would be willing to pay this money. If not, just call Li Si. He should also be able to solve this money issue. Do we need to borrow it ourselves? No. Qin Yu shook his head. This money cannot come from Lao Ma, nor from Li Si. Qi Lin pondered for a moment. Qin Yu grinned and gently explained. Lao Li holds a high position as the police chief and has a say in official matters. Although Lao Ma has been severely affected by Yuan Ku recently, with some losses to his team, as long as the drug line comes back, he still has the charisma to rebuild his team. But think about it, what do we have? Aside from you being willing to risk your life and Lao Mao being somewhat foolish, what do we have that can be put on the table? Qi Lin deliberated for a while and blurted out. We have Cuckoo. We have suppliers. Exactly. Qin Yu immediately nodded in agreement. Suppliers are the absolute cohesion that connects everyone together, and since it is in our hands now, we need to take this opportunity to restructure the drug business around us. So we can't let Lao Li pay this money, nor discuss everything with the Ma family. You need to understand, they are the downstream. In the future, they will have to rely on us for a living. Qi Lin, upon hearing this, squinted and looked at Qin Yu again, giving him a thumbs up and saying, no wonder even someone as proud as Lao Mao is willing to listen to you. Li Si is also willing to support you. You indeed possess something we don't have. What is it? Qin Yu asked playfully. The wolf-like nature that makes one's eyes redden at the hint. Qi Lin thought for a long time and finally made a pointed analogy. Hee. Qin Yu showed a seemingly honest smile and dialed Lao Ma's number. After several seconds, hello? Lao Ma's voice came through. Uncle Ma, can you pull a goods list for me, indicating the required medicines and previous purchase prices? I need it. All right. Lao Ma nodded with bright eyes. Also, can you lend me 150,000? I need it. Qin Yu said decisively. I will pay you back slowly. Lao Ma frowned upon hearing this. Do you really need to borrow so much? I have a lot on hand. Think of a way. I need it urgently. All right. Lao Ma nodded. Just like that. After they ended the call, Lao Ma put down his phone and immediately shouted to someone nearby. Bring out the previous purchase order. I want to review it again. Also, gather 150,000 right away. Why do we need so much money? A middle-aged man frowned and asked. Just gather it. Qin Yu got the job done, and the drug line will be connected soon. Lao Ma said with great determination. Yuan Ku has already made it, so we have no room to survive. If we don't fight this time, we will have no chance in the future. Chapter 66. Decisions made in a few words. Another day passed. The money from the Ma family was turned over twice and ultimately flowed into Ku's account, while Qin Yu and Qi Lin began waiting for the other party to deliver the goods to Songjiang. Because both sides had already agreed, the first shipment would be delivered by Ku's side. Around 10 in the morning, Qin Yu called Li Si. Hello? Director, is everything settled? Director Li asked calmly. It's settled. The supplier's goods are already on the way and will arrive in Songjiang in 3 to 4 days at the latest. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. I have already notified Zhu Wei. Once the goods arrive, they will briefly take over and hand them over to the Ma family. Is it a bit risky for Zhu Wei to take over so much cargo? Director Li asked with concern. He won't have any issues. He is a member of the third group. He is my person. Qin Yu said very firmly. Last time when the other side wanted to get me, he was the one who saved me. Since you have a handle on it, I won't say any more. Director Li nodded in agreement. Get it done as soon as possible and come back quickly. All right, then you get back to work, Director. From now on, call me Li Gu. Qin Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. Director Li had already hung up the phone. Qin Yu held his phone, pondering for a long time, then shook his head and smiled. Sigh, with a foolish nephew like Lao Mao, my path will be difficult. It's too worrisome. What is up? Qi Lin looked up and asked. Nothing much. Lao Li asked me to call him brother. Oh, then ask him if he needs any more brothers. Haha. The two chatted and laughed at each other. Director Lee, dressed in a well-fitted casual coat, stepped out of the office and turned back to the secretary, saying, "You now give Beijan a heads up. I'm going to phone Bei, have them arrange a carriage for me." "All right." The secretary nodded. In the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Director Lee took the light rail to Phone Bay City, the capital of the special zone, and then took a car to a cadre courtyard in the city. By an antique tea table on the second floor, Director Lee savored the strong tea, smilingly saying, "Teacher, I miss your tea in Songjiang day and night. When you go back, I will bring you some." An old man in his 60s, with his hands clasped, gently asked, "Do you have results on your side?" "Yes, it's done." Lao Li looked up at the other party and said plainly, "Teacher, the academic faction has been gaining traction in various departments in recent years, and some cadres are also consolidating their positions by working with local enterprises and forces. So us old-timers who entered the government early have to be very cautious even when breathing in recent years. You were hot for 3 years, and I was popular for 5 years. Isn't that politics?" The teacher responded lightly, "In a time of peace, the winds and clouds are ever-changing. Let alone in the current environment, ups and downs are actually normal. But the ups and downs are also related to people's thoughts. If one has no drive, how can they expect the winds and clouds to continue changing?" Director Lee smiled and said, "Regarding the drug issue, I am not looking for profit but for space and balance." The teacher nodded. "You go ahead and do it, if necessary. I will say a few words to the higher-ups. Recently, you should come to Phone Bay more often. I'm getting old, and there will be a day when my words carry less weight. If you want to do something, you need to grow up quickly." "Thank you, teacher." Director Lee replied gratefully. "In terms of the interests of drugs, there are many people you need to satisfy." The teacher reminded again, "Since ancient times, money matters have always been difficult to manage. I can pave the way for you, but you need to decide who to be close to, how much to give to whom, and how much to hold back. You need to have a clear idea in your heart." "Understood. Let us drink tea." The old man stopped the conversation there and didn't discuss this topic any further. In the evening, around 7 o'clock, the sky was dark. Qin Yu was eating a dry bun while frowning at Qi Lin and asking, "Are you feeling better?" "I feel better." Qi Lin was still running a low fever. His lips cracked, his face devoid of color, and he kept coughing. "Damn, the new medicine isn't working much." Qin Yu put down the steamed bun and frowned, saying, "How about this? I'll go find the boss and ask him to introduce a doctor. I'll pick him up myself." "No need." Qi Lin waved his hand. "Li Tong has been captured by us for several days, and we don't know what's happening in Jiangzhou. It'll be dangerous if you go. If I don't go, you'll burn to death." Qin Yu set down the bun. "Don't worry, I have a plan." "Really unnecessary." Qi Lin was afraid something would happen to Qin Yu and insisted again, "Let's wait 3 or 4 more days. Once the goods arrive in Songjiang, we'll tell Coco where we are. When they come to pick up Li Tong, they'll bring a doctor. We can't wait any longer." Qin Yu reached for his coat. "A high fever that doesn't go down can lead to serious problems. I still need to see a doctor." "I said there's no need. You should listen to me." The two began to argue over the doctor's matter in the room. "Boss, what are you two doing?" At that moment, the voice of the lodging house owner came from outside. Qin Yu turned back at the sound, just about to walk toward the door to see what was happening, when he suddenly saw 7 or 8 people striding towards him from the window. "Who are they?" Qi Lin asked from the bed. Qin Yu frowned and pulled out his gun, flicking off the safety. "Open the door." A crisp female voice rang out from outside. Qin Yu was taken aback and instinctively opened the door. Outside, Coco was wearing a black trench coat, with knee-high boots, long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking very sexy and alluring. "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu was very surprised. "Just came by," Coco replied playfully, stepping into the room. Qin Yu stared at Coco's back and frowned, asking, "Do you know we're staying here?" "Just found out." Coco stood with her hands behind her back, surveying the room. Qin Yu's heart sank at her words, and he began to feel a bit apprehensive. If it wasn't Coco who found out their residence, but someone from the Li family in Jiangzhou, then now. Coco turned around, smiling at Qin Yu, and said, "Don't worry, the Li family can't reach here. They don't have our skills on this side." Qin Yu looked at Coco in surprise, feeling as if this woman could see right through his thoughts. Qi Lin, sitting on the bed, suddenly asked, "My brother? Damn it. I came to Jiangzhou full of passion, and before I even started rocking, I got locked up by a woman." Lao Mao stepped in from outside, looking worried as he asked, "Are you hurt?" Qin Yu and Qi Lin both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this silly fellow. "It's nothing, just injured my arm." "Damn, I thought you were in trouble." Lao Mao anxiously turned around and shouted, "Come on, doctor. Hurry up and take a look at my brother." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a box walked in. "Are you here to pick up Li Tong?" Qin Yu asked Coco. "Yeah," Coco nodded. Qin Yu was taken aback and responded expressionlessly, "Isn't this a bit out of order? Didn't I say that Li Tong can only give you guys the goods once they arrive?" Coco playfully smiled. "The goods have already arrived in Jiangzhou." "Impossible. The money just reached your hands today." Qin Yu didn't believe her. Coco, with her hands behind her back, softly replied, "Before the money arrived, I had already sent someone to deliver the goods to Songjiang." Qin Yu was stunned, pondering how much depth this girl, who was about the same age as him, had. "At 9 o'clock, you let someone pick up the goods." Coco stretched out her palm, her eyes crescent-shaped, wishing us a pleasant cooperation. Chapter 67. The formation of the team and the emergence of the core. The doctor cleaned Qi Lin's wound again in the room, and after 3 days of intravenous medication. He turned and said, "Young man, your resistance is strong. Just pay attention to keeping warm and avoid catching a cold, and you'll be fine." Coco nodded in response. "Thank you, Dr. Songjing." "You're welcome." The doctor smiled, picked up his box, and walked out. Coco glanced at her watch and cheerfully said to Qin Yu, "I will stay here tonight. In an hour and a half, you come to my room, and I'll treat you to something good." "All right," Qin Yu nodded. "Let's go." Coco called to her people and stepped out of the room. Qin Yu closed the door behind him and kicked Lao Mao's butt. "So, how is it? Were you suffering there? What kind of brain do I have that would let a woman take care of me?" Lao Mao retorted, rolling his eyes. "They caught me, but didn't do anything at the time. I immediately realized you two must have had some leverage outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so polite to me. So, I was living like a lord these days, eating and drinking as I pleased, and I even slipped away from that little lady's driver, haha." Qin Yu, hearing this, cursed silently. "You bastard, you're so carefree wherever you go. Can't be too careful, right? If I act too humble, Coco might really think Lao Kong has us in a bind." Lao Mao seemed rough on the outside, but he was quite composed when facing problems, which was related to his background. His privileged upbringing influenced him subtly, making him less intimidated by situations. "Bro, I've heard about everything." Lao Mao sat next to Qi Lin, speaking admiringly. "If it weren't for you and silly you, I might have really stirred up trouble in Jiangzhou, not to mention anything else. You did a great job this time." Qi Lin smiled. "Everyone has their role." "Oh right." Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. "I plan to have Qi Lin act as an intermediary, responsible for connecting with the suppliers and sharing the profits." Lao Mao was taken aback. "That's a tough job and dangerous." "I'm not afraid of danger. It's what I want to do," Qi Lin replied softly. Upon hearing this, Lao Mao instinctively looked at Qin Yu. "Do you think it's okay?" "Yeah, I agree," Qin Yu nodded. "Then it's settled." Lao Mao finally expressed his approval. At a critical moment in Songjiang, it was Qin Yu who secretly contacted the Ma family, protecting Qi Lin at the most crucial time, after a bumpy journey to Jiangzhou. It was also Qin Yu who came up with ideas and strategies, helping Qi Lin kick away the blame that had suddenly fallen on them. Now, the situation regarding the drug line had taken a decisive turn, and it was again Qin Yu who devised a plan, allowing everyone to navigate various relationships in a positive direction. Therefore, whether it was Lao Mao or Qi Lin, at this moment, they could not help but start to see Qin Yu as their mainstay. This unconscious change was actually beneficial because when a few brothers worked together, they couldn't discuss everything. There had to be someone to make firm decisions. Lao Mao had a somewhat reckless personality, often appearing impulsive and idealistic in some matters. Qi Lin, needless to say, now had plenty of courage but lacked experience in communicating with the kind of ruthless people in the planning area. So both of them understood that only Qin Yu, with over a decade of survival experience, enough decisiveness, and unique insights, was truly suited to sit in that leading position. Lying on the bed, Qi Lin was receiving in foredrip. After thinking for a long time, he asked, "Xiao Yu, how do you plan to negotiate with Coco? Are we still going by the old prices?" "No," Qin Yu shook his head. "We're different from your brother. He was in a situation where one person was full, and the whole family wasn't hungry, but this time we need to share profits with many people. If the cost of the medicine is too high, then the profit will be low, making it hard to satisfy all parties." Lao Mao crudely picked his nose and pointed out, "Old Li is already in Fongbei. He might want 50% of the profits." "So much?" Qi Lin frowned. "Old Li is not focused on making money. He is trying to create some space for himself while suppressing the Yuan family." The old cat explained softly, "This 50% is basically all for the upper-level connections. He can't take much for himself. That's still a bit much." Qi Lin turned to Qin Yu. "The Ma family will take a cut too." "I can understand the 50%, Qin Yu replied with a smile. "The biggest reliance in this business is Li Si's background. If he can ensure the drugs are sold smoothly, even if we earn less at first, the stability will make up for it. If we can't make big money in the short term, we'll rely on time to accumulate capital. No rush, take it slow." Qi Lin nodded. The three brothers chatted while keeping an eye on the time. After an hour and a half, Qi Lin finally pulled out the needle and stepped with Qin Yu and the old cat to the room diagonally across. Inside the room, the aroma of meat filled the air, and a rusty copper pot was boiling with hot soup on the table. Next to it, several plates of frozen lamb meat were cut into thin rolls of red and white, which in this era inexplicably whetted the appetite. "I brought the lamb and vegetables. The soup is made by the boss." Kiki, wearing a loose high-neck sweater, waved her hand and said, "Come, sit down and eat together." "Then I one tea stand on ceremony," the old cat said eagerly, stepping forward to pick up a large chopstick of meat and toss it into the pot. "Hey, the last time I had hot pot was 2 or 3 years ago. Us bureaucratic eaters can't compare to you guys living in the planned area." Hee. Kiki smiled and turned to the old cat. "Your old Li is sitting in that position, casually raising his hand for people, and you still lack hot pot to eat?" Upon hearing this, the old cat immediately pretended, "Girl, you don't know. I'm a strong-willed person. Although I'm related to old Li, my dignity doesn't allow me to rely on him for survival. You'd better shut up and eat," Qin Yu said, feeling nauseated. "What? Am I not stating the facts?" the old cat asked sideways. "It's pure nonsense," Qin Yu mumbled, nodding. "Come on, everyone sit down," Kiki graciously invited. The others sat down at the round table, and Keek's driver and others did not come in, They ate in a separate room next door. After pouring drinks for the three, Kiki raised her glass and confidently said, "First, I wish us a smooth cooperation in the future. Second, you caught Li Tong, which counts as avenging Brother Kong. Third, as long as you do business with me, it means making me money, so I have to thank you. I will drink 3 glasses to show my respect." The old cat looked at the spirited Kiki and immediately blinked with a cheeky expression. This girl has a really good alcohol tolerance. It's a pity she is not performing at Buckingham Palace. You can shut up. Chinyu reached out and pushed the old cat's head away. Chapter 68. This girl's name is Eugenian. At the dining table, Kiki started by drinking nearly 5 taels of white liquor, but she remained unfazed and breathless. Seeing how capable the young girl was, Chinyu felt embarrassed not to accompany her, so he and the old cat also downed 3 glasses. Chi Lin, unable to drink due to an injury, could only sit by the side. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, everyone felt slightly tipsy, and Chinyu smiled and asked, "Kiki, what is your full name?" "My name is Eugenian," Kiki replied crisply, wiping the grease off her red lips. Chinyu was taken aback. "That sounds a bit like a boy's name. It's quite nice, but it feels a bit out of place for a girl," the old cat commented. "You don't understand a thing." Kiki rolled her eyes. In ancient times, Jean described beautiful jade. As a name, it's elegant and simple, with a great meaning. "He doesn't have much education. Don't be like him," Chi Lin advised. "I can see that this is a person with no culture," Kiki nodded. "I think this name suits you quite well." Chinyu tilted his head to look at Kiki. "You're more capable than many men." "Not at all," Kiki shook her head. "It's just inheriting my father's business." "Does your family have no men?" the old cat asked. "There are," Kiki replied with a smile while picking up lamb. "But the men are not as good as me." The 3 were stunned, and Kiki playfully added, "Just kidding, my 2 older brothers are responsible for other things." Chinyu looked at Kiki and suddenly asked, "Can I go see the drug production workshop?" Kiki immediately shook her head. "Of course not." "Why not?" "Your client level isn't sufficient, and I don't fully trust you. So how could I let you into the workshop?" Kiki decisively refused. "Then how do I know the quality of the drugs?" Chinyu asked again. Kiki replied in a calm tone, "After 2 shipments, you will understand that my name, Eugenian, is a guarantee of quality. Just talking won't work." Chinyu blinked and grinned. "How about this? You don't need to take us to see the workshop. When we go for the second batch of goods, I'll give you part of the advance payment first, and then I'll settle the payment after the goods are sold." "Oh, you look quite big and sturdy, but why are you so sly in business?" Kiki blinked her big eyes and asked, "Are you having financial issues? Afraid of bad debts and unable to bear it? Which is why you want to see the workshop as an excuse?" Chinyu was choked for a moment and shamelessly said, "I just think this way everyone has a guarantee." Kiki paused with her chopsticks and replied, "The advance payment must reach over 50% for me to release the goods." "No, let us discuss it further." Chinyu wanted to continue persuading. "Don't be greedy. The terms I've given you are already very generous." Kiki immediately interrupted. Seeing that negotiation was going nowhere, Chinyu could only nod and respond. "Then how about this? Lower the purchase price a bit for me. You know, Songjiang has the Yuan family, and there may be a Li family in the future. My price has no advantage, making it hard to compete with them." "Not possible. The price will stay as it was before. Mine is already very cheap." Kiki refused again. Chinyu frowned, looking at her, and softly urged again, "Times are different now. When Along supplied goods to old Ma, there weren't so many competitors, and there was no falling out. Think about it. If you can't protect the Songjiang market, not only will you not make money, but it will also benefit the other 2 families." Kiki looked at Chinyu. "You're really sly. If you lower the price, we genuinely want to cooperate," the old cat chimed in. "To be honest, doing this line of work now requires managing relationships on all fronts. So the meat that comes to our mouths is only a little bit. How you distribute benefits has nothing to do with me." Kiki turned and said, "My goods are already cheap. If I give more discounts, how will we survive? I believe you don't want to see the Yuan and Li families encroaching on your market." Chinyu pulled out an electronic cigarette. "First, establish channels and gather customers. It's a correct strategy for all of us to earn a little less." Kiki looked at the 2 who were talking nonstop, with a faint smile on her pretty face, and didn't say a word. "Don't try to seduce me. We're discussing serious business here. Why are you throwing flirtatious glances?" the old cat said cheekily. Kiki smiled. "Being able to sit here and talk means you've already accepted my price for the goods, right?" Chinyu was taken aback. "Don't use the market as an excuse. Everyone knows that our Yu family does need to compete with the other 2 groups. But it's merely a matter of market share. However, you are different. You need to rely on this matter for survival, right?" Kiki asked Chinyu again. Chinyu looked at her and suddenly felt a bit of a headache, because this girl was really shrewder than a monkey when it came to business. Sitting down for a meal was just to get things done properly. "I'm not saying that kind of thing. Just this price, you can take it or leave it. But you can't be too unreasonable." After pondering for a while, Kiki succinctly said, "Let's each take a step back. Under the guarantee of the company's absolute bottom line, I can give you a 10% discount on the medicine price, but the premise is that every month, your order volume must meet over 200,000 yuan. If it's less by even a penny, I will sell to you at the previous price." Lao Mao, upon hearing this, immediately responded excitedly, "You're really good at business. With 200,000 worth of goods every month, you're asking us to compete with the other 2 companies for market share. It's what you said, right? If I give you a cheaper price, you can capture the market. If it's not like this, why should I give you a discount? Kiki asked with a smile. Lao Mao was speechless for a moment, gave a thumbs up, and said, if you were a man, you'd have already taken out the Li family. Kiki raised her cup of warm wine and said boldly, the elimination of the Li family is just a matter of time. Qin Yu looked at Kiki and not only felt a bit of admiration, but also inexplicably felt more at ease about future cooperation. At first, Qin Yu thought that no matter how shrewd Kiki was, she was still a woman. In the business world, or in this era, she would surely be at a disadvantage compared to those experienced men. But upon actual contact, Qin Yu discovered that this woman, who usually appeared like an immature girl, was quirky in her work, able to joke and chat like friends at the table, but once it came to serious matters and interests, she was absolutely uncompromising. Moreover, her thinking was clear, and her speech was concise. Often, the men would say a lot of useless words that wouldn't compare to her one direct and to-the-point remark. After finishing the serious discussion, the banquet was coming to an end, and just as Qin Yu was preparing to return to arrange things with Li Tong, Kiki suddenly called out to him, I have something to ask of you. Sorry, I can accept the cooperation, but I can't serve a female boss. That's my bottom line. Qin Yu turned back and replied with a smile. Lao Mao immediately raised his hand. I have no bottom line. I can serve. Just tell me what needs to be done. Chapter 69. I want to drink with you at night. Kiki looked at the two speechlessly. Can you both get lost? Hee. What do you want to say? Qin Yu grinned. I want some skincare products. I can't buy them here, and they're too expensive in Area 7. After you go back, can you help me get some from Fongbei? It's cheaper there. Kiki's delicate face once again blossomed with a radiant smile. Okay, give me a list tomorrow, and I'll have someone help you buy it. Qin Yu readily agreed. I'll give you my account later, and you can just transfer the money. Do I still have to pay? Kiki asked with her big watery eyes wide open. Qin Yu was taken aback. Is your dad a big official? Don't you have to pay for cosmetics? Kiki spread her small hands. I've helped you with such a big matter. Shouldn't you give me a kickback? This is really lacking in manners. Qin Yu looked at her speechlessly. No, you're still a boss. This is too. No matter how much of a boss I am, I'm still a woman, and women are all thrifty. You'll slowly understand. Just about enough. It's too expensive for me to afford. Qin Yu dropped a line and dashed outside, afraid that she would bring up any more requests. After everyone left, Kiki took out the bedsheets she had brought from her luggage, spread them on the cold bed, and sat down. After a few seconds, Kiki dialed her father's number. Hey Dad, how's everything going? A kind voice came through. Everything has been settled. For the second shipment, they will give an advance payment. Qin Yu lowered the price, and I agreed to reduce it by 10%. But the condition is that they must have orders of at least 200,000 every month. Good. That's already better than I expected. The other side nodded in satisfaction. Are you back? No, I'm staying here tonight. Kiki shook her head. Why not come back? Oh, I've stayed in worse places. You don't need to worry. I'll go back tomorrow. Kiki smiled and said, tell my brother to hurry up with the second batch of goods. Okay, I'll urge him. Then I'll wash up and go to sleep. Rest early. Take care of yourself, and don't tire yourself out too much. Dad is very concerned about his daughter. In the adjacent room, Lao Mao sat in a chair, smelling of alcohol, and asked, how do you sleep on this 2-meter bed? Brother, can you stop being so picky? Qi Lin responded speechlessly. In this environment, having a place to stay is already good enough. The three of us can just squeeze together. I'm not used to squeezing. Lao Mao took a puff of his e-cigarette. Qin Yu randomly took off his clothes, lay down on the bed with a bang, and cursed. You dog, you're really good at pretending. It's not like you have to sleep in the same bed with me, right? Forget it. I want tea squeeze with you guys. I'll find somewhere else to go. Lao Mao stood up, fueled by alcohol. What are you going to do? Qi Lin asked curiously. Where are you going to find a place? Didn't you notice? Kiki has had a bit to drink, and this girl is a bit lonely. I'm going to get some wine and cheer her up. Lao Mao's inner heat was already hard to restrain. You better give it up. Qin Yu lay on the bed and cursed. Can you not be so sleazy? Plus, didn't you say you liked Lin Yinlei? Who doesn't T like her? Qi Lin commented speechlessly. You two sleep, sleep. Lao Mao tucked his pants and left the room. Qi Lin lay on the bed, frowning, and asked, this fool 1T make Kiki angry, will he? Lao Mao knows his limits. It's fine. Qin Yu rolled over and put his hand on Qi Lin's lower abdomen and said, little brother, why don't you lie over here? I'm a bit cold. Qi Lin was taken aback. What do you mean? There's an idiom called don't use the back door to hit the stick. Have you heard of it? Get away from me. Qi Lin pushed Qin Yu away. What kind of people are you? I'm still injured, and you 1T let it go. Half an hour later, the lights in the dormitory were dim, and most people in the rooms were already asleep. Lao Mao took some wine and snacks and lightly knocked on Kiki's door. Are you asleep? After a while, Kiki, with a pink towel wrapped around her head and wearing thick pajamas, opened the door, staring blankly at Lao Mao. What are you doing? I still haven't finished drinking, and I think there might be some loopholes in the cooperation method. Lao Mao looked Kiki up and down. How about we talk some more? Kiki was taken aback for a moment, looked at Lao Mao's face, and suddenly smiled and said, sure, come in then. Upon hearing this, Lao Mao's heart almost melted, and he immediately stepped into the room, using his backside to push the door closed, and said, sister, let me tell you, from the moment I first saw you, I thought you were even more generous than a man, and you're especially good at doing business. Sit down for a moment. I'll go to the bathroom to get something. Kiki waved her hand and casually shut the door. Okay, you go. Lao Mao nodded repeatedly. Kiki, wearing slippers, walked to the bathroom door and turned back to ask, Hey, it's pretty cold. You've been holed up in my warehouse for several days. Do you want to take a shower? There's hot water. Lao Mao was stunned at this, his heart racing. What are you looking at me for? Are you going to wash or not? Kiki laughed and asked again, Is this okay? Lao Mao stood up, quickly took off his coat. Oh, we're all from the rivers and lakes, so let's not sweat the small stuff. You go take a shower, and we'll drink well later. Coco looked at the old cat and said with a slightly flushed face, Actually, I admire you quite a bit. What do you admire about me? The old cat might not even understand it himself. When you were with me, you really didn't panic at all. Coco softly commented, Over the years, I've done business with my family and met quite a few people, but there are really few like you. After hearing this, the old cat felt a surge of blood rush to his head, took off his sweater, and dashed into the bathroom without a shower head, saying, Sister, wait a moment. I'll tell you about my past. Coco pouted, bent down, and sat on the old sofa, lowering her head to read a book. The old cat went into the bathroom, poured water into the wooden tub again, and started scrubbing himself hurriedly, washing with great seriousness. 20 minutes later, when Coco heard there was no more water running in the room, she calmly called out from the sofa, Cat, use the big towel hanging on the rope. Don't take your clothes out, they're too dirty. Upon hearing this, the old cat grabbed the big towel from the rope, shook his head, and sighed. What a damn opportunity. If I don't seize this, then I've wasted my namely Fuguwei. A few minutes later, the old cat, with the towel wrapped around his waist and a coat draped over his upper body, came out but found Coco standing at the door, fiddling with something. What's wrong? The old cat asked, steam rising from his head. I don't know what happened. The door suddenly one T-lock, and it swings open with the wind. Come, let me help you. No need. You just hold it from outside. I'll move the lock up a bit. Coco brushed her hair and instructed. Stand outside and hold it steady. Okay. Hearing this, the old cat hurriedly dashed out the door and stood on the steps to help secure the door. Coco fiddled with the door lock a couple of times and then smiled, saying, It should be fine now. Step back a bit, and I'll see if I can close the door tightly. It's too cold. The door tongue must have frozen earlier. It's fine, just close it. I'll try pulling it. The old cat nodded with gritted teeth. As soon as she finished speaking, Coco smiled at the old cat and reached out to pull up the iron door. The old cat eagerly grabbed the doorknob and pulled hard outward, shouting, It's secure now. It's pretty solid and 1T open. There was no response from inside. The cold wind made the old cat shiver, and he laughed as he shouted, Open up. It's freezing out here. I want to go back in. Still, there was no echo from inside. The old cat was taken aback, then pounded on the door, opened the door. Inside, Coco was sprawled on the bed, laughing uncontrollably. You don't respect me at all. I'm just letting you cool down. What? The old cat gaped, allowing the cold wind to blow into his mouth as he shouted, There's wind outside. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Coco laughed again and casually turned off the light. The old cat knocked on the door for 2 to 3 minutes. And after realizing he had been tricked, he shouted loudly, Sister, this is a bit too much. You don't drink, so give me my clothes. How am I supposed to go back like this? Damn, it's too cold outside. Coco still ignored him. Damn it, the most poisonous heart of a woman. The old cat gritted his teeth and cursed, turning to look around. A strong gust of cold wind hit him, and he felt goosebumps all over, instinctively hugging his shoulders. But unexpectedly, as he moved, the towel around his waist fell off with a loud slap. The chilly wind was biting, and the old cat turned pale, bending down to pick up the towel. Creak. The small door beside him was pushed open, and the innkeeper, holding a flashlight after checking the courtyard, turned around and saw the old cat in his white glory, instantly stunned. The old cat was also taken aback. After a moment of silence, the innkeeper asked in confusion, Brother, what are you practicing? Don't shout, do you have any clothes? The old cat asked while picking up the towel. The innkeeper was stunned for a long time, then suddenly blushed. Do you have no decency at all? Chapter 70. On the way back the next morning. In the inn, Chin Yu was having breakfast and glanced at the old cat, asking, Where did you sleep last night? Where could I sleep? I spent the night in the front hall with the boss. The old cat gritted his teeth and cursed. This woman is really too ruthless. If you don't handle business, why take off my clothes? Someone like you deserves to be taught a lesson. Chin Yu laughed loudly and mocked. Even if you think with your butt, you can figure it out. Do you know who she is? She's the daughter of the supplier's boss. And she's smart. How could she casually get involved with you? Is that realistic? I thought she was hinting at me at the dinner table, you know? The old cat replied with a sidelong glance. I thought it would be a story of kindling and flames, you know? But it turned out to be a story of earthworms and cold winds, right? Chi Lin interjected. That's too much. Can we still eat this meal? What do you mean? The old cat was anxious. Ha. Chi Lin and Chin Yu laughed heartily, giving the old cat a thumbs up to show their respect. Just as the three of them finished breakfast, Coco walked in with a radiant smile. The old cat, upon seeing her, immediately gritted his teeth. Oh, you're quite early? Good morning. Coco smiled and nodded, turning to the old cat. You're in good health. You didn't catch a cold in such cold weather. No way to communicate. I'm going out for a smoke. The old cat stood up and left. Hee hee. Coco laughed. I had the boss help wash your clothes, and I paid for it. The old cat was taken aback. Well, at least you have a bit of humanity. Coco turned back and said to Chinyu, today, I'm taking Li Tong with me. Yeah, the goods have been picked up, we're heading back too. Chinyu extended his hand. Let us keep in touch. Hearing this, Coco no longer joked and shook hands with Chinyu, saying, the price I gave you is so cheap because I want to capture some market share. I hope you can take this seriously and let everyone have a good harvest. Definitely. Then let us not waste any more words. I wish you a safe journey. All right. Chinyu waved, I'll see you off. Oh right. Just as Coco reached the door, she suddenly slapped her pristine forehead, saying, how did I forget the main business? Henrik sang, come over here. After calling out twice, a strong man carrying something walked over from a distance. Coco took it over and turned to Chi Lin, saying, here is some money, some medicine for the elderly, and clothes I bought for your sister. Please accept it. Chi Lin looked at Coco with surprise. What is this? I'm very sorry that Along had an accident in Songjiang. Although I haven't seen him much. He helped us a lot and didn't he betray us in dire straits. I'm very grateful to him, Coco said politely and formally. This is just a little token of my appreciation. Chi Lin was stunned for a long time, feeling very moved. My brother has been out there for so many years, telling me every day how many friends he has, but after his accident, you are the only one who remembered him and thought of his family. Thank you. You're welcome. Coco handed the things to Chi Lin, smiling and nodding. All right, then we'll be leaving. Let us go, I'll see you off. About 10 minutes later, Chinyu, the old cat, and Chi Lin saw off Coco's south team on the road. This girl is really not simple. The old cat said with his hands behind his back. She is both literate and martial, and she is meticulous in her work. Who would have thought she would bring something for Chi Lin because of Along? Yeah, Chinyu agreed. You didn't see it. Chi Lin looked at the old cat and quietly recounted. Li Tong is pretty tough, right? But do you know what expression he had when he saw Coco in the car? What expression? It was as if he had encountered a desperate criminal and was ready to kill him. Chi Lin said without hesitation. A hint of fear in his eyes that couldn't be concealed. This indicates that there are some things about this girl that we still don't know. Old cat responded thoughtfully. Regardless of whether we understand or not, at this moment, our relationship with her is harmonious. Chinyu smiled and patted old cat's shoulder. You agree, right brother? I don't think my relationship with her is that harmonious. Haha. Chinyu laughed. Let's pack our things and head back to the city in triumph. In the afternoon, Chinyu handed the money to the boss, and after waiting for more than 2 hours, he finally brought back gasoline and matching bullets. Once everything was ready, the three brothers set off on their way back to the city. However, their mindset had changed. They had come with oppression and anxiety, but were now filled with joy and boundless ambition. During their trip to Jiangzhou, the three managed to secure the drug line, thus finally gaining the capital to establish themselves in Songjiang. That night, in an office building of the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Coco was sipping her homemade lemon tea, sitting on the sofa, looking at Li Tong and asking, have you thought about the consequences of killing me? Li Tong pretended to be calm, smirking as he replied, you wouldn't dare to touch me. If you tear your face with us now, it won't be good for you either. So confident, huh? Coco put down her teacup and asked, I'm admitting defeat in this matter. Right now, I'm not doing anything, not saying anything. Just waiting for my family to communicate with you. Li Tong thought to himself that his father and uncles must have already contacted the Yu family. You're quite arrogant. Coco said with a smile. You killed Brother Kong and you don't even have a soft word to say? Isn't it normal for someone to die in the competition on the street? Li Tong replied softly. Coco stood up, hands behind her back, looking at Li Tong. Are you really not afraid of me? Or are you just pretending to be calm here? Li Tong clenched his fists. I'm not a street thug. I have the Li family behind me. Oh, Coco nodded, suddenly turned around and shouted. Haneke-sang. The door opened, and a muscular man in a black shirt bent down and called, Boss, teach the young master of the Li family how to talk to me. Coco threw out a sentence and turned to leave. Haneke-sang drew his gun, expressionless, aiming the gun at Li Tong's knees. Coco, if you do this, the two families will immediately tear their faces apart. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and Li Tong's kneecaps were shattered by the bullets. Ah! Li Tong cried out in pain, falling backward and knocking over a stool. Coco turned around, hands behind her back, looking at Li Tong and scolded. You're just a collateral descendant of the Li family. Why are you pretending with me? Is it worth it for the Li family to tear their faces with us now? Haneke-sang. Drag him to Brother Kang's mourning hall. Don't treat his wounds. Just let the bullets stay in his bones and make him kneel for a night. Yes, Haneke-sang nodded. An hour later, the eldest brother of the Yu family called, his tone slightly reproachful. Coco, what are you doing with Li Tong? We've already finished negotiating the conditions on our side. You fool. If we have Li Tong in our hands, then his uncle's death will definitely fall on our heads. Since we've already torn our faces, why should we let him swagger back? Coco frowned slightly and said, the people below are making money for us, working hard. If someone of Brother Kang's level encounters trouble and I don't react, won't that disappoint others? Chapter 71. Doing a good deed in the early morning, around 3 o'clock. On the highway, after a nap, old cat, still half asleep, glanced outside the car. Where are we? Having left Jiangzhou for a while. Chinyu yawned and replied, but it's still early. Pull over ahead. I need to pee and grab a bite to eat. Then you rest, and I'll drive. Old cat rubbed his face. All right. Chinyu drove for about 2 kilometers before stopping the car in an open area. Old Cat grabbed some dry food from the back of the car and covered the already sleeping Chi Lin with a thick military coat before he started eating. Chinyu got out, took a couple of puffs of a cigarette, then turned back to grab some tissue from the car. You eat. I'm going to take a dump. Do you have any decency? I'm eating here. I'm doing my thing. You're eating yours. It won't interfere. Chinyu smiled, taking the tissue and walked toward the deeper part of the field, squatting down in a spot that felt good for the feng shui. Inside the car, Old Cat finished eating a steamed bun with smoked meat and drank 2 bottles of water before getting out to unbuckle his belt and take a pee. In the field, Chinyu shouted loudly. I'm not done yet. Are you already finished? You eat faster than a pig. Hurry up. Old Cat, buckling his belt, shouted. Otherwise, I'll drive off first. Wait, I'll be done soon. Chinyu wiped his nearly frozen butt, stood up, buckled his belt, and started walking back. Old Cat was in the driver's seat, starting the engine. As Chinyu stepped on the snow, he walked less than 20 meters when he suddenly felt something trip him. What is this? Although it was dark, the faint moonlight was enough to illuminate the basic contours of the ground. Chinyu lifted his leg to kick the thing beneath his foot and bent down to take a look, discovering a boy with a purple-blue face lying in the snow. Damn! Even though Chinyu was bold, he was startled at that moment. He stepped back a couple of paces and, after a careful look, realized that a boy around 15 or 16 years old was lying in the snow. He was dressed warmly, but his eyes were tightly closed, and his hair was covered in frost and snow, looking almost like a super saiyan. In the planned area, such things weren't rare every year. Many people without a way out of life would freeze to death in the icy wilderness. So, Chinyu hesitated for a moment and turned to leave. Help me, please, a weak voice came from behind him as he walked less than 10 meters away. He hesitated and immediately turned back to look at the boy in the snow. The boy lay still, only weakly repeating, help me, help me. Chinyu stood there looking at him for a long time before saying, how long have you been lying here? Help me, help me. The boy kept repeating that same line. Who knows what you're up to? Besides, you're in a tough spot. Dying in the snow will only cause trouble for everyone. Chinyu threw out a line and turned to leave decisively. The boy's weak cries continued, but Chinyu walked further away and could no longer hear his voice. In the car, Old Cat saw Chinyu coming back and immediately scoffed. Took you so long just to wipe your ass? Chinyu turned back to look at Old Cat. Let's go. Old Cat shifted the car into gear and slowly left the spot. In the car, Chinyu frowned, and the smile on his face had vanished. What's wrong? Did you run into a ghost? What kind of expression is that? Old Cat sensed something was off with Chinyu and curiously asked. Chinyu silently recalled the boy in the snow and suddenly felt his heart soften. If it had been before, when he was in the planned area, he would definitely not have cared about such matters and wouldn't have felt any guilt. Because, first, such mysterious children could easily bring trouble. Second, he was homeless at that time and barely able to protect himself, let alone help anyone. But now it was different. His life had improved to some extent. And that child still had breath in him and could speak. If he pretended not to see, that young life would surely end in the icy wilderness. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Chinyu, while thinking of the little boy, seemed to see his own helpless self from childhood. It was so similar. A thick cotton coat, worn-out boots, an endless expanse of snow, and a child with no one to care for him. Chinyu closed his eyes and, after a few seconds of silence, suddenly said, back up. What for? Old Cat was confused. Just hurry up and back up. Chinyu urged. Old Cat, curious, backed up the car, cursing in confusion. Are you crazy? Why go back? Are you regretting pooping outside, wanting to pack it up? Get lost. Just turn around quickly. After a few minutes, the car stopped again in an open area. Chinyu pulled a military coat out of the trunk and strode into the snow, wrapping it around the child he picked up. Old Cat stood by the roadside, surprised, and asked, where did you find a person? The one I just saw while taking a dump. Chinyu replied, panting. He's still alive. Damn, how old is he? Is he even an adult? Old Cat glanced at the child. His face is all purple. Holding the child, Chinyu immediately instructed. You hurry and bring the pot lamp from the car, light it, and put it in the open space. Okay. Old Cat was a warm-hearted person. Seeing the child like this, he rushed to the car and took out the pot lamp from the trunk. Chinyu placed the child on the ground and turned to ask, is there any alcohol in the car? Not much left, save it. Old Cat replied while holding the pot lamp. Chinyu looked around and immediately said, you take off his clothes, but be slow, his body is frozen stiff. If you move too fast, you might hurt him. What kind of weather is this, and you're taking off clothes? Just do it if you don't understand. Chinyu ran back into the snow, scooped up 10 handfuls of white snow, and returned. Old Cat lit the pot lamp and carefully took off the child's clothes. Chinyu held the snow and started rubbing it on the child's back, chest, and other areas with all his strength. At first, the snow didn't melt at all when it stuck to the child's body. After rubbing for about 10 minutes, snowmelt began to drip from his hands. After working for a full half hour, Chinyu was sweating profusely, pushing on the child's chest, shouting, can you hear me? Open your eyes if you can hear me, or I might just throw you away. After shouting 6 or 7 times, the child suddenly murmured, help me. There was movement. Chi Lin, who had just gotten out of the car, shouted from the side. Chinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Whether he can survive depends on him now. Are we taking him back? Old Cat asked. Of course, he is definitely a child with no one to care for him. If we save him, We have to take him back. Chinyu nodded in agreement. Lift him into the car. After rescuing a child along the way, the three brothers hurried back to Songjiang. A day later, Chi Lin got off the car to go home, while Chinyu and Old Cat drove for another hour before returning to Songjiang. On the back seat of the car, the child, who had been lying down for 2 days, gradually regained color in his face and began to consciously shout, "Is there anything to eat? Give me some, please." Old Cat was taken aback by this. "Little master? What kind of temper does this kid have? We kindly saved him, and he thinks he is a master?" Chapter 72. From covert to overt conflict after returning to Songjiang. Chinyu and Old Cat drove back to Courtyard 88 with the child they picked up along the way. Inside, Chinyu took off the now smelly clothes from the child and casually tossed them at the door, then bent down to splash cold water on his face. "What are you planning to do with this kid? Are you going to let him live here?" Old Cat casually asked, wiping his face with a towel. Chinyu shook his head and replied, "I don't have time to take care of him. Once he gets better, I'll ask Zhu Wei to see if we can arrange some small work for him in Songjiang, just to keep him alive. Finding a small job is fine, but he doesn't have residency rights. As an illegal resident, he could be cleared out at any time." Old Cat pondered for a while and said, "Forget it. I'll help you ask about this later. I know some bosses who run jobs inside and outside the district. They may not go deep into the planned areas, but they come in and out regularly, and he can change his temporary residence permit every 30 days. That works. Since we picked up the kid, you should help think of a way." Chinyu nodded. "Shall we go? We need to head back to the police station. Old Lee is still waiting." "Okay, let us go." After a brief discussion, they locked the door and left Courtyard 88. In the afternoon, in the office of the police chief, Chief Lee looked at Chinyu with satisfaction and said, "Sit." Chinyu grinned as he sat in the chair opposite. "Uncle Lee, did you just come back from Fongbei?" "Yes." Chief Lee casually tossed a cigarette to Chinyu and said in a steady voice, "I finished discussing the matters in Fongbei. But next, you still need to tell the Ma family not to be too ostentatious in their work. The higher-ups mean that the goods should be put aside to see the profits, rather than jumping in with a bunch of troublesome issues." "I understand." Chinyu nodded and quietly asked, "Since the drug line has been re-established, do you think we can start working on Ma Laoer's case?" Chief Lee pondered for a while. "It's possible. You can handle it. But make sure no one can find any faults in the procedure. In the near future, Yuan-Ka might be looking for any reason to find fault with you." "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." Chinyu nodded. Chief Lee took a puff of his cigarette, smilingly opened the drawer, and took out 2 certificates and corresponding shoulder and arm badges, saying, "Take a look." Chinyu was taken aback, reached out to take what Chief Lee handed him, and after a quick glance, he grinned and said, "Wow, thank you, Chief." A second-level police officer approval came through so quickly. "Starting today, your Team 3 is officially transferred to Team 4, and you will officially serve as the team leader of Team 3. Later, you will hand over the duties to Yuan Ku." Chief Lee looked at Chinyu with a smile, continuing, "You stay in Team 4 for a while, and I'll transfer the team leader away, then let you be the acting team leader," gradually making it official. Chinyu knew that his promotion path was going so smoothly not because of Old Cat's connections, nor simply because Chief Lee appreciated him, but because he and Chi Lin had fought hard in Jiangzhou. It was also at this moment that Chinyu clearly felt he had connections and a background. "Thank you, Uncle Lee." Chinyu sincerely expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. This is what you deserve." Chief Lee waved his hand. "Go on, and I'll have the office prepare the handover documents for you. As for the dormitory reassignment, you can talk to Sister when in logistics." Chinyu stood up and nodded. "Got it. Work hard. Your path will only get wider," Chief Lee said with a cheerful expression while smoking. "Hee, okay." Chinyu grinned and nodded before turning to leave. Half an hour later, in Team 3's dormitory, Chinyu sat on the bed, looking at Ma Laoer's case file while on the phone saying, "Yes, Chief Lee has already given me a heads up. Just follow the direction I gave you. Let Damon handle everything, and don't let Ma Laoer's side say anything unnecessary. Yes, you don't need to worry about the prosecution. Chief Lee will take care of that. Right? Damon is just illegally carrying. He won't die, but be prepared for around 15 years in prison. No, you don't need to let the lawyer contact me. Just have him meet Damon directly." "Good. Okay, you go handle it, just like that." After finishing the call, Guanxi walked in with a gloomy face. "Why is this idiot old Sen acting like he's lost his mother? I really want to scrub his mouth with a steel wire ball." The handover work was supposed to be handled by Chinyu, but he was too lazy to deal with Yuan Ku and the others, so he let Guanxi handle it. But unexpectedly, they ran into issues. "What happened?" Chinyu asked. Guanxi loosened his collar and responded with a grim expression. "Last time during the big crackdown in Tuza Street. Weren't you the one who had an incident in the meat shop? When we went to rescue, we used some firearms and ammunition from our team, along with 2 grenades. Old 3 said this matter wasn't reported in advance, and after verifying on-site, it didn't match what we said, so he asked me to write a detailed report for him. Otherwise, he would submit materials to the department." "What if he submits materials to the department?" Chinyu had been around for a short time and hadn't quite grasped the rules in this area. "All the equipment, firearms, and ammunition we use during arrests have to be applied for and approved, right? That's how strict management is achieved," Guanxi explained in a low voice. "But the current environment is so chaotic that if you encounter a case temporarily or come across sudden situations during patrol, occasional equipment and ammunition loss is absolutely normal. But now he is nitpicking and saying the equipment was allocated to Team 1, and we used it privately, so it doesn't match the records. And he won't be able to explain it to logistics later. This person's perspective is limited to these trivial matters in the office. Chinyu, feeling irritated, cursed under his breath, ignore him. If he wants to make trouble, let him. No. Team leader, Guanxi immediately advised. The usage of ammunition ultimately has to be reported to the police station because it involves whether officers might privately stash important equipment and weapons. So if Old 3 tries to make things difficult for us and writes nonsense in the files, you could end up being punished. Chinyu frowned, stood up, and cursed. He's really annoying. Sai, let's go take a look. After a little while, Guanxi and Chinyu returned to the office area of Team 1. Old 3 was lounging with his legs crossed, sitting in front of the computer watching a live stream. Chinyu patiently approached and tapped his shoulder. Third brother, busy, huh? Old 3 turned around, glanced at Chinyu, and said, "Oh, isn't this Team Chin? Haha, congratulations on your promotion to level 2. I'm far behind you." Chinyu smiled and directly asked, "I'm here to ask when we can finish the handover work. I want to do it quickly too. But the case you had at the meat shop last time was very unclear. I later checked the scene and didn't see where the grenades were used." Old 3 replied evasively. Chinyu pondered for a moment and suddenly leaned over to Old 3's ear and said, "Third brother, those 2 grenades weren't used. I hid them because someone keeps trying to mess with me. I need to keep some hard stuff for self-defense. Hey, do you want one? I can find a chance to give you one some night." Old 3's face darkened upon hearing this, and he slowly stood up. "Are you trying to scare me again?" Haha. Chinyu smiled at him. "So how big is your courage, really?" Chapter 73, I don't want to grow up. Old 3 stared at Chinyu and sneered. "When you first came, you were nothing, and now you've become a team leader. You still want to act like a desperate outlaw with me? Do you think I'm afraid? Now that the police department has specially approved you, even if you commit murder, it wouldn't be a crime, but I doubt you dare to do anything. Third brother, do you know why you can only be a lackey for Team Yuan?" Chinyu pointed at Old 3's chest. "Because your perspective is that limited. You're used to being a dog, so you don't have the mindset to take charge. With your current status, do I even need to compete with you? My friend who killed Yuan Wei isn't dead yet. Do you believe he might suddenly come back one day and show up at your house for dinner?" Old 3 felt a jolt in his heart, knowing Chinyu was hinting at Qilen. Team Yuan hasn't said anything, so why are you putting on a show? Our team is sending Team 4 over. That was a command from Li Si. You think you're making things difficult for me, but in reality, isn't that just making it hard for Li Si? Chinyu scornfully said, "Third brother, when do you think you can grow up? If third brother could grow up, would he have acted heroically when he met Matsushita at the restaurant last time?" Guanxi chimed in. He's a warm-hearted person. Upon hearing this, Old 3 exploded. "What? Are you getting a bit carried away?" After saying that, Old 3 swung a fist toward Guanxi's head. "Don't hit, don't fight, third brother." Chinyu had been waiting for him to lose control and make a move, so he stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around Old 3's arm, and with his right hand clenched into a fist, shouted, "Third brother, listen to me. We can argue with words here without any issues, but if you start hitting people, that's a serious matter." Old 3 had always looked down on Guanxi, and at this moment, hearing him provoke, he went in with 2 punches. Thud. Guanxi dodged, pretended to get hit in the face, fell backward onto the ground, and immediately shouted, "Why are you hitting me? What gives you the right to hit? I'm going to report this to the police station. I'm going to submit materials to the supervisory office. I'm going to sue you. Come on, get up. I'll take the blame." Old 3 was furious and raised his foot to kick Guanxi. Chinyu wrapped his left hand around Old 3's neck. His right fist tightly clenched and punched him 3 or 4 times in the chest. Initially, Old 3 didn't want to fight Chinyu, but after taking a couple of hits, he completely lost it, turned around, and started grappling with Chinyu, shouting, "Beat him." Other members from Team 1, hearing Old 3's call, rushed in, and they started pulling at Chinyu, creating a chaotic scene. At that moment, there were 7 or 8 people on the other side, while only Guanxi was with Chinyu. But both of them were not to be trifled with. They were quite cunning and had even prepared not to fight back. Guanxi, lying on the ground, kept shouting, "Old 3, if you don't beat me to death today, I'll sue you to death. I'll let you sue." Old 3 gritted his yellowed teeth, picked up a chair, and was about to smash it down. Just then, Yuanko walked in through the main door, glaring and shouting, "What are you doing? Have you gone crazy?" With one angry roar, the room instantly fell silent. Old 3, panting, looked at Yuanko. "Team Yuan, don't interfere today. I'd rather take my clothes off than not fight him." Hearing that, Yuanko felt a headache coming on and scolded with a dark face. "Shut up and put down the chair." Old 3 calmed down a bit upon hearing this, and after holding back for a long time, finally threw the chair aside. Yuanko frowned and glanced at everyone in the room, then stepped in front of Chinyu and asked, "Oh, so you're a big shot now? Want to fight here without any burden on your conscience, huh?" Chinyu smiled. "Team Yuan, I'm just a poor kid. How could I be so inflated? Today, the order from Li Si sent us to help Team 4, and I asked Guanxi to come over for the handover. But third brother insisted that I should argue with him because the equipment used in the last case at the meat shop doesn't team match. He got anxious. Look, we have surveillance in this room. If you don't believe it, we can pull up the footage." Yuanko's face darkened again upon hearing this. "Xiao Qi, go to the surveillance room and have the clerk pull up the video." Qin Yu immediately added, forget it. Yuan Ku waved his hand and, with a stoic expression, said to Old 3, hurry up and do the handover with them. They used grenades in that case, which indeed doesn't match. Old 3 wanted to argue. I told you to do what you're told. If it doesn't match, figure it out yourself. Yuan Ku shouted with wide eyes. Old 3 gritted his teeth and fell silent. Yuan Ku turned to Qin Yu, smiling. Team Qin, do you have any other requests? I'll have someone take care of it for you. No, nothing. Qin Yu immediately waved his hand. Ah, then if you have any requests in the future, just come and let me know. Yuan Ku clasped his hands behind his back and said again, you're a favorite in front of Director Li now. The entire police department revolves around you. Team Yuan is just joking. Qin Yu helped Guanxi up and turned to leave, saying, all right, you get back to work, Team Yuan, we're leaving. Yuan Ku looked at Qin Yu, still smiling. Team Qin, I wish you smooth sailing in the police department in advance. Thanks, Team Yuan. Qin Yu didn't look back and led Guanxi away. In the room, Yuan Ku turned around, looked at the third brother with a gloomy face, and asked, can you really handle this vice captain position? It's not that I don't understand, but that Guanxi dares to speak to me in a sarcastic tone. The third brother argued back. What did he say to me sarcastically? He said I haven't grown up, the third brother replied, glaring with wide eyes and breathing heavily. Yuan Ku fell silent for 3 or 4 seconds before sitting down and responding, that's a sharp summary. Hearing this, the third brother felt particularly embarrassed. His face flushed as he glanced at the officer next to him, feeling quite angry and wanting to retort. Yuan Ku looked up at the third brother and suddenly shouted. Li Si has made it clear that he wants to support Qin Yu. So why are you trying to obstruct him over such trivial matters? Can you really hold back Captain Qin? Or do you want to make Li Si furious? Wearing the title of vice captain and doing such foolish things. This is an office. We emphasize killing with a smile, not acting like a thug on the street, shouting and fighting at every turn. The third brother was too powerless to argue back after being scolded. If you don't have the means to take him down, then don't make a move on these petty matters. It only makes you look foolish. Yuan Ku frowned at the third brother. Li Si has already taken a side. And it's not ours, so you can't act as you did before, doing whatever you want in the police department. Otherwise, if they catch something on you, you might be in big trouble. The third brother, older than Yuan Ku, remained silent after being scolded for a long time. I understand. Yuan Ku knew that although the third brother's abilities were limited and his level was average, he was absolutely loyal to the Yuan family and himself, so after calming down, he gave him a way out. You come back to the eldest brother's place with me tonight. Recently, someone said that old Ma's people are distributing goods again, which may be related to Qin Yu's disappearance during this time. Okay, the third brother nodded. That night, after Qin Yu treated everyone in the team to a meal, he returned home early to prepare for rest. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Yinlei sitting in a chair, resting her chin on her hand, chatting with the child he had picked up. Chapter 74, Codename 3088. Qin Yu looked at the two with a strange expression and asked, oh, how did you two become friends? Lin Yinlei smiled upon hearing this. He came to pry open my door with something when I got off work. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he wanted to borrow something to eat. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head and saw the child sitting on the bed eating noodles. Wait, this is a bit inappropriate. Isn't it? Don't you understand that rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrows? Why steal from the neighbor? The little boy, who was dark-skinned with long hair and a dirty face, looked at Qin Yu. I didn't steal, I borrowed. I was hungry and couldn't find anyone, so I just went to a familiar place to get something to eat. Prying open someone else's door without permission is borrowing? Qin Yu ruffled the child's hair. If you keep this up, don't blame me for throwing you in. I'm just borrowing. I plan to return it to her tomorrow. The little boy said, wolfing down his food and sounding very streetwise. We're all children of the rivers and lakes. Even spitting is worth a nail. I want to eat her food for free. I'll definitely return it tomorrow. Qin Yu was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking? What do you know about being a child of the rivers and lakes? Haha, this little brother is quite interesting. We've been chatting for a while, Lin Yinlei said, narrowing her big eyes and smiling. Hey, brother, what are you going to return to me tomorrow? Mice have their own ways, and cats have their own paths. If I say I'll return it, I will, so why so much nonsense from a girl? The little boy rolled his eyes. Qin Yu also rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Yinlei. He asked the one I picked up in the planning area. He probably has no one taking care of him, so he is used to being wild, just like a wild donkey. You have a kind heart. Lin Yinlei looked at Qin Yu somewhat speechlessly. Who asked me to run into him? Qin Yu lightly changed the subject. Have you eaten? I ate at work. Lin Yinlei stood up and stretched. Oh, by the way, I washed the gloves I borrowed from you last time. Just wait, I'll get them for you. Did you buy gloves? Qin Yu asked. Oh, I've been so busy lately, I haven't had time to buy any. Lin Yinlei pouted. I haven't been shopping in a long time, and I have to go back to Fongbei next month. You can just wear the gloves. I'm giving them to you. Qin Yu grinned. Just right, I have something to ask of you. Go ahead, what is it? When you go back to Fongbei, can you help me bring some cosmetics? Qin Yu took out the list Coco gave him. My friend asked me to help. Just buy according to this list. And I'll give you the money in a day or two. Lin Yinlei's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Yu. Oh, are you buying for your lover? Old cat lady, get lost. Are you dating? Lin Yinlei asked again. No, just a regular friend. Qin Yu stood by the cabinet, not knowing why he suddenly asked. Why do you ask that? Are you jealous? Lin Yinlei's face instantly turned red. Are you sick? Jealous of you? Stop dreaming. After saying that, Lin Yinlei turned and left. Qin Yu watched Lin Yinlei's graceful figure and suddenly shouted, "P.S. eating. Should I go chat with you in your room?" Get lost. Lin Yinlei scolded sharply, quickly returning to her own room. Look at you being so flirty. The little boy blinked his big eyes, sitting on the bed and commenting. Qin Yu turned around, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Wang Hunan. Some friends in society like to call me Big Tooth." The little boy sipped his noodle soup, sweating profusely. "Ah," Qin Yu sighed, glancing at his shabby little home. "You see, my life isn't great either, but since we met, it's fate. You can stay here for a while. I'll help you find a job later. That's the least I can do." The child, Wang Hunan, put down his bowl and looked at Qin Yu with a serious expression but spoke in a pretentious tone. "You saved my life. From now on, we're like brothers. You can ask me to do anything. Then you'd better wash the bowl first. I'll get you some hot water," Qin Yu instructed. After washing, take the bowl back to Lin Yinlei and be polite when talking to her. Wang Hunan was unhappy upon hearing this. Damn. How can a child of the rivers and lakes do a woman's work? Qin Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you expecting me to serve you? Hurry up and wash the bowl. Little master. Who are you calling little master? If you keep being disrespectful, I'll hit you. Qin Yu slapped him. Hurry up. More than an hour later, as the lights in thousands of homes went out, after Qin Yu gave Big Tooth a bath in a tub, he took his razor to shave his head. Big Tooth was full after eating and drinking, and fatigue set in as he sat quietly in the chair. How old are you? Qin Yu asked. 18. Stop messing around. Tell the truth. I'm actually 15. That's nonsense. You're saying you're 15? Qin Yu rinsed the razor. How did you end up sleeping in the snow? I ran out from Pingshan. I ran out of food, and it was cold. I was too tired and fell asleep in the snow. Big Tooth had frostbite all over his body and face. Once it warmed up inside, it itched terribly, and he unconsciously started scratching his skin raw. Plus, he was in such poor health that he walked with a limp, looking very pitiful. Why did you go to Pingshan? My brother took me there. Big Tooth paused for a moment, but still maintained a stable emotion and articulated clearly, to gather scarce ingredients and catch some live animals. Are there still live animals in the mountains? Yes, but you have to go deeper. Dia said in a flat tone. Last month, we went deep into the mountain, and the snow pit was several meters deep. The trafficker boss was behind us with a gun, forcing us to go in and collect ginseng. Everyone was scared and didn't dare to go. He shot and killed 3 people, and my elder brother was also inside. Qin Yu was stunned upon hearing this. I was still young and couldn't take revenge, but one day, I will bury that boss's head in the snow pit where my brother died. Dia spoke softly, still without any emotional fluctuation. Qin Yu frowned and continued shaving his head under the light. My brother is dead, and every time I sleep in the shed, I can remember him. Dia slightly lowered his head. I'm afraid I will always think of him, so I ran away at night and then met you. What about your parents? Qin Yu asked, his voice trembling. They got lost during the riots before District 9 was established. They probably died long ago, just like me. Qin Yu paused for a moment with his right hand and replied in a teasing tone. Dia was taken aback. So we are quite fated. You want revenge? Qin Yu asked casually. They killed my only relative. I will definitely make him pay. Dia said without any hesitation. Then just live well. Qin Yu nodded. In the dim light, Dia's messy hair fell to the ground, and before long, he became bald. At that moment, Qin Yu noticed the 4 tattooed numbers on his neck. 3088. What does this mean? In the mountains, when the snow collapses, everyone gets buried inside. We have too many people, and since we usually manage in teams, the boss can't remember, so he uses numbers instead. If something happens, we can verify the numbers at night and know who is missing. Dia cursed loudly. We are shovels. We are baskets. We are ginseng pickers, but we are not human. Haha. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes reddened inexplicably, and memories of his past flashed in his mind. He then reached out and pushed Dia's head, scolding, You little brat, your words are quite damn eye-catching. Chapter 75. The unusual Ma Lao air in the blink of an eye. 5 days passed. During this time, Qin Yu was not affected by Dia's sudden intrusion into his life. He continued to focus on his work handover, the operation of the drug line, and the Ma Lao air case, while Dia continued to recuperate at home. Every day, when Qin Yu went to work, he would regularly give him 2 yuan for lunch. And for the remaining meals, the two would basically eat together. After Qin Yu publicly confronted Lao San, he did not encounter any obstacles at work. Yuan Ku and his group had started to ignore his presence on the surface, and the drug line business was managed by Lao Ma, with initial profits being decent. Overall, the roads during this period were unusually calm. Not only was there no face-to-face conflict among drug dealers, but even other industries crossing lines were very quiet. It was in this peaceful environment that Ma Lao Air was finally released from prison. Old Ma found a lawyer and, following Qin Yu's advice, subtly reminded Damon inside to take the blame. The latter, valuing the friendship that Old Ma insisted on preserving, without any hesitation, took on the core part of the case himself. Subsequently, Ma Lao Air understood the situation and, with the help of several connections, finally cleared himself. In the end, he was only sentenced to 3 months of external supervision for assisting in concealing prohibited drugs. during which he had to report to the police regularly and pay a fine of 10,000. Ma Lao Air was out, but Damon was in dire straits. Thrown directly into a maximum security prison, enduring the torment of waiting for a sentence of at least 15 years or more. Before, Qin Yu's impression of Ma Lao Air was that he was somewhat reckless, blunt, and hot-tempered. And he always felt that he belonged to the type of person who acted without thinking, had a bad temper, and sometimes spoke without using his brain. However, he also knew that this person, despite being full of flaws, valued brotherhood. When Ma Lao Air was first arrested, Qin Yu was in Yuan Ke's camp, so he had tortured Ma Lao Air quite a bit, trying to force him to drop the case. But the latter would rather stick to his guns and not speak, not wanting to cause trouble for Damon and his uncle, Old Ma. Therefore, Qin Yu didn't have a particularly bad impression of him. He just thought that his style of doing things was too high profile, which might not be easy to get along with. However, what Qin Yu didn't expect was that the day after Ma Lao Air was released, he personally called him, inviting him out for a meal and a gathering. Before this, Qin Yu hadn't considered getting close to him, as the two had previously clashed, and he was afraid of an awkward meeting. But since Ma Lao Air took the initiative to invite him, Qin Yu felt he couldn't pretend not to go. After all, they were now tied together, and a little easing of relations would surely benefit both sides. After careful consideration, Qin Yu called Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, and Guanxi to join him, wanting the people within this small circle to officially meet and get familiar, which would make things easier in the future. On Friday evening, around 7 o'clock, everyone gathered at a well-known Chinese restaurant in the Blackstreet area, but during the meal and drinks, both sides still appeared somewhat reserved, because among those present, except for Lao Mao and the two accompanying him, most had beaten up Ma Lao Air before. Although the atmosphere couldn't be called particularly awkward, everyone was limited to superficial politeness. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Ma Lao Air started to show signs of drunkenness and insisted on taking Qin Yu and the others to Tuzha Street to have some fun. Qin Yu and the others felt embarrassed to refuse, so they could only go out of the restaurant with him, preparing to head to Tuzha Street. However, unexpectedly, this guy acted up at the door, exhibiting a very amusing drunkenness that made Qin Yu and Lao Mao feel quite entertained. The incident began when Qin Yu, Lao Mao, Ma Lao Air, and others were chatting idly at the door while waiting for Guanxi and the others to bring the car over. An old man, dressed very sloppily, was arguing with a restaurant worker. On the left side of the steps, a young man over 1.8 meters tall, wearing an apron, was using a snow shovel to push the freshly accumulated snow off the steps, while the scruffy old man stood beside him, saying, "I want to go in and order food. Why won't you let me in? You come here every day just to buy 50-cent steamed buns. Who is going to serve you?" The young man cursed loudly. "Look at your shoes. They're all covered in snow. If you go in, you'll make a mess everywhere, and I'll have to clean it up. Go away. I want tea sell to you." The old man, at least over 60, was scolded until his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. The worker lifted his leg and kicked a ragged bag off the low windowsill, shouting, "Take your junk with you. Don't leave it on the windowsill next time. It leaks oil, and it's hard for me to clean. If you don't want it there, just say so. Does it have to be kicked?" The old man trembled with anger. "You think I'm in your way? But I still have to live, right? You can't just choke me to death, can you? Why do you have so much to say? I told you to get lost. Can't you understand?" The worker glared. "If you keep blabbering, I'll beat you up." The old man gritted his teeth, sighed, bent down, and picked up the ragged bag, brushing off the snow on it. At that moment, while chatting with Qin Yu, Ma Lao Air suddenly turned around and slapped the worker on the head. "What is wrong with you? Didn't your parents teach you how to talk to old people?" The worker was stunned. "What is it to you? I've been listening here for a long time, and you haven't said anything human." Ma Lao Air grabbed the collar of the worker. "You really think you're something special just because you serve tea and water? Let me ask you, where do you think you're superior to others? But this old man comes here every day just to buy 50-cent steamed buns. And he is dirty and has snow on his feet. I'm just trying to keep a good environment for everyone to eat, right? You better get going." Ma Lao Air's temper flared, and he slapped the worker's face twice. "Apologize to me, apologize." The little worker definitely didn't dare to talk back to someone like Ma Lao Air, and his personality was rather weak. After getting slapped, he was almost in tears. "Brother, I just scolded him a bit. I told you to apologize." Ma Lao Air shouted at the old man. The little worker swallowed and turned to the old man, speaking very softly. "Sir, I'm sorry. Everyone will grow old someday," the old man replied lightly. Ma Lao Air, with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a buzz cut, looked fierce. The more he stared at the little worker, the angrier he became, and finally, he grabbed his collar and shouted, "Go, get inside and set a table for me. Order 4 dishes. I'm treating this gentleman to a meal. You dog, go get a mop and follow him to clean the floor. If it's not clean, I'll beat you to death." "Sir, thank you. I won't buy the steamed buns," the old man called out with a smile. Ma Lao Air raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong, sir? I beat you up, and you won't give me face? Hee hee, I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't afford to eat at this restaurant every day." The old man continued to smile. "My grandson had his stomach cut open. He can't eat anything too hard. Their noodles are good. I pass by here every day and just want to buy him a couple of soft steamed buns." After pondering for a while, Ma Lao Air took out a wad of cash from his pocket and said to the old man with great flair, "Then today, I won't treat you to a meal. I'll treat your grandson to steamed buns for a year. The old man was stunned, and Qin Yu and the others were also surprised. Ma Lauer took out a full $500 in cash and directly handed it to the little worker, saying, "From now on, every day at this time, you prepare steamed buns to deliver to this gentleman. If I find out you didn't do it well, I'll make you sweep all the snow on Tuesday Street." Got it, the little worker nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Guanxi and the others drove over. And then Ma Lauer smiled and waved to the old man. "All right, we're leaving, sir." The old man was dazed for a moment and immediately bowed to Ma Lauer. "Thank you, kid." "What for?" "Hee. I'm young, money comes quickly." Ma Lauer didn't engage in deep conversation with the other party and just tossed out a sentence before getting in the car. Lao Mao watched the whole incident with his hands behind his back and shook his head, sighing. This kid is really generous. He gave 500 without batting an eye. This person is worth making friends with, Qin Yu commented with a smile. On the way to Tuza Street, Qin Yu jokingly asked, "Lauer, that old man is clearly in need of money. If you want to do a good deed, why not just give him the money directly?" Ma Lauer, reeking of alcohol, held back for a moment and said a classic line. "I can afford to treat his grandson to steamed buns for a year, but I can't save him. That's two different things." "You're really an interesting person," Qin Yu said after a moment of contemplation and smiled. Inside a mid-range entertainment venue on Tuza Street, several brothers under Yuan Hua were having a great time. Chapter 76. In a chaotic world. Only this kind of carefree attitude is lacking. In the private room on the third floor of Wanshur Entertainment City on Tuza Street, a row of girls stood elegantly. Ma Lauer took a puff of his cigarette, turned to Qin Yu, and said, "Come on, you guys choose first today. If you're not satisfied with one, we'll order 2 or 3, and I'll cover all the expenses." "I want that one." "Yes, the one looking at me with affection," Lao Mao said without any hesitation, waving his hand. "Good evening, Appa." A girl with a distinctive appearance smiled and walked over, greeting Lao Mao in Korean. After Lao Mao made his selection, Qin Yu and the other 3 also chose one to sit beside them. Then Ma Lauer called over the service staff to bring drinks and personally sang a song to liven up the atmosphere, putting aside the casual chatter. After everyone had their relationships pulled closer by alcohol, Ma Lauer finally sat beside Qin Yu, raised his glass, and said, "Xiao Yu, I'm not the kind of guy who acts all coy. Although we had some conflicts before, our positions are different after all. I won tea back down from a case for my reasons, and you beating me up every now and then also has your reasons. But from today on, we'll be eating from the same pot, so let us leave the past behind. How does that sound?" "All right, let's turn the page," Qin Yu said without further ado, raising his hand to clink glasses with Ma Lauer and downing it in one go. Ma Lauer spat out a bit of phlegm and wiped his mouth, saying to Qin Yu, "My uncle is getting old, he can't run around much anymore, so from now on, business matters might be handled by me. Xiao Yu, I'm straightforward, so in our future interactions, if you have something to say, just say it directly. If I disagree, I'll tell you why. But let us not play guessing games, that is meaningless." "Hee. All right," Qin Yu nodded, his eyes fixed on Ma Lauer. "If you're going to handle the business, I do need to give you some advice." "Go ahead," Ma Lauer nodded. "When I returned, Li Si talked to me, specifically reminding me to keep a low profile when we do business," Qin Yu said in a lowered voice. "Yuan's family has many large pharmaceutical companies behind them, and they have solid local connections. We just started our line, and some friends of Li Si at the upper levels are also observing whether we can really get things done. So we need to achieve results now and avoid trouble." Upon hearing this, Ma Lauer immediately waved his hand. "Hey, we're not new to the pharmaceutical business. Don't worry, I know what to do." To be honest, Qin Yu took out an electronic cigarette and continued softly. "The supplier has set hard targets for me. If we want to lower the purchase price of the drugs, we must achieve at least 250,000 in sales every month. Do you know what that means?" Although Ma Lauer was taken aback, he wasn't foolish. As soon as he heard Qin Yu's words, he replied, "It means our relationship with the supplier is also quite fragile?" "Exactly." Qin Yu nodded immediately. "The supplier also wants to see if we can really cooperate. Think about it. If they secretly produce drugs, they're like a thorn in the side of several pharmaceutical companies. So if a partner's capability is lacking, the supplier would rather not do business than take risks." "I understand your point," Ma Lauer nodded. "We must prioritize stability in the early stages." Qin Yu poured himself another drink. "Once our relationship with the supplier is satisfactory, our backs will naturally be stronger." "Don't worry, I've got it under control," Ma Lauer replied confidently. "Come, let us have a drink." Qin Yu felt he had said enough, so he stopped elaborating and proactively raised a glass. The two exchanged a smile and downed their drinks again. Once the serious matters were discussed, Ma Lauer called out to a burly man with a stern face and a scar on his left eyelid. "Zishu Ge, come here, let me formally introduce you." From a distance, the man, who had been chatting with Lao Mao and the others, walked over with his drink in hand. "This is Lu Zishu. He has been with my family for almost 10 years and has watched me grow up." Ma Lauer smiled and introduced him. "He was busy just now, so he didn't join us for dinner. You two should get to know each other. I'm Qin Yu." "Hello, hello," Lu Zishu smiled, his voice steady. "I had something to take care of just now, couldn't get away. Please take care of me in the future. Qin Group. You're too polite. Just call me Xiao Yu." Qin Yu smiled back. Although Lu Zishu had a very noticeable scar on his face, making him look fierce. His voice was deep and steady, without the airs of a seasoned thug, and he seemed quite composed. After they got acquainted, Ma Lauer smiled and explained to Qin Yu, "My old man wants to give me more power, but is afraid I can't handle it. So he let Zishu work with me, and he can look out for me a bit. So for many things, I discuss with him." When Qin Yu heard this, he felt inexplicably relieved. That's pretty good. Having an old soldier around can keep you in check. Otherwise, you could get into a fight with the waiter just over a meal, which is quite worrisome. Haha. Everyone laughed at his words. Come on. Let's not talk about anything else today. Just enjoy your drinks and have fun. Ma Laowu happily shouted to the girl next to him. Go. Call a few dancers for me. I want to do a whole Latin dance. Qin Yu helplessly tugged at Ma Laowu. That's enough. You've spent quite a bit today. Ma Laowu waved his hand dismissively. What is money for? Isn't it just for spending? To put it bluntly, this time I got into trouble because I ran into you, and because Brother Min is particular about doing things and is willing to take the heat for me. Otherwise I would have been done for. If my life was gone, what use would money be? Hearing this, Qin Yu was left speechless. I have 100 in my pocket today, spend it all. If I die tomorrow, I wouldn't have lost anything. Ma Laowu shouted carefreely. Ladies, let's get the party started. Take good care of my friends, and later I'll throw 2,000 on the tea table. Yo-ho, Appa awesome. The girls screamed and cheered for Ma Laowu. Qin Yu sat on the sofa, smiling as he watched Ma Laowu, secretly lamenting. Some people say they are not fond of money. They might be pretending, or they might really have no money. But those who can be so carefree, I haven't seen many in 20 years. And Ma Laowu is one of them. This person has no quality. His speech and conversation are filled with a strong sense of street bravado. If you look closely, he has countless bad habits, but this genuine nature of his is indeed admirable. Living a life this carefree isn't easy, whether in the peaceful and joyful times before or in the chaotic world now. Although Qin Yu had a good tolerance for alcohol, he definitely couldn't handle someone like Ma Laowu leading the pace. Less than an hour later, he was completely drunk and was supported home by Zhu Wei and Guan Qi. However, Old Cat gradually got into the swing of things. Since he met Ma Laowu, it was as if he found a kindred spirit, feeling a deep sense of regret for not meeting earlier. As it neared midnight, Old Cat was also so drunk he was out of it, being supported by a girl, grabbing Ma Laowu's hand and saying, "Brother, I can't take it anymore. I'm going home to wash up. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a bath." Haha, you've had too much to drink. All right, you go back. I'll settle the bill and leave too. Thanks for the hospitality. This girl, how good she is. Give me a verbal report tomorrow. Sure. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Old Cat was helped away by the girl. 15 minutes later, after Ma Laowu, Lu Zishu, and the others settled the bill and were about to leave the entertainment club, they suddenly saw one of Yuan Hua's brothers standing inside the music bar shouting, "Dong go. I bid 500. What the hell, they're here too." Ma Laowu heard the shout, turned around, and squinted his drunken eyes at the people sitting in the music bar. Chapter 77. Drunk, or is it intentional? Lu Zishu saw Ma Laowu's state and immediately advised, "What does it matter that they are here? Let's hurry back and rest." "Who's performing today?" Ma Laowu swayed and asked the brother beside him. "The enchanting lady. The Thai one?" Ma Laowu asked again. "Yes," the brother nodded. Ma Laowu burped, grinned at Lu Zishu, and said, "Let's go in and take a look. I tried to book her last time, but she wasn't there. It's getting late. Let's go back." Lu Zishu frowned and said, "That Yong Dong is also here. Let us not go." "Damn, he does his thing. I do mine. What's the problem?" Ma Laowu glared and shouted, "The place is this small. Am I supposed to avoid them every time I see them?" Lu Zishu was speechless. "All right, let us go in and take a look." Ma Laowu called out and led everyone into the music bar. The music bars of this era aren't much different from before. Perhaps the only difference is that they focus more on the performance aspect, meaning that there are often individuals with unique talents coming here to perform. Most of the clientele is older, as younger kids have no income. Furthermore, in such an environment, most people have trouble affording meals, and there aren't many rich kids around. On the stage of the music bar, a tall and alluring girl was performing a somewhat risque act, still very much in the Thai style. And the scale was indeed not small. Ma Laowu, being a person who enjoys everything, was quite taken with the enchanting lady on stage. However, after two failed attempts to book her previously, and given that the Ma family had been in a tough spot recently, he felt a bit of pent-up frustration. So when he heard the host announcing the auction for the enchanting lady's late-night service, he didn't hesitate to jump in. "I bid 1,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the spotlight shone on the entrance, and Ma Laowu grinned as he walked over to a nearby empty table, waving at the enchanting lady with a smile. The owner at the entrance called out a bid of 1,000. The host raised his voice. "Friends, there aren't many chances left. Miss Enchantress will be performing in Phone Bay next week. It will be harder to book her later. Rich bosses, enjoy while you can. Come on. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" This kind of late-night auction is mainly meant to liven up the atmosphere. Most guests participate just for fun. Many of them actually don't want to engage with the performers, and even if a performer goes out to eat or drink with you, it doesn't necessarily mean they will spend the night with you. Plus, since the enchanting lady is a person, Yongdong's side is just for show, trying to act tough after drinking. But when Ma Laowu appeared, the whole atmosphere changed inexplicably. Yongdong, who had been with Yuan Hua for many years, although he didn't participate in the ground-level competition, had two officially registered companies and controlled a lot of Yuan's business, so he looked down on the Ma family's grassroots. On the sofa, Yongdong adjusted his black-framed glasses and curiously asked his friend beside him, "This kid is out?" "Yeah, I heard it was Officer Lee who helped him." The friend nodded. "Haha, he has gotten a second chance at life, and doesn't he even know his own surname anymore?" Yongdong smiled and waved his hand. "Xiao Lu, go play with him." The young man standing in front immediately waved his hand and shouted, 1,005. 2,000. Ma Laowu didn't he blink. 2,005. 3,000. Within 5 seconds, the bidding had already reached 3,000, a number that had long exceeded the playful atmosphere. The guests present all understood that these two were serious now and were no longer just playing around. At the entrance, Lu Zishu frowned and reminded Ma Laowu, "That's enough. Is 3,000 really worth it for a woman? It's not about the money." Ma Laowu leaned back with his legs crossed, staring at Yongdong with a smile. "Hey, do you have any bullets left in your pocket? If not, I'll just have her come over for a drink." Inside, the young man standing in front came back, bending over to ask Yongdong, "Brother, are we still bidding?" "No more bids," Yongdong said darkly. "Let him pretend if he wants." 3,000. "Is there anyone willing to go over 3,000? The host asked. No one in the room responded. "All right, let us invite Miss Enchantress to toast the boss at the entrance." The host called out. Ma Laowu stood up and turned to ask, "Do you have any money left?" Lu Zishu was taken aback, feeling speechless. "If you don't have money, what are you shouting for? Do you have any?" Ma Laowu impatiently asked. "Yes," Lu Zishu nodded. Ma Laowu immediately pointed at Yongdong and shouted at the host on stage, "I won't drink anymore. You let the girl go to their table." The big guy has been shouting for a long time, probably a bit thirsty, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, the room suddenly fell silent. Even the experienced host didn't know how to respond at that moment. Yongdong sat on the sofa with a very ugly expression, saying nothing. "Damn, a while ago I lost my underwear because of you, and now you come here to pretend?" A strong man suddenly jumped up from the sofa, grabbed a bottle from the table, and threw it towards Ma Laowu with a whoosh. Bang! The bottle shattered on the table, and a conflict was predictably about to occur. 7 or 8 people from the other side rushed over, and they started beating Ma Laowu and his group. Yongdong stood in front of the sofa and shouted several times to stop it, but it was ineffective. At the entrance, Ma Laowu, who was already about 8 parts drunk, was fierce but helpless as his side had fewer people. Moreover, the staff in the entertainment city were also siding with Yongdong, so he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. 3 or 4 people cornered Ma Laowu against the wall at the entrance and started punching and kicking him. Lu Zishu struggled with 3 of the venue's lackeys. Although he didn't suffer much, he was held back. The chaotic fight lasted about 7 or 8 minutes and ended with Ma Laowu being beaten up. The manager of the entertainment city hurried over to pull the others apart and immediately said to Ma Laowu, "What are you doing? We all know each other. Causing trouble here. Aren't you making it hard for me?" Ma Laowu wiped the blood from his nose and smiled nonchalantly. It's fine. It has nothing to do with you." "Damn, let someone beat me up and I'll sober up. Is there a car?" "Go to the hospital," the manager asked. "No need. What's there to see for this little injury?" Ma Laowu laughed as he wiped the blood off his hand. Appearing drunk, but rational as he said to the manager, "Sorry for the trouble. I'm fine, but the boss might not be happy. Forget it, you should go wash up." No need. I'm leaving." Ma Laowu waved his hand and left the entertainment city first. Outside by the car, Lu Zishu said dissatisfied, "What is the point of this? Money spent and got beaten up. If Uncle Ma finds out, he'll definitely scold you." "Didn't he? I just bump into them? I drank too much today." Ma Laowu rudely tore off a piece of tissue and stuffed it in his nose, saying, "Let us go back and sleep." "Sigh, when will you cause less trouble?" Lu Zishu sighed. Inside the music bar, after the manager had people clean up the entrance, he came to Yongdong's table, sat on the sofa, and said, "Brother, stop drinking. Trust me, you should go back early." "What's wrong?" Yongdong tilted his neck and asked. Chapter 78, The Brute. Yongdong was already thinking of leaving, but upon hearing the manager say that, he felt a bit embarrassed. "Haha, are you trying to chase me away?" Ma Laowu was a brute. He never suffered losses on Tuzha Street. The manager advised in a low voice. "He drank a lot today. I estimate he will come back soon." Yongdong secretly cursed the manager for being meddlesome. But he also knew that Ma Laowu was a reckless character, and it wasn't worth it to compete with such a dangerous person. So at that moment, he felt like he was being cornered here. If he left, it would seem like he was afraid of Ma Laowu. If he stayed, he feared more trouble. After pondering for a while, Yongdong smiled and replied, "It's fine. If he doesn't come today, I want to leave. What is the point of competing with him? It's fine. Just pour more drinks, and let us keep drinking for a while." Yongdong wore a light smile on his face. "Sigh." The manager sighed and got up. After the manager left, Yongdong immediately told a friend beside him, "Call home and have 2 people come over. Just say there is something at the company." After the drug line recovered, Lu Zishu usually lived not far from Tuzha Street, so it took less than 10 minutes to drive Ma Laowu home. On the roadside, Lu Zishu leaned on the car window and instructed, "Go home and sleep quickly. There is still something tomorrow. Call me when you wake up." "Okay." Ma Laowu nodded. "I'm leaving then. Be careful, bro. Lu Zishu instructed a few more times before turning to leave. The young man driving looked at Lu Zishu leaving and asked, "Going back?" "To the warehouse," Ma Lao Air said calmly, rubbing the scabs on his face. 20 minutes later, just after the newly delivered drinks were placed on the table, two young men hurriedly arrived at the entertainment city, rushed in, and said to Yongdong, "Brother, something happened at the company. President Yuan wants you to go back immediately." "What happened that is so urgent?" Yongdong asked in front of the manager. "I don't know, just said to hurry back. This weekend is really not peaceful." Yongdong pretended to be helpless and stood up, frowning. "Then store the drinks, we'll go back first." "All right." The manager also got up and echoed, "If there is something, hurry and leave." Yongdong took advantage of the opportunity he created for himself to smoothly exit, leading his brothers as they strolled towards the entrance of the entertainment city. Outside, the tires squeaked as they rolled over the accumulated snow, stopping by the roadside. Ma Lao Air led the two brothers who had just been beaten and got out of the car. Just then, Yongdong and his group were walking out of the entertainment city's main entrance, and they collided face to face. Leaving, Ma Lao Air, with blood still not wiped clean from his face and smelling strongly of alcohol, asked. Yongdong was taken aback. "What the hell do you want?" "I want to take you down." Ma Lao Air pulled out a gun from his jacket and stepped up the stairs. The manager of the entertainment city rushed out upon hearing this and immediately frowned, advising, "Old Air, can you just let it go? Can you give me some face and not make a scene?" Ma Lao Air looked at him sideways. "When I was getting beaten, where was your face?" The manager was speechless. "Does this big road belong to your family?" Ma Lao Air pushed the manager aside. "No, it has nothing to do with you. Stay out of this." Yongdong stood still and asked coldly, "About what happened a while ago, haven't you felt the pain yet? Your old Ma hasn't dared to show his face until now. Do you have any idea?" Ma Lao Air raised his hand and pointed the gun at Yongdong's head, asking, "What is the number? 123 or 456? Facing what seemed like a drunken Ma Lao Air, Yongdong was momentarily speechless. "Let me give you a number." Ma Lao Air gritted his teeth and pressed the gun against Yongdong's head, speaking slowly, 123. "Either you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, or I'll shoot you dead." "You're bluffing." Yongdong's face showed disdain. "Do you really think no one can deal with you?" On the left, Yongdong's friend reached out to grab Ma Lao Air's arm. Ma Lao Air turned the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. The bullet pierced through Yongdong's friend's palm, blood flowing. On the stairs, the crowd fell silent. Ma Lao Air grabbed Yongdong by the collar, his eyes red as he shouted, "Do you know how many of my friends and relatives were among those who got caught and beaten to death a while ago?" "Huh? Do you know?" Yongdong was stunned. "Do you think I'm drunk?" Ma Lao Air slapped Yongdong's cheek. "I'm using the strength from the alcohol. Talking to you with the gun and bullets. Do you understand?" Yongdong's face turned red, secretly cursing himself for being so unlucky today to run into such a reckless outlaw who acted without consequences. "Yongdong, today I have no other requests. Just asking if you can kneel down and bow to me 3 times. Ma Laoji pointed at the ground and suddenly shouted, 1. Yongdong clenched his fists, staring intently into Ma Laoji's eyes, saying nothing. 2. Ma Laoji's chest heaved, his index finger already hooked on the trigger. Yongdong's expression shifted, glancing at the people beside him. He whispered to Ma Laoji, "Ma Laoji, the area of Touchaji is just this big. Can you leave yourself some room to maneuver?" "What do you mean by room?" "Today I have a gun in my hand and won't let you down. Tomorrow you'll be able to hit me. Is that called room?" Ma Laoji bellowed like thunder. "Can you kneel down?" Yongdong felt a buzz in his head from the shout and glanced at the expressions of the people next to him again. "Come on, stand straight. I'll shoot 3 times to send you off." Ma Laoji, seeing that he really wanted to shoot, Yongdong instinctively raised his hand to open the gun's mouth. Okay, I yield to you." Ma Laoji, hearing this, tilted his neck back and retreated a step, smiling at Yongdong. Yongdong's cheeks were so red they seemed like they would drip blood, his chest heaving violently. "Do you see the south? Kneel over there." Ma Laoji pointed to the left. "Haha, fine." Yongdong smiled, pushed Ma Laoji away, and plopped down on his knees with a thud, straightening his back, and shouted loudly, "Second brother. How do you like my posture?" "Haha." Ma Laoji laughed, reached out to pat Yongdong's head. "Bow." Yongdong bent over and knocked his head against the ground 3 times. "Damn, your posture is pretty half-hearted, but I'm satisfied. Yongdong, you really know how to read people, huh?" Ma Laoji patted Yongdong's head twice, turned around, and shouted as he walked down the steps, "Let us go." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 brothers who had come with him put their right hands in their pockets and retreated from the doorway. After the 3 of them got into the car, Ma Laoji spat on the road, smiled at Yongdong, and shouted, "Go back and tell Yuanhua, there's an old saying, don't laugh at others for wearing torn clothes. 10 years in the east and 10 years in the west. The Ma family can't always be the 3rd grandson, and Yuanhua can't always be so prosperous. The feng shui of Touchaji needs to change, damn it." A few minutes later, inside the car, the driver gripped the steering wheel, still shaken, and asked the drowsy Ma Laoji, "You were too reckless. Yongdong is considered a person who can stand firm in this area. Have you thought about it? If he hadn't kneeled today, how would you have ended it? If you have to think about something 3 times, then you're hesitating too." Ma Laoji tilted his neck and replied, "Why think so much? Just go for it. If he doesn't kneel, I'll shoot him. The gun is in my hand. What am I afraid of?" Chapter 79. Power and money. As long as someone is human, They have their flaws and merits to varying degrees. And the difference lies in the fact that some are obvious, while others can only be seen when situations arise. Ma Laoji is one of those people with very apparent strengths and weaknesses. He is somewhat impulsive in character and acts without considering the consequences, but from another perspective. He is also warm-hearted, never calculating with friends, and is very trustworthy. If it were someone else, after the incident with Yongdong, they might choose to hide out for a few days, avoid the storm, and observe the reactions from the other side. But this guy didn't even change his residence that night. He went home and slept soundly, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, old Ma arrived at his nephew's residence and kicked him in the head. Damn, who is it? Ma Laoji woke up groggily. Old Ma, with his hands behind his back, looked furious. Did you drink a bit and lose your mind? Who told you to mess with Yongdong? Ma Laoji, bare-chested, sat up in bed, blinking his eyes, and spoke somewhat impatiently. They struck me first. Everyone at the music bar saw it. What do you expect me to do? Just keep quiet? Do you think I don't know anything? If you hadn't gone to provoke them first, could they have acted? Uncle, the situation at Tuchaji has escalated. Our Ma Guang is gone, and my little nephew was arrested, and we lost quite a few people in this mess. Ma Laoji said with red eyes. We make our living in the underworld, and if you let people keep stepping on us, who will work with you down there? Selling 50 kilograms of drugs is enough to get shot. That risk is the same for everyone. But those who help the Yuan family get alcohol, meat, and face. While helping you means worrying about being caught by the police and getting slapped in the face from the other side. Isn't that frustrating? Old Ma felt a bit moved by this. Last night, I did lose control a bit, but you can't blame me. If they hadn't acted, I would have definitely left. Ma Laoji, being quite filial, said, Uncle, I know what you want to say. I'll just be more careful in the future. So don't be angry, okay? You need to mature a bit. These matters on the ground aren't just about fighting and killing. Old Ma sighed. Didn't Qin tell you? Old Li has repeatedly reminded us to keep a low profile recently. If you cause trouble at this time, it will be hard for those above to still care about you. I understand. Ma Laoji, having been drunk all night, looked quite disheveled, his eyes red, and his face pale. Look at your dead look. Old Ma glanced at his nephew sideways, frowning and scolding. Hurry up and wash your face. And come with me to the warehouse to check the goods. Okay. Ma Laoji nodded eagerly. A drunken storm passed quietly like this. Over the next week, the streets remained quiet, as if Ma Laoji holding a gun and making Yongdong kneel had not affected the Yuan and Ma families at all. That noon, at the small restaurant across from the police station, Qin, dressed in plain clothes, led Zhu Wei inside. Hey, Team Qin, sit here, sit here. A young man in his mid-20s immediately stood up and waved his hand. Qin glanced at him, expressionless, and walked over. Team Qin, are you afraid of noise? Otherwise, we can book a private room. The young man asked with a nod and a bow. Qin hadn't felt any convenience brought by power before, but since he officially took over as the team leader of the third group, this subtle feeling began to gradually appear. The young man in front of him was a residence intermediary, mainly helping people from the planning area apply for permanent residency in the 9th district. However, his background was average, and he had many violations under the table, so a kid who worked for him was caught by Zhu Wei a few days ago. Later, this young man got in touch with Qin through Lao Mao, hoping to ask him to let him off the hook. After Qin sat down, he also quietly greeted, You all sit down. Good, good. After the young man sat down, he immediately turned around and shouted, Quickly, bring dishes to our table. Qin crossed his arms and remained silent. Team Qin, you've been quite busy lately, right? It's all right. Hey, I heard there have been significant personnel changes in the police station recently. It seems that the previous Elkison has been transferred to the police station. I'm not very clear. I've been out on duty lately. Qin shook his head expressionlessly. At the table, the young man kept trying to find topics to discuss, but Qin kept giving short responses, making him feel a bit awkward. But most importantly, he was increasingly afraid of Qin at this moment because he couldn't understand what the team leader's attitude was. After a brief silence, the young man took out a gift box from his bag and smiled widely at Qin. About that matter, I hope Team Qin can lend a hand. We will definitely avoid making mistakes in the future, and Brother Mao knows about this too. He gave me a good scolding. In this day and age, it's hard for anyone to earn a few bucks. Qin paused for a moment, pushed the gift box back, and replied, I don't want the stuff. Qin group, don't. Let me finish. Qin frowned and interrupted, continuing, Since the old cat has made an introduction, I'll find a way to help you with that matter. But there's one thing. If you buy residency rights of deceased individuals, secretly forge them, and sell them at a high price to others, then you'll be dealt with too. Understand? I understand. I understand. The young man nodded repeatedly. What is your name again? Qin asked. You can call me Xiaolu. All right, wait for news. Qin nodded at him. Okay, the young man said excitedly. Come on, let's eat. Less than 5 minutes later, Qin had only taken a couple of bites of food before he forced an excuse to leave, but he specifically instructed Zhu Wei. You stay and talk to him about the case. Back at the police station, just as Qin was about to call Qi Lin, Zhu Wei strolled back in, with the gift box that the young man had wanted to give to Qin tucked under his arm. Why are you back? Qin asked, a bit confused. You left. What else could I eat with them? Zhu Wei laughed and replied. Didn't you want me to stay and bring back the gift they gave you? Upon hearing this, Qin sighed helplessly. How can you not understand such a simple intention? Then what do you mean? Zhu Wei was also puzzled. What kind of valuable gift can a person who trades residency rights and makes money like that give you? Qin Yu frowned and replied, I wanted you to stay so you could interact with him more. In our line of work, we need to have some insight on the streets, right? Although this person doesn't have a high status, he interacts with a diverse crowd. If you make good use of him, it will make case handling much easier in the future. Ah, so that's what you meant. Zhu Wei finally understood. On the other side, Yuan Hua was in the office, looking at the sales report and cursing, damn it, sales dropped by 30% this week. Can someone explain why? On the sofa, a balding middle-aged man, with his legs crossed, responded, what is there to explain? Old Ma's side has started supplying drugs, and they're cheaper by more than half. If you're not an idiot, you'd definitely buy from him. Yuan Hua couldn't believe it. Cheaper than us by that much? Yeah, over half, the balding man said, gritting his teeth in frustration. I don't know what that idiot old Ma is thinking. If you want to compete, at least set a similar price. Doing it this way will ruin the market. He continued, and I'm puzzled. Where are their channels? It's like they're getting supplies for free. After glancing at the report again, Yuan Hua, feeling anxious, walked back and forth in the office before saying, notify the heads responsible for supplies to come to my office for a meeting. Around 2 p.m., a dozen big shots responsible for supplying drugs on the streets gathered in the meeting room, including Yong Dong, who had a conflict with old Ma. At the head of the conference table, Yuan Hua, smoking a cigarette, squinted at everyone and said, sales dropped by 30%. What solutions do you have? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the room. Then a younger man spoke up first. I got some news. I heard that their supply channel has set a sales target for old Ma, which is to sell over 250,000 units a month to get supplies at a lower price. So now, Ma suppliers are crazily accumulating performance since their purchase price is lower, and their commissions can be higher. That's just nonsense. 250,000 units a month? Old Ma wants to take over half the market of the Black Street. Another rugged man exclaimed angrily. If the market is impacted like this, next month it won't just be a 30% drop in sales. We'll be out of business. Then let's just engage in a price war with them. Another person chimed in. We can lower our prices too. Yuan Hua immediately rejected this. Selling at lower prices? Only an idiot would choose to do that. Let's not even mention how such competition will affect the market environment. Just think about how customers will react. For example, if they used to spend $2 on your drugs, and you suddenly drop the price to $1, how do you think old customers will feel? They'll hate you, thinking you ripped them off before. Even if your prices match old Ma's, they'll still go buy from him, not you. So what should we do? Lower our prices even more than his. Everyone fell silent at that. Is there any way to continue dealing with Ma's side through official channels? The balding man suggested. That's hard. The young man shook his head. Last time Ma's side was hit hard, they've become alert now, and they're not supplying on Dirt Street anymore. All their old stores are closed. They only privately contact their respective drug heads to distribute quotas. Also, every transaction location is different, and the amounts are small, specifically skirting legal boundaries. Even if you catch them, the worst they'll get is a year or 2 in prison. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim, and the room fell silent again. After 5 or 6 minutes, just as Yuan Hua was about to speak up again, Yong Dong, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke first. Old Yuan, I just want to ask you one thing. Yuan Hua was taken aback. Go ahead. First, tell me your attitude towards Ma's side in this matter. Do you want to take a hard stance, or do you want to temporarily endure their market invasion? Yong Dong frowned and asked. Everyone exploded at this question. What is there to say? Of course, we need to fight back. Yeah, isn't that obvious? If we let them continue invading the market, we're done for. How are we supposed to make money? The drug suppliers below couldn't possibly follow you after that. We need to come up with a way to deal with them. The Black Street is this big, and they need to sell 250,000 units a month, which means our market share will definitely shrink. Before Yuan Hua could speak, the heads of the drug suppliers had already expressed their opinions. Since this matter concerned their absolute interests, they were already furious when they saw the dismal numbers on the report. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment before frowning and urging, stop beating around the bush. Just say it. I have a way to make Ma's side exit the game immediately, Yong Dong said with a smile. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Then hurry up and say it, the balding man urged. Yong Dong thought for a moment, stood up, and said, I must discuss this matter with old Yuan alone. Yuan Hua was taken aback by the sound. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hua asked everyone to take a short break, while he and Yong Dong returned to the office. After closing the door, the two began to talk softly. You can say it. How should we do it? This can be done. Yong Dong lowered his head and whispered to Yuan Hua. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, on the streets of a residential area in Songjiang North, Qin Yu, wearing a thick military coat, sat in the passenger seat and asked Old Cat, does Ma Lao Air take you out to show off every day? Ma Lao Air is a good person, Old Cat praised without hesitation. Since I met him, I've basically been too busy to wear pants every night. Qin Yu was speechless. I'm really impressed by you. We're all men, and I can understand some needs, but I've honestly never seen anyone as thirsty as you. Can you handle it every night? I find it strange too. Every night is like this, and not only am I not tired, but I'm getting more and more excited. Old Cat responded shamelessly. Look, just chatting with you gets me going. Isn't that strange? After being stunned for a while, Qin Yu replied, You're something else. I want to control myself too, but my strength really doesn't allow it. Don't talk nonsense with me. Qin Yu turned back and scolded. You dog, show some restraint. Stop going to find Ma Lao Air every day. He's just responsible for the drug line, and he has to take care of everything. Don't let your playtime delay important matters. That can't be, right? Look, even though I play, it absolutely doesn't affect business. I still show up on time. Old Cat replied seriously. Not everyone is like you. Some people can't stop once they start playing. Qin Yu replied softly. Just try to control yourself. Okay, I got it. Old Cat nodded. Keep an eye on things. I'll go take a leak. Qin Yu said, throwing that out as he reached to push open the car door. Just then, on the moonlit road, a man with little braids got into a car right in front of Qin Yu and shouted inside. See you. Qin Yu stood outside the car, stunned, his eyes showing a bit of shock. The sound of the engine trembled as the car across the road left. What's wrong? Old Cat asked from inside the car, seeing that Qin Yu hadn't moved. Damn, that person looks so familiar, Qin Yu muttered in response. Who? He looks a bit like those guys who caught Brother Kong. Qin Yu recalled carefully for a long time before turning back to reply. Chapter 81. Arguments before the battle inside the Dahuang Palace Entertainment City on Zhuzhou Street. Yuan Hua returned to his room on the top floor, dragging a somewhat tired body. He sat on the bed in a daze for quite a while before preparing to take off his outerwear, wash up, and rest. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yuan Hua was startled and shouted, Who is it? It's me, a familiar voice answered. Yuan Hua was taken aback, stepped forward to open the door, and saw his brother Yuan Ku. He greeted, Come in. Are you going to sleep? Yeah, I'm a bit tired and ready to take a shower and sleep, Yuan Hua replied, closing the door. Why did you suddenly come back today? I still have to go back to the team later to study the case, Yuan Ku said, taking a can of beer from the fridge and sitting on the sofa. I heard that you were going to take some actions against the Ma family again. Yuan Hua, sitting opposite, lit a cigarette and replied, Yes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ku immediately shook his head and said, I disagree. What do you disagree with? Yuan Hua was taken aback. I disagree with you continuing to act against the Ma family. Yuan Ku took a sip of beer and said, I think we can afford to wait. Wait. Yuan Hua frowned and responded, Our sales have dropped by 30 this week. Do you know what that means? It means that the operating costs of our entire drug line team are skyrocketing. In today's company meeting, everyone's face was already ugly. It's not just me who is anxious, the whole company is anxious, understand? These people are not anxious for the good of the company, Yuan Ku rebutted. Putting down his beer, the older people around you only care about money. When sales drop, they get less, so they pressure you to act against the Ma family. But you are the owner, the one in charge. You can't look at the problem from just one point of view. You need to consider the whole situation. Last time we acted against the Ma family, our relationship with the police was already very unsatisfactory. Now that the storm has just passed a little, what do you think they will think if you take action again? They won't think that the managers of the company have problems. They will only question your ability to handle things. Nonsense. Yuan Hua, already in a low mood, was even more furious due to his brother's words. He suddenly stood up and shouted, Can this era still be compared to before? In the past, if you made a mistake, you could get caught before even leaving the city. But is it the same now? Qi Lin killed someone and plunged into a planned area. Do we have any way to deal with that? The struggles involving interests on the ground are inherently bloody. You know it, I know it. And those in power know it even better. If you want to take down the Ma family, it will definitely come at a cost. This is only a matter of time, and we must face it. Otherwise, you will be robbed of the market and have your living space eaten away. Brother, your thinking has already gone wrong. You are still looking at conflicts of interest with the old mindset, Yuan Ku said, equally unyielding. I have told you more than once that the 9 districts, including the planned areas, will eventually have a complete system. If we approach every issue with a life and death survival mindset, we will eventually be eliminated. Yuan Hua, hands on his hips, looked at his brother and asked, Then tell me, what kind of method won't be eliminated? Right now, I want you to solve the problem of declining sales. Give me a reasonable plan immediately. We can let the Ma family develop, temporarily give up a portion of the market, and let them expand rapidly, Yuan Ku responded without hesitation. Yuan Hua was stunned for a long time, incredulous, and asked, Say that again, let the Ma family what? Let them expand rapidly and seize the market. Nonsense. Yuan Hua yelled angrily. If the market is taken, how will you get it back later? How much have we lost on the Black Street just to open up the drug line? You think you can just say to give up with a snap of your lips? Are you joking, or did you drink too much? I'm not talking nonsense. Yuan Ku replied, his eyes shining. If the Ma family seizes the market, who will be more anxious than you? Have you thought about that? Yuan Hua was taken aback. Let me tell you, if the Ma family establishes themselves in Songjiang, the most anxious ones won't be us, but several pharmaceutical companies. Because once suppliers who produce drugs privately rise, it means that the businesses of the pharmaceutical companies we cooperate with across the 9 districts could be impacted. Do you understand? Yuan Ku spread his hands, excitedly shouting. So, we don't need to confront the Ma family directly. We just need to wait for them to expand rapidly. Let the pharmaceutical companies become restless first, and then use their strong background to take out the Ma family. This way, we don't have to deal with the Ma family ourselves. We just need to take advantage of the situation and strike a fatal blow. If the pharmaceutical companies become desperate, they might even take out Oldly together. Yuan Hua was stunned for a long time, suddenly asking. But what if the pharmaceutical companies deal with the Ma family and old Li, then think we were too weak in this matter and didn't make an effective counterattack? They might just switch to another partner. What will we do then? If we lose the market and our initial investment, what will we do? Trust me, the pharmaceutical companies will definitely guess our intentions, but they absolutely want to switch partners. Because of our local political connections, no one can compare to us. Only by using us can they achieve complete free range, which will save a lot of trouble, Yuan Ku insisted. Yuan Hua shook his head. The method you're suggesting is too risky. I don't agree with doing it this way. If we lose the current market and reputation, we will definitely decline in a short time. Moreover, if the company doesn't make an effective counterattack, the senior management below will also be dissatisfied. And it could even lead to major issues. They are losing real money, and that is enough to turn against us. Brother, you need to take a strong stance. I told you before, although these old-timers helped you establish your foundation, they also brought a lot of trouble. They stick together all day, and while they seem to obey you, it's based on the wealth you can bring them. Yuan could try to persuade him further. This matter is not up for discussion. I will do it according to Yongdong's method. Yuan Hua directly interrupted. Brother, don't be so stubborn. Stop shouting at me. I'm already very tired and don't want to argue with you. Yuan Hua smashed a water cup with a bang, glaring and shouting. Can you let me sleep peacefully? Yuan Ke looked at his elder brother, speechless for a long time, then suddenly sighed. Fine, I won't say anything. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Yuan Ke felt a surge of anger, slammed the door, and didn't even change his slippers. On the sofa, Yuan Hua let out a long sigh. Who can see my difficulties? Even my damn brother doesn't understand. The next morning, while Ma Laosi was sleeping, he received a call from a friend claiming that Laos and wanted to meet him to resolve the misunderstanding between their two families and discuss the issue of the drug line. Chapter 82 Negotiation Genius at Home. Ma Laosi, drowsy, asked on the phone, what does Laosin want to talk to me about? What do I have to say to him? I'm not sure. He just asked me to let you know that he wants to meet and chat. The friend replied softly. Ma Laosi pondered for a moment and then immediately smiled. Sure, let's chat. But I can't go find him. I'll give him an address tonight. And you can tell him to come over. All right, I'll let him know. Okay, that is settled. After chatting for a bit, Ma Laosi didn't think much of it and went back to sleep. The street names in Songjiang are quite mixed, although most are named in Chinese. There are also European styles. This style is due to the diverse ethnicities in the entire 9th Special Zone, with people of all skin colors, which helps residents find a sense of belonging in these details. At 8:30 p.m., on Charlie D Street in the South City, Laosin led two friends into a dilapidated building on the street. After climbing to the 3rd floor, they arrived at a bustling game room filled with smoke, where Ma Laosi was sitting at a table inside, wearing a cotton coat and waving with a smile. Come, sit down. Laosin grinned and stepped forward to sit across from Ma Laosi. Want to play a couple of rounds? Ma Laosi asked, fiddling with the mahjong. Sure, let us play. Laosin nodded. Come on, 2 more players to join us for a while. Ma Laosi called out. Shortly after, 2 young men came out of the game room and sat down at the table, and the 4 of them started playing mahjong. After playing a couple of rounds, Ma Laosi didn't actively ask Laosin why he wanted to see him, focusing solely on the game. Seeing that the other side wasn't discussing business, Laosin had to speak up first. Xiaoxi, the matter of Tachaji Street has already passed. Both our families have suffered losses in this back and forth. You see, this time when you came back, we didn't make a fuss or cause trouble. A few days ago, you dealt with Yongdong, and Brother Hua didn't say anything, right? 30,000. Ma Laosi continued to play cards without responding. As an old saying goes, harmony brings wealth. Laosin patiently continued. You're keeping the drug price so low. And once buyers get used to it, everyone's profit margins will be squeezed. To put it bluntly, everyone in this business is seeking profit. No one is looking to save the world, right? If we keep competing like this, you'll be hiding and dodging while we can't sell our goods either. In the end, won't that mean both sides suffer? Haha. Ma Laosi laughed, looking up at Laosin. At first, we were willing to be your little brothers. Willing to follow you around to pick up scraps, but you won't allow it and insist on pushing people to their limits. Now that you're hurt and in pain, you want to start negotiating again. Is that possible? Sigh, does Yuan Hua think of himself as God, believing that only he can sing hallelujah in Songjiang? Haha. Laosin's expression darkened upon hearing this. What you just said is pointless. If we want to negotiate, it's for everyone's good. Really want to negotiate, huh? Ma Laosi stretched his neck and asked. If I didn't want to negotiate, why would I come here? Just to play mahjong with you? Laosin smiled helplessly. All right, then let me state the conditions. Ma Laosi cleared his eyes and looked down at the mahjong. The market in Songjiang is divided into 2 parts. Give us the Black Street area along with Tachaji Street, and the rest is yours. Your people shouldn't come into supply. I'll raise the retail price to match yours. Laosin was stunned for a long time upon hearing this. Are you joking? Why would I be so idle, making a joke to make you laugh? Ma Laosi took a puff of his electronic cigarette. Laosin looked at Ma Laosi with a grim expression. Do you think we can agree to your proposal? The most lucrative area in Songjiang is the Black Street, and Tachaji Street accounts for 70% of the Black Street's sales. If we give you both areas, will I be left eating the north wind? You're the one who insisted on negotiating. So if we're negotiating, I have to express my thoughts, right? You can disagree. I'm not forcing you, right? Ma Laosi replied expressionlessly. Laosan clenched his fists and fell silent. I'm just curious. If Yuan can't call the shots on your side, what do you think you're discussing with me? Ma Laosi tilted his head to look at Laosan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If I asked you for $5, you'd have to report it up the chain. Tell me, what do we have to talk about? Here's the deal. You go back and tell Yuan Hua. If he is really sincere, let him come in person. Is that okay? What the hell do you mean? Laosan was instantly furious at the disdain, standing up and shouting. Third brother, when will you grow up? Ma Laosi looked up at him and asked, what's the matter? Do you want to fight me? Hearing this, Laosan felt an internal pressure building up, but remembering his purpose for coming today, he could only endure. I still say that if you want to negotiate, let Yuan Hua come personally to discuss the territory. Ma Laosi took a drag from his cigarette, looked down, and pushed a tile. I'm done. A pure hand, all honors, and a self-draw. Let us settle the money before leaving. Laosan clenched his fists and took out his wallet. Ma Laosi, you're really starting to look more like a big brother now? If that's the case, why don't you come work with me? I could really use someone like you who is good at negotiating. You should go now. Laosan cursed, looking down and throwing down the money. I'll discuss what you mentioned with Brother Hua. I'll be waiting for your news, third brother. Ma Laosi accepted the money. A few minutes later, inside the police car, Laosan dialed Yuan Hua's number. Brother Hua, I met Ma Laosi. What did he say? He wants us to give him the Black Street along with Tachaji Street. What did you say? I didn't dare to make a definitive statement. I just said I'd discuss it with you first. Laosan replied truthfully. All right, I understand. Come back. Sure. After that, the two ended the call. Inside the palace, Yuan Hua turned to Yongdong and said, this Ma Laosi is really getting too carried away, wanting the rights to supply drugs in the Black Street and Tachaji Street. Haha. Yongdong laughed. This silly bird might do okay in the planning area as a funder, but when it comes to doing business and making deals, he still has a long way to go. What is the next step? Yuan Hua asked. Like this, you let the third one go first. Upon hearing this, Yongdong started whispering to Yuan Hua. At the entrance of number 88 courtyard, Qin Yu locked up the motorcycle he borrowed from Old Cat and carried some dinner to his doorstep. However, before he could enter, he heard unbearable sounds coming from inside the house. Xiang Xiang, in the dead of night. So quiet. I love you so deeply, come. Let me show you your palm. Daya, let go of me. Little sister, don't push me. Outside the door, Qin Yu was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing the sounds. Chapter 83, The Taste of Home, Add-on 1. Damn, this kid is really lewd. After eavesdropping for a while, Qin Yu, his face flushed, cursed under his breath, thinking that if he didn't go in, it was very likely that Daya would finish the deed inside. Bang. Qin Yu yanked the door and shouted, open the door. Who is it? Daya shouted back. Are you deaf? Hurry up and open the door. Qin Yu yelled impatiently. After about a minute, Daya, with a flushed face and a shaved head, opened the door. Oh, brother, you're back? Get out of the way. Qin Yu pushed Daya's round head aside and stepped into the house, only to see a little girl sitting on the bed, blinking her big eyes at him. Xiang Xiang. This is my brother, Daya introduced. Hello, brother. Xiang Xiang stood up. Which family are you from? Qin Yu asked in confusion. She is from Sister Hua's family. And we've been getting along pretty well, Daya quickly explained. Qin Yu immediately kicked. I can see that you two are getting along well. Brother, I'm going back. Xiang Xiang, seeing that she was about the same age as Daya, noticed Qin Yu was a bit shy and quickly ran out. Sister, I'll come help you work tomorrow. Daya shouted reluctantly at the door. Qin Yu kicked Daya hard in the waist, causing him to stumble, cursing, your damn leisure life is pretty rich, huh? I haven't even found a wife yet, and you're already bringing someone home to live with you. Are you floating away? Daya scratched his head and smiled. I just met her not long ago. Not long, and you're already bringing her home. She came to help me with work, Daya pointed inside, and said, look how clean we've tidied up the house. Qin Yu turned around and glanced at the surroundings, noticing that the house was indeed much cleaner than before. The cabinets and floor were polished shiny, and even Qin Yu's dirty clothes and bed sheets had been washed. Moreover, Daya somehow procured a single bed and placed it against the inner wall. Did that little girl tidy this up? Qin Yu frowned and asked. I did the heavy work, and she did the light work. We worked together, Daya said. After Daya's health improved, he still looked like a little ruffian, but he was quite diligent. Whenever Qin Yu wasn't home, he would do some chores like sweeping the snow outside or tidying up the outdoor toilet. Qin Yu casually closed the door and looked at Daya with a puzzled expression. How did you meet that little girl? There's an indoor bathroom at Lin Jia's place in the courtyard, and our outdoor toilet is almost full. I had nothing to do, so I tidied up a bit and accidentally met that girl, Daya said with a smile. Xiang Xiang's mom runs a meat shop called Sister Hua. There are 6 or 7 big ladies, and during the day when they rest, Xiang Xiang does some work, and we keep running into each other, so we got familiar. Familiar doesn't mean you can bring her into your room to read palms, right? Qin Yu scolded. How are you even more lewd than Old Cat? I didn't mean anything, just chatting, Daya said, tapping his pants. You keep saying you've been around, but how come you're so unworldly when it comes to handling things? Qin Yu lectured sternly. Even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass next to its burrow, let alone how young you are, and you're already thinking about this stuff? I'm telling you, you better be careful. If you mess things up, don't say I didn't warn you. I got it, I won tea, Daya smiled. Let us eat. Qin Yu took the dinner he had packed from work and walked over to the table. Daya actively opened the food and set it up. Then poured Qin Yu a cup of warm water before holding his own bowl, squatting on one leg on a chair near the window, and started to eat ravenously. What are you running off to? Come eat. Qin Yu called out. It's fine. I'm good here. Daya shook his head, his mouth full of grease. When this kid was just rescued, he had old clothes, long hair, and looked dirty, but now he had shaved his head, put on well-fitting clothes, and looked quite handsome. His skin was very fair, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence, especially his long eyelashes that looked almost like a girl's, exuding a certain charm. Plus, this kid was still growing. Although he was only 15, he was already close to 172 meters tall, but his body wasn't as sturdy as Qin Yu imagined. He had a large frame, but very little flesh. While eating, Qin Yu often unconsciously observed Daya. He noticed that although this kid seemed careless and rough on the surface, he was very cautious when interacting with him. For example, when Daya was picking food, he never touched the middle of the dishes. He only ate the food on the edges of the plate or box, and when he ate, he smacked his lips. But Qin Yu could clearly feel that he was controlling it. As soon as he realized he was making noise, he would immediately adjust. There were also many details when sleeping. For instance, as soon as Qin Yu got into bed, no matter how tired Daya was, he would immediately turn off the light without making a sound. The more Daya acted this way, the more uncomfortable Qin Yu felt. Indeed, he saw his own shadow in Daya once again. Back when the old man in the planning area had just adopted him, Qin Yu's and Daya's current mindset, posture, and various behaviors were like they were carved from the same mold. Pretending to be strong, yet fearing being abandoned at any moment, living under someone else's roof. Being cautious, even timing their breathing, seemed to require careful consideration. Qin Yu looked at him sideways and suddenly shouted, "You damn kid, don't squat there eating. Come to the table." Daya was taken aback. "We can chat, haha." Qin Yu smiled. "Chat about what?" "Chat about whether you're still a virgin." Qin Yu looked at him playfully and asked. Daya was stunned, his face immediately turning red as he responded, "Of course not. I did it when I was 13. Qin Yu was taken aback and immediately waved his hand, shouting, Come, let us talk about the details. This is truly a boy with a story. I didn't mean that eagle. I meant the flying one when I got anxious and misspoke." Daya walked over, very shyly. "Haha, come on, let us chat." Qin Yu lowered his head and picked up 2 chopsticks of meat for Daya, speaking briefly. "We're all men. Don't be so fussy about how you deal with things. I can let you stay here, so you don't have to be so restrained." "I'm not," Daya argued. "I'm not restrained with anyone. Stop messing around. Tell me about the eagle thing." Qin Yu asked with a smile. "How did you get to the sky?" "I already said it's not that eagle." In the Black Street area, on a certain street, Yongdong sat in the car, turned his head to look at a young man, and said, "Observe, which day has he not been at the warehouse these past few days? Then call me." Chapter 84, Undercurrents Approaching, Add-on 2. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Yu focused most of his energy on preparing for the end-of-year secondary police officer assessment. Li Si had clearly told him that at the beginning of next year, he would be promoted to the team leader position, so he needed to learn how to write performance reports, handle the examiners from the police station, and write quarterly work reports, among other things. With Qin Yu busy, he basically handed over the matters concerning the pharmaceutical line to Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, and others. Fortunately, Coco's team was quite professional and always managed to deliver goods on time, so they didn't need to worry too much. On the official side, everyone had their own matters to attend to, and Ma Lao Air was also busy. He was still arguing with Lao San, as the latter seemed genuinely interested in sitting down to have a proper talk instead of continuing the fight. That night, around 9 o'clock, Ma Lao Air was sitting in the warehouse, holding the phone and talking to Lao Ma. "Lao San has been contacting me these past few days, wanting to sit down and talk again." Lao Ma pondered for a while and replied, "If we lower our prices here, the sales on Yuan's side will drop sharply. It's normal for Yuan Hua to be anxious, but it's a bit surprising that he wants to negotiate." "What's surprising about that?" Ma Lao Air retorted. "Yuan Hua is different from us. He has too many interests behind him and has to consider the higher-ups' opinions in everything he does. We have effectively taken the sales rights from Xiaoyu, giving us much more freedom than them. To put it simply, as long as we can sell goods, we don't need to consult Xiaoyu about the specific operational methods, so it's normal for Yuan Hua to be anxious right now. If he can't destroy us in one go, it means sales will continue to decline, and when the higher-ups get anxious, how will he explain himself? I think Yuan Hua really wants to talk, but we should just drag it out. We neither agree nor disagree, as long as we can buy some time. We can seize the market." Lao Ma, who had been feeling a bit under the weather, coughed twice and replied, "Don't underestimate the situation. I know Yuan Hua's character. He's used to being domineering and will never allow a team that is physically similar to theirs to steal business. Even if he's acting a bit soft now, we can't let our guard down." "Uncle, I think you're being too cautious, probably scared by what happened last time on Tuza Street," Ma Lao Air countered with a frown. "You have to understand that the pricing of medicines is currently in our hands. Our costs are lower than his, and since Yuan Hua is backed by a big company, he has to consider interests. If he can't lower his prices, he can't compete with us. So I think we shouldn't care about them. We should take the opportunity to seize the market now. I said in the meeting today that our 100 or so distributors each carry 200 grams of medicine per day. and individuals aren't allowed to ship large quantities. So even if they want to find trouble through official channels, they won't find a way in. Because even if they catch someone, the maximum penalty is just a year or so, which is meaningless. Doing it this way is indeed safer, but I still say, even though they seem soft now, we can't let our guard down. The new year is coming soon, and we should avoid causing trouble for Lao Li. Lama advised again. All right, I got it, Ma Lao Er nodded in response. You should take care of your health at home for a while. I'll keep an eye on things out here, and nothing will go wrong. Yeah, don't get too cocky during this time. Just stay focused on the warehouse and avoid giving them a reason to find trouble. Okay, Ma Lao Er agreed. Let's leave it at that. I have a headache and need to sleep for a bit. All right. After chatting for a while, the uncle and nephew ended the call. Around 10 o'clock that night. In the warehouse, Ma Lao Er, wearing a military coat, sat on a chair feeling a bit bored, so he looked down at his phone to watch a live stream. The door opened, and Lu Zishu stepped in, reminding him, I just dropped off 2 boxes. There are less than 10 boxes left inside, and they will be used up at most this week. Should I notify Qin Yu to restock? Xiao Yu has been busy studying these days and doesn't have time to manage this. Ma Lao Er yawned in response. But I already talked to Lao Mao, and the delivery will come in these days. You just need to be ready to receive it. All right, Lu Zishu nodded. Ma Lao Er watched the variety show on the live stream, took a puff of his cigarette, and said, damn it, this is so boring. Hey, why don't you bring 2 people over to play cards? No, I have to go out soon. Lu Zishu shook his head while drinking water. I have a few agents in the suburban village who want to stock up, and I'm going to check it out. So what am I supposed to do? Ma Lao Er, who couldn't sit still, felt uncomfortable if he didn't go out for a day. Just stay here. I've been here all day. It's so boring. Ma Lao Er took a puff of his cigarette, turned off the live stream, and started flipping through his phone book. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the phone rang. Ma Lao Er's eyes lit up, and he immediately answered. Hello? Mao, are you missing me again? Where are you? Lao Mao asked. In the warehouse. What's up? Are you free? Old Lu from the security team is here with me. Lao Mao said quietly. If you're not busy, come over and buy a round. I'll introduce you to some connections. Haha. The captain of the security team? Ma Lao Er asked. Yes, Lao Mao nodded. If you're busy, you can come tomorrow. I've been in contact with him a lot these days due to some business. Not busy at all. Ma Lao Er stood up and said. I'm so bored right now. Where are you? I'll come over right away. At Urgi's place. All right, wait for me. Ma Lao Er hung up the phone and reached for his coat from the hanger. Lu Zishu sat on the sofa and frowned, asking, what are you going to do again? Lao Mao wants to introduce me to the captain of the security team. I have to go over, Ma Lao Er replied. You're just making excuses. You want to go drink again, right? Lu Zishu asked, speechless. Damn it, making new connections is serious business. Ma Lao Er hurriedly took small steps out of the room, shouting, Xiao Chu, I'm going out for a bit. Keep an eye on the warehouse and distribute the medicine according to the amount. Aren't the keys with you? A young man downstairs shouted. I threw them on the table. Just take them and don't give them to anyone else. Got it. After hastily giving a few instructions, Ma Lao Er left the warehouse. And Lu Zishu also had his own business to attend to, so after staying inside for a while, he hurried off to the living village. Late at night, close to 11 o'clock, a car hurriedly stopped on the street behind the warehouse. A young man got into the car and frowned, asking, Did you bring the stuff? Yeah. The driver asked back. Is he not here? Right. The young man immediately ordered, Unload the stuff at the back door and leave quickly. Okay, the driver nodded. 5 minutes later, the driver drove away with one hand on the steering wheel, looking down to send a text message. Boss, it's done. Chapter 85. Misunderstood street sweep shouts you casually replied. The old man shouldn't be asking me to do this job. The two chatted as they walked to the door of a room at the back of the first floor. Xiao Yu used a key to unlock the door, saying, Wait for me outside. Okay, what medicine do you need? Xiao Yu asked. 5 boxes of Malanfan injections, the delivery guy replied softly. Xiao Yu nodded, walked into the storage room, and took 5 boxes of goods according to the labels on the boxes. Meanwhile, in a nightclub, Ma Laosi hugged the security team leader and said, Don't worry, brother. If you take care of me, I will take care of you. In a bit, I'll let you go down and pick the girls, and if you're satisfied, you can take her with you. What if I don't like any? Damn, are your standards that high? Ma Laosi ran his fingers through his hair and added, If you don't like any, then I'll have to go myself. Let me tell you, brother, in the underworld, I've never backed down from anyone. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. The security team leader turned to Lao Mao and gave him a thumbs up, saying, Your brother has some skills. Lao Mao raised his glass and said, We get along well. If something happens on the street, you'll have to take care of me. No problem. Captain Lu waved his hand, secretly complimenting Lao Mao. The police station is all yours. How could I not listen to you? Don't bring that up. Saying this in public, do you want to get me killed? The two exchanged some business flattery and happily drank. On a street in the dark district, the delivery guy who just got the goods from Xiao Yu stood with one hand in his pocket, looking around. After waiting for a bit, a thin old man, wiping the frost off his beard, quickly approached. You're here, old man. Where's the medicine? The old man asked directly. After glancing around again, the delivery guy took out a medicine box from his pocket and handed it to him. 2 boxes, 120. The old man was taken aback. Give me 2 more boxes. No. The delivery guy shook his head. You can only buy 2 boxes per person. Hurry up and pay. Just give me 2 more boxes. It's chaotic now. If the supply runs out, my son will die, the old man pleaded. I'll give you an extra $5, okay? It's not about the money, the delivery guy said. Feeling troubled, the higher-ups won't let me give out too many. Just give me 2 more boxes. No one will know. Hurry up, the old man said impatiently. I'm begging you, all right? I'll help you get 2 more customers for my street. A lot of people are working over by the nuclear site and have gotten sick. The delivery guy looked at the old man, feeling sorry for him, and said, how did you know there's radiation there and still go work? If I don't work, I'll starve. If I work, I'll get sick. What do you want me to do? The old man sighed. The delivery guy, feeling helpless, secretly took out another box of medicine from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, I can give you 3 boxes at most. Otherwise, if the higher-ups find out, I'll be in trouble. All right, I'll give you 185. No need. I'm not short of your $5. Go home and buy something for your kid, the delivery guy replied softly. Thank you. The old man took the medicine, paid, and hurriedly left the alley. The delivery guy waited in the alley for a bit before disappearing into the night, ready to go to the second delivery location. Inside the entertainment city, Lao Mao was drinking when suddenly his phone rang. He stepped outside and chatted for less than 5 minutes before returning to the private room. Damn, I thought you had run off again, Ma Laosi said, his face flushed, waving his hand. Come on, come play a little game. Wait. Lao Mao sat down and pulled Ma Laosi aside, asking, did you deliver tonight? Of course. Then quickly call below and stop all the deliveries for tonight. Lao Mao frowned and said, the security department is sweeping the streets tonight. They didn't notify me beforehand, so it's probably serious. You need to arrange it quickly. Don't let anything happen. Ma Laosi was taken aback. What do you mean sweeping the streets out of nowhere? I guess the leaders from Fongbei are coming again. I'm not sure, but just stop it, Lao Mao said. Okay. Ma Laosi stood up and went outside to call Xiaoziu, but the call kept showing as unanswered. Finally, he had no choice but to shout to his underling, Lu Air, hurry back to the warehouse and tell Xiaoziu not to deliver, lock up and go home. Got it. The underling nodded. Immediately after, Ma Laosi called several drug dealers below to specifically inform them not to continue deliveries and to all go home to rest. At that moment, the young man who sold medicine to the old man had already sold all 5 boxes he had. In the early hours past midnight, the underling returned to the warehouse and shouted to Xiaoziu, second brother called you. Why didn't you answer? Damn, my phone is almost broken, it didn't ring. Xiaoziu explained as he came downstairs. Second brother told me to tell you that the police are sweeping the streets tonight, and all our operations are on hold. The underling said loudly, let us hurry up and pack up, we're off work. Xiaoziu was taken aback. Why are the police sweeping the streets again? I don't know, the underling shook his head. Hurry up, lock the door, grab the ledger, and let us go. Okay. Xiaoziu nodded with a strange expression. In the slums on the outskirts of the city, after the old man returned home, he personally used a disposable syringe to give his son, who was lying in bed, an infusion. Dad, don't buy me medicine anymore. It's a waste of money, the son weakly said. I don't want to buy it either. But who told you to be my son? The old man sighed. Open your mouth, eat something. In the dimly lit room, the old man fed his son in the dark and then lay on the chair, dozing off, preparing to remove the needle later. About half an hour later, the son, who had been quietly lying in bed, suddenly started gasping violently, his eyes wide open, and he slapped the old man's face. Dad, I feel uncomfortable, my chest hurts. Chapter 86. A storm is coming the next day, around 9 in the morning, in a hotel room, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, covering the floor in gold. In bed, Ma Laosi was hugging a woman and snoring loudly, with clothes and a pile of papers and wrappers scattered on the floor. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocking sounded at the door, and someone outside shouted, second brother, are you there? Ma Laosi groggily woke up, rubbing his eyes and shouting, who is it? It's Xiao Lu. Hurry up and open the door. After a moment, Ma Laosi picked up his watch and cursed, damn. What time is it? Can't a person sleep in the morning? After saying that, he hastily picked up the clothes on the floor, threw them on, and opened the door. Second brother, something big has happened. What big thing? Did the special zone leader die? Ma Laosi yawned and asked. No joke, something really happened. Xiao Lu said anxiously, last night, our medicine killed 2 people, and now about 40 or 50 people who bought the medicine have rushed to the warehouse. Uncle Z just came back and was blocked. He got beaten up. Ma Laosi instantly sobered up. People died? How did the buyers know where our warehouse is? I don't know. Xiao Lu shook his head. I just tried to call you, but couldn't get through. Uncle Ma is anxious. He wants you to contact him quickly. Ma Laosi regained his senses and immediately turned to run back into the room. The girl on the bed lazily opened her eyes. Honey, why are you so flustered? Ma Laosi rushed over and slapped the girl away. Where are my underwear? Quick, find my underwear. Aren't you already wearing it? On the street diagonally opposite the Ma family's warehouse, old Ma, with a pale face and wearing a military coat, pushed open the car door and stepped out, leading 3 or 4 people as he strode towards the crowd not far away. Don't go over there, don't go over there. Just then, Lu Zishu and a young man, both bloodied and in tattered clothes, rushed over from the side and grabbed old Ma's arm. What are you 2 doing here? Old Ma asked, momentarily stunned. There are over 100 people inside and outside the warehouse. all old customers buying medicine from us. They've gone crazy and are beating people as soon as they enter the house, Lu Zishu advised, covering the wound on his head. You shouldn't go in either. They're not listening to anyone right now. Nonsense. I have to at least say something about the truth. Old Ma shouted urgently. I need to explain to them that our medicine can't possibly be problematic. It's no use, Lu Zishu insisted, holding onto Old Ma's arm tightly. 2 people on the other side have actually died, and they're very agitated. No one is listening to anyone. Besides, the police have also arrived and sealed off the warehouse. If you go in, you definitely won't be able to come out. Old Ma's eyes widened, furious as he cursed. What happened? Why didn't you send the goods away at the first sign of trouble? I don't even know what happened. Suddenly, 40 to 50 people rushed in from outside the warehouse without saying a word, and they just started hitting people, Lu Zishu replied helplessly. Forget about the goods. If I had been a few minutes later to come out, I might have been beaten to death inside. Old Ma was at a loss for words. Listen to me. Let's leave first and go back to investigate what exactly happened, Lu Zishu insisted, pulling Old Ma into the car without giving him a chance to argue. At the warehouse entrance, over 100 regular customers were truly furious, blocking the door and shouting incessantly. Old Ma, you must have lost all your morals. We use our money for food to support you, and you sell fake medicine that harms people. Come out. Let those who sell medicine come out, or we will rush in and beat you to death. On Tuesday Street, without us protecting you, what does your Ma family have to compete with others? We protect you just to get some cheap medicine, and you do such inhumane things. The shouts, cries, and chaos erupted in front of the warehouse. These poor brothers, who had squeezed money from their meager earnings to buy medicine, were genuinely desperate at this moment. On one hand, they hated the Ma family for their wrongdoing. On the other hand, they were even more worried that if the Ma family behaved this way, would they still have cheap medicine to buy in the future? How would they live? Various emotions caused these people to gradually lose control and begin smashing the front door of the warehouse. The police present were few and could not stop the anger of so many people, so they could only retreat to the back door to request backup. On the street, Yongdong sat in the car, laughing as he cursed. Damn you, Old Ma Air. Let's see if you're still so arrogant this time. Are you still brandishing your gun everywhere? Donggu, how should we handle that side? Laosen asked. Just do it, Yongdong said without hesitation. Laosen was taken aback. Isn't that too much? Just let him go? Yongdong frowned at this. We can't show mercy. Get someone to do it immediately. Laosen felt a bit uncomfortable, but felt limited in his position and couldn't say much. As noon approached, Director Li returned to the police station with a dark expression. The first thing he said upon entering was, "Get Qinyu to my office." A little while later, Qinyu hurried into the office and pushed the door shut, saying, "Director Li, what the hell is going on?" Director Li asked, sitting in his chair with a very unpleasant expression, raising an eyebrow. "Have you been drinking too much at social gatherings lately, mistaking rat poison for life-saving medicine to sell?" Qinyu stood across from the desk, not responding. Director Li suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Speak up! What is going on?" "To be honest, I still don't know," Qinyu replied with a furrowed brow. "I just heard about this matter. Before I came back, someone from the police station personally called me to inform me that this case is directly related to the fugitive Old Ma, so it was handed over to the police's criminal investigation team." Director Li interjected, "After I received this news, I immediately asked around, and they told me that the goods in Old Ma's warehouse have already been cleared, and the police have taken them to the inspection department." Qinyu was stunned. "Still don't understand?" Director Li glared at him. "I understand now," Qinyu quickly nodded. "It was the Yuan family that made the counterfeit." "I can understand that the Yuan family made the counterfeits," Director Li said, standing up and shouting with a dark face, "but I can't understand why the goods, which were personally overseen by the Ma family, could still be counterfeit. What the hell is Old Ma doing? Does he not want to live anymore?" Qinyu was also puzzled, completely unable to comprehend how the Yuan family could have gotten hold of the Ma family's goods. The police had already taken the 2 people who died from taking the medicine back to the police hospital. Director Li pointed at Qinyu and said, "If their cause of death matches the batch of drugs that have already been cleared, what does that mean? Do you understand?" Hearing this, Qinyu broke out in a cold sweat. That means the Ma family's reputation will collapse, and they won't be able to sell a box of goods in the future. Director Li fixed his gaze on Qinyu and quietly stated, "Many people outside already know that the Ma family is under our protection. If their reputation collapses, think about what that means for us." Qinyu immediately responded, "I'll head over to the Ma family right now. Be discreet, don't let others know," Director Li reminded. "Understood," Qinyu nodded and turned to leave. 2 minutes later, the phone rang in the office, and Director Li immediately answered, "Hello? This matter is very serious." "They are prepared," said a friend on the other end of the line succinctly. "Your nephew, Old Cat, has been getting too close to Old Ma Air lately. Be careful, they might throw dirt on you." Director Li considered for 2 seconds and immediately distanced himself. "Old Cat has many friends in the dog meat business. He doesn't represent me. Furthermore, I haven't had any contact with the Ma family. As for your stance, if the Ma family is in trouble, make it clear immediately. Don't get yourself in the mud," his friend cautioned. "Got it," Director Li nodded. Chapter 87. The fatal move on the road. Qinyu drove. Expressionless as he asked Old Cat, "Were you with Old Ma Air last night?" "Yeah," Old Cat replied, momentarily stunned. "No, I already told you before. Now the drug line is managed by Old Ma Air, You shouldn't keep dragging him out for socializing when there's no need, Chinyu said irritably. Now look, a big problem has arisen. Big brother, it's not that I wanted him out. It was because old Lou from the security team was there last night. And I thought I'd introduce them, so I called him, old cat explained innocently. And before I called, I specifically asked him if he had anything going on. And he said he was bored and came. Chinyu sighed upon hearing this. Old Ma air is fine everywhere, but this love for fun is causing problems. Damn. He goes crazy at the mention of social gatherings. It's really frustrating. Half an hour later, at Old Ma's residence, Chinyu and Old Cat stepped into the room and saw Old Ma air sitting silently on the sofa with his head down. Speak up. Talk. Old Ma shouted. Hands on his hips, his face flushed with anger. We're in the middle of shipping goods, and Zishu has something else going on. Why weren't you at the warehouse keeping an eye on things? Old Ma air rubbed his face and looked up to respond. Old Cat said he wanted to introduce me to some connections, so I thought. Smack. Old Ma, furious, trembled all over and slapped him hard, causing him to fall sideways onto the sofa. You always have excuses, Old Ma glared at him, pointing and shouting. You play around during work hours. And one day you'll get all of us, including your brothers, into trouble. Old Ma air took a long moment to recover, turned his head, spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, but still remained silent. When Lausen contacted you, I told you to be careful lately because I know Yuan Hua's personality too well. He is not the kind of person who will open up the market and give you opportunities to make money. Lao Ma was trembling with anger, yelling, but you are just fine. No matter when, no matter what critical moment, as long as someone invites you to indulge in pleasures, you will definitely rush over. In your 20s, you have put all your energy into women and drinking. If one day I suddenly die, what will you, a person like you, use to take over? What will you use to lead everyone to do things? Don't even mention Yuan Hua. You are not even as good as a finger of Yuan Ku. Lao Air is a person who values face greatly. Listening to his uncle's scolding, although he did not dare to retort, his anger surged in his chest. And he clenched his fists and shouted, don't let me know who is causing trouble. Otherwise, I will definitely smash him to the point where there are no bones left. Do you see that? Lao Ma became even angrier upon hearing this. He pointed at his nephew and raised his head to shout at Uncle Lu. He still doesn't understand who caused the trouble. He is still not sober and is thinking about women. Lao Air was stunned. I want to feel sorry for you if I don't beat you to death. It's a disgrace to the brothers who have fallen. Lao Ma pulled out his belt, pointed to the ground, and shouted, kneel down. Can you say it back? Let us solve the problem first. Lao Air glanced at Qin Yu and Lao Mao. His face flushed, looking very embarrassed. I told you to kneel down. Lao Ma was completely furious, no longer caring about the occasion. Lao Air clenched his fists, looking at Lao Ma who was about to faint with anger, and immediately knelt on the ground. Slap, slap, slap. Lao Ma swung the belt, hitting his nephew's head fiercely, while the latter did not dodge or argue. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then rushed up to stop him. Uncle, the problem has already occurred. Don't hit him, don't hit him. Are you fucking confused or stupid? The warehouse key is so important, and you just gave it to an outsider casually. What were you thinking? Lao Ma continued to scold while hitting fiercely. Lao Air's face was covered in blood, but upon hearing his uncle's words, he immediately asked, is it Xiao Chu? Is it him? Uncle, if you hit me again, I will leave, and we want to talk about it. Qin Yu shouted at Lao Ma. Since something has happened, we need to solve the problem. What is the use of this drama? Lao Ma, panting, put down the belt and shouted at Lao Air. Useless. You are just a useless piece of trash. It's not that I, Lao Ma, am afraid of Yuan Hua. It's that we have no successors. Upon hearing this, Lao Air's neck muscles bulged, but he did not retort. Let us go. Let us talk in that room. Qin Yu gave Lao Mao a glance, supporting Lao Ma into the inner room. In the living room, Uncle Lu walked over to support Lao Air. Come on, stand up first. Lao Air turned his head, his eyes red, and asked, is it Xiao Chu? Sigh. Uncle Lu sighed. He took the key himself yesterday. Who else could it be? And today, something happened, and we can't contact him. Hearing this, Lao Air got up and said fiercely, this matter was caused by me. I will clean it up. If I can't clean it up, I will kneel in the dirt street. If those guys buying medicine want to kill me, I want to even fight back. After finishing, Lao Air stepped out the door. Come back. Uncle Lu shouted after him. I'm going to find Xiao Chu. Don't worry about it. Lao Air shouted in the corridor. Inside the room, Lao Ma, too emotionally stirred up, kept coughing after sitting down. Seeing his reaction was a bit intense. Qin Yu placed a cup of water on the table. Drink some water first. It's no use being angry now that the problem has occurred. Useless. A useless piece of trash that can't be raised no matter how you try. Lao Ma shook his head and sighed. I don't know what to say when something like this happens in my own house. This matter is also my fault. I called him to come last night. Lao Mao took some responsibility. Besides, he wanted to get to know the security team's connections. Nonsense. Lao Ma scolded with a stern face. You don't understand the seriousness of the situation. Does he not understand? This kid is just a piece of rotten mud that can't be supported, and as soon as he hears about indulgence, he loses his life. Lao Mao was speechless. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu could only change the subject. Uncle Ma, we still need to think about how to minimize the impact. Lao Ma frowned in thought for a long time, then shook his head and sighed. Buyers only recognize goods, not people. They used to support me because they thought my prices were fair and effective. They appreciated me. But now, people have died from the drugs. And they were indeed taken from us. How can I explain that? How can I convince them? Moreover, counterfeit drugs are definitely not just those few boxes sold. If Yuan Huo wants to deal with me, he is definitely aiming to ruin me. So I can guess that a large portion of the drugs that were confiscated by the police were definitely swapped. Why not spend some money to let the ones who distributed the drugs take the blame? Lao Mao asked softly. Just say the drugs were swapped by them privately. Just to get some money? If the underlings take the blame, we can protect him a bit inside. It shouldn't be a big deal. If you were the buyer, would you believe that? Lao Ma retorted. Even if they believed it, how would you explain that there were fakes among the drugs confiscated by the police? Lao Mao thought carefully and frowned. Yes, if we do that, it might make things worse. In front of the great palace at Dirt Street, Lao San stood in the alley, looking down and smoking an e-cigarette. Find that kid and take care of him. 1,000. A big man with a red face replied in a low voice. I'll give you 1,005. Make sure it's done cleanly. Lao San turned his head to look around. Bring the body back and come to me for the money. Okay. The big man with the red face nodded and turned to leave. Chapter 88. He is also quite pitiful. In the residence, Lao Ma coughed a couple of times, covering his chest and saying to Qin Yu, it's not hard to clean up, as long as we catch Xiao Chu and dig out the people behind him. I can personally explain it. Xiao Chu is the one who swapped the drugs. Qin Yu asked. It should be this kid. Lao Ma nodded. After the incident, he disappeared. Lao Mao couldn't help but ask. For such an important link as the warehouse, we should have found someone absolutely trustworthy to watch it. In this day and age, besides close brothers and parents, who can you completely trust? Lao Ma sighed. 500 yuan, 5,000 yuan, there's loyalty to talk about. But what about 50,000? 100,000? There's always a temptation. That's true. Lao Mao also helplessly agreed. Lao Ma turned around, frowned, and asked Qin Yu, what does Lao Li mean? He can't express his stance. Qin Yu gently reminded Lao Ma. It means that we still have to handle it ourselves. Lao Ma bluntly asked. He can't help with anything, right? You need to understand that when they target you below, they are also targeting him above. Qin Yu actually understood Li Si quite well in his heart. You have more freedom on the ground, but sitting in his position, he is truly besieged on all sides. Then let us do this. You help me keep an eye on the police side. Lao Ma quietly instructed. If there's any news, call me. We'll find this Xiao Chu first. Okay. Qin Yu nodded. Just as the two were talking, the phone rang. Hello? Lao Ma answered the phone. Lao Air and I have come out. Uncle Lu's voice came through. We are inquiring about Xiao Chu. You tell Lao Air that if he doesn't figure this out quickly, he should just get the hell out of here. Let him die wherever he wants. Lao Ma threw out a sentence and then started coughing violently again. Qin Yu looked at the old man with some concern. Uncle Ma, are you okay? If not, we should quickly find someone to check on you. No problem. The heavens can't let me die at this critical moment. Lao Ma waved his hand. In the south of the city, inside a slum apartment, Ma Lao Air turned around and called out, pry it open. As soon as he finished speaking, two young men came over, holding tire pry bars used for snow, inserting them into the door gap and prying several times before the iron door swung open with a clang. Ma Lao Air immediately stepped inside and turned to scan the surroundings. The interior was poorly decorated and emitted a musty smell. With the curtains drawn and the table covered in leftover food and garbage, Ma Lao Air drew his gun with his right hand, swept the living room, then kicked open the bedroom door, but saw no living person. This guy must have run away. Lu Zishu stepped into the house. Ma Lao Air tucked his gun into his waistband, walked around the house, and noticed a few puddles of wet snow on the floor from the door to the cabinet, and an electronic cigarette tossed on the bed with the charging light still on. Let's go. Lu Zishu called out. Ma Lao Air licked his lips and immediately ordered. This guy just came back. He definitely hasn't left for long. You call Xiao Lu immediately and ask him if Xiao Chu has any relatives in Songjiang, or if he has any good friends. Hurry up and ask. Okay. Lu Zishu nodded. Inside a meat shop on the Black Street, Xiao Chu slung his backpack over his shoulder, sitting on the bed of a bunk. Dialing Lao San's phone. Hello? Third brother. Have you arrived? Lao San asked. I'm here. Xiao Chu nodded. Are you coming over? Just had a little incident. I'm heading that way now. Lao San replied softly. Hee. Third brother. Xiao Chu scratched his head. If it's inconvenient for you, I can give you an account number. You can transfer the escape fee to me. Don't talk nonsense. Lao San frowned and refused. You went missing today, and the Ma family is going crazy looking for you. If you go by yourself, what if something happens? Xiao Chu was taken aback. Third brother, did you hear any news? Is there any need to hear? Over 100 medicine canisters went to the warehouse this noon. They all want to find Lao Ma desperately. Lao San said with a smile. They are completely panicking now. So we need to be careful. What do you mean? You wait for me. I'll give you the money and arrange for 2 people to take you out of Songjiang. I'm going to the planning area. Xiao Chu was dumbfounded for a moment and immediately refused. Brother, I absolutely won't go to that dead place. No. You circle around the planning area, then go into linen. Lao San instructed softly. I have friends there. They can take care of you. All right. Then I'll wait for you. Xiao Chu nodded. Okay, that is settled. The two ended the call. Inside the Grand Palace, Lao San entered the private room with his phone and saw Yuan Hua enthusiastically playing mahjong with Yongdong and others. Is it done? Yongdong turned and asked. Yes. Lao San nodded. Hee hee, without him, it's a dead end. Yongdong sneered. Once the Ma family's reputation is lost, no matter how low the price is, he won't be able to sell the goods. Hee. Oldly will also have a tough time this time. 8 dots. Yuan Hua played a tile. Yongdong looked at the 8 dots on the table, hesitated for a moment, and said, President Yuan, you're too generous today. I feel embarrassed to win. You should win if you can. Yuan Hua said in a very good mood. Today, however much you win, I'll pay you double. Wow. President Yuan is playing business mahjong. That's rare, haha. The bald man laughed beside them. Yuan Hua lit a cigarette, looked up at Yongdong, and said, You handled this matter well, but Oldly won't let it rest. So, you should stay out for a while. Wait until the wind settles down, otherwise I'm afraid he'll cause you trouble. Yongdong considered it, and immediately pushed his tiles, saying, Okay, I'll leave tomorrow. I won. Longqi declared. Lao San watched the others play cards, hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask, President Yuan, is Xiao Chu definitely gone? Everyone was taken aback by this question. He's just a small pawn running away. Lao San forced a smile. It's quite pitiful. Yuan Hua lowered his head to count the money and gently asked, Lao San, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Lao San blinked. Yuan Hua smiled and asked again, What did you say? I really didn't hear clearly. Ah, nothing. Lao San grinned. Yuan Hua paid the money and waved his hand. Come on, shuffle the tiles, let's continue. On the other side, a red-faced man was driving quickly. By the roadside of the slum, Ma Lao frowned and asked Xiao Lu, Are you sure he has a good relationship with Xiao Chu? Definitely. Xiao Lu nodded. Find him. Ma Lao called out and got into the car first. Hurry up. Chapter 89. The survival instinct of small characters inside the meat shop. Xiao Chu sat on the bed smoking an electronic cigarette, his gaze slightly anxious, constantly checking the watch on his wrist. On the street, the sound of urgent brakes echoed as a dilapidated SUV stopped at the intersection. Inside the car, the red-faced man lowered his head and dialed Lao San's number. Speaking briefly, I've arrived, ready to move. PS in 307. Lao San replied in a low voice. All right, I understand. The red-faced man hung up, reached into the glove compartment to take out a pair of latex surgical gloves, put them on, then grabbed a knitted cap from the back seat and put it on his head before pushing the door open to get out. The car was in neutral, with the handbrake pulled, but the engine was still running, facing the widest road to ensure a quick escape after he got out. Once the red-faced man was ready, he buttoned up his jacket and strode into the meat shop. Brother, come play? The young man at the door called out. The girl is inside. I'll call her out for you to choose. Not yet. I'm here to talk business with a friend. The red-faced man lowered his chin slightly and asked, Where's 307? The young man at the door, feeling disappointed, sat back down on his chair, impatiently pointing to the left staircase. Go upstairs, turn left, and walk 2 steps. You'll see it. Thank you. The red-faced man ascended the stairs. Inside the simple bar, the young man scoffed. Broke. Always coming here to talk nonsense. Upstairs, in the dimly lit corridor, the red-faced man slipped his right hand into his jacket, his eyes sharply scanning both sides. Inside the private room, Xiao Chu frowned, playing a game on his phone, but couldn't calm down. After his game character died twice in a row, he suddenly stood up and cursed. Damn. Why is it so slow? No news yet. He walked around the room, slung his shoulder bag over him, and unconsciously walked to the door, peering through the peephole to look outside. 303, 305. The red-faced man saw the numbers on the left door, suddenly stopped, then pulled out his gun from his jacket, lowered his wrist, positioning the gun along his right leg before taking 2 more steps. 307 was right in front of him. The red-faced man glanced around, pressed his body close to the door, and knocked. Inside the private room, Xiao Chu glanced outside, saw there was no movement in the corridor, and turned to go to the bathroom. He was too nervous, feeling like he needed to pee 10 times in a row. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the knocking sound rang out. Xiao Chu was startled, immediately returned to the door, pressed his cheek against the door panel, and looked through the peephole. Xiao Chu, open the door. Third brother is downstairs. Let me call you. The red-faced man's voice sounded. Xiao Chu was overjoyed, about to respond. But when his hand was on the doorknob, he suddenly froze. Xiao Chu, are you there? Open the door. The red-faced man continued to shout. Xiao Chu's forehead broke out in cold sweat, his face pale, and his right arm trembled as he pulled out a long military knife from his bag. Stalemate. After a brief standoff, the red-faced man lost his patience, took a step back, and suddenly raised his right leg. Bang, bang. After 2 muffled sounds, the door lock shattered like a thief covering his ears, and the door swung open. The red-faced man stepped into the room, only to find it pitch black and empty. Who? Rapid panting sounds emerged as Xiao Chu wiped the sweat off his face, immediately picked up the phone, pressed the mute button, and at the same time gripped the dagger tightly, continuing to stand in room 306, gazing towards the opposite door. Downstairs, a series of footsteps approached, and a service attendant shouted loudly, What is going on? Who's kicking the door? Damn it. The red-faced man frowned and cursed, turning to leave the box. Moving quickly along the wall, not far ahead, he bumped into the service attendant. Who kicked the door? The service attendant asked. Is there anyone in room 307? The red-faced man raised his hand and pressed the gun's muzzle against the service attendant's head, skillfully asking, Did the person in room 307 open any other rooms? The service attendant was stunned. Speak, or I'll kill you. The red-faced man threatened ominously. I didn't notice. It wasn't my shift earlier, the service attendant said. Looking panicked, the red-faced man frowned and scanned the service attendant, noticing the walkie-talkie at his waist, and immediately ordered, use the walkie-talkie to ask, hurry up. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from outside. The red-faced man turned back and asked rapidly, does the box have windows? The service attendant, not daring to provoke the man with the gun, quickly replied, even numbered rooms have windows. The red-faced man turned and ran back, taking 3 steps at a time to the door of room 306, and kicked it hard 3 times. Bang! The door opened, the lights inside were on, and the smell of smoke was pungent. The window directly opposite was wide open, letting in a cold wind. After a brief pause, the red-faced man rushed to the window and looked down, only to see Xiao Chu limping across the street and entering the alley on the opposite side. Damn it! The 1500 I had is gone, the red-faced man cursed, lowered his head to pull out his phone, and while running outside, dialed Lao San's number. About 3 minutes later, Xiao Chu stumbled out of the alley, and his phone rang in his pocket. Hello? After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chu answered the call. Third brother, you were a bit too ruthless. Xiao Chu, did you misunderstand? Is it a misunderstanding? I don't feel that way. I can smell the gunpowder in the gun. Xiao Chu replied coldly. If I hadn't followed Lao Ma and them for a few years in the underworld and seen some things, I might have been done for tonight. I sent that person to pick you up. Third brother, I'm just a small fry. Please let me off. I don't want the final payment, Xiao Chu said softly. If you push me to the edge, I won't return to Songjiang anymore. Xiao Chu, listen to me. What else is there to say, third brother? Your friend scared me. Xiao Chu hung up the phone with a dark expression and quickly disappeared into the night. At the card table, Yuan Huan noticed Lao San's unusual expression and immediately asked, what's wrong? Xiao Chu didn't block the way. Lao San replied nervously. This kid is quite cunning. He gave me the room number 307 and observed from 306. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua flipped the mahjong tiles over, stood up, and asked, did something leak? Yeah. Lao San nodded. Slap. Yuan Hua, upon hearing this, slapped Lao San across the face, making him stagger back several steps. Is your brain the size of a mung bean? A police officer can't even handle a thug? Lao San lowered his head. These mud-legged guys have been rolling outside for years. They've become clever. I see you're becoming clever too, you fool. You can't even handle one thing. Yuan Hua, losing interest in playing mahjong, immediately turned to Yong Dong and asked, if this kid doesn't get the final payment, will his mentality change? In the city, Ma Laoer sat in the car and said to Xiao Lu, you get him out. I'll wait downstairs. Okay, Xiao Lu nodded. Chapter 90, Yuan Hua's Appreciation. Yong Dong lowered his head to light a cigarette. Contemplating for a while before responding, I don't think there will be any change in his mentality. We leaked what we were supposed to do? Yuan Hua frowned. I'm afraid he might retaliate. If the Ma family doesn't know he did it, he might retaliate against us for this, Yong Dong confidently replied. But now even a fool can see that the goods in the Ma family's warehouse must have been exchanged by Xiao Chu. So do you think this kid would dare to go back and stir trouble with the Ma family? Even if Lao Ma lets him go, Xiao Ma would likely not agree. Let's say, even if Xiao Ma lets him go, will the police officer? The authorities need someone to take the blame now, after all. 2 drug dealers died, and so many fake drugs were discovered. After much thought, Yuan Hua also felt that Yong Dong made sense. As long as Xiao Chu's brain doesn't go haywire, he would definitely choose to take the advance payment and run. Yong Dong added, what I gave him before wasn't a small amount. He doesn't need to continue taking risks in this murky water. Because this matter is too complicated, if he's not careful, his life could be in danger. No, Yuan Hua shook his head. Keeping him is a hidden danger. After all, Lao Ma is not alone now. He has Lao Li behind him. The only way to ensure this matter is settled is to silence him forever. Yeah, that's right, the bald man nodded. Yuan Hua walked back and forth in the room for a few steps, then turned to Yong Dong and said, you should look for him, settle this matter. And it's a good time to avoid the limelight. No problem, Yong Dong immediately agreed. All right, no more playing, Yuan Hua said, walking towards the door while gesturing for Yong Dong to follow. Come out with me, let's talk. Okay, Yong Dong immediately got up and followed. A few minutes later, in the office, Yuan Hua took a financial approval slip from the drawer, wrote down a figure of 100,000, stamped it, and pushed it to Yong Dong. What does this mean? Yong Dong was taken aback. This is part of your bonus for the second half of the year, Yuan Hua said with a smile. I approved it for you first. The big amount will be settled at the end of the year. Isn't that inappropriate? Yong Dong responded in surprise. Our pharmaceutical business has been tight recently. Sales have dropped, and if you give me the bonus separately, won't others think too much? Yuan Hua stood up upon hearing this. Speaking seriously, Yong Dong, among this group of old-timers, you have the best head on your shoulders. Every time there's a crucial moment, you can come up with some solutions that help me get through tough times. So, special talents deserve special treatment. If others are not satisfied, let them show some results. Yong Dong smiled. Why are you getting sentimental today? Not really. Yuan Hua walked to the window, poured a glass of wine, and said, a few days ago, Xiao Ke had a fight with me. He told me the company's operating model is too outdated, and after reaching our current scale, we still look like a bunch of mud-legged fools messing around. Although he was a bit extreme, if you think about it carefully, there is some truth to it. Yong Dong did not respond. To conquer the world, we need people like the bald man, but to maintain it, We need people like you. Yuan Hua looked at Yong Dong and said, in these 2 years, I will establish your position and gradually give you some privileges. If you help the company well, I, Lao Yuan, won't treat you poorly, nor will I treat everyone poorly. Yong Dong smiled. I stay here not because I care about how good the company's prospects are, but because the boss is you, Yuan Hua. You value loyalty, and I feel secure being tied to you. Yeah, Yuan Huan nodded heavily upon hearing the sound. In the city area, on a small road surrounding a certain large courtyard, Ma Lauer sat expressionlessly in the car. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he saw Xiao Lu leading a young man of similar age come out through the main gate of the courtyard. Getting out of the car, Ma Lauer called out and pushed open the car door first. On the way, the young man nervously said to Xiao Lu, Bro, I really don't know what he did. It's fine, just a few questions, Xiao Lu responded with a smile. While the two were talking, Ma Lauer had already rushed out of the alley, grabbed the young man's collar, and pressed him against the wall, asking, Do you know me? I do, the young man said, his face pale with fear. What's wrong? Second brother, can you find Xiao Chu? Ma Lauer pressed the young man's shoulder with his right hand, his expression dark. The young man blinked. Bro, I really don't know where he is. We haven't contacted each other today. Upon hearing this, Ma Lauer snapped his fingers. And Uncle Lu took out his gun and pressed it against the young man's forehead. Bro, please, don't do this. I'll ask you one more time. Can you find Xiao Chu? Ma Lauer's voice was hoarse as he raised a finger and said, Listen carefully, I'll ask once. Feeling the coldness of the gun barrel and smelling the strong gunpowder, the young man instantly felt his legs go weak. He seems to be going to Feng Bei. Why is he going there? Ma Lauer asked again. We have a friend working at a casino in Feng Bei. The young man swallowed hard and said, Xiao Chu will have a place to stay there. Ma Lauer fell silent for a moment. Did Xiao Chu tell you this personally? No. The young man shook his head. Xiao Chu lies to everyone. He never tells the truth. I know he is going to Feng Bei because that friend at the casino called me today and asked if I was going with Xiao Chu. I said I couldn't go because I had things at home. You three have a good relationship? Yeah, I've known that friend for over 10 years, the young man nodded. Do you know where he is? Bro, Xiao Chu offended you, but my friend. I'm only looking for Xiao Chu. It has nothing to do with your friend. And even less with you. Ma Lauer frowned and replied. Just tell me the location. He is at the Pa Casino in Feng Bei. The young man said after a long pause, looking down. Ma Lauer stared at the young man. You're not lying to me, are you? No, absolutely not. The young man shook his head vigorously. I've heard of your reputation. I wouldn't dare lie. All right, Ma Lauer nodded, turned around, and shouted, Xiao Lu, take him to our warehouse on Tuzha Street for a few days. I'll let him go as soon as I find Xiao Chu. Bro, what do you mean? This isn't right. Bro, I've already said, why are you still locking me up? The young man pleaded in panic. Please let me go home. My dad is unwell, and I need to cook for him tomorrow morning. Someone will take care of your dad's meals. Ma Lauer turned to leave. I'm just being cautious. I won't guard against gentlemen, but as long as I find Xiao Chu, I'll let you go immediately. The young man shivered by the wall. Bro, you can't do this. Bro, don't go. Let me think again. Bro, I lied. He is not at the Pa Casino. He is at the MG Carnival. Uncle Lu kicked him in response. Are you just playing with us? Bro, I won't play anymore. This time I'm telling the truth. The young man knelt down with a thud, swearing. 2 hours later, Ma Lauer stood at Songjiang North Station, holding the phone and saying to Qin Yu, I'm going to Feng Bei. Xiao Chu has run there. Chapter 91. Taking advantage of a fall or lending a hand. Qin Yu was taken aback. Is the information reliable? It should be reliable, Ma Lauer replied with a frown. I caught his friend right away, and I've detained him. He shouldn't dare to lie. Then come back. Let's discuss how to get Xiao Chu out of this situation. I'm already at the North Station. Ma Lauer looked down at his watch. I have 10 minutes until boarding. Qin Yu was stunned upon hearing this. You're leaving already? Isn't that too rushed? I can't afford to be slow, Ma Lauer replied. My old man values reputation more than life. If they play dirty and something happens to Xiao Chu, then this matter can't be washed away. Ma Lauer lowered his head and continued. I caused this trouble. I have to smooth it over. But we need to discuss it. You're going suddenly, and I'm not prepared here. Qin Yu expressed concern. Someone like Xiao Chu may not stay in one place for long. Ma Lauer shook his head. If he goes to Feng Bei and finds himself out of place and sneaks away, finding him again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. I've thought it through. He might leave a few hours earlier than me. If I board the train now, I should be able to block him in Feng Bei. Qin Yu fell silent. If my old man is upset, I want to call him. Ma Lauer quietly instructed. Help me tell him that I'm taking Uncle Lu and Xiao Lu with me. Once the matter is settled, I'll find a way to bring the car back. You need documents to take the light rail. Qin Yu reminded with a frown. If you cause a big incident in Feng Bei, you'll definitely be implicated later. That would be troublesome since you're coming out with a case hanging over you. It's fine. I found a scalper to help me, Ma Lauer said, looking down. Spending a little money can solve this. I still don't recommend you going over so suddenly. Qin Yu felt uneasy. Xiao Yu, if this matter can't be cleaned up, the Ma family will never be able to lift their heads in Songjiang again, Ma Lauer said seriously. The brothers below rely on the drug line for their livelihood. I can't let everyone down because of my drinking. This can't be hesitated. If we're going to do it, we need to do it fast. Keep the phone line open. Contact me anytime if there's something. Qin Yu reminded him. Get a new phone. I'll call that number, Ma Lauer replied thoughtfully. If anything happens to me, It won't implicate you. Be careful. Okay, that's it. After their conversation, Ma Lauer hung up the phone and entered the light rail waiting hall. Just as a middle-aged man in a suit came out of the VIP room and waved at him. Come with me. In the police office. Qin Yu thought about the matter more and more and immediately picked up the phone to call Lao Mao. Hello? You need to come to Team 3 right away. Okay. Lao Mao hung up the phone and arrived at the Team 3 office in less than 5 minutes. Qin Yu pulled Lao Mao into a small meeting room, locked the door, and said, Ma Lauer went to Feng Bei. What for? Lao Mao asked, surprised. Isn't he going to catch Xiao Chu? Qin Yu crossed his arms. His expression serious as he replied. He got a lead. Someone said Xiao Chu ran to Feng Bei. Ma Lauer is worried that this guy won't stay there long or might get blackmailed, so he quickly got a ticket and went after him. Lao Mao considered for a moment. Is the information Ma Lauer has reliable? I hope it's not a trap set by the other side. That's exactly what I'm worried about, Qin Yu said, pacing back and forth in the room. Xiao Chu is just a small fry. But whether this small fry has been in contact with the Yuan family for a long time or was just recently bought off, we have no idea. If he was just bought off, it's fine. Xiao Chu's actions would lead to two outcomes. Either he runs away with the money or Yuan Hua might make him keep quiet forever to lock the situation down. But if he has been in contact with the Yuan family for a long time, then it's troublesome. You mean, if they've been in contact for a long time, then Xiao Chu might still be scheming with the Yuan family, intentionally leaking information to lure the Ma family people? Lao Mao asked, understanding the implication. Exactly. Qin Yu nodded. Because even a fool can understand, the Ma family has lost their reputation by selling fake medicine. The only way to remedy this is to seize this little tune of the swap to clear things up. So as long as the other side goes along with it and finds a reasonable way to leak the hiding place of the little tune, the people from the Ma family will definitely focus on it. Lao Mao, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. To put it bluntly, Ma Lao Air's approach is bold but lacks attention to detail. His style is too reckless. And there are quite a few people on the other side who know how to play tricks. If they want to target him, they will definitely succeed. Yes. Qin Yu said anxiously, what I worry about the most is this. If he were working in Songjiang, it would be somewhat better, at least with old Ma and us keeping an eye on things. But him leading a team to Feng Bei is indeed a bit uncertain. What are you thinking? Lao Mao asked. Qin Yu lowered his head, pulled out an e-cigarette, took a deep puff, and said, I want to go to Feng Bei. Lao Mao was stunned for a moment. Damn, isn't that inappropriate? We both have titles, and Feng Bei isn't even a planned area. If anything happens, Old Li will be very uncomfortable. After all, everyone knows we are his people. Then what do you think we should do? Qin Yu asked, feeling frustrated. If Ma Lao Air gets into trouble again, the drug line we just established will basically be ruined. Lao Mao touched his freshly shaved short hair and quietly said, do you understand Old Li's meaning? I do. Qin Yu nodded without hesitation. Old Li's meaning is very clear. The Ma family is not the only one. If they fall apart, we can still train another batch of people on the ground because the supply is in our hands. Lao Mao raised his head, so he probably won't agree to us going. Cat, it's just the two of us here, so I can say whatever I want to you. Qin Yu said without any concealment. I want to protect the Ma family, and I have a certain selfish motive. You say? The second release of goods by the Ma family was supported by us bridging the gap. They consume our goods and cooperate with us to the best of their ability. As long as they are there, we have a say. If they are gone, and Old Li replaces them with another batch of people, then we will have no leverage over them. Do you understand? Qin Yu stated bluntly. I'm not saying Old Li has other thoughts. But what if the connections behind Old Li insist on appointing a group of people to replace the Ma family? What should we do then? There's nothing we can do, right? We can only obey. Collaborating like this means nothing to me. Without control over the people on the ground, we will always just be secondhand dealers. Just a link in the entire drug chain. Lao Mao was stunned for a long time. Aren't you afraid I will tell Old Li about this? I'm not someone who easily trusts anyone. In the planned area, I met a young guy. We lived together for 8 months. And at night, we were just a meter apart while sleeping. But every time before I sleep, I put money under my pillow and keep my gun within reach. On the surface, we look like we're as close as wearing the same pants. But in reality, I just see him as a colleague to make money with. And he himself said it seems quite difficult to truly get to know me. Qin Yu looked at Lao Mao and smiled lightly. But once I want to be close with you, I will never hide anything from you about any matter. I'll say what I think, and maybe you won't like it, but I have to be sincere. So what I just said is not a statement to anyone. It's just me telling you, Lao Mao, that this is how I feel, and I'm not hiding it from you. How you handle it is your business. Lao Mao pondered for a while, shook his head, and sighed. Actually, if we take a stand on this matter, I should listen to Old Li. But from a personal perspective, I really don't want the Ma family to fall. Just like you said, if Old Li or the connections behind him arrange a bunch of newcomers to take over this job, and they end up not being on the same page as us, that would indeed be quite troublesome. Qin Yu frowned and replied to Lao Mao. You make the decision on this matter. I need to go see Old Li first. You decided to go? I can only say I'll help the Ma family as much as possible. Qin Yu turned to look out the window and sighed. In the entire Black Street, the only ones with the guts to challenge the Yuan family are them. If they fall, the sky over Songjiang will remain dark, and it won't mean anything. Inside the Grand Palace, Yongdong listened to the soft music, smoking a cigar, and said in a boss-like tone, What is the use of finding someone to check the little Toon's bank system? He is a thug, making dirty money every day. How could he expose himself on this? Check his relationships. If someone runs away, they will definitely go to someone they know. Chapter 92, Departing for Fongbei. Inside the director's office, Director Lee looked at Qin and briefly said, regarding the fake medicine issue, I'll give you a suggestion. You say? Qin nodded. Since it's hard to clear it up, let old Ma completely acknowledge this matter. Director Lee said cautiously, let him find someone to step forward, voluntarily confess, and take the blame, minimizing the chances of things worsening. As for the 2 victims who died tragically, they should also be compensated fairly. Qin was taken aback and responded, Director, are you asking old Ma to admit that he sold fake medicine? Isn't that just fulfilling Yuan Hua's wishes? If you don't fulfill his wishes, what can you do? Director Lee frowned and asked, are you 100% sure you can catch the person who swapped the fake medicine? And do you know what actions Yuan Hua has behind him? If the situation worsens, what countermeasures do you have? Qin fell silent. Admitting now and handing over someone to take the fall will at least make things easier to explain to the police. Director Lee stood up and sighed. When you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. This is also a bloody lesson. I don't think old Ma will agree. Qin shook his head, because he knows that his survival in the Black Street relies on reputation and influence. If you make him admit he really sold fake medicine, it's equivalent to stripping away what he has built up over the years. If he loses his means of survival, what will he do in the future? But if this matter can't be cleared up, the blame for selling fake medicine will still fall on him, and Yuan Hua will continue to stab. If things worsen, not only will the Ma family's reputation and influence be lost, but we will also suffer greatly. Director Lee looked at Qin and said, if old Ma agrees, I can give him some time to think. If he doesn't agree, then the cooperation will end, and we'll find someone else to do it. Qin was most afraid of Director Lee saying this, but the other party made it clear. For Director Lee, as long as the team responsible for supplying the medicine can ensure things proceed smoothly, it doesn't matter whether the operators are from the Ma family, the Lee family, or the Bai family. He only seeks stability and no trouble, and the Ma family's mistake has already made him feel the danger. So when necessary, it's understandable for Director Lee to want to abandon the Ma family. After all, in the adult world, benefits outweigh emotions. Not to mention that Director Lee and old Ma don't have much of an emotional connection. Qin pondered for a while, then looked up at Director Lee and said, Uncle, I think this matter can still wait. Ma Lauer has already found out where the little Toon who swapped the fake medicine is. Where? Director Lee asked. Fongbei. Qin replied truthfully. Director Lee walked a couple of steps in the room with his hands behind his back and quietly asked, what do you think Yuan Hua is preparing to do now? Preparing to silence the little Toon. Qin answered without thinking. Do you know the situation in Fongbei? Director Lee asked again. Qin was taken aback. Director Lee turned back, looked up at Qin and said, the pharmaceutical companies behind Yuan Hua are all in Fongbei. The power of these people is beyond your imagination. Ma Lauer couldn't even keep that little Toon in Songjiang. What can you do in Fongbei? Qin fell silent once more. On someone else's territory. How difficult it is to survive and bring back the little Toon. Li Si frowned and added, I think it's not worth taking the risk anymore. Rationally stopping losses is the best strategy. After hesitating for a while, Qin clenched his fists and replied, I want to give it a try. Li Si was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know your own identity? Ma Lauer can take a gun and rob people for a little Toon. But can you? The matter should still be handled by Ma Lauer. I'm just going to help him brainstorm. Qin insisted. If it works out, then the one who will suffer later will be Yuan Hua. If it doesn't work out, you're still the director. I'll take the blame alone. What are you aiming for? Li Si shouted in confusion. Is there only one old Ma and one Yuan Hua in Songjiang? You have goods in hand. Are you afraid you can't find someone to sell them? I have a personal connection with Ma Lauer. I want to help him. Qin offered a very forced reason. Li Si fell silent. After more than 10 minutes, Qin left the office and directly called his captain to ask for 3 days off. Meanwhile, the police commissioner sat on the sofa, looking up at old Li and asked, what is this Qin up to? Did he take a lot of money from the Ma family? Otherwise, why would he get involved in this? Li Si shook his head and replied, it's not about money. What Qin wants is people. People? What do you mean? He is afraid that I will replace the Ma family and arrange for others to move the goods. Li Si assessed sharply. He wants to control the situation on the ground himself, which is why he decided to take a risk. The commissioner was stunned for a moment, his expression somewhat surprised. If that's the case, then this Qin kid not only has a brain, but also quite a bit of courage. Let him handle it. Li Si responded from the window. If a mule wants to become a horse, it must go through some trials. Qin is a second-level officer and someone you are openly taking care of. If he gets into trouble in Fongbei, it would be easy for them to find trouble with you. The commissioner reminded. Li Si shook his head. If you're afraid of trouble, will trouble not come? A few days ago, who could have predicted the counterfeit drug issue? Sigh. Ever since I clashed with Yuan Hua over Qi Lin's matter, it was destined that being the director would not be easy. The commissioner fell silent. Robbing back a little Toon won't solve any major problems. Director Li stared out the window and said, I hope Qin can bring about some unexpected changes this time in Fongbei. 2 hours later, inside yard 88. Qin took out 50 yuan and handed it to Dia. I'm going out to do some business these days. You are not allowed to cause trouble at home. If there's an emergency, go find Zhu Wei at the police station, got it? Got it. Dia nodded. When will you be back? Not sure. Qin Yu glanced at his watch. Don't go out wandering at night. Lock the door early and go to sleep. You don't need to worry about me. I've slept in the wild before. Dia smiled and said, I'll definitely take good care of the house for you. Ding ding ding. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's phone rang. Hello? How are you getting there? Old Ma asked. Taking the light rail. Qin Yu replied and then asked softly, Are you going too? Ma Lao Air, this clumsy guy, sometimes acts without thinking. Old Ma nodded. I'm not at ease. I want to go see. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu said, Then you can't take the light rail. You still have a case on you. Although you could find a scalper, it's still a bit risky. We'll drive. Old Ma said briefly, You go ahead. We'll meet in Fongbei. Okay. That evening around 7, Qin Yu led Guanxi onto the light rail train heading to Fongbei. But as soon as they sat down, Old Cat came over wearing a knitted hat and eating a ham sandwich. Qin Yu was surprised. You're going too? Old Cat rolled his eyes and replied eloquently, To transcend this ordinary life with you is destined to be a temporary wandering. Haha. Qin Yu stared at Old Cat and smiled knowingly. In the urban area of Fongbei, Ma Laoer stood in a dirty and messy alley, waiting for a while before a young man came over. Need a sound? The young man asked, looking up. Yes, introduced by old Lu. Ma Laoer nodded. The young man glanced around and opened the slanting bag he was carrying. Pick for yourself, take what you want. Ma Laoer looked down, and the bag was filled with black firearms, the bullets gleaming. Chapter 93. Xing Xiao in the office of the assistant to the general manager at Longxing Pharmaceutical Company in Fongbei, a young man with a side part, very fair skin, and handsome features, was currently focused on the computer, carefully revising the report on the restructured drug production line. A knock on the door sounded, and the young man looked up and called, Come in. The door opened, and a beautiful secretary with an elegant demeanor smiled and reminded, General Xing. The president and the manager are back. They went to the small conference room on the top floor. Back. The young man was taken aback and immediately got up to greet. Quickly, help me print the report. I'll go change my clothes. Okay. The secretary nodded. The young man anxiously pushed aside his office chair and jogged into the inner lounge to change clothes. He is the third son of the Longxing family, named Xing Zihao. 24 years old, just graduated from a prestigious university in District 7, and is currently working as the general manager's assistant in the family company, which is the largest connection of Yuanhua in Fongbei. About 20 minutes later, Xing Zihao changed from his expensive white suit into the ordinary work attire of the company and tied a rather stiff tie before asking the secretary, How does it look? Pretty good. The secretary covered her mouth and smiled. It just looks too low-key, not your style. The old man likes this style. Xing Zihao smiled broadly. Reach for the printed report on the desk. Book a nice Western restaurant. I might take the old man there later. Got it. The secretary nodded again. After finishing his instructions, holding the report in hand, Xing Zihao strode out of the office. In the small conference room on the top floor of the building, a plump middle-aged man sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and then waved his hand to a dozen high-level executives. Call Peter in. You all leave first. We'll have a meeting tomorrow. Okay, General Xing. Everyone bowed and nodded in unison, each taking the reports and documents they had prepared for a long time and quickly turned to leave. About 5 minutes later, a foreigner in a leather jacket just entered the room and sat down when Xing Zihao pushed the door and walked in, cheerfully calling, Dad, second brother, Director Peter. General Xing glanced at his third son, slightly nodded, and asked, You're still at the company? Xing Zihao nodded and smiled. Recently, there have been quite a few things, so I'm working overtime. General Xing interlocked his fingers and teased lightly. Don't tell me you started working overtime just because you heard I was back. Dad, can you not expose me? Xing Zihao shyly scratched his head. Do you have something? The second brother of the Xing family, sitting on the left, asked softly. Oh, a little something. Xing Zihao replied, handing the report to his father and sitting down on the sofa. I've been going to the workshop often lately. After observing the production line, I found that our company's equipment is outdated, resulting in high labor costs, so. General Xing casually picked up the report and glanced at the cover title, replying, Equipment replacement, I've considered it. Fine, I'll take a look later. Dad, I've worked on this equipment report for a long time. I also conducted research and even contacted several companies that provide equipment. Xing Zihao opened his mouth to elaborate further. General Xing put down the report and looked at the foreigner, asking, Peter, has Zirong mentioned the equipment replacement in the second plant area to you? He has. The report he gave is perfect. The foreigner gave a thumbs up. It looks like something God made. Xing Zihao was stunned by the voice. Haha. Xing Zong smiled and pointed at his third son, saying, You and your older brother are on the same wavelength. All right, put the report here, and I'll take a look later. Xing Zihao held back for a long time before nodding with a flushed face. You can go out first. We need to discuss some matters, Xing Zong gently called out. Xing Zihao slowly stood up and smiled, asking again, Dad, let's have dinner together tonight? Xing Zong pondered for a moment, looked at his watch, and said, No need. The three of us will go for a bath later and just grab a bite. Okay, Xing Zihao said, still smiling. Then you guys can continue. Xing Zong nodded and turned to his second son. Continue with what you were saying about the new drug. Xing Zihao glanced at the three of them, turned, and left, but at that moment, the smile on his face had already been replaced by a grim expression. At the door, the secretary, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Xing Zihao come out and immediately asked with a smile, "Did you submit the report? The boss is happy, right?" Xing Zihao suddenly turned his head, his eyes red, and asked, "Is that something you should worry about?" The secretary immediately shut up. 2 hours later, inside a high-end apartment building in Fongbei, Xing Zihao was holding a nerve medication solution produced by his own pharmaceutical company. Lowering his head and using a syringe to inject it into his arm. Xing Zihao closed his eyes, trembling as he inhaled deeply. Seconds later, he collapsed onto the sofa, convulsing all over. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened, and a beautiful young girl walked in, carrying a large pile of things. Saying, "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I just took my mom back to the hospital." Xing Zihao stared blankly at the girl and suddenly smiled. "It's okay, come here." The girl immediately put down what she was carrying, changed into slippers, and dashed over, grabbing Xing Zihao's arm and asking, "Have you eaten, baby?" Xing Zihao wrapped his arms around the girl's neck and suddenly asked, "I saw a disposable razor for men in the trash can when I took a shower just now. Whose is it?" The girl was taken aback. "It's my dad's. He stayed here with my mom yesterday. I called you last night. Why didn't you answer?" Xing Zihao gently squeezed the girl's neck and asked, "Are you lying to me?" "I'm not. What the hell are you? Making me wait for an hour and a half? You even brought people home. My mom needed to see a doctor, so they came over. They really stayed here last night." Slap. Xing Zihao, with his left hand squeezing the girl's neck, raised his right arm and punched her in the face. "Damn it. You made me wait. Why should I wait for you, huh?" The girl, with blood gushing from her nose, shouted as she pushed Xing Zihao. "Are you crazy? They really came over last night. My phone ran out of battery. If you don't believe me, call my dad. Push me. Argue back. You don't know your place, do you?" Xing Zihao, like a madman, vented all his dissatisfaction on the girl, swinging his fists like a beast. At first, the girl resisted. But after taking several heavy blows to her head, she became dazed, instinctively using her arms to protect her vital areas and allowing the punches to rain down. Xing Zihao beat her for a full 7 or 8 minutes before he felt a bit exhausted, sitting on the floor, gasping for air, covered in blood. The girl's entire face was swollen like a pig's head. After a long time, she cried, "It really was my parents who came. If you don't believe me, call them." "I'll call." Xing Zihao staggered to his feet, his anger slightly lessened. "There's money in the bedside table. Take it and get lost." "What do you mean? I'm done. Someone else will live in this room, starting tomorrow." Xing Zihao picked up a pink coat and left. Downstairs. As soon as Xing Zihao got into the car, his phone rang. "Hello? Hello, Xing Xiao, this is Songjiang Yongdong. Speak." Xing Zihao took out a cigarette from his pocket, responding in a neutral tone. "A very important person has run away from Songjiang and may have gone to Fongbei," Yongdong politely replied. "Yuanzong wants me to go over and ask for your help. Call me when you get here," Xing Zihao replied and hung up the phone. Songjiang. Yongdong sat in the car, frowning as he asked his subordinate in the passenger seat. "Are you sure he went to Fongbei?" "Not absolutely certain," the subordinate cautiously replied. "I inquired about some acquaintances around Xiaochu and found out that he has a friend in Fongbei with a good relationship. He definitely can't stay in Songjiang anymore. So it's very likely he ran to Fongbei." Yongdong pondered for a moment. "Keep inquiring. Let's head to Fongbei first." "Okay." The subordinate nodded. Late at night, around 10 p.m., Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and Guanxi walked out of the Fongbei train station. Chapter 94, Aiming at Wentao. Songjiang is about 600 kilometers away from Fongbei. If taking the light rail and not encountering extreme temperature restrictions, it takes just over 3 hours. As soon as Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and Guanxi exited the station, they immediately contacted Ma Lao Air. "Hello?" The call connected, and Ma Lao Air's voice came through. "Where are you?" Qin Yu asked. "Just got someone to grab the signal." "At MG Carnival," Ma Lao Air quietly replied. "I had Zishu go in to inquire. Xiao Chu's friend didn't work the night shift today." Qin Yu was taken aback. "Then this means he might have already met with Xiao Chu." "Yes," Ma Lao Air nodded. "I'm not leaving. I'll wait here for him. He will find it hard to show up tonight," Qin Yu immediately advised. "Why don't you come find us, and we can discuss it?" "Discuss what?" "We currently have no other options. We can only catch Xiao Chu," Ma Lao Air replied with a frown. "What if this guy comes back to Carnival in the middle of the night? If I leave, won't I miss the chance? No need to discuss. I'll just wait for him. Old Air, when doing this, you mustn't rush. You came by light rail. If any noise is made, it can easily get locked down." Qin Yu nagged. "You must be steady. I know what I'm doing." After pondering for a while, Ma Lao Air said, "But you don't need to focus all your attention on me. If possible, it's best for you to find a shortcut." "How?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "We don't have any big connections here. Buying a signal still requires friends to help." Ma Lao Air responded bluntly. "But if you can find someone with some influence locally to help me inquire at MG Carnival, then this matter will be easier to handle." "Inquiring about Xiao Chu's friend?" Qin Yu asked. "Exactly," Ma Lao Air nodded immediately. "Xiao Chu just arrived. This guy is likely to take a few days off to accompany him, and I don't have a car here, so I can only wait outdoors like this. It's not only slow but also relies entirely on the other party's reaction. If you can find local acquaintances to help inquire, asking where this guy usually stays, we won't have to wait like this." Hearing this, Qin Yu responded a bit troubled. "All right, I'll try my best. What's Xiao Chu's friend's name? Wen Tao. Okay, got it. Let's leave it at that for now. Oh, by the way, Ma Shu is here too, Qingyu reminded. Ma Lao Air was stunned for a moment and said with a slightly helpless tone, he still doesn't trust me. Forget it. If he comes, he comes. We'll work together to get this done. Thanks, Xiaoyu. Ma Lao Air paused for a moment and replied. You've taken on a lot of pressure for me with Li Si regarding this matter. I know that if you can get through this. Just wait and see how I treat you later. Let's not talk about that for now. That's it. The two chatted for a bit before ending the call. At the station entrance, Old Cat looked at Qingyu and asked, what did Old Air say? Xiao Chu's friend didn't come to the night shift tonight. Qingyu replied. Turning around, Old Air is with Uncle Z and the others at the squat, but he doesn't know when this kid will return to Mingjue. So he wants us to look for local connections and inquire about this kid to see if we can figure out the details about Wen Tao. Then we can only ask Old Li. Old Cat replied softly. I don't have much connection in Fongbei either. Should you call, or should I? Qingyu asked. Damn. Since you said that, you definitely want me to call. Old Cat rolled his eyes. Then you call. Qingyu nodded. After they finished discussing, Old Cat stepped aside and dialed Old Li's number. Although Qingyu and Guanxi had some acquaintances in Songjiang, they didn't dare to contact them easily, as any leak could lead to more trouble. After about 10 minutes, Old Cat hung up the phone and returned, looking up at Qingyu and said, Old Li agreed to help ask around. Good. Qingyu glanced at his watch. Then let's head into the city and find a place to stay while we wait for Uncle Ma. Let's go, Old Cat nodded. Stepping forward to follow Qingyu onto the road. On the light rail train, Yongdong sat in a luxurious single compartment, drinking water when his subordinate pushed the door and entered. Donggu. I found out that Xiao Chu's friend works as a code setter at the Mingjue Carnival and didn't come to the night shift today, the subordinate said as he walked over and bent down. Yongdong pondered for a moment. Can you find out where this kid lives? The friend I contacted is in the new 2nd district, and he isn't familiar with the situation at Mingjue, so it's probably hard to ask. The subordinate shook his head. Yongdong thought for a moment and immediately took out his phone. What's this kid's name? Wen Tao, the subordinate replied. Yongdong nodded and dialed Xing Ziheo's number. Hello? Oh, Xing Xiao. I need to trouble you with something, haha. Go ahead. Do you know about the Mingjue Carnival? Yongdong asked. You have to ask about all the high-end entertainment venues in Fongbei. Who doesn't know me? Xing Ziheo replied with a smirk. That's great, Yongdong said immediately. Can you help me find out about a guy? He works as a code setter at Mingjue, named Wen Tao. I want to know his address and basic information. Does this relate to the drug line? Xing Ziheo asked with a frown. Yes, Yongdong explained very politely. This kid is related to whether we can suppress our competitors in Songjiang. Otherwise, I wouldn't trouble you. Okay, call me when you find out. Xing Ziheo hung up the phone. Yongdong saw the call had ended, and his smile immediately vanished. I've struggled for over 10 years. And I can't match a kid's influence with just one phone call. Is this society fair? Isn't it just relying on his dad? The subordinate flattered. With just this one dad, I could chase after it for another 10 years and still not catch up. Yongdong put down the phone and turned to look out the window in silence for a while, suddenly asking, what do you think old Ma is doing now? The subordinate was taken aback, seemingly not understanding. Yongdong pulled out a cigarette box, frowned, and thought for a moment before saying, come here. I need to assign you some tasks. What is it, Donggu? Call Old San and have him check at the North Station and the inspection checkpoint. Yongdong quietly instructed the subordinate. In Fongbei City, as Qingyu was about to hail a car, Old Cat suddenly called out from behind. Hey, I just thought of something. What is it? Qingyu turned around. Did the little fairy return to Fongbei? Old Cat asked with bright eyes. You mean Lin Hanheng? Qingyu was taken aback and suddenly remembered that Lin Yinlei indeed wanted to return to Fongbei. And he had even asked her to buy cosmetics for Kiki. It's been several days since I saw her. She should be back. Then we can ask her about Wen Tao, right? Old Cat said excitedly. Didn't you say last time that her family is quite influential in Fongbei and they have been around for a long time? It's possible that someone from her generation might have some connections to help us find out. Qingyu was stunned. I'll call her to ask, Old Cat said without hesitation, pulling out his phone and mumbling. Now we're looking for help wherever we can. On a certain street, Lin Yinlei held the phone and asked angrily, Lin Niani, are you coming or not? I'm freezing to death here. Chapter 95, Meeting Lin Hanheng on the street. Old Cat dialed Lin Yinlei's number 3 times before finally connecting. Hello? Little fairy, who are you on the phone with? Huh, why are you suddenly contacting me? Lin Yinlei asked with curiosity. I miss you, deeply, Old Cat replied. Have some self-respect and talk to me properly. Lin Yinlei rolled her eyes. Haha. Old Cat laughed and got to the point. I have something I want to ask you for help with. It's strange for you to ask me for help. Lin Yinlei was taken aback. Let me be clear. If you want me to help you create fake news, that's impossible. It's not about that. Then what is it? It's like this. I need to find out about someone in Fongbei. He works at the Mingjue Carnival, Old Cat said briefly. Do you know this place? I do. Lin Yinlei nodded. Mingjue is quite famous in Fongbei. That's great. Old Cat urgently asked. Do you have acquaintances there? Can you help me find out about a code setter? Lin Yinlei pouted. What do you want to find out? I don't have any acquaintances there. I'm not a gambler or looking for women. Do you have friends who often go there? Old Cat pressed on. Can you help us ask? We need to find this person urgently. Lin Yinlei blinked and thought for a moment. Is it about solving a case? It's not exactly about solving a case. Someone partnered with the Yuan family and tricked one of our friends. Now this kid has come to Feng Bei to find his friend. And that person works at the Mingjue Carnival. We had no choice but to come here, Old Cat explained, frowning. The situation with the drugs is already complicated. And now we can only find this kid to sort things out. Lin Yinlei looked confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. It's a complex matter. It's not easy to explain over the phone. You guys? Lin Yinlei paused and asked again. Who are you guys? Me, Xiaoyu, and Guanxi are all in Feng Bei. Just around the train station, Old Cat casually replied. Lin Yinlei smiled. Qin Yu is here too? Yeah, after this happened, we all got tricked, Old Cat nodded. Lin Yinlei bit her red lip, thought for a moment, and then softly replied. How about this? Come to the Warm Winter Club in an hour. Let's meet and talk. Although I don't go to Mingjue, my brothers sometimes do, and I can help you ask. That's great. See you soon. Okay, see you soon. After they finished talking, they hung up. Qin Yu stood on the roadside, hands in his pockets, and asked, what did Lin Hanhang say? Old Cat deliberately looked at Qin Yu with a complicated expression and sighed. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. What the hell are you talking about? Qin Yu looked confused. I'll ask if there are any vacant rooms at number 88 Courtyard when we go back. Old Cat replied sideways. It's time for me to launch a counterattack. Qin Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? I don't understand. What kind of brain do you have to be the captain? Guanxi couldn't help but interject. Still not clear? Old Cat called, and Lin Yinlei didn't beat him off. As soon as he mentioned you were there, she agreed to meet. Got it. Oh, I see. Qin Yu pretended to be calm and nodded. As soon as the Old Cat heard this, he exploded and slapped Guanxi on the head. Only you understand, you idiot. The basic infrastructure and overall scale of Feng Bei is far greater than that of Songjiang. Here, skyscrapers are everywhere, and transportation is convenient. Although it is already late at night, the main roads are still brightly lit, with vehicles rushing by from time to time. Near various government departments, there are even police officers on patrol, and young people can be seen walking in groups on the surrounding streets. In short, while it may not compare to the first-tier cities before the disaster, it certainly looks much more peaceful and stable than Songjiang. It resembles a thriving youth, with construction sites visible everywhere, constantly revised and published government orders and development policies. Songjiang, on the other hand, looks more like an elderly person suffering from a serious illness, struggling and trying hard to change. Currently, there is extreme scarcity of resources. So the special district government naturally has to make choices in its development. Resource allocation is inevitable, and since Feng Bei has a better foundation, it has advanced 10 or even 20 years faster than Songjiang. In Songjiang, it is very difficult to find a taxi because there are probably less than 30 vehicles with proper operating permits in the entire city. And this is thanks to the municipal government allocating special funds to purchase them in order to improve transportation in the special district. However, it is merely a facade project, as the cars are too expensive for individuals to afford. Consequently, the scale cannot be expanded. But Feng Bei is much better off. The special district government has contracted this to several large companies to operate and then supports them through other projects. So, although large companies may not make much money from this, they are willing to buy a good reputation and improve the travel issues for the city's residents. Although the prices are absurdly high, at least they can be seen. The three of them were in a hurry to get to the Warm Winter Club, so they could only take a taxi. Qin Yu sat in the car, turned his head to look at the tall buildings and some business buildings that were still lit, and suddenly sighed. This is what a place for people looks like. Of course, the Old Cat smiled and nodded. The special district government and the joint government are both working hard to support Feng Bei. How could it not be a place for people? After pondering for a while, Qin Yu added, if this is a place for people, then what is the planned area for? As soon as he finished speaking, the Old Cat and Guanxi fell silent. At the border checkpoint between Songjiang and Feng Bei, a rundown off-road vehicle was parked by the roadside when two armed soldiers approached. Documents. The soldier shouted expressionlessly. The driver in the vehicle took out a few residence permits from Songjiang, rolled down the window, and handed them over. The soldier glanced at the documents and paused for a full minute on the third one before asking, what are you going to Feng Bei for? My uncle is going for medical treatment, the driver replied with a smile. Come, get out of the car, I need to check. The soldier waved his hand. The old horse, who had deliberately put on makeup in the back seat, paused for a moment before immediately getting out of the car. After about 10 minutes of inspection, the soldiers, having found no prohibited items, waved their hands and shouted, you can go, next vehicle. 5 minutes later, Old Ma called Qin Yu. I'm through the checkpoint. Heading into Feng Bei now. Okay, come to the Warm Winter Club in Feng Bei, Qin Yu instructed. The light rail train was speeding along. Yongdong stood by the window, gazing at the endless expanse of snow, and hoarsely asked, are you sure? Chapter 96. Gathering of forces. About an hour later, Yongdong hurriedly led 4 followers out of the station and met the third young master of Longxing Pharmaceuticals, Xing Zihao. Hello, Zihao. Yongdong politely extended his hand. Xing Zihao, sitting in the car, did not get up, only symbolically shook Yongdong's hand and said, get in. Yongdong smiled and waved his hands to signal his followers to sit in the back vehicle, while he himself got into Xing Zihao's car, saying politely, Xing Xiao. Sorry to trouble you. The ones competing with you in Songjiang are just a bunch of thugs, right? Xing Zihao asked with slight dissatisfaction. Yuan Hua has been in the game for so long. Can't he handle these people? Yongdong was taken aback for a moment and quickly explained. These thugs also have some connections. The police chief in the Black District is currently supporting them. What can a small police chief do? Xing Zihao responded somewhat dismissively. Didn't Yuan Hua say before that he has good relationships with the higher-ups in the police and the municipal government? Why isn't he using them now? Yongdong naturally did not want to confront this arrogant young master, nor did he want to explain the complexities of ground-level struggles, so he could only smile and respond. We did have some initial missteps. We were careless. Hearing this, Xing Zihao frowned and commented, the company sought out old Yuan for peace of mind. But it seems you are not at ease either. Yes, we'll do our best to handle things well in the future, Yongdong nodded in agreement. After a moment of consideration, Xing Zihao lowered his head and took out his phone, asking, what's the name of that little punk who works at Mingjua? Yongdong blinked and immediately smiled. Let's not look for him just yet. Xing Zihao was taken aback. What do you mean? Aren't you here to find that person? Actually, just now in the car, I thought, since this little quirk is key, if we're in a hurry to find him, the other side must be in a hurry too. So I had someone inquire about it. Yongdong organized his words and quietly laid out a plan for Xing Zihao. In the light music bar of the Warm Winter Club, Qin Yu stingily ordered a glass of lemon juice for both the old cat and Guan Qi, then kept looking at his watch. Don't worry, old Ma hasn't moved either, the old cat softly advised. Rushing won't help now, we should be patient. Just as he finished speaking, a graceful figure walked in through the front door, smiling and waving at the three. Hello, bros. Oh, you finally made it. The old cat laughed, greeting her with his legs crossed. Sit over here. Lin Yinlei casually placed her bag on the table, scooted her, but to sit opposite Qin Yu, and teased, three big men. Coming to a bar just to drink lemon juice? Get something stronger, bros. I'm going to be so worried. If things don't go well in Feng Bei, I won't just be drinking lemon juice. I might have to drink rat poison. Qin Yu replied, quite irked. Isn't this your friend's problem? Why would you drink rat poison? Lin Yinlei asked curiously. Well, here's the thing. The old cat explained the situation to Lin Yinlei in a low voice, but selectively avoided many details, such as their relationship with the Ma family and the upper-level struggles. Lin Yinlei, a girl with a strong sense of justice, frowned upon hearing the old cat's words. How can the Yuan family be so malicious? They sold medicine at high prices before, and I filmed them, and they even smashed one of my cameras. Now, to seize the market, they actually poisoned two innocent people. It's just too damn hateful. The three fell silent. Lin Yinlei ground her teeth and turned to Qin Yu, saying, I can help with this. But I've never been to Mingjua Carnival. Wait a bit, my brother will come down after finishing his business upstairs, and he can help you inquire. He has quite a few friends around here. Your brother? Which family's brother? Qin Yu asked curiously. Cousin, Lin Yinlei smiled. Okay, then let's wait a bit. The old cat nodded and asked, what do you want to drink? Since there's nothing going on today, I can have a little drink with you guys, Lin Yinlei replied. Taking off her coat. Let's drink some pre-mixed cocktails. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at the sound. Just drink some lemon water. Alcohol is so expensive. Hey, is that your attitude when asking someone to do you a favor? What's wrong with me having a drink? Lin Yinlei glared with dissatisfaction and asked with big eyes. He's so stingy, I'm treating you. The old cat, showing his dog-like demeanor, said, order whatever you want. Even if you want to drink the saliva of the Jade Emperor today, I'll pay. You're really disgusting, Lin Yinlei replied in despair. Thus, a few of them chatted casually while waiting for Lin Yinlei's cousin to come downstairs. An hour passed quickly, and after nearly half the people in the bar had left, Qin Yu's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Uncle Ma. I'm at the entrance of Warm Winter. Old Ma's voice came through. Qin Yu was taken aback and immediately stood up to respond. Okay, go to the main entrance, I'll come to get you. Alright. As soon as he hung up, Qin Yu turned to Lin Yinlei and said, you guys chat first, I'm going to pick up an elder. Upstairs, a very handsome young man in a wool coat was sitting on the sofa, looking down at a thick stack of documents. The bright light illuminated his face, clearly reflecting his features and figure. He was about 182 meters tall, had very fair skin, and his facial features were exquisite, giving him a somewhat androgynous appearance. If you looked closely, you might feel he resembled Lin Yinlei in some way, but couldn't quite pinpoint how. Take a look, is this direction feasible? If so, I'll draft a new contract when I return to District 7, the middle-aged man across from him asked with a smile. No rush. Let me get a good grasp of the materials first, the young man replied with a smile. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. You and your dad really have different styles of doing things. The middle-aged man set down his wine glass. You're so composed at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Not at all. I'm just careful not to make mistakes in this matter. The young man scratched his head and immediately stood up to pour wine for the other party. Come on, uncle, I'll toast you. In the hall of the Warm Winter Club, Qin Yu had already picked up old Ma and others and was walking towards the small bar. On the street, Xing Zihao, holding his phone, said decisively, you guys come over here. Yes, it's the address I just gave you. Alright, that's it. When Yongdong saw Xing Zihao hang up the phone, he immediately frowned and advised, Xing Xiao, you didn't understand my point. This matter can completely be handled without us. You could use official connections to handle it, which might save a lot of trouble and even sell it to the other party. Xing Zihao waved his hand impatiently halfway through, interrupting with a disdainful look. With just this little bit of garlic, is it worth me looking for connections? Hurry up and finish this. Just bring the person back and it's done. I feel this is a bit risky. The other side isn't easy to deal with. They've been on the edge for years. Yongdong wanted to persuade further. Xing Zihao turned his head, looking at him with fierce eyes, and asked, with your fearful demeanor, how can you help our family handle the medicine lines matter? Yongdong fell silent. A few minutes later, 2 more cars hurriedly stopped by the roadside, and Xing Zihao immediately instructed, let them follow. Chapter 97. Conflict begins in the small bar, after Qin Yu introduced Lin Nianlei to Old Ma and the others. Both sides took their seats. Is there any prospect? Old Ma quietly asked Qin Yu. I don't know. I'm waiting for my friend's brother to come down to help inquire. Qin Yu replied. Thank your friend for me. Old Ma looked haggard after being exhausted these past few days. Next to them, Lin Nianlei looked at Old Ma and the others, blinked her big eyes, and said to Qin Yu, when my brother comes down, you guys don't have to say too much. Just say we're colleagues, and we're looking for that Wen Tao because of a news matter. Qin Yu was taken aback. Why do you say that? Is there something inconvenient? Lin Nianlei scratched her head innocently and replied with a smile. My brother doesn't want me to get too involved in some societal matters. Oh, I see. Qin Yu nodded immediately. The old cat turned to look at Uncle Ma, and after a long silence, reminded him, as long as your brother's intelligence is fine, you can't let Uncle Ma and them be your colleagues. Uncle Ma understood. You guys chat. We'll wait over here. Quick, order a few lemon juices for Uncle Ma. This stuff is diuretic. The old cat cheekily called out to Guanxi. Damn. Guanxi rolled his eyes and followed Uncle Ma and the others to the nearby booth. Just as everyone was discussing their strategy, Lin Yanlei's phone rang. Hello, Nian Yan? Oh no. Brother, are you done? Okay, come down. I'm at the small bar. Yes. That's it. A few minutes later, a handsome young man walked into the bar, leading a follower and dressed in a wool coat. Here, brother, Lin Yanlei waved. Hee. Do you have friends? The young man smiled as he walked over, while his follower sat straight on the sofa at the entrance, occasionally scanning the surroundings. Lin Yanlei stood up from her chair and pulled the young man over, saying, This is my brother, Lin Xiao. Brother, these are 2 friends from my workplace. Qin Yu and the old cat. Hello, Lin Xiao extended his hand. Hello. Qin Yu stood up to shake hands with him. The old cat, standing nearby, straightforwardly flattered. Your family's genes are amazing. Everyone looks like a star. This young man knows how to speak. Lin Yanlei smiled and pulled her brother to sit beside her, saying, I have a favor to ask you. What is it? We're pursuing a news case and need to find a person involved, but we can't locate them. Lin Yanlei lied without batting an eye. I found out this person is a code operator at MG. Can you help me ask? Lin Xiao smiled upon hearing this and casually asked, What news are you pursuing that involves a code operator? You're not studying journalism, so if I tell you, you won't understand. Lin Yanlei responded playfully. Oh, come on. There are outsiders here. Can you give me some face? Help me ask. I've told you 1,000 times. Just go to Songjiang. Oh, why is it so hard to ask you for a favor? Lin Yanlei pouted and interrupted. Are you helping or not? If not, we'll take our leave and won't contact you in the future. You've got me there. Lin Xiao helplessly took out a military green, half touchscreen, half keypad peculiar phone from his pocket and said, All right, I'll help you ask. What's the name of the person you're looking for? Wen Tao. Lin Yanlei replied cheerfully. Lin Xiao scanned through his contacts, stood up to walk aside to dial a number, but saw a dozen people rush into the small bar at the entrance. Under the dim light, Xing Zihao glanced around and asked with one hand in his pocket, Point out who the opponents are. In the right booth? One of the brothers brought by Old Ma immediately fixed his gaze on Yongdong, then involuntarily stood up, his face turning pale, and said, Why is Yongdong here? Yongdong stepped forward and stood next to Xing Zihao, saying, The 2 young men on the left and the table on the right are all from the other side. Xing Zihao habitually sniffed and smiled as he stepped forward, coming to Qin Yu and asking, What guts do you have to bring trouble all the way to Fongbei? Qin Yu stood up and replied, Who are you? Change places, and I'll tell you who I am. Xing Zihao waved his hand, Take them all away. With that, the crowd surged forward, reaching out to grab Qin Yu and the others. Bang! The old cat was completely unprepared for the group to come, and after being stunned for a moment, he immediately threw a punch and shouted, What do you want? I'm an active police officer in Songjiang. A police officer? You dare shout in Fongbei? Xing Zihao scoffed, frowning and shouting, You really have never been to a big city. Hurry up and take them away. Before Lao Ma and the others arrived, they had to pass through Songjiang and the northern checkpoint of Fongbei, so they couldn't carry firearms. The group that confronted them was clearly prepared, and everyone instantly fell into a passive position. 3 or 4 people surrounded Qin Yu and Lao Mao, discreetly revealing their guns. Don't move, or I'll shoot you dead. Lower your head. I said lower your head. Shouts and curses echoed in the small bar. Lao Ma took a step back, and the 2 brothers beside him grabbed the liquor bottles on the table and charged forward. Xing Zihao, standing by the booth, tilted his neck and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, shouting, Aren't you a fugitive? If you dare to fight back, I'll make sure to beat you to death. Not many left. I'd consider it a service to the public. At the entrance, Lin Zhao's expression shifted from shock and confusion to anger. He put his phone back in his pocket and turned to Lin Yanlei. You're really playing a big game here. What are you doing? Is there no law anymore? Lin Yanlei pushed and grabbed the back of the young man holding Qin Yu. Let go of my friend. Lin Xiao yanked Lin Yanlei's left arm from behind and shouted. Come home with me. They're trying to grab my friend. Lin Yinlei pulled Qin Yu with her right hand, turning back to shout, he saved my life in Songjiang. I'm telling you to come home with me. Lin Xiao repeated. Let go of him. The young man holding Qin Yu at gunpoint shouted fiercely at Lin Yinlei. After noticing Lin Yinlei, Xing Zihao immediately asked, what is this girl doing? A reporter from Songjiang. Yongdong opened his mouth to remind. She's the one old Yuan wanted before. Before Yongdong could finish, Xing Zihao, not caring about the gender of the person, suddenly kicked out his leg. You still want to contact the media and cause trouble? You think you're tough? Bang. With one kick. Lin Yinlei was unexpectedly knocked down to the ground. Lin Xiao was stunned and immediately reached out to help Lin Yinlei up, glaring as he charged forward. You want to die? Who dares to hit anyone? As Lin Xiao said this, a lackey sitting at the entrance suddenly rushed over, heading straight for the chaotic crowd. Chapter 98. The fortunate yet unfortunate beginning when Xing Zihao saw Lin Xiao rushing towards him. His first reaction was to take 2 steps back, glaring and shouting, damn it, are you all blind? Hold him down. His shout alerted everyone. And the young men who were about to help Lao Ma turned around and charged at Lin Xiao. You still dare to fight back? A burly youth raised the butt of his gun and swung it down at Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao moved quickly, stepping half a step to the side, tilting his head slightly to the left, raising his right arm to meet the opponent's arm, and with a smack, he grabbed the youth's wrist. Following that, he suddenly lifted his right knee and slammed it into the opponent's abdomen with a thud. Bang! From behind the crowd, Lin Xiao's lackey rushed in, delivering a front kick to the side of the youth's head, sending him flying half a meter before crashing to the ground, rolling his eyes back. You still dare to fight back? Beat him. After knocking down one person, Lin Xiao and his lackey were immediately swarmed by 4 or 5 others, armed with guns and knives, rushing towards the 2 of them. At the entrance, Yongdong looked at the crowd that had already begun to fight and immediately urged Xing Zihao, just take the people away, leave the ones who aren't involved alone, or it will be troublesome if something happens. If anything goes down in Fongbei, I can handle it. Xing Zihao, with his hands in his pockets, shouted angrily. If they fight back, shoot them. If they die, it's on me. Hearing this, Yongdong turned to glance at Xing Zihao's profile, frowning. Beside the booth, although Lin Xiao and his lackey were clearly skilled, they were outnumbered and armed, so once surrounded, they immediately suffered losses. 4 or 5 young men who were used to street fights were ruthless and used dirty tactics. Unable to subdue Lin Xiao and his lackey, they began to pull and tear at them, repeatedly raising their right knees to crash into their target's groins. Lin Xiao was cornered by the booth and was suddenly hit in the groin, bending over with a thud and collapsing to the ground. On the side of the crowd, after Lin Yinlei got up, she too was grappling with the others, and when Qin Yu saw his friend was about to get hit, he shouted, don't touch them. They have nothing to do with this. Uft. Before he could finish shouting, one of the young men holding a knife to Qin Yu's throat leaned down and stabbed the blade into the top of Qin Yu's thigh. Lower your head, or I'll stab you and cut off your lineage. Just then, a gunshot echoed through the bar, and the 2 groups engaged in a scuffle suddenly froze. In the crowd, Lin Zhao's lackey stood up, covered in blood, and raised his gun, shouting, whoever comes up again, try it. You have a gun, we don't? Who are you trying to scare? Xing Zihao's men immediately dispersed, shouting with their guns drawn. Lin Xiao, holding his groin, stood up, his face red as he glanced at Xing Zihao and the young man who had just kneed him, gritting his teeth. Bro, we have nothing to do with these people. It's just a misunderstanding. We accept getting beaten up. Can we go? Are you from the media? What do you mean go? Let's have a chat. Xing Zihao said expressionlessly, turning to leave first. Lin Xiao, enduring the sharp pain, shouted, I know some people in Fongbei. Can I make a call? Xing Zihao suddenly turned around, pointing at Lin Xiao and scolding, look at what you're wearing. You seem to have some stature. But let me tell you, in Fongbei you're nothing. You want to find someone? I'll give you a chance in a bit. You can call anyone. Yongdong immediately stepped forward and whispered in Xing Zihao's ear. These few people are irrelevant. There's no need to take them away. Xing Zihao replied, are you stupid? They're from the media. If you don't deal with them, what if they come back to make trouble for you? Trust me, that girl has some background. Even old Yuan couldn't figure it out. You don't need to take them away now. If they want to cause trouble later, we can find a way to handle the media. Yongdong urged seriously. Our goal is to deal with Lao Ma and them, not to escalate with these irrelevant people, right? Upon hearing Yongdong say this, Xing Zihao replied impatiently. If the media wants to stir trouble, you handle it yourself. In the small bar, Lao Ma looked coldly at Qin Yu, who shook his head at him. Bro, they're going to take my friend. Lin Yinlei urgently pulled at her brother. That Qin Yu really saved my life in Songjiang. It was during that incident at Songxia. Lin Xiao, sitting in a chair with a limp, expressionless, told his lackey, call someone nearby and say I was held up by a group of thugs and can't get out. The lackey walked aside to make the call. Lin Xiao turned to his sister, his face extremely serious as he scolded, have you used your brain? Is this how you do news? Seeing the lackey making the call, Lin Yinlei wisely remained silent. A few minutes later, Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and Lao Ma were all taken out of the Warm Winter Club, with the thugs beating and cursing as they shoved them into the car. Xing Zihao yawned, sitting in the passenger seat, instructing, take them to the southern suburbs. Okay. The people outside nodded and left. Xing Zihao turned to the back seat, expressionless as he instructed Yongdong, This is the last time I clean up after you. I still say, the company seeks old yuan to reduce trouble, not to worry about it. If you can handle it, keep going. If not, we'll change people. This sounded harsh, but Yongdong still replied politely, understood. Xing Zihao, still half asleep, instructed the driver, take me home first. The driver started the car and drove away from the small bar. 20 minutes later, in the back seat of the van, Qin Yu hunched over. Looking at Lao Ma and asked, how did you catch up? It's definitely the side card. Lao Ma gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. We've been led by the nose because of Xiao Air's one mistake. Did I tell you to speak? The henchman seated in the middle row of the vehicle slammed the gun, but against Lao Ma's head several times. Lao Ma's eyes turned red. He endured and said, we should have fought back in the room earlier. We might have run off, but why didn't you let us move? Qin Yu licked his cracked lips and replied, I thought there was still time. Still talking, huh? The henchman raised the gun, but to hit Qin Yu again. Buzz. At that moment, the sound of engines roared from the rear road, as 2 dark green trucks and 4 off-road vehicles rushed over. Xing Zihao, still drowsy, opened his eyes and turned to the side, mumbling, how come there are soldiers on the street at this time of night? The dark green convoy suddenly overtook on the left and parked diagonally on the road. Screech. The driver was caught off guard and immediately slammed on the brakes. Stopping by the roadside, on the dimly lit street, the headlights of the trucks shone brightly. A soldier in his 30s jumped down from the truck, wearing leather boots, raised an automatic rifle, and fired into the sky. Tat tat tat. The deafening gunfire rang out, and the soldier shouted, damn it, a drug dealer has turned the tables? Everyone, get out with live ammunition, prepare to shoot at any moment. Buzz. At this moment, 40 to 50 soldiers had already jumped down from the 2 trucks. From the second off-road vehicle, Lin Xiao jumped out with an unusual gait, his face dark, reaching to unbutton his wool coat, revealing a perfectly uniform military outfit and a badge on his chest. He waved at Xing Zihao and shouted, come on, the biggest young master in Fongbei. Get out of the car. This time, I'll let you make a call, any call you want. Chapter 99. The young master of the Lin family in fine clothes and angry horse inside the car, when Xing Zihao saw the soldier fire the gun. He wasn't panicked because he thought they had mistaken him for someone else. But when Lin Xiao and Lin Yinlei appeared, he was completely stunned. After a brief moment of shock, Xing Zihao quickly took out his phone, his hand trembling as he dialed a number. Hello? Mr. Peter. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. I encountered dozens of unidentified soldiers on Shiwan Avenue. They might capture me. Please quickly find out which department these people belong to, and use your connections. Xing Zihao spoke rapidly. Peter, who was already asleep, looked bewildered and asked, what on earth are you saying? You want me to check on unidentified soldiers? Do you think I'm God? Xing Zihao, sweating profusely, glanced at the street outside and immediately relayed the license plate number to Peter. Just then, the soldier had already led his men to surround Xing Zihao's vehicle and forcibly pulled open the car door. Lin Xiao stood outside the car, reached in, and pulled out the young man who had just kneeled before him, asking expressionlessly, where's your gun? The young man looked at Lin Xiao, trembling and unsure of how to respond. I'm asking you, where's your gun? Lin Xiao shouted, glaring at him. The young man startled and instinctively reached for his lower back and drew his pistol. Lin Xiao immediately stepped back and pointed at the young man, shouting, attack. Bang. Hearing the command, the henchman immediately fired, and the young man's knees shattered, collapsing to the ground in a spurt of blood, screaming in agony. Everyone get out of the car, squat down with your heads covered. The soldier shouted. Dozens of soldiers silently pulled their guns, all cocking them, aiming at the inside of the car. Xing Zihao, sweating on his forehead, steeled himself to get out of the car and looked at Lin Xiao. Which department are you from? Do you know who granted you the power to operate a pharmaceutical company? Lin Xiao asked expressionlessly. Xing Zihao was taken aback. He didn't expect the other party to have figured out his identity. Lin Xiao stood straight in front of Xing Zihao, calmly saying, the power to produce and sell pharmaceuticals is granted by the special zone. But what you don't know is that the special zone was established by someone like me. Do you think you're worthy to act tough in Fongbei? You dare to touch my sister. I'll take you out, and the police won't dare to ask why. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao swung the gun, but down with extreme speed. Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds echoed, and blood spurted from Xing Zihao's forehead as he fell to the ground, twitching a few times before passing out. Beat him. The soldier followed the command of the officer. He didn't care about any rich young master or spoiled brat, so he shouted again. Whoosh. The soldiers swarmed in, surrounding the unconscious Xing Zihao and beating him mercilessly. By the side of the vehicle, Qin Yu and the others, who had just rushed down, looked at Lin Xiao in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Lao Mao blinked, his gaze fixed on Lin Yinlei, suddenly sighing, sigh, my passion has been completely extinguished. We are from entirely different worlds. After venting his anger, Lin Xiao took his sister and got into the car first, while everyone else was escorted away by soldiers to the nearest garrison. The garrison had no oversight or detention facilities, only a few internal confinement rooms for punishment. Qin Yu and the others were locked in individual rooms with no one paying attention to them. And since they couldn't figure out how deep the water was in this place, they didn't dare to speak or ask much. A night passed without incident. The next day at noon, while Lao Ma was anxiously pacing back and forth in the room, someone outside shouted, Bring them out and take them to the office. Okay. The guard soldier nodded. A few minutes later, Lao Mao, Lao Ma, and the others were stopped outside the office, while Qin Yu entered alone. By the desk, Lin Xiao sat in a chair, looked up at Qin Yu, and motioned, sit. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before sitting down opposite Lin Xiao. Is your leg injury all right? Lin Xiao asked. It's fine. He just nicked it with the knife, Qin Yu replied. Lin Xiao nodded, picked up a cup of water, took out a stack of money from the drawer, and casually tossed it on the table. My salary isn't particularly high. I've advanced 3 months' worth. Less than 10,000. Take it. Qin Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? Thank you for saving my sister in Songjiang. Lin Xiao replied straightforwardly. But in this day and age, a thank you doesn't hold much weight. Money does. Don't be polite. This is just a little token of my appreciation. Nothing more. Qin Yu looked at him, neither taking the money nor responding. Lin Xiao put down the cup, looked Qin Yu up and down, and continued plainly. There's one more thing. Stay away from Lei Lei in the future. As for the reason, I won't say, but you understand. Qin Yu pondered for a while, then pushed the money back. Forget about the money. I have helped Lei Lei, and she has helped me too. As for what you said, I understand. Lin Xiao nodded. I'll leave first. No need to see me off. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu stood up and walked away. Although Lin Xiao had inadvertently stood in the position of Qin Yu and the others last night and helped them solve a big problem, he had no good feelings towards Qin Yu and the others. From his perspective, first, what Qin Yu did was very dangerous. Second, during their meeting last night, Qin Yu and the others had lied to Lin Xiao. This kind of lie made Lin Xiao feel that they might have the intention of using his sister. After Qin Yu left the office, he turned to glance at the sign on the wall and saw it read Inspection Chief's Office, frowning and muttering. Such a young officer. Outside, on the street, Xing Zihao, with bruises still visible on his face and blood not yet wiped away, cursed with a grim expression. If I don't crush these country bumpkins, I won't be able to vent my anger. Last night, Xing Zihao's arrogance within minutes had caused Longxing Pharmaceuticals to pull many connections to settle this matter, and Pai Te alone had run around different departments within hours. Chapter 100. The appearance of the codebreaker inside the office building of the military camp, as everyone was hastily preparing to leave. Old Ma suddenly called out, "We can't leave like this." Qin Yu turned back upon hearing him. The guy named Xing was the first to go out. He didn't dare to cause trouble in the camp, but would definitely have someone keep an eye on it. Old Ma explained softly, "We need to be a bit more discreet." Right. Old Cat immediately nodded. In the car, Xing Zihao dialed Pai Te's number with a dark expression, speaking politely. "Sir, please don't tell my father about last night's incident." "How? I hope you understand that Longxing Company belongs to everyone, not just your father," Pai Te replied bluntly. "God bless. From now on, our connections will focus on the company, not on dealing with drunken trouble." Xing Zihao gritted his teeth. "There won't be a next time. Your mouth may have suffered severe injuries. Your speech isn't very clear. Go to the hospital, and I wish you a speedy recovery." Pai Te dropped this line and hung up the phone directly. Xing Zihao slammed the phone onto the chair, cursing, "Damn foreigner. It's his advice that got my brother in charge of equipment replacement. One day, I'll make him leave the company in disgrace." Yong Dong looked at Xing Zihao with a frown, weighing his words for a while before reminding, "Xing Xiao, we shouldn't let anyone keep an eye on the camp anymore, because they know Lin Yinlei. They will definitely find a way to escape. So now, we should keep an eye on Wen Tao and continue looking for Xiao Chu. In this matter, Ma Er didn't show up, and I think he might be Bang." Xing Zihao, filled with rage with no outlet, turned around and slapped Yong Dong across the face, shouting, "If it weren't for you guys causing this mess, would I have gotten beaten up by soldiers? You useless bunch. What is the point of the company giving you so many conveniences if you can't even handle a small matter?" Yong Dong was stunned by the slap. His face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead as he stared at Xing Zihao, his fists clenched. "What are you looking at? Are you not convinced? Am I wrong?" Xing Zihao glared at him. Yong Dong forcibly restrained his emotions and replied in a low voice, "Xing Xiao, I hope you understand that cooperation is mutual. If you had better options in Songjiang, you wouldn't be giving us so many conveniences." Xing Zihao was taken aback by his words. Yong Dong looked at his face, feeling the urge to slap him back countless times, but reason told him to endure. From the last incident where Ma Er pointed a gun at Yong Dong, forcing him to kneel, it was clear that this person could be very patient and had a sense of priorities. So after a moment of silence, he quickly changed the topic. "Xing Xiao, you should reconsider what I said." "Damn it." Xing Zihao cursed and immediately took out his phone, frowning as he dialed a number. "Hello, Xing Xiao. I asked you to handle something, and it's been hours with no news. Do you treat my words as nonsense?" Xing Zihao asked in a harsh tone. "I found out long ago, but I couldn't get through to you last night," the person on the other end replied, sounding quite aggrieved. "Did you find out anything about that guy named Wen Tao?" Xing Zihao pressed. "I've confirmed it. He has no relatives in Fongbei, and the place he stays is near Mingjue Carnival. In the city, inside a shabby tenement building run by a charity, Wen Tao sat on a wooden chair, draped in a cotton coat, frowning as he looked at Xiao Chu and asked, "What's the matter? You were doing fine at the Ma family before, right?" Xiao Chu took a bite of food and sipped some wine, replying, "Fine? Do you know how strict the drug control in Songjiang is now? I sell 5 boxes of medicine a day, and if nothing happens, I can't even make $100. But if something goes wrong, I might end up in jail for years. And if things escalate, I could be killed by the Yuan family on the street any day. Wen Tao sighed and said nothing. Brother, even if we want to risk our lives, we need to earn money that makes sense. Xiao Chu frowned and said again. I think mixing with the Ma family has no future. They will eventually be dealt with by Yuan Hua. So I'd rather use this opportunity to take care of myself. That's true. In this day and age, it's hard to survive. So why talk about ethics with the boss? Wen Tao nodded. Xiao Tao, even though we don't share the same surname, we are brothers who have gone through big events together. Xiao Chu, feeling the effects of the alcohol, said, I want to hide it from you. I brought some money this time. Listen to me, quickly quit your job at Mingjue, and let us do something else together. I'll provide the capital. Quit. I'm doing fine now. Wen Tao was taken aback. As long as you work hard, you can definitely make a steady income. There's no worry about food. Xiao Chu fell silent for a moment. I want to deal in guns, but I don't trust anyone else. If you want to have a better life, you should work with me. I have channels. I know people in Songjiang. Wen Tao fell into silence. What are you thinking? Being a codebreaker will always mean making money for the boss. If you want to live like a person, you need to do something for yourself. Xiao Chu urged again. Trust me, quit your job, and we can make money together. Wen Tao put down his chopsticks. How much capital do you have? Is it enough for this? Big deals are definitely out of the question, but starting small will definitely be enough. Okay, then let us do it together. Wen Tao slapped his thigh, eyes wide. If it really doesn't work out, we can always go back and be codebreakers together. The person in charge at Mingjue has a good relationship with me. As long as I want to go back, it's just a matter of his word. Damn. Before we even start, why are you thinking it won't work? Xiao Chu said speechlessly. You need to believe that we will succeed. Yes, we will definitely succeed. So let us do it. Wen Tao raised his glass. I'll go back to Mingjue later to say hi and pick up a few things. Xiao Chu was taken aback. Why are you going back? Just call them. My share for this month is still at Mingjue. I have to go back and get it. Don't go back. Xiao Chu was a bit worried. A lot of people in Songjiang know that I'm close to you. I'm afraid they'll come looking for me. Don't worry. I'll just go back to get some money and say hello. It won't take more than an hour. Wen Tao said casually. Besides, I'll have someone drive me. They won't be able to keep an eye on me. Just be careful. The Ma family is going crazy looking for me. What are you scared of? This is Fengbei. Don't say they haven't shown up yet. Even if they do, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me at Mingjue. Wen Tao raised his glass and called out. Come on, let's drink. I'll be leaving soon. By evening, Wen Tao had a friend from Mingjue to drive him back, wearing a baseball cap for a low-profile return to the venue. Inside the lodging opposite Mingjue, Ma Lauer was about to contact Qin Yu when his phone suddenly rang. Hello? I'm playing cards at the venue, Lu Zishu said in a low voice. That Wen Tao is back. Chapter 101. The hesitant Wen Tao. Ma Lauer's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Are you sure it's him? Yes, I saw someone greeting him. Lu Zishu nodded. What do we do? Should we act? No, not yet, Ma Lauer instructed urgently. Mingjue's venue isn't small. If things get noisy, you might not be able to get out. Just keep an eye on him. I'll head to the entrance right away. Okay, Lu Zishu nodded. After ending the call, Ma Lauer immediately called Qin Yu, but the line was busy. On the city streets, Qin Yu held the phone, frowning as he said, Yes, we've already left the camp. Regardless, we have to thank you and your brother for this. After what happened last night, it was difficult for me to go out. Lin Yinlei blinked her big eyes and replied, You guys be careful. I heard my brother say that a guy named Xing Ziheo is a rich kid from a big pharmaceutical company in Fengbei, and he has quite the connections. Yeah, I know, Qin Yu nodded in response. I have something urgent to attend to, so I won't talk to you for now. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Did my brother say anything inappropriate to you? Lin Yinlei asked hesitantly. Qin Yu was taken aback. Haha, no, I just thanked him in the office. Oh, that's good. Lin Yinlei replied with a smile. My brother is usually a bit dull, straightforward in his speech, and quite protective of me. That's good too. All right, you get busy. We'll talk later. Okay. With that, the two ended the call. Lin Yinlei sat on her bed, suddenly feeling a strange distance between herself and Qin Yu, as if they were just getting to know each other. On the roadside, Old Cat turned to Qin Yu and said, That's good. From now on, neither of us should think about her. It's pointless. I haven't thought about her at all, Qin Yu casually replied. Bullshit, you're even more interested than I am. You just don't say it, Old Cat scoffed. Qin Yu touched the bandage wrapped around his thigh and quickly changed the subject, asking, Did Uncle Ma call you? Yes. Old Cat looked down at his watch. They're going to get the guns. Then let's wait a bit. When they get back, we'll go find Ma Lauer. Qin Yu glanced around and quietly said, Come on, let's grab something to eat. In the Mingjue Carnival staff lounge, Wen Tao opened his personal locker with a key, took out a pile of clothes and lists, and casually tossed them on the table, saying, The uniforms were just bought last month. Whoever fits can take them. You can each take a few client lists. I figured out the people above, so when you contact them, just say I referred you. Are you really quitting? This is too sudden, a friend on the left asked with a laugh. Is there some good business you've got? No. Just a friend asked me to help at his company. Wen Tao replied dismissively. Thanks then. Another guy said as he picked up the list from the table to jot down contact information in his notebook. Don't be polite. Just take what you need. Wen Tao said with a smile as he sat on the bed. I'm leaving, but let's not lose contact in the future. You all took good care of me while I was at Mingjue. Let's get together privately sometime. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal later. As everyone chatted, a middle-aged man walked in from outside, holding a white envelope, and tossed it to Wen Tao with a smile. Here's your salary. Oh, thank you, manager. No need to thank me, the manager replied with a smile at the door. Since you're quitting, just do well out there. Maybe one day I might need your help. It's nice to hear the manager speak, Wen Tao said with a grin. Haha, all right, I'm busy now. The manager smiled and turned to leave. Wen Tao took the money, stood up, and jokingly clasped his hands together, saying, all right, I'm off then. Our paths in the martial world are long. See you again. All right, go ahead. I'll see you off. As they spoke, a group of people exited the lounge, heading towards the hall. Near the corner of the gambling table, Lu Zishu slowly pulled out his phone and said softly, he's out. At Wen Tao's home, Xiao Chu lay on the bed, constantly looking at the watch, muttering softly. Why is it taking so long? How can it take this long to get something? A few minutes later, Wen Tao stood at the entrance of Mingjue, saying goodbye to a large group of friends, then casually followed another brother toward the parking spot on the left. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the sky had turned dark. Wen Tao and his friend walked on the snow while chatting, arriving at the car. Not far away, a figure walked quickly towards them. Turning his head, he saw the two and was about to call out when Ma Lauer suddenly lunged at him from the side with a knife. Wen Tao. Ma Lauer shouted to confirm the identity of the person. Wen Tao turned around upon hearing the voice. Bang! The blade gleamed sharply, pressed against Wen Tao's chest. What are you doing? The brother who drove Wen Tao to the shop immediately frowned and shouted. Bang! Lu Zishu and Xiao Lu appeared, roughly pressing down on the guy's head, drawing a gun and pressing it against his waist, shouting in a low voice, say another word, and I'll kill you. Come on, lower your head and get in the car. Ma Lauer shouted at Wen Tao. Wen Tao, completely unprepared, looked around in confusion and happened to see the person who had just been about to greet him. Xiao Lu, Wen Tao shouted. The figure not far away saw that the person grabbing Wen Tao had drawn a knife and a gun, instinctively stepped back a few steps, then turned and ran. Damn it, he got away. Xiao Lu took a step to chase. Don't chase, come back. Ma Lauer shouted with wide eyes. If he yells, the people from Mingjue will come out. We need to leave. Actually, even without Ma Lauer's shout, Xiao Lu would have a hard time catching up to that person because there was about a 10-meter gap between them, and the other person was familiar with the terrain. Get in the car, hurry. Ma Lauer shoved Wen Tao into the car and shouted again. Xiao Lu turned back and jumped into the passenger seat in 2 steps. Inside the car, the phone rang urgently, and Ma Lauer, sweating, glanced at everyone and immediately asked, whose phone is it? Wen Tao's left arm was held down by Lu Zishu, while his right hand reached into his pocket and pressed a button, silencing the phone. Damn it, it's his phone. Lu Zishu exclaimed. Take it out, hurry. Ma Lauer urged with wide eyes. At Wen Tao's home, Xiao Chu sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the phone and muttering. Why did you hang up on me again? What does this mean? Chapter 102. 60 seconds to speak up in the speeding car. Ma Lauer grabbed Wen Tao's hair and demanded, where's Xiao Chu? Dude, don't pull my hair. Can't we talk this over nicely? Wen Tao strained to sit up straight. I asked you, where's Xiao Chu? Ma Lauer shouted with wide eyes. Who is Xiao Chu? I don't know anyone by that name. Wen Tao's body was squeezed, and his speech came out with heavy gasps. Don't know, huh? Ma Lauer gritted his teeth and stabbed the knife into Wen Tao's left thigh. Blood gushed out, splattering Lu Zishu's upper body on the right side. Damn it, you want to kill me? Wen Tao shouted with wide eyes. Ma Lauer suddenly moved the knife sideways, and with a ripping sound, Wen Tao's pants were sliced open. What are you doing? Wen Tao panicked immediately. Is the knife cold? Ma Lauer glared and asked. If I make another move, you'll lose all the joys of being a man. Wen Tao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he swallowed hard. You must know why I came to find you. Ma Lauer said fiercely. Did I run all the way from Songjiang just for a little grudge? If you don't say it, do you think I want to find him? Huh. Bro, put the knife away. I'll ask you one last time. Where is Xiao Chu? Ma Lauer suddenly shouted. Last time. Damn it, just put the knife away first. I'll give you some candied hawthorn. Wen Tao replied in desperation. Ma Lauer raised the knife, ready to stab towards Wen Tao's pants. Don't stab, I'll talk. Wen Tao shouted in despair. He's at my house, don't stab. Is he at your house alone? Just by himself? Wen Tao might not really fear Ma Lauer stabbing him a few times, or even care about becoming disabled, but he absolutely feared being rendered incapable of having children, which is why he reacted so emotionally. How do I get to your house? Hurry up and tell me, Lu Zishu urged. Go straight ahead and turn left. Wen Tao stuttered in response. In the city, behind a meat shop, Old Ma lowered his head to check the firearm before turning around to instruct, Xiao Qi. Give him the money. Guanxi took out cash and handed it to a middle-aged stranger. The man received the money, checked it carefully, then smiled and said, What kind of big job are you planning in Fengbei? You've been making noise twice in 3 days? Are you checking household registrations? Old Ma frowned and asked. Hee. Just asking casually, the middle-aged man smiled and said softly, All right, let us leave it like that. I still have goods. Call me anytime if you want to get some. Old Ma glanced at him and turned to say, Let us go. Upon hearing this, everyone followed Old Ma and left. Inside Wen Tao's house, Xiao Chu, who had been waiting, was gradually losing patience. After failing to reach Wen Tao by phone, he felt a bit anxious, sitting on the bed and pondering for a while. Xiao Chu quickly searched for the reservation number of the MG Carnival front desk and dialed it. After about tens of seconds, the call connected. Hello, this is MG Carnival. Hello, may I ask if Wen Tao is there? This is the reservation line. If you're looking for Wen Tao, just call his mobile. I'm sorry. I can't reach his mobile. I'm his friend and urgently need to find him. Can you help me call him? Xiao Chu asked politely. I didn't see him today. Ask around. When I contacted him in the morning, he said he was going back. Xiao Chu patiently said, please help, miss. I really have an urgent matter. Then wait a moment. Okay. The two chatted here. And Xiao Chu waited for about 3 more minutes before the other party picked up the phone again and said, are you still there? Yes. Wen Tao has already left. How long ago did he leave? It's been a while, I think. Xiao Chu frowned, pondering for a moment before responding. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. No problem. The front desk attendant hung up the phone. Inside, Xiao Chu looked at the time again before suddenly standing up and quickly starting to get dressed. In the car, Ma Lao Air dialed Qin Yu's number. Where are you? Eating something. Qin Yu replied in a low voice. Your uncle went to get the goods. We're waiting for him. I caught Wen Tao. Ma Lao Air got straight to the point. He threw up in less than 60 seconds. Qin Yu was taken aback, putting down his chopsticks and asking, you acted without telling me? I called you just now, but you were on the line. Ma Lao Air replied with a frown. Besides, it's all about catching him. Do we need to discuss it over the phone? He threw up, right? Yes, Ma Lao Air nodded. Qin Yu stood up quickly, responding with rapid speech. Then give me the address. I'll rush over immediately. It's too late for you to come now. Ma Lao Air shook his head in response. I'm very close to Wen Tao's house. How about this? You immediately inform Li Si to find someone to secure the connections. Once I catch Xiao Chu, we'll leave directly. We can cross the border in less than 2 hours and get into Songjiang. What do you mean? You want to act on Xiao Chu now? Yes. Ma Lao Air nodded and said, I asked Wen Tao, and he said Xiao Chu is home alone. No. Qin Yu shook his head. You should wait until we all arrive before acting. It's safer that way. Because we already ran into Yongdong and the pharmaceutical company people yesterday. They already know we're in Fongbei, do you understand? At the entrance of the MG Carnival Lounge, a young man in a black uniform, panting, asked, Didn't Wen Tao just come back? Yeah, he came back to resign and took some stuff, said Feng Ma Zai, who was playing with his phone in the lounge. Damn, I just saw him at the door. The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, 3 or 4 men forced him into a car and took him away. Impossible, we just sent him to the door. He was taken away next to the parking space. Then why didn't you help? Why were they forcing him? Feng Ma Zai stood up. How could I help? Those guys had knives and guns. I was lucky to run fast, otherwise they would have grabbed me too, the young man said, still shaken. Just as the two were talking, the manager who had helped Wen Tao with his salary walked over and softly asked, What are you talking about? Who got taken away? Wen Tao. The young man turned around to respond. This guy probably took money he shouldn't have and got targeted. I'll call Wen Tao in a bit. You guys get back to work. Don't just stand around here. The manager scolded and walked away. Less than 2 minutes later, the manager stood in the empty stairwell, nodding and bowing, saying, Yes, I heard he was taken away at the door, but I don't know the specifics. Chapter 103, Psychological Warfare. Inside a snack shop, Qin Yu frowned while on the phone, saying, Don't rush. Let us wait until we all arrive before acting. If you all arrive, it'll definitely be too late. Ma Lao Air emphasized, somewhat agitated. When I caught Wen Tao, a familiar person of his from MG spotted me. And I don't know if this familiar person knows Xiao Chu. Plus, Wen Tao's phone rang twice, and we didn't pick up. It was all calls from Xiao Chu, so if I don't go over immediately, this kid might get scared. If he runs away, we won't be able to find him again. Old Air, if he really gets scared, he will still run, and you won't catch him. We can't rush this, even if it's just a little while. You can park your car around Wen Tao's house first. Even if it's just to keep an eye on him, don't act impulsively. Qin Yu advised again, I still say this, in this matter. You can't just consider Xiao Chu's factors. You also have to consider that the pharmaceutical company and Yongdong already know we're here. Their connections locally are definitely much stronger than ours. If they find out about Wen Tao first, and you expose yourself, won't that put you in a passive position? Xiao Yu, you're not here with me, so you won't fully understand the situation. Ma Lao Air argued urgently. If the other party has already set their sights on Wen Tao, they would have acted long ago and wouldn't have let him have a chance to return to Mingjue. Think about it. How long has Xiao Chu been in Fongbei? It's been almost 24 hours, understand? Right now, regardless of whether he knows or not, we have to seize this time. Xiao Chu is very cunning. As soon as he senses something is off, he will slip away. Otherwise, we could have pinned him down in Songjiang. I still think, let's do this. I'll give you the address, and you guys hurry over here. Ma Lao Air glanced at his watch. I'll assess the situation here and then decide whether to take action. All right, I'll contact Uncle Ma. With that, the two ended the call. Immediately, Qin Yu asked Lao Mao to pay for the meal and rushed out of the snack shop, dialing Lao Ma's phone. Hello? Uncle. Did you get the stuff? Yes, we got it. It's like this. Lao Air has already pinned down Wen Tao. He says he can get to Xiao Chu soon. But I think yesterday's incident has already let Yongdong and that guy with the surname Xing know we are in Fongbei. So we must be very careful when catching Xiao Chu. Our connections here can't compare to theirs, you understand? Qin Yu frowned as he explained. Imagine. As soon as you enter Fongbei, You are already being watched. Wouldn't it be easy for them to find someone working in a place like Mingjue? Yes. Lao nodded in agreement. All right, I'll give you the address shortly. You guys head straight there. No need to come pick me and Lao Mao up. Qingyu reminded again. We'll go separately. And remember, be careful. Once you see Xiao Chu, there's no need to act immediately. This guy is currently in the open. And whoever acts first will also be exposed. I understand. Let's keep in touch. Good. The call ended. About 15 minutes later, in the car, Ma Lao Air tugged at Wen Tao's hair and asked, where's your home? Go straight, then turn left at the alley ahead. Wen Tao replied truthfully, Xiao Lu, pull over. After considering for a while, Ma Lao Air instructed, park behind the house and turn off the lights. Okay, Xiao Lu complied. Ma Lao Air turned to Wen Tao. This matter has nothing to do with you. As long as you cooperate, I have no interest in messing with you. In fact, I can give you some money. I understand. Wen Tao nodded. Adjust your state and call Xiao Chu back. Ma Lao Air decided to follow Qin Yu's advice. Instead of rushing directly to Wen Tao's home, he quietly instructed, tell him you ran into an acquaintance on the way and chatted for a bit. The phone was on mute, so you didn't hear it. And you're on your way home now. Better not call him back. Wen Tao shook his head. What do you mean? Ma Lao Air frowned. Xiao Chu is quite cautious. If I call to explain, he might suspect something. Wen Tao swallowed hard, his eyes anxious as he replied, the person I ran into earlier doesn't know Xiao Chu. So I think you can just go over directly. He shouldn't have left because he doesn't have other acquaintances in Fongbei and nowhere to go. Ma Lao Air fell into thought. If you really want to make that call, I can do it. But if he senses something is wrong and runs, then I can't help it. Wen Tao added. Ma Lao Air, feeling irritated, rubbed his head and turned to Xiao Lu, asking, do you have any suggestions? Should we go in directly or wait? What are we waiting for? Xiao Lu responded without hesitation, Xiao Chu isn't an idiot. If Wen Tao takes too long to return and hasn't answered his call, if he makes a call to Mingjue or the carnival, we might miss it. Hearing this, Lu Zishu immediately countered, I think we should wait for Uncle Ma to come before going in together. Ma Lao Air turned back as Lu Zishu looked at Wen Tao and added, who knows if he's a friend or foe? Who knows how much of what he says is true or false? Big brother, I almost had my testicles taken out. Do you think I would lie? Wen Tao immediately argued. Damn. Ma Lao Air cursed, glanced at his watch, and quickly took out his phone to call his uncle. Just then, Wen Tao's phone rang. Whose is it? Ma Lao Air immediately asked. It's Xiao Chu's. Wen Tao glanced at the phone screen and replied softly. Answer it and see what he says. Put it on speaker. Okay. Wen Tao nodded, positioning his mouth near the phone while Lu Zishu helped him press the answer button. Hello? There was no response on the other end. Hello, Xiao Chu, Wen Tao called out again. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chu responded in a low voice. Did you run into someone from Songjiang? What are you talking about? What Songjiang people? Wen Tao feigned confusion. I just ran into a friend on the way. And he doesn't want to work at Mingjue anymore, so we chatted for a bit. Ah, when are you coming back? Xiao Chu asked. I'm in the car. About 10 more minutes. All right, talk when you get back. Xiao Chu's eyes showed a deep sense of disappointment as he hung up the phone. Ma Lao Air sat in the car, pondering for a moment before suddenly saying, I think he's startled. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure hurriedly emerged from the depths of the alley, heading straight for the main road. Lu Zishu instinctively turned his head to scan the surroundings and immediately spotted the figure, exclaiming, Xiao Chu, it's Xiao Chu. He's coming out. Chapter 104. Who is the bait? Who is the hook? Everyone turned to look behind them and quickly focused on Xiao Chu, who was walking out from the alley. It's over, he's startled. Xiao Lu said from the car, immediately turning to Ma Lao Air, this guy wants to leave. In the alley, Xiao Chu, wearing a thick cotton jacket, slung a crossbody bag over his shoulder, hands in pockets, scanning the parked vehicles around him, moving quickly. What do we do? Lu Zishu looked at Ma Lao Air and asked, do we stop him? Ma Lao Air slowly pulled out his gun, his gaze a bit hesitant. Thinking about Qin Yu's words. Everyone has seen him. Just do it. Why are we hesitating? Xiao Lu exclaimed. Forget it. I'll go down and pin him. Don't move yet. Lu Zishu quickly pulled Xiao Lu's arm. Hold on. We can follow him in the car. While they were discussing, Xiao Chu had already left the alley with his hands in his pockets, walking quickly toward the left side of the street. On the cold street. After walking about 100 meters, Xiao Chu suddenly stopped at the curb, scanning the surroundings as if looking for a taxi. Ma Lao Air, gripping the gun, suddenly shouted. Start the car. He's going to hail a cab. What are you thinking? Xiao Lu asked with a frown while starting the ignition. Just follow him. Ma Lao Air instructed. Frowning, Zishu, call Qin Yu and the old man to tell them to change locations. Okay. Lu Zishu nodded and took out his phone. In the driver's seat. Xiao Lu had just started the car and was about to shift into reverse when Xiao Chu suddenly stepped forward, heading straight for the alley across the street. Everyone was stunned. I told you, we all saw him. Why are we still waiting? Just pin him down and it's done. Xiao Lu said impatiently. Look, he's heading toward that alley. Can we drive in after him? This guy is very cunning, and the road is so narrow. If you follow him in the car, how can he not notice? Shut up. Ma Lao Air glared at Xiao Lu and shouted. Xiao Lu was startled and dared not say anything more. Ma Lao Air stared at the roadside, and when he saw Xiao Chu about to enter the alley, he suddenly shouted, drive the car over. Do it. That's right. Xiao Lu quickly shifted gears, first reversing the car swiftly back to the roadside, then shifting again and slamming the accelerator. The car's engine roared powerfully, shooting towards the mouth of the alley like an arrow. Hearing the noise, Xiao Chu turned his head back, his eyes blinded by the car's headlights, and instinctively raised his arm to shield himself before running without hesitation. Creak. The car braked urgently, skidding forward 3 or 4 meters on the icy road before finally stopping. Ma Lao pushed the car door open and jumped out with a gun in hand. Xiao Lu, keep an eye on those two, Lu Zishu called out, leading another companion to jump out of the car as well. All three were armed and rushed into the alley within 2 seconds. Looking up, they saw Xiao Chu frantically running ahead, no more than 15 meters away from them. Lu Zishu pulled back the gun's bolt and aimed, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot shattered the night's tranquility, the bullet striking the wall and sparking. Run, keep running. Let's see if your legs are faster or the bullet. Lu Zishu shouted. In the damp and dim alley, Xiao Chu slowly stopped, standing with his back to them. Raise your hands, Lu Zishu shouted. Xiao Chu turned around, his face pale and his expression twisted as he shouted at them. If you won't let me live, then none of you can think about living either. Hearing this, Ma Lao instinctively halted, looking at Xiao Chu with an odd expression. Something's not right. Just as the words left his mouth, the roar of engines suddenly filled the street as 4 off-road vehicles came charging from the left and right intersections. At the same time, 4 figures on the opposite side of the alley also rushed over with guns in hand. It's over, they're the first to arrive. Sweat broke out on Ma Lao's forehead, and after hesitating for 2 seconds, he immediately stepped forward. There's no way to retreat. We have to grab Xiao Chu first. On the street, Xiao Lu reacted quickly. Seeing the 4 vehicles approaching, he immediately turned the steering wheel, shifted into reverse, and slammed the accelerator. Virum. The exhaust spewed thick smoke as the rear wheels forced their way onto the curb, hurriedly backing into the alley. A screech of brakes sounded as the 4 vehicles stopped at the roadside, and a dozen figures rushed out, with the lead being Xing Zihao. Don't move. Stop the car. Stop. Dozens of henchmen shouted as they rushed forward. Xing Zihao took a half-meter-long shotgun from a follower, lowered his head to pull back the bolt, and shouted, "Is this the Ma family from Songjiang? Your name is quite famous." Bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Zihao raised his arm and pulled the trigger at the car. The shotgun's spread pattern instantly riddled the windshield with holes. Xiao Lu had no time to evade and had just begun to bow his head when a barrage of steel pellets and lead shot hit his left cheek and the area above his chest, creating countless small wounds, blood gushing out. "Come here," the one called Ma Lao crawl over here, and I'll give you a chance to say goodbye to your family. Xing Zihao shouted with red eyes towards the alley. At the intersection, Yongdong was sitting in the car, talking on the phone with Yuan Hua when he suddenly heard gunshots, and with a shocked expression, he asked, "What's going on? Why are they shooting?" Just as he finished speaking, a brother who had come from Songbei with Yongdong yanked the car door open and said, "Boss Dong, there's a fight over there." "A fight?" Yongdong turned around and asked, "Did the people on the opposite side all leak out?" "No," the brother shook his head. "Only Ma Lao and the others just jumped out, and Xing Zihao led people over." "Old Ma and Xin, you are not on the scene?" Yongdong asked again. "No, I didn't see them." "What? Is this Xing Zihao out of his mind?" Yongdong's face turned pale as he cursed. "Xiao Chu is bait, already in our hands. Why the hell is he in such a hurry to act? Old Ma is the big fish, doesn't he understand this?" The brother immediately replied, "He might be afraid Ma Lao would take Xiao Chu away. Let him take him, you have so many cars. Just follow him in and it's done." Yongdong yelled, "If Ma Lao captures someone, he will definitely look for his uncle. Wait until they meet before taking action. Wouldn't that take them all out? If Xing Zihao wants to act, who dares to advise against it?" The brother weakly replied, "This guy really has no brains." Yongdong was furious and spoke into the phone, "Old Yuan, I can't talk right now. He's cornered Ma Lao. I need to take a look. If the gunfire can stop quickly, let Xiao Chu go back. Old Ma might still take the bait." "You go," Yuan Hua nodded. Chapter 105, Bloody Battle in the Dark Alley. In the alley, 4 strong men charging and grabbed Xiao Chu, pulling him behind them, while the other 2 fired their guns. Bang bang bang. The gunfire erupted, and the alley was exceptionally narrow. So Ma Lao and the others could not continue to charge forward against the bullets, and could only find cover against the walls, returning fire. Behind them, the engines buzzed as the off-road vehicles rapidly retreated to the mouth of the alley, the rear crashing against the corner of a concrete wall, stopping at an angle. Xiao Lu, covered in blood, opened the car door with his left hand and fell sideways out of the car, gradually losing consciousness as he yelled, "Run. Don't worry about me, run." "Second brother, there are people everywhere." Ma Lao turned back to look at Xiao Lu, who had fallen from the car, while the latter raised his gun and began shooting wildly at the street outside. Next to the wall, Lu Zishu crouched behind a large trash bin, pulling Ma Lao with a grim face. "There's no chance left. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll all be finished here. Go back and pull Xiao Lu." Ma Lao shook off Lu Zishu's arm and shot back. Lu Zishu and another young man who had followed were brothers who had been with Old Ma for many years, and they were absolutely core members. They did not hesitate to follow Ma Lao forward. On the street, Xing Zihao hid behind the wall on the left side of the alley, reloading his gun, and suddenly peeked out to fire 2 shots at the off-road vehicle's tires. The dull sound of air escaping rang out as the tires were punctured. leaving only the rims scraping against the bluestone pavement. Ma Lao Air, do you think you can still escape? Xing Zihao shouted, his eyes wild. Because of you guys, I begged the last person I wanted to beg and got beaten by soldiers. Do you think I can let you swagger back to Songjiang? While speaking, Xing Zihao kept signaling to the people around him to rush into the alley first. Bang bang bang. At that moment, Lu Zishu and the brothers on the right suddenly charged out from both sides of the vehicle, using it as cover and decisively pulling the trigger. Ma Lao Air crouched down, grabbing Xiao Lu's bloodied arm and pulling him back. Get up, let's go together. Go. Where the hell are you going? Xing Zihao shouted, waving his hand. Those who eat at my house, who the hell doesn't want money, retreat, whoever is at the front. I'll give each of you 10,000, charge. With a rush, the crowd outside the alley surged forward, firing wildly. The two sides exchanged fire fiercely, and Ma Lao Air and the others were at a disadvantage in numbers. Lu Zishu emptied his magazine, and his left arm was hit instantly, retreating 3 steps. You support him, Ma Lao Air roared as he stepped forward. Lu Zishu stepped back, quickly switched the magazine with both hands, supported Xiao Lu with his left arm, and turned to rush toward the location of the trash can while shooting. Retreat, Russian, follow Zishu, hurry up, Ma Lao shouted. The brothers on the right side heard the call and retreated, turning to cover Lu Zishu as they moved deeper into the alley. Ma Lao crouched next to the off-road vehicle, retreating a few steps while shouting, if you come in again, I'll shoot the gas tank. The henchman outside the alley, hearing this, instinctively took a few steps back. Inside the vehicle, the unguarded Wen Tao and another kidnapped driver had already ducked out in fear, their legs trembling. Kneeling on the ground and shouting, Big brother, it has nothing to do with us, don't shoot, don't shoot. Taking advantage of the moment, Ma Lao quickly retreated to the large trash can and shouted, Russian, you cover fire. Zishu, get Xiao Lu against the wall first. The Russian changed to a spare magazine and immediately stood up to shoot deeper into the alley, continuing to suppress the 4 opponents. Meanwhile, Ma Lao could no longer care about anything else. He turned back and fired multiple shots at the gas tank of the car. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire rang out, puncturing 3 or 4 holes in the gas tank. As fuel began to spray out, the bullets hit the protective plate, causing sparks to fly. Boom. The explosion echoed through the night, and the rear of the off-road vehicle was engulfed in flames, sending countless fragments flying. At the mouth of the alley, Xing Zihao, still under the influence of the injected drugs, dodged the debris, sweat forming on his forehead, and shouted with bloodshot eyes, You're all useless. I spend money to support you, and this is how you repay me. Get in there. Brother How, the car exploded. It's all on fire. Everyone dodged the explosion at the alley entrance, protecting their vital points as they responded. Xing Zihao fired a shot into the ground, and in a fit of anger, he rushed into the alley, shouting, Damn it. Who's behind me? I'll deal with him when I get back. Upon hearing this, the others, seeing Xing Zihao had already rushed in, could only grit their teeth and push forward while still sticking close to the wall, fearing a second explosion from the car. Inside the alley, Lu Zishu used his shoulder to prop up Xiao Lu, lifting him onto the wall, and then climbed up himself. Ma Lao, drenched in sweat, lowered his head to change the magazine and shouted, Russian, you go up first, hurry. After saying that, Ma Lao switched positions, continuing to suppress. The Russian changed his last magazine, suddenly leaned back, half squatting, and shouted, You go first, hurry, step on my shoulder. You bastard. Ma Lao was taken aback, about to retort. Just go already, what are you hesitating for? The Russian turned back and shot into the alley entrance. Hurry up. Ma Lao knew that saying anything more at that moment could cost him the chance to escape. So he stepped on the side of the trash can with his right foot, placed his left foot on the Russian's shoulder, and pushed up with his waist. The Russian felt Ma Lao push off with his left foot and immediately lifted him up. Ma Lao grabbed the wall's edge, climbing up like a monkey, then lay horizontally on the wall and reached out, shouting, Grab my arm. The Russian turned back, raised his arm, and with his left hand grabbed Ma Lao's wrist, pushing hard against the wall with his right foot. Pull. Ma Lao shouted, pulling hard on the Russian's arm. Bang. A dull gunshot rang out, and the Russian's body hanging on the wall was instantly dismembered. Xing Zihao's large-caliber shotgun fired once, blowing off the entire right hand of the lead man, who fell to the dirty ground. Everyone was stunned at the sight. Xing Zihao shouted angrily, You think you deserve to carry a gun and work? Huh. At such a close distance, I'm not asking you to catch everyone, but at least you could buy some time, right? Damn it. Do you think I'm giving you money for nothing? The lead man knelt on the ground, writhing in pain, glaring at Xing Zihao with gritted teeth. The 3 companions behind him felt their anger rise and stepped forward to charge. Don't move. The lead man gasped, stopping his companions, kneeling on the ground, gripping his severed wrist tightly. Give them money, let them go. Xing Zihao said coldly, throwing out a line, then turned and shouted, The rest of you come with me to chase. On the left, a young man closely following Xing Zihao immediately stepped forward to ask, Should we send Xiao Chu back? Xing Zihao stopped in his tracks and turned back sharply. Xiao Chu stood in the center of the crowd, and upon meeting Xing Zihao's slightly crazed gaze, she knelt down with a thud, saying, Big brother, I helped the Yuan family just now when you asked me to lead them over. Please spare my life. I beg you. Bang. Xing Zihao shot through Xiao Chu's chest, sending her flying back a half-meter, landing on her back. Ma Lauer has already come out. What use does he have? Xing Zihao threw the empty shotgun to his companion and quickly walked toward the intersection, handle the alley. The rest of you come with me to chase. Xing Zihao's crazed and neurotic behavior instantly caused Wen Tao and his companions to mentally collapse. And they shouted as they jumped up, preparing to run. A chaotic gunfire erupted, and the thugs trying to make a fortune ultimately fell in the street, filled with possibilities. Seconds later, as the remaining few were dragging Xiao Chu's body into the car, Yongdong hurriedly ran over, his eyes widening in shock at the disfigured Xiao Chu. What happened? Yongdong pointed at Xiao Chu and asked, how did she die? The henchman, trembling and pale, looked at Yongdong with a stammering voice. Xing Xiao thought that once Ma Lauer ran, she would be of no use, so he shot her. Upon hearing this, Yongdong turned in circles, shouting weakly, why do we bring Xiao Chu here? To do better business, to protect the interests, to make money, not to let her practice shooting. As long as Xiao Chu is still alive, Lao Ma will never give up on the thought of remembering him. What do you mean by shooting him? Everyone listened to Yongdong's words and remained silent. A good hand played like dog shit. Yongdong cursed and turned to walk towards his car. In the car, at the company, at home, Xing Zihao, who was suppressed to the extreme due to disguise, sat in the back seat, sniffing repeatedly, sweating profusely. The henchman in the passenger seat pointed to the left side of the road and shouted into the walkie-talkie. The two cars behind, don't keep following us. Go down the fork and encircle from the other side. They have someone injured and can't run far. Who? Xing Zihao tugged at his collar, gasping for air, and hoarsely shouted, give me the medicine, I can't breathe. How go? The dosage is a bit much. The burly youth advised. Xing Zihao suddenly stood up, grabbed the youth from behind, and shouted, I said I can't breathe. Do you want me to die? Are you all hoping I die? Seeing that he wouldn't listen to advice, the burly youth immediately opened the glove compartment and took out a vial of medicine, saying, okay, then you inject it, and you'll feel better. Go ahead, I'll prepare the needle for you, come on. On the nameless road in the dark, Ma Lauer supported Xiao Lu and shouted, brother, hold on a little longer, just hold on a bit more. I've already asked Uncle Z to call. Our people will be here soon. Xiao Lu was hazy and lowered his head to respond. Don't worry about me. I really can't move anymore. My head is too heavy. Let me down, let me down. Beside him, Lu Zi shouted with a crying tone while holding his phone. Ma Go, it's over, we have an accident. Xiao Chu has long been targeted by the other party. As soon as we made a move, the local pharmaceutical company's people came, 4 cars. Dozens of people got out and opened fire. Mauzi has already been shot dead. Calm down, talk to me. Lao Ma's voice was steady. Where are you? What's the situation? Is the other party still chasing? They are chasing. Xiao Lu was shot and can't move anymore. We are not familiar with the terrain. We don't know where to go on the street. You guys hurry up, otherwise Xiao Lu will be in serious trouble. Haven't you ever killed anyone or shot a gun before? Lao Ma suddenly shouted. Calm down. If you don't tell me the specific location, how can I find you? Lu Zi was startled by the shout and immediately turned to look at the street, his eyes stopping at a construction site that had just started building. Then he shouted, we are at the Memorial Square in Area 9. It's a construction site over here. Listen to me. If you can delay time, then delay it. If you can run together, then run together. If you can't escape together, then abandon those who can't leave first. You are all children from the lower ranks. I don't want to see anyone lost, but I even more don't want to see everyone unable to come back. Do you understand? Lao Ma shouted in a steady voice. Don't panic. Stay calm. Call me at any time. Okay. As soon as they finished speaking, the two ended the call, and Lu Zi pulled Ma Lauer and shouted, run to the construction site. The boss will be here soon. Xiao Lu, did you hear? Our people are coming soon. Ma Lauer hurriedly supported his brother and quickly rushed to the other side of the street. At that moment, the sound of an engine roared, and an off-road vehicle sped around the intersection. After just injecting the medicine, Xing Zihao's eyes brightened, and he said, rush over. I want to chop off one of Ma Lauer's arms. Let Lao Ma come to pick it up. The burly youth in the passenger seat immediately advised, let our people come over first. Should we go in later? Do you know the situation inside the construction site? Xing Zihao stared wide-eyed and asked. They went in, turned a few corners. Where will you find people? The burly youth turned around and shouted, hurry up, rush over. On the street, Lao Ma urged Guanqi, hurry up, my kid is about to be shot. Hearing this, Guanqi stepped on the gas pedal, frowned, took out his phone, and dialed Qin Yu's number. Chapter 107. The highest card of the Ma family at the construction site, where work had stopped. Ma Lauer and Lu Zi supported Xiao Lu, just stumbling through the iron fence, when chaotic footsteps sounded from behind. Ma Lauer, do you still have one last sprint? Xing Zihao, holding a gun, chased from the side, excitedly shouting. If not, I will catch up. This way in. I see them. At the edge of the pit. The shouts from the opposite henchmen followed. Hearing this, Ma Lauer put Xiao Lu down beside a large iron cement trough, then turned back to shout, Zishu, take Xiao Lu down the pit. Kong. Xing Zihao cunningly hid behind the iron fence, continuously moving while shooting into the pit, directly suppressing the only escape route for the other side. Beside the cement trough, Ma Lauer and Lu Zi fought back fiercely, but the other side only fired to suppress and did not show their heads to charge. After a stalemate of less than 20 seconds, Ma Lauer shouted with a hoarse voice, Zishu, give me some bullets. Lu Zi, shot in the left arm and right leg, had lost basic mobility and lay on the ground, despairingly responding. I only have 2 bullets left, I'm out. Ma Lao Air was stunned. When the gunfire stopped, Xing Zihao crouched beside the iron fence and shouted, any tricks left? If not, I'm coming in. No one responded from inside the construction site. Xing Zihao licked his lips, turned his head, and beckoned to the burly youth. You take 2 people in and see if they have any bullets left. The burly youth hesitated for a moment, but could only grit his teeth and beckon 2 companions, then bent down and crawled through the fence. After 3 people revealed themselves, they charged in with guns, while Ma Lao Air and Lu Zi sat on the ground, exhausted and unresponsive. Damn it, don't move, hands up. The burly youth shouted with his gun. Run? You try running again. Damn it, I'll kill you. The other 2 young men had turned red with rage, crazily raising their guns and smashing them down on Ma Lao Air and Lu Zi. The henchmen who came out to work with Xing Zihao always had a repressed emotion inside them. Everyone is afraid of death. But the boss like Xing Zihao only cares about paying and completely disregards their lives. If they back down and refuse to do this job, their current lives would be unguaranteed. So the situation for these people is not much better than that of the sick lower-tier brothers on Tuza Street. Ma Lao Air and Lu Zi were beaten until their heads were covered in blood, curled up in the snow, rolling around in a miserable state. After waiting for a short while, Xing Zihao, hearing no gunfire from inside, immediately waved his hand and shouted to the remaining 2. You 2 go first, rush in. The 2 exchanged glances and stepped forward into the construction site, while Xing Zihao walked behind them, loudly shouting, search their bodies, take out all the phones and things, hurry. Upon hearing the voice, everyone stopped the beating, and the burly youth shouted, hands up. Upon hearing the other side wanted to search their bodies, Ma Lao Air clenched his left fist, suddenly sat up from the ground, and grabbed the gun hidden beside the cement trough, pulling the trigger purely by instinct. Kong! The gun fired, and a spray of blood erupted from Xing Zihao's left shoulder blade, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. At the same time, he reacted quickly, his body instantly leaning to the right. Kong! A second gunshot rang out, hitting the young man walking in front of Xing Zihao in the chest, who fell back to the ground. Papa! Immediately after, the sound of an empty gun came, and Ma Lao Air, with bloodshot eyes, stood up, holding a dagger and shouting, I will peel your skin even if I die. Hold him down. Xing Zihao felt his arm and jumped up, shouting, Kong, Kong. 2 gunshots rang out, and Ma Lao Air was shot in the right leg, falling back. Move again, and I'll kill you. The burly young man shouted, pointing a gun at Ma Lao Air's head. Go ahead, stab me now. Ma Lao Air thrust a knife forward. The burly young man got a cut on his leg, but didn't dare to actually kill Ma Lao Air, so he could only smash the butt of the gun against his head. While everyone's attention was focused on Ma Lao Air, Xiao Lu suddenly jumped up, blood-soaked, lunging at Xing Zihao with a knife in his right hand. Xing Zihao, a bit flustered, took a few steps back and hurriedly raised his gun. Uffed! Xiao Lu stabbed forward, and Xing Zihao sidestepped, the knife tip instantly piercing his hip bone. We're going together. Xiao Lu pushed Xing Zihao with his left hand, pulling out the knife to stab again. Bang bang. Xing Zihao fired 2 shots at close range, blood spraying from Xiao Lu's heart area. His eyes bulged, staggering back 3 or 4 steps. Looking down at his chest wound, he mumbled with blood spraying from his mouth and nose. Sooner or later. Thud. Xiao Lu collapsed backward, convulsing and turning his head to look at Ma Lao Air. Xiao Lu. Ma Lao Air broke down emotionally, being pressed to the ground, and shouted desperately. Lu Zishu, seriously injured, lay beside the concrete trough, eyes closed, reaching for the dagger at his waist. Let's go together. By the iron fence. Xing Zihao, pale, touched the gun on his body, staring blankly at Ma Lao Air coming over. You all step aside. The burly young man, hearing this, snatched the knife from Ma Lao Air's hand, standing on his chest with his right foot, not moving, while the others stepped aside. You dare to shoot me? Xing Zihao's expression was crazy and fierce as he looked down at Ma Lao Air and shouted, Do you know who I am? Huh. Bang bang. Xing Zihao raised the shotguns, and smashed it down repeatedly on Ma Lao Air's face. If it weren't for catching old Ma, do you think you could still be alive now? Huh. Bang bang. You bunch of scumbags, lowlifes, living in slums like maggots. Do you think you can fight me? Rob my food. Bang bang. After smashing down a dozen times, Ma Lao Air's nasal bone collapsed, his teeth shattered, and his mouth was cut open. He no longer looked human. Xing Zihao, breathing heavily while holding the gun, glared and shouted, Look up. Come on. Look up. Ma Lao Air numbly looked up. I lost. I have nothing to say, but sooner or later, you will die at our hands. Hey, what did you say? Xing Zihao stepped forward, raising both hands high, the gun but aimed at Ma Lao Air's crown, roaring loudly. You want to kill me, huh? Damn it if I'm gone. Half of the people in Tuchaji will follow me into the coffin. Longxing's word, the 9 district will immediately cut off 40 of the drugs. Who dares to kill me? Ask Mayor Feng Bei if he dares. Outside the iron fence, a shadow that had been standing there for at least 3 or 4 seconds suddenly sprang up, rushing over with a gun, shouting loudly, I dare to kill you. Xing Zihao turned around upon hearing the voice. An old, wrinkled face blinked into view. The gun barrel raised directly, aiming at Xing Ziheo's head from 3 meters away. You bastard. Xing Ziheo took 2 steps back in shock, instinctively raising his gun. I am Old Ma of Songjiang. I dare to kill you. The shout echoed on the construction site as the trigger was pulled and the gun fired. Bang bang bang. After 3 shots, Xing Ziheo staggered back a few steps and fell backward. The aged Uncle Ma, hunched over, held the gun in his right hand and lightly flicked open his signature tattered military coat with his left hand, revealing a row of tubes at his waist, and said expressionlessly, "Today's young people really know how to brag. At my age, I still care if you're some rich kid. Come on. Who among you can play with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fresh wave of footsteps sounded outside the courtyard, and Guanxi, Old Cat, and others rushed in, guns drawn, shouting, "Everyone squat down, don't move." At the back of the crowd, Qin Yu rushed in, and when he looked down and saw the dead Xing Xiao, he was instantly stunned. Chapter 108. Uncle Ma, don't panic, there's still time. Inside the construction site, Uncle Ma, with his swift blade, used the simplest and most direct method to intimidate all of the opposing lackeys. Plus, that not-so-like Xing Xiao had already been shot dead, so the young men on the other side basically offered no resistance. After Old Cat and Guanxi rushed in, they all dropped their guns. Qin Yu glanced at the situation inside the construction site, then immediately turned to look outside. Seeing a car speeding toward them in the distance, he quickly instructed, "Hurry. Let's leave first." In the crowd, Ma Lao Er stared blankly at his hunched uncle, speechless. Old Ma's lips twitched as he looked at the dead Xiao Lu, only bending down to help Lu Zishu up, remaining silent. "Help him up, quick." Old Cat waved. Hearing this, everyone lifted Ma Lao Er and Xiao Lu's bodies, turning to run toward the back of the construction site. At that moment, Qin Yu immediately shouted, "Bring Xing Ziheo's body too. Take all the other lackeys away." Old Cat paused and turned back. "He's dead. Why take them? Don't dawdle, do what I say. The car can't hold everyone. You all get in the car, Guanxi. You take 2 more people, we'll run to the left." Qin Yu instructed rapidly. "Shoot every 10 meters to draw the remaining people over, hurry." Old Ma was silent for a moment, then turned to respond. "Listen to Xiao Yu." Everyone followed suit. Seconds later, sporadic gunshots rang out on the construction site, and those lackeys who had lost contact with Xing Ziheo chased after them in cars. 2 minutes later, after Qin Yu and Guanxi had circled the vast construction site a couple of times, they turned their coats inside out, stopped firing, and left calmly. In the car, Old Ma remained silent. Ma Lao Er, feeling dazed, raised his arm to grab his uncle's thigh. After a long silence, Ma Lao Er, breaking down emotionally, cried with blood tears, "Uncle, I was wrong. I caused the deaths of Xiao Lu and Maozi. You were right. I am nothing. I am useless." Old Ma, looking down, grabbed Lu Zishu's and Ma Lao Er's wrists with both hands, his voice still steady. "At my age, you can't always rely on me." Hearing this, Ma Lao Er broke down in tears. Late at night, in the wilderness on the outskirts of Fongbei City, Qin Yu stood beside a half-meter deep snowdrift, looking down and smoking a cigarette with Old Ma. After a long silence, Old Ma finally looked up and said, "Xiao Yu, after all this time, our Ma family still can't get back on its feet. I'm really sorry for you." Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned and replied, "Uncle, you really shouldn't have killed Xing Ziheo. If I don't kill him, those people over there won't submit. If gunshots ring out again, those remaining lackeys will chase after us. We wouldn't be able to escape." Old Ma replied calmly, "True." Qin Yu sighed, feeling helpless, and nodded. "Don't worry, although Xing Ziheo is dead, the matter will fall on the Ma family. No matter how big the commotion outside gets, Uncle won't let you kids down." Old Ma replied softly, "You, Old Cat, and Guanxi, you all leave soon." Qin Yu took a puff of his cigarette. "Then what do you plan to do?" "To be honest, I haven't thought it through." Old Ma nodded, "But for now, let Lao Er and Zi Shu get out of the special zone. Whether they can escape depends on fate. And you? Even if I have to go, I can't do it in Touchiji." Old Ma replied without hesitation, "The old folks have supported us. I can't be the one to run away with a name for selling fake medicine. This matter won't be clean. Even if I face the law, it will be for the sake of human relations. Let the people of Touchiji judge me." Qin Yu stared blankly at Old Ma and nodded. "Uncle, I admire you. Hee. If we had met a few years earlier, we might have really accomplished something." Old Ma also smiled. Qin Yu stared at his aged cheeks and, after a long silence, said, "Uncle, we haven't necessarily lost yet." Old Ma was taken aback. "What do you mean? There is still time." "Nonsense. Xiao Chu is dead, and the fake medicine issue is definitely hard to explain now." Old Ma looked at Qin Yu and replied, "Plus, with Xing Ziheo gone, Longxing Company must be in a panic, and they are not on the same level as Yuan Hua. To put it bluntly, with a word from Xing Ziheo's father, your old Li might have to go in. Xing Ziheo is dead, who knows?" Qin Yu suddenly asked with a smile. Old Ma was instantly stunned by these words. "Uncle Ma, I respect how you do things, and I'm willing to work with you again," Qin Yu said very seriously. Old Ma came to his senses and immediately asked, "So what do you suggest we do?" "You find a connection to buy guns, and first take care of the injuries of Lao Er and Zi Shu," Qin Yu instructed in a low voice. "Have the doctor come over, once he arrives. Keep him detained and don't let him leave." "I understand that," Old Ma nodded. "The few of Xing Ziheo's underlings we brought back earlier, not a single one can be let go," Qin Yu reiterated. "No matter how troublesome, They must be controlled. We can't let anything leak, right? Old Ma asked tentatively. Yes, Qingyu nodded. Old Ma frowned at him, thought for a moment, and asked, what about the rest? The rest depends on this. Qingyu pulled out Xing Ziheo's phone from his pocket. We're waiting for a call. Old Ma blinked and immediately nodded. All right, then we'll wait. About 40 minutes later, while Old Ma was contacting his gun-buying connections, Qingyu's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Everyone, quiet down, Qingyu said seriously, waving his hand at the crowd. By the car, everyone turned to look at Qingyu and fell silent. Qingyu wiped the sweat from his palms and pressed the answer button. Hello? The other party was silent. Hee, old Yuan, or is it Mr. Xing? Qingyu asked with a smile. The other party still didn't say a word. Don't want to talk? Then I'll hang up. Where is Xing Ziheo? Yuan Hua's voice rang out. You first tell me who you are. Then we can talk, Qingyu replied casually. I am Yuan Hua. Ah, boss Yuan, Qingyu nodded. You want Xing Ziheo? Stop wasting time. Yuan Hua's voice was grim. Hee, then I want Xiao Chu, Qingyu replied with a smile. Xiao Chu is dead. Am I supposed to give you his corpse? Yuan Hua replied, suppressing his irritation with Qingyu's tone. Qingyu scratched his head. Without Xiao Chu, we can't explain the fake medicine issue. Yuan Hua replied in a low voice. You're just a kid. I can't talk to you. Let old Ma take over. Forget it, since Xiao Chu is gone. Then I want Yong Dong instead, Qingyu said flatly. 2 days later, I'll give you the time and place. You let Yong Dong come by himself. If he doesn't come, then I can only send young Master Xing to you in an urn. After saying that, Qingyu immediately hung up the phone and pressed the power button. Xing Ziheo didn't even get to talk to him. Can he believe that? Old Cat immediately asked. Qingyu smiled and replied, the young master is kidnapped. Does Yuan Hua dare not believe it? Old Cat's eyes brightened. Impressive, using the dead to return. Why wait for 2 days? Isn't that too long? Guanxi asked with some concern. Qingyu tucked the phone into his pocket, turned around and replied, the 2 days aren't for us. They are for Yuan Hua. I want to use a dead person to make them fight among themselves first.